Chapter 1. The Fusion of the Third Generation Rampage. The Calm Belt. Impel down, the great underwater prison. At this moment, in a corner of the second level, Jiang Liufeng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling the sharp pains radiating throughout his body, utterly speechless. As an unfortunate and aimless young man, he believed his life was already tragic enough. Little did he expect that even upon traversing into the world of One Piece, he would remain shackled to his dismal fate. Recalling a few days prior, as he had just arrived in this new world, he had thought he would ascend to greatness like the protagonists of novels, shining brightly in this alternate realm. But to his dismay, he found himself on a pirate ship that had just been seized by the Navy. Being on a pirate ship was akin to jumping into the Yellow River. There was no way to cleanse himself of this predicament. Subsequently, he was mercilessly thrown into this cold prison, impelled down. Fortuitously, that pirate ship was merely a minor player. He had only been cast into the second level otherwise. As an ordinary person without any means of defense, he would likely have been killed by the other inmates. Yet even on the second level, he could not escape the beatings and mistreatment from the guards or other prisoners. After several days, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Damn it, you wicked heavens. If you bring me here, at least grant me a system. At that moment, a melodious voice akin to wind chimes suddenly rang in his mind. System installation in progress. Please wait. Is this for real? Jiang Liufeng initially thought he was hallucinating, but the tangible voice and the seemingly substantial system interface in his mind compelled him to believe that it was all genuine. Ding. Strongest check-in system installation successful. Reward. 1 beginner's gift package. Would you like to receive it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Receive." As soon as his words fell, a card materialized in his mind's eye. The card depicted a muscular old man with dark skin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 card for the legacy of the third generation Rampage. You may inherit all of the character's abilities. Would you like to fuse? The third generation Rampage. Jiang Liufeng swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In his previous life as a seasoned anime fan, aside from One Piece, Naruto was undoubtedly one of his favorite series. He was no stranger to the third generation Rampage. Possessing an incredibly resilient physique capable of withstanding attacks from the ninja allied forces, wielding the strongest spear that could sever the horn of the 8 tails, and boasting unparalleled speed in the ninja world, he was among the top-tier powerhouses of the Naruto universe. One could not help but marvel at how generous the system was. Fuse. System, fuse me right now. With a command given, Jiang Liufeng, whose body was already battered and bruised, suddenly felt a surge of blue electric energy erupting from within. Immediately, a torrent of electricity enveloped every inch of his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. He sensed his body undergoing a visible and frenzied transformation. His physique gradually became more robust, with his previously flabby limbs and protruding belly morphing into well-defined muscle. Moreover, the third generation Rampage's immense chakra, rivaling that of tailed beasts, flooded into him. Simultaneously, a wave of memories surged into his mind. These were the training memories of all the jutsu throughout the life of the third generation Rampage. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng felt as though he had lived through it all, instantly grasping the entirety of his jutsu and battle experiences. 1 minute later, the electric aura dissipated. His once frail body had transformed into a perfect golden ratio muscular, yet aesthetically pleasing. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense power coursing within him, he nodded in satisfaction at last. I possess the means to protect myself in this world. Life's ups and downs felt like a roller coaster, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. The host has officially activated the check-in system, arriving at the designated location to check and will grant you various random rewards. The check-in task has been updated. Location. Level 6 of Impel down. A series of sounds continued to resonate, leaving Jiang Liufeng momentarily stunned. He was clearly trying to escape from prison. Why was the check-in point on the 6th level? Furrowing his brow slightly, Jiang Liufeng dismissed further thoughts. pondering that perhaps gathering a few allies wouldn't be a bad idea. Level 6 it is. Now, he was no longer the same, even if Magellan showed up. He would have no fear. If he were to carve out a path in this chaotic world, let the storm come, even fiercer, this would surely make for a more thrilling tale. As anticipation surged within him, he approached the iron door of the cell, took a deep breath, and slowly raised his electrified foot. Everything would commence with this step. A smirk crept onto his lips, and the pent-up frustration and resentment that had brewed within him for over a decade surged forth with that kick, striking fiercely against the cell door. Alarm! Alarm! In the control room, red lights flashed, and the main monitoring system emitted a piercing alert. A guard seated before the monitors stared in disbelief at the incredible scene, his face drained of color, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. Regaining his composure, he hastily extended a trembling hand to pick up the phone. "Hello, this is Magellan," a calm voice responded. "Warden, there's a serious issue. A prisoner has escaped from the second level." "What? How dare anyone escape from my prison?" "Yes, and he has defeated the guards, taken the keys, and released all the inmates from the second and third levels. He is now heading towards the fourth level." "What? I understand." Clack. Magellan, seated on the toilet, wore a grim expression. How could someone dare to escape under his watch? He felt his authority was being challenged. Most critically, this individual was not fleeing upward, but heading directly toward him. This was an outright dismissal of his authority. Without a moment's hesitation, he exited the restroom and summoned his high-ranking officials. He was eager to see what this audacious person looked like. However, just as he arrived at the entrance to the fourth level, a massive rhinoceros barreled toward him. Boom! With a resounding crash, the rhinoceros guard beast collapsed before him. A figure, intermittently crackling with lightning, emerged through the smoke at the entrance. Over 100 guards stood at the ready, uniformly raising their weapons, aiming at the newcomer with a single command from Magellan. They would not hesitate to turn him into Swiss cheese. As the dust settled, the figure revealed itself a handsome young man with a perfect physique and purple hair. It was none other than Jiang Liufeng. Quite the handsome fellow. I could certainly enjoy tying him up for some interrogation, was the first thought that crossed Suddy's mind. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng's flawless appearance, her twisted desires began to stir. Magellan rolled his eyes, ignoring her, and addressed the audacious prisoner, challenging his authority. "You got quite the nerve, kid. How dare you attempt to escape under my supervision?" The more he pondered, the angrier he grew. He activated his poisonous fruit abilities, his entire body transforming into purple toxic liquid, ready to let Jiang Liufeng sample its potency. Yet Jiang Liufeng paid him no heed. Instead, he beckoned with a finger. "Why all the unnecessary chatter? If you have the capability, just make your move." Chapter 2. Defeating Magellan. Seeing the disdain in his opponent's eyes, Magellan's murderous intent intensified. "Open fire. Turn him into Swiss cheese." Bang, bang, bang. The guards, having been prepared for some time, swiftly pulled the triggers at the command, unleashing a storm of bullets toward Jiang Liufeng. "Lightning shield!" Jiang Liufeng shouted, and instantly, lightning enveloped his body, forming a protective barrier that deflected the barrage of bullets. The guards were left utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? He's actually a devil fruit user. How is that possible? Why is there a devil fruit user on the second level? And why wasn't he shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs? Magellan's expression also shifted. "So you're a devil fruit user? No wonder you're so arrogant. But do you really think you can defeat me?" "Everyone retreat." The guards, well aware of their own limitations, recognized they could not contend with a devil fruit user and hastily withdrew, leaving the space open for Magellan. They knew well that when Magellan made his move, the power of his poisonous fruit would not distinguish between friend and foe. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng shook his head. "I know I can't handle you for now, and I have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now." "Humph, pretending to be aloof and trying to escape? Do you think you can run? Try my toxic puffer fish." Swish, swish, swish. With the activation of Magellan's ability, numerous pufferfish-shaped toxic liquids erupted around him and shot toward Jiang Liufeng. "Ha! This is far too slow." Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly. Crossing his arms, seemingly with no intention of defending himself. As the toxic pufferfish drew closer, the onlookers broke into victorious smiles. Ha! This kid must be paralyzed with fear? Of course. Even a devil fruit user cannot withstand the warden's poison. One can only estimate that he is about to be fatally poisoned in the next second. The warden is formidable. The warden is indeed powerful. Yet at the very instant the toxic pufferfish made contact with his body, he moved, motionless as a mountain, yet swift as thunder. In the blink of an eye, the spectators perceived a blur, as Jiang Liufeng's form became indistinct. Amidst what appeared to be an indiscriminate assault devoid of escape, his figure flickered back and forth. His true position was utterly elusive. One could only catch glimpses of the lightning flashing as he darted through the toxic pufferfish. When he reappeared at his original spot, the pufferfish had already struck the wall behind him, and not a single drop of venom had touched him. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around, as everyone's mouths formed an O, unable to believe the reality unfolding before their eyes. So swift, it was astonishingly fast beyond belief. Even the perpetrator, Magellan himself, could not remain composed. Goodness, how can this lad be so terrifyingly fast? As a renowned warden of Impel Down, Magellan was not merely endowed with the power of his devil fruit, he certainly possessed the skill of observation Haki. However, when Jiang Liufeng moved, even his observation Haki failed to discern his figure, let alone those relying solely on their naked eyes. Instantly, he could no longer underestimate this youth whose age bore no relation to his prowess. Poisonous Colossus. Magellan unleashed his full might, his height suddenly soaring to 10 meters, his toxic aura shifting from purple to a deep crimson, indicating a more potent venom, with the floor below showing signs of decay. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted, and he too did not dare to slacken his efforts. After all, he had just grasped this skill, and he was uncertain if he could withstand such a corrosive toxin. He immediately channeled all his chakra, pouring it into his lightning shield and his strongest spear. In an instant, the electric glow enveloping him reached a state of saturation, dazzling to the point that it nearly blinded the onlookers. Jiang Liufeng raised his head and charged straight at the poisonous colossus. However, to the spectators, this action seemed akin to courting death. How could anyone dare to confront the poisonous colossus Hedon? This boy is far too reckless. Even the mightiest cannot withstand the warden's toxic onslaught. If he seeks his own demise, it saves us considerable effort, haha. Many guards lowered their weapons, convinced that there would be no further developments. Yet, the next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Strongest spear, shatter for me. Poisonous dragon. Ziz. Fully enveloped in lightning, Jiang Liufeng extended an arm, propelled by an unstoppable force, and surged towards the poisonous dragon, his speed even greater than before. As he passed, a long arc of electricity trailed behind him, crackling in the air, lingering in the atmosphere. Upon contact with the lightning spear, the poisonous dragon was cleaved apart, and Jiang Liufeng surged forth like a raging tide, the dragon unable to impede him in the slightest. With a single thrust, he tore through the dragon, driving his spear into the belly of the transformed Magellan. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Magellan. Channeling the power of the third rampage was indeed terrifying. Truthfully, even he was taken aback by the sheer force this confrontation had deepened his understanding of his own strength. Even before such highly corrosive venom, the lightning shield remained unscathed, suggesting there was little that could withstand his might. He pondered how formidable it would be to face Haki. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Jiang Liufeng found himself eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. My apologies, Warden, but Jiang shall take his leave. With that parting remark, Jiang Liufeng sprinted towards the 6th level without a backward glance. Though his strength was formidable now, he had stirred such commotion, who could tell if a powerful figure might come to investigate? The immediate priority was to utilize the card. As they watched his figure gradually fade from view, the guards remained stunned, the only sound in the 4th level being the crackling from Magellan, as if even their heartbeats had ceased. Whoa! What kind of terrifying existence was this? As one person exclaimed, the crowd snapped back to reality. What in the world did I just witness? A monster. Simply a monster. He pierced right through the transformed warden. Wow. The warden's fearsome poison couldn't harm him in the slightest. As they spoke, their gazes turned once more to Magellan, who, at that moment, was reverting to his usual form clad in a black trench coat. However, now, Magellan was clutching his abdomen in agony, a gaping, bloodied hole torn through him, with lightning crackling wildly, relentlessly inflicting pain upon his wound. Hiss! Upon seeing Magellan's dreadful state, the crowd gasped once more. Some of the more faint-hearted were so frightened that their legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, a mysterious liquid seeping out between their legs. As the crowd panicked, a deep-seated fear of Jiang Liufeng enveloped them. He has successfully reached the 6th level of the checkpoint light column. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the 6th level of the advanced city. The system rewards the host with Roger's 3-color Haki skill. May I ask if the host wishes to learn it? Chapter 3. Roger's 3-color Haki. Even with the integration of the 3rd generation of Rampage, Jiang Liufeng, whose strength and temperament had been comprehensively enhanced, could not help but exclaim when he heard the term Roger's 3-color Haki. This system is indeed astonishing. With his current strength, it seems he could sweep through all adversaries before entering the new world. Coupled with this 3-color Haki, his power would experience a qualitative leap. If he were to engage in battle with Magellan now, it would be an utterly decisive victory. Fusion. Fusion. Quickly. Ding. The host has successfully fused with Roger's 3-color Haki. The checkpoint task has been updated. The next checkpoint location is Water 7. As soon as the system's voice faded, Jiang Liufeng's body began to react. His mind flooded with a wealth of memories regarding Roger's techniques for utilizing Haki. At that moment, he was oblivious to the system's words, completely immersed in the array of techniques for wielding the 3-color Haki that had flooded his consciousness. Boom. He tentatively activated the Conqueror's Haki, and an overwhelming pressure surged across the entire 6th level. Even the ferocious pirates within the 6th level were taken aback by the sudden influx of pressure, their faces displaying shock and terror. With a mere thought, he unleashed his armament Haki, and black ripples enveloped his entire body, rendering every inch of his skin as dark as iron, resembling a steel giant. Jiang Liufeng was overjoyed, his arms flailing in the air as he reveled in the overwhelming metallic sensation imparted by his Conqueror's Haki. He envisioned himself dominating the vast ocean, a formidable presence. Even those with nature-based abilities now seemed utterly powerless before him. Clenching his fist, he marveled at the confidence swelling within him. What level of Conqueror's Haki was that feeling? How could it be so terrifying? The infamous pirate known as the Tyrant King muttered in astonishment. Not only was the Conqueror's Haki fearsome, but look at the hue radiating from that boy. His armament Haki level was remarkably high. Bondi Valdo fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Liufeng. Kik, you over there. You're quite impressive. Come here and release me, and I'll offer you the chance to be my little lover. The speaker was Katerina Dupont. Huh? Jiang Liufeng, still lost in his euphoria, was abruptly interrupted. He frowned slightly, turning his attention to the speaker. A wave of nausea surged within him, nearly causing him to regurgitate his previous meal. Please, don't disgust me, you hideous creature. What did you say? Dupont's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in fury. I said you are an eyesore. A toad wishing to court a swan? You. I will kill you. Come out then. I shall stand here and allow you to strike me, without batting an eye. Come on. Jiang Liufeng taunted her. You. Dupont, once a formidable figure in her own right, was nearly overwhelmed by the audacity of this nameless boy. Ha ha ha. This lad possesses quite the courage. I like it. Bondi Valdo exclaimed with hearty laughter. Jiang Liufeng was aware of Valdo's past. He had been compelled to become a pirate to protect his brother, known for his loyalty and formidable strength, having once been a bounty of 500 million berries before his capture. On his journey, Jiang Liufeng had meticulously contemplated the individuals selected by Blackbeard, finding none of them appealing. However, he had set his sights on recruiting Walder, the Red Count, and Crocodile. Alas, the Golden Lion had already escaped. Otherwise, he would have been a splendid choice. Time was of the essence, and he promptly arrived at Walder's cell, speaking earnestly. If you are willing to follow me and become my companion, I shall set you free. Walder's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an air of arrogance. Little brat, battling at sea is no child's play. While you may possess Conqueror's Haki, it is abundant in the Grand Line. I suggest you retreat to your cell before Magellan arrives. You would not relish the consequences. He won't be coming for a while. I've already knocked him down, Jiang Liufeng replied nonchalantly. Walder's pupils constricted at this revelation, and even the formidable figures in the corner, who had remained unresponsive until now, narrowed their eyes and focused on Jiang Liufeng. After a brief moment of astonishment, Walder burst into laughter. Ha ha, I say, little brat, if you were to act tough on the 5th floor, perhaps it would make an impression. but boasting in front of us is rather futile. What are you doing? Walder began, but as he spoke, he noticed Jiang Liufeng advancing silently toward him. With a swift motion, Jiang Liufeng raised his left hand, which transformed into a dark iron hue, crackling with electric energy. Approaching the cell door, he delivered a powerful punch without hesitation. With a resounding bang, the cell door, forged from the hardest sea prism stone in the world of pirates, was obliterated by his strike. The powerful observers present witnessed this spectacle, and their attitude towards Jiang Liufeng underwent a dramatic transformation. There was no astonishment, no fear. Only an overwhelming sense of hope blossomed within them. They finally believed in Jiang Liufeng's words. He undoubtedly possessed such capability. If he deemed them worthy, today could very well mark the moment of their rebirth. Little brother, release me. I am willing to be your subordinate. Just let me out, and I shall support you in becoming the pirate king. I am a man who has battled against the 4 emperors. Listening to the flattery and empty promises of these ruffians, Jiang Liufeng remained unmoved. He understood that their words were insincere. Should he release them, they might very well turn against him. He harbored no fear of their potential trouble. He merely sought to avoid wasting time. The world before him was vibrant and diverse. He was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. Now, every location, every major event, and every prominent individual would witness his grand stage. He was determined to traverse the prepared arenas and compose an extraordinary life. Thus, he chose to ignore them entirely. Meanwhile, Walder swallowed hard, his eyes betraying a struggle. Did he desire freedom? Certainly. Yet, he was not one to easily bow to another, and he was a man of his word. Once he made a promise, he would honor it. As Jiang Liufeng observed the indecision reflected in Valdo's eyes, he felt a surge of delight rather than anger. He understood well that Valdo was a man of his word. Once he made a decision, he would not retract it. This very hesitation and struggle only served to affirm Jiang Liufeng's desire for such a person. With purpose, he strode forward and, with a sweeping gesture, effortlessly dismantled the sea stone handcuffs that bound Valdo's limbs. The power of lightning made the task of cutting through hard materials seem trivial and inconsequential. Valdo, astonished, raised his hands. Before he could revel in his newfound freedom, he heard Jiang Liufeng's voice resonate softly. Fight me. If you win, you may leave on your own accord. If you lose, you will become my companion. In the face of Jiang Liufeng's sincere gaze, the flickering flame within Valdo's heart reignited with fervor. Very well. If that is the case, I shall follow your command. He was not one to linger unnecessarily, and at that moment, he assumed a stance, preparing to engage in battle. Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, the lightning shield already activated. I stood motionless, believing that if he could harm me, he would have won. While I was grateful for the life-saving intervention, it was no justification for trampling on my dignity. Upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's arrogant words, Valdo wasted no time and charged forth. Valdo, indeed possessing the Momo fruit, could amplify the speed of objects by 1 to 100 times, depending on the development of the skill. Currently, Valdo could enhance speed by up to 20 times. Although only 1/5 of his potential had been unlocked, his formidable capabilities were not to be underestimated. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, his speed comparable to that of Jiang Liufeng at full throttle. Valdo unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on Jiang Liufeng, his fists and feet moving with astonishing swiftness that left onlookers in awe. Even the gathered masters could not help but express their admiration. Indeed, Valdo was no ordinary fighter. He could dominate even in the New World. Engaging him in close combat was undoubtedly unwise. However, what many did not realize was that Valdo was only utilizing 50% of his strength in close quarters. The true essence of his prowess lay in long-range assaults. Oh, how so? Just imagine being struck by cannon fire infused with Haki, propelled at 20 times the speed. One could easily fathom the dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly comprehended. This was truly remarkable. Outside, the praises for Valdo echoed, yet unbeknownst to them, Valdo's heart was filled with frustration, for words encapsulated his feelings, utterly exasperating. It was maddeningly absurd, terrifying even. After unleashing his full firepower for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to land even a single blow on his opponent. In the end, even his Haki-infused attacks were effortlessly thwarted by Jiang Liufeng's own Haki. Jiang Liufeng remained unscathed. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng was also testing the limits of his lightning shield. Indeed, battling against Haki was a formidable challenge. Although the shield had not shattered, it was visibly contorted from Valdo's attacks. One could easily surmise that a character with fiery red hair would not withstand it. He needed to find a way to enhance the power of the lightning shield. As Valdo's sense of defeat mounted, his attacks grew sluggish, their potency waning until, in despair, he finally halted. No more. This is too disheartening, my friend. As the smoke cleared and Valdo's words hung in the air, 2 figures emerged, both utterly unscathed. One appeared calm and composed, while the other was dejected. Oh my, what a spectacle! The gathering comprised the elite of the elite, and they could certainly discern Valdo's full-throttle efforts. Even amidst the billowing dust, they recognized that Jiang Liufeng had not moved an inch. After a relentless assault lasting 10 minutes, Jiang Liufeng remained completely unharmed. Even the most seasoned veterans among them were taken aback. None of them possessed the confidence to withstand Valdo's onslaught without flinching. Jiang Liufeng, with an air of nonchalance, brushed off the dust from his attire, nodding with a smile as he remarked, "Your strength is commendable. So what say you? Will you accept defeat gracefully?" "Huh, seriously? Commendable?" The crowd rolled their eyes. It was Jiang Liufeng whose prowess was truly extraordinary. Valdo steadied himself, determination shining in his eyes. "I am Valdo, and I wish to follow the captain." At that, the atmosphere erupted. Valdo had genuinely pledged allegiance to that young man. Of course, that fellow is so impressive. Even I find myself tempted. Indeed, he possessed considerable strength. Then, a chorus of flattery ensued, with hopes that Jiang Liufeng would release them as well. Jiang Liufeng, however, regarded them with indifference. With a sense of satisfaction, he helped Valdo to his feet, exchanging compliments before approaching the silent figure of the Red Count. Jiang Liufeng had fortuitously learned about the Red Count prior to his journey. His fruit abilities were somewhat sinister, yet he bore no malicious intent. Most notably, the Red Count possessed an innate mastery of observation Haki, awakened at the tender age of 6, with its intensity increasing with age. In simpler terms, the older he became, the more valuable he was, coupled with his extraordinary fruit ability, which allowed him to regain youth by absorbing the blood of others. His characteristics were a formidable blend, indeed. Regrettably, with fortune comes misfortune. His extraordinary observation Haki had exposed him to the world's ugliness early on, leading him to shun companionship and develop a reclusive demeanor. As one who naturally exuded an aura of foreshadowing, Jiang Liufeng was aware that the Red Count did not reject companionship outright. Rather, he eschewed the company of those with corrupt hearts. Moreover, he currently lacked the vampire fruit. Thus, to persuade him appeared daunting. Yet it was deceptively simple. One merely needed to present sincerity and unveil noble intentions. Additionally, utilizing the enticing allure of the vampire fruit, combined with the strength he had previously demonstrated, made Jiang Liufeng quite confident in his ability to recruit the Red Count. While the Red Count remained aloof, his eyes tightly shut, he was undoubtedly aware of Jiang Liufeng's approach. Driven by curiosity towards the young man, the Red Count could not resist and subtly activated his observation Haki to probe Jiang Liufeng. With his mastery of the 3 forms of Haki, Jiang Liufeng possessed a keen sense of perception. He sensed the Red Count's movement instantly. He grinned, relishing the prospect of the Red Count's engagement. As soon as the Red Count made his move, the ensuing dialogue would unfold favorably. Jiang Liufeng cast aside all distractions, revealing his most genuine self alongside his forthright demeanor. He sensed a slight shift in the Red Count's emotions. Jiang Liufeng could instantly discern the unfolding drama. Without hesitation, he decided to serve the main course. In a swift motion, he liberated the Red Count and addressed him seriously. "Have you contemplated this? Are you willing to follow me?" The Red Count was momentarily taken aback. "If you believe that a mere act of rescue will sway a solitary soul like mine to follow you, then you greatly underestimate me." Valoric Letterfield. As his words trailed off, an overwhelming aura of conqueror-esque Haki surged forth, bearing down directly upon Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng let out a light chuckle, gracefully waving his hand in a serene manner, as his conqueror's Haki radiated with an overwhelming presence, colliding fiercely with that of Red Earl. Roger's Haki, indeed. The title of Pirate King is not merely a boast. Even a peerless master like the Red Earl cannot withstand its might. Jiang Liufeng was not inclined to spare any semblance of courtesy. With an overwhelming aura, he unleashed a resounding force that sent 2 figures of authority retreating. While the 2 combatants remained largely unaffected, the crowd of onlookers was taken aback and staggered several steps backward. "Goodness! Such dominance! It even overshadowed the Red Count?" exclaimed the astonished, evil monarch. "By the heavens, how is it that a mere youth possesses such extraordinary prowess? What are we, the so-called strong, to make of this?" The great wine barrel finally could no longer contain himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng merely shrugged, projecting an air of inscrutability, while internally he was reveling in delight. With the capabilities of the 3rd-generation Raikage combined with Roger's formidable presence, it is indeed an unparalleled force. The Red Count paused momentarily, then, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "As someone who stands at the precipice of the grave, I fear I can offer you little assistance. You would be better off seeking help from another." As Jiang Liufeng listened, he sensed an opportunity had arrived. Chapter 5, Coercion and Temptation. With a mysterious smile, he leaned closer to Count Red and whispered, "I have a way to help you obtain the vampire fruit of the Phantom Beast." Upon hearing this, Count Red trembled, lifting his head in astonishment to gaze at Jiang Liufeng. "Is what you say true?" "Of course." Jiang Liufeng nodded resolutely. In truth, he was merely bluffing, aware of the Count's desires. While he would indeed find a way to procure it, ultimately, it depended on fate. Noticing the Count's fluctuating expression, Jiang Liufeng felt a pang of anxiety. Could this not be resolved? If so, he would have to employ some military training tactics on him. In reality, Count Red simply struggled with social interaction, and after much hesitation, he finally spoke. "Very well, go ahead and explore. It has been a long time since I experienced the feeling of freedom." His gaze turned distant, as if reminiscing about the past. With the Count's agreement, Jiang Liufeng finally exhaled in relief. This meant that only the final objective on the 6th level remained. He then approached Crocodile, who had been standing by the prison cell. Initially, Crocodile had hoped Jiang Liufeng would free him, but upon seeing his expression, he felt a jolt of concern. What is going on? What kind of look is that? Facing Jiang Liufeng's aggressive gaze, Crocodile's demeanor shifted dramatically. What do you intend to do? I will not become your subordinate. So give up. Wrong. We are partners. Not subordinates. Same difference. I will never be anyone's subordinate. Is that so? Jiang Liufeng's smile deepened with meaning. As Crocodile felt Jiang Liufeng's scrutinizing gaze upon him, a chill ran down his spine. Are you looking for trouble? Crocodile snapped. Little Ivan told me a secret. I wonder if you wish to hear it? Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng interjected, I couldn't care less about your secrets. Realizing the situation, Crocodile froze in place, his expression shifting from rage to despair. I will not be anyone's subordinate. He struggled to contain his simmering anger but remained obstinate. I said, we are partners. Jiang Liufeng insisted earnestly. The two men locked eyes for a long moment until a fleeting glint of malice vanished from Crocodile's gaze. Fine, I agree. Let me out. All right, Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, removing the handcuffs and turning to leave. As he walked away, Crocodile could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Desert Blade. Instantly, swirling sands enveloped him, forming a formidable blade that slashed toward Jiang Liufeng. Vardo wished to assist, but the speed was too swift. It was already too late. Thud. The desert blade struck hard against Jiang Liufeng's back. Just as Crocodile was about to burst into laughter, he abruptly froze. The dust settled, revealing Jiang Liufeng's back, now entirely blackened. The crowd gasped, armament Haki. As Jiang Liufeng turned, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a hellish reaper, his gaze fixed menacingly on Crocodile. A mere exchange of glances sent shockwaves through Crocodile's heart. This was terrifying. Could he be a devil? Once a warlord of the sea, Crocodile had fought countless battles. Yet he knew that his only escape was to eliminate the man before him, for if Jiang Liufeng survived, it would surely be his own demise. Regret washed over him for having acted so hastily, but there was no turning back. In a flash, Crocodile unleashed his full power, attacking Jiang Liufeng with everything he had. Unfortunately, it seemed futile. Jiang Liufeng displayed no combat skill, relying solely on his overwhelming armament Haki, dismantling Crocodile's attacks with primal ferocity, advancing step by step. Crocodile was gripped by terror, drenched in sweat. When Jiang Liufeng shattered his final assault, grasping his throat and lifting him off the ground, the sensation of suffocation jolted him back to reality. At this moment, the usually ruthless Crocodile exhibited rare fear, a deep-rooted terror reflecting in his eyes, a sensation both peculiar and unsettling. Seeing this, Jiang Liufeng hesitated, his murderous intent waning as he donned a playful smile. I'll give you one last chance. If you act recklessly again, I won't hesitate to reveal your secret to everyone. Crocodile felt as though he were choking on bitter gall. He could hardly contain himself and, with gritted teeth, nodded in reluctant agreement. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng nodded with satisfaction. This marked a tentative alliance, and he would nurture this bond over time. After all, Crocodile believed he held the upper hand, but Jiang Liufeng was unperturbed by any potential upheaval. As for the secret, Jiang Liufeng was oblivious. It was merely a tactic to mislead him. With the affairs of the 6th level nearing completion, the next question was how to escape the underwater prison. As for Luffy's absence and Crocodile's inability to breach the ceiling, that was no longer his concern. From this day forth, Jiang Liufeng would be the protagonist. For the four of them, breaking out was as effortless as eating and drinking. It was no challenge at all. Surveying the area, he lamented the absence of Ace and Jinbe. With 3 companions in tow, he prepared to depart. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners grew anxious. Hey, don't leave without me. I'm strong too. Yes, I'm even stronger than Vardo. Take me with you. Jiang Liufeng turned a deaf ear to their pleas, disregarding those with dubious intentions. As they passed by Des Bonet's cell, Des glared at Jiang Liufeng, gritting his teeth. You little brat. If I ever get out, I will tear you apart with my own hands. Jiang Liufeng halted his steps, coldly staring at Daipeng. That day will come soon. I hope you don't wet your pants the moment you see me. Observing Daipeng's seemingly harmless expression and hearing his nonsensical words, Daipeng was baffled. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly noticed a change in Jiang Liufeng's demeanor. Instantly, an unprecedented and terrifying pressure enveloped him. Daipeng struggled for merely a second before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing and unconscious. Chapter 6. Give me 10 seconds hissed such formidable conqueror's Haki. Moreover, it is controlled with such finesse. It had just been directed at Daipeng. Even someone of Daipeng's caliber was rendered unconscious. This implies that young man's Haki has at least reached the level of the 4 emperors. The fearsome pirates stared in astonishment at the retreating figure of the youth, exclaiming in unison. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Liufeng, remained unaware of the shock and existential crisis that the former sea tyrants of the 6th level were experiencing. His immediate objective was to escape this cursed place swiftly, to avoid any unnecessary complications. He repeated his earlier actions, releasing all the prisoners from the 4th and 5th levels, together with those from the 2nd and 3rd levels. The chaos was now sufficiently vast, and escaping should be rather effortless. The reason he did not release the prisoners from the 6th level was that his goal was to create chaos and flee the prison, not to invite trouble. The individuals from the 6th level were notorious, and he had no desire to complicate matters for himself. As for the prisoners above the 5th level, their strength was manageable. The Navy certainly had the capability to suppress them, and they would serve as an adequate shield for him. Once everything was in order, he blended into the crowd with 2 companions, moving along with the tide toward the prison gates. Meanwhile, Magellan, who had been taught a lesson by Jiang Liufeng on the 4th level, finally regained his composure, driving back the relentless onslaught of lightning, and managed to close his body. This incident marked a significant low point in his career. It was truly embarrassing to have been defeated on his own turf. However, as the warden, he was not one to act impulsively. He needed to prioritize the bigger picture. He immediately ordered all guards to abandon their posts on the floors and concentrate all their forces at the rooftop gate, while swiftly establishing a communication line to request reinforcements. Hello, this is Sengoku. What is it, Magellan? Admiral, there is a grave crisis at Impel Down. An exceptionally powerful prisoner has escaped. He has released all prisoners from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels, and has freed the Red Count, Warlord, and Crocodile. I am doing my utmost to guard the prison gate, but I fear I cannot hold out for much longer. I have also sustained serious injuries. I am truly ashamed. Sengoku, who had been leisurely enjoying tea and dorayaki, nearly bit his tongue in shock. What? Crocodile? Warlord? The Red Count? Magellan is seriously injured? His expression turned dark as he nearly fainted. This cannot happen. The Red Count must not escape. If he does, he will become the 5th Emperor in no time. Reinforcements are on the way. You must hold on. Understood. With a click, Sengoku lost his composure, shouting for Kizaru to rush to Impel Down without delay, not allowing for questions. Hurry. We must be swift. The naval colonel napping at the entrance was startled by the furious shout and fell from his chair. He scrambled to his feet, responded, and dashed out. Who else is at headquarters? The sentry trembled and replied weakly, in addition to Admiral Kizaru. There are 5 other Vice Admirals, including Vice Admiral Garp. Have Garp come see me. The other 4 Vice Admirals must hasten to Impel Down for support. Yes. The sentry acknowledged and vanished in an instant. Sengoku was furious, his beard bristling. Who possesses the capability to wreak havoc at Impel Down? From Magellan's words. It seems this person is quite formidable. Calming down, Sengoku's keen intellect kicked in, and his pupils contracted. This is bad. Quickly, order Vice Admiral Garp to rush to Impel Down. A sense of deep unease surged within him, as if a formidable monster was about to emerge. Magellan. That is Magellan. A man so formidable that even the admirals found him troublesome when cornered. To seek help in such a subservient manner, and to be gravely injured. This clearly indicated the immense strength of the opponent. Sengoku's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. At the same time, Jiang Liufeng and his companions, mingling with the crowd, had already reached the 3rd level, where they sensed something amiss as no guards were suppressing the chaos. Suddenly, the fleeing prisoners slowed their pace. As confusion swept over the crowd, a chilling wail echoed from ahead. Shiryu, I command you to return and guard the entrance immediately. Magellan, it is precisely your incompetence that has led to this situation. You can guard it yourself. I will slay every one of these ignorant escapees and let the world know that no one can escape from Impel Down. Shiryu, our mission is to suppress and rehabilitate these prisoners, not to slaughter them. What you are doing is no different from the vicious pirates. Rainy Shiryu slowly inhaled from his cigar, then brandished his sword, discarding the earpiece with a violent smash underfoot. Rehabilitation? Teaching? Utterly ridiculous. For those who defy us, kill. In an instant, a crimson light flashed in his eyes, and a merciless intent to slaughter engulfed the entire 3rd level of the prison. The prisoners standing before him felt a shiver run down their spines. They sensed they were not facing a mere man, but a bloodthirsty beast, instinctively swallowing hard. Their legs trembled uncontrollably as they took hesitant steps back. Shiryu advanced relentlessly, slowly raising his blade. Criminals of this sinful era, death shall be your only liberation. Prepare to meet your end. With a furious roar, Shiryu vanished from sight, only to reappear amidst the crowd, a wolf among sheep. Each move he made was accompanied by sprays of blood and severed heads. The entire 3rd level seemed to transform into a hellish inferno, saturated with the stench of blood. Don't kill me. I'm not running anymore. I swear I won't run again. My hand. Help. I don't want to die. Please spare me. What is happening? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows slightly upon witnessing the terrified prisoner retreating in haste. He quickly unleashed his observation Haki to investigate the situation. The gruesome scene of massacre lay bare before him. Sharing a glance with the Red Count, they spoke in unison, Reign of Silhouette. I shall deal with him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Valdo volunteered immediately, puffing out his chest as he stepped forward. However, he was halted by Jiang Liufeng after just one stride. Our utmost priority is to escape. We cannot afford to squander time on this inconsequential character. Allow me to take action. The Red Count nodded in agreement. Valdo was left utterly bewildered. Inconsequential? Reign of Silhouette is inconsequential? Goodness, these 2 lunatics can't possibly be serious. looking at Jiang Liufeng, whose demeanor was calm and unruffled, and then at the Red Count, who wore a face that confirmed the sentiment. Valdo finally turned to Crocodile, who appeared entirely detached from the situation. In that moment, Valdo felt as though he had boarded a terrifyingly explosive pirate ship. Jiang Liufeng flashed a grin at him. "Give me 10 seconds. Chapter 7. The decimation of range. Shiryu. As the words fell, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a long streak of crackling lightning. Ha ha ha. Accept the baptism of blood. Foolish scoundrels." At this moment, Shiryu's face contorted with rage as he wielded his thunderstorm, reveling in the slaughter, when suddenly he sensed a formidable presence approaching. With a cold glare, he pivoted and unleashed a sword strike, sending a crimson blade of energy hurtling towards Jiang Liufeng's direction, claiming the lives of numerous criminals in its wake. The sword energy was peculiar. Although it mercilessly cut down many, it showed no signs of abating. Instead, after absorbing the blood of the slain, its power only intensified. Upon witnessing the sword energy barreling towards them, the criminals were paralyzed with terror, resigned to their fate as they closed their eyes, awaiting the inevitable demise at the hands of the ruthless blade. Just as despair reached its zenith, a blinding figure appeared before them, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. The brilliance of the lightning was overwhelming. Even those with their eyes shut found it excruciatingly bright. Boom. In an instant, the crimson blade collided with the newcomer. The prisoners, who had been prepared to lament Jiang Liufeng's gallant sacrifice, were now utterly astonished. What on earth was happening? Hey, that was Shiryu's strike. It was effortlessly deflected. This was absurd. The dazzling figure charged directly into the sword energy, not even raising a hand. It simply collided with the blade, dispersing it with ease. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the prisoners halted, captivated by awe, as their fear seemed to evaporate in the presence of that blinding white light. They forgot to flee. Rooted to the spot, their gazes following the figure as it turned towards Shiryu. Range. Shiryu was truly less impressive in person than in reputation. Is this all the strength he possesses? How dare he commit such atrocities here? Shiryu's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. Although that strike had been executed casually, utilizing less than 50% of his strength, it was certainly not something that could be dismissed so lightly. This individual was formidable. Suppressing his disdain, Shiryu shouted, "Identify yourself. I am the one who will slay you." Jiang Liufeng. Arrogant. Shiryu had no recollection of the last time someone had looked down on him so brazenly. In an instant, he vanished, his thunderstorm gleaming ominously, exuding an aura of malevolence. He leaped toward Jiang Liufeng, raising his weapon to deliver a devastating blow from above. However, Jiang Liufeng merely smiled dismissively, making no move to defend himself. Those surrounding them gasped, realizing he was courting death. This young man was far too overconfident. An older pirate shook his head in dismay. Indeed, after all, sword energy and direct strikes were two entirely different matters. Moreover, Shiryu wielded a thunderstorm, rumored to be one of the legendary supreme blades. The crowd sighed, as if they were about to witness Jiang Liufeng's head roll. Yet, just as the blade was about to connect with his head, Jiang Liufeng finally moved. He extended a hand, dark as iron and enveloped in lightning, slowly grasping the descending thunderstorm. The motion appeared slow, yet it transpired in a flash. "Is that all?" What? Shiryu gasped, followed by the astonished cries of the other prisoners. Catching a blade with one hand? My goodness. This is utterly dismissive of the Supreme Blade. Although it was merely rumored to be one of the legendary blades, the Supreme Blade was not something one could easily disregard. To catch it with one hand? This must be a joke. Seeing the astonished expressions of the onlookers, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of satisfaction. Haha. The shield of the 3 generations Thunder Shadow combined with the Pirate King's armament Haki is truly formidable. This is incredible. How is this possible? How can you, relying solely on your physical strength, catch my strike with such ease? This is impossible. In Shiryu's eyes, a figure emerged, one who could possess such raw strength. In his mind, there was only one person who could match this, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. You. Shiryu gasped, his mouth agape, as the cigar he had been holding slipped to the ground, as if foreshadowing an impending disaster. A great calamity was approaching. Jiang Liufeng grasped Lei firmly, a playful glint in his eyes as he inquired, "Is it my turn now?" As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of lightning enveloped Lei. Shiryu was caught off guard, the overwhelming current striking him with such intensity that smoke began to billow from his head, his body and bones convulsing erratically. In a short while, he was left trembling uncontrollably, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Jiang Liufeng's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of icy indifference. Such a murderous fiend could not be allowed to linger in this world. This time, Jiang Liufeng had no intention of sparing the man before him. Better to eliminate him now than to let Blackbeard wreak havoc upon the innocent. A fine blade. I shall accept it, he declared, seizing the thunderous weapon from the feeble grasp of Shiryu. In the next instant, the power of thunder entwined with the aura of armament Haki, forming a dual vortex that enveloped the blade. With a swift motion, he leveled the sword and aimed a decisive strike at Shiryu's head. Jiang Liufeng was resolute in his intent to kill, offering Shiryu no chance for resistance whatsoever. True to his expectations, Shiryu failed to register any response time. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck. When he next opened his eyes, the world spun chaotically, leaving him in a state of disbelief as death took hold. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a severed head hitting the ground echoed through the silence. All surrounding sounds ceased abruptly. Silence reigned. The entire third floor was enveloped in an eerie stillness. The prisoners were rendered utterly bewildered, as if trapped within a kaleidoscopic illusion. Was that not Shiryu of the Rain? Who among them was unaware of his notorious reputation? Although nominally the mightiest in Impel Down, he was truly the most fearsome incarnation of the Rain. A true harbinger of death, his formidable prowess and ruthless methods instilled terror in the hearts of many. And yet, here he lay, slain in an instant by this scarcely known youth, not yet 20. This was not how the tale was meant to unfold. Who was this godlike figure that had intruded upon their narrative? The speed of his assault was unfathomable. His physique, as resilient as iron and stone. His strikes, decisively lethal. His methods, merciless. The prisoners could scarcely conjure any words of praise. They gazed in awe at the man before them, whose presence was akin to that of a celestial being descended to earth, blinding them with his brilliance. Swift as the wind, surrounded by thunder, a divine weapon appeared. The Thunder God. They could only summarize their astonishment with this singular title. Unbeknownst to them, an excited voice erupted from the crowd. The Thunder God! The Thunder God! The Thunder God! Soon, the throng regained their composure and joined in the fervent chant. Although the prison doors had been thrown open, their hopes of escape had been tenuous at best. But now, with this godlike figure leading them, the flicker of self-deception ignited into a roaring flame. There truly was a chance to flee. Though they merely uttered 3 words, the fervor of their voices conveyed a wealth of emotions, intertwining hope, desperation, and exhilaration. Jiang Liufeng slowly retracted the trembling storm, to the extent that even the enchanted blade quivered in his presence. Chapter 8. The General reports. The Thunder God, perhaps? Quite impressive. A charming smile played upon his lips, suggesting great satisfaction with this appellation. The Crimson Count and Valdo approached him, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions, disbelief, excitement, and exhilaration. Even the perpetually disgruntled Lao Sha found himself awestruck by Jiang Liufeng's formidable prowess. Jiang Liufeng was indeed aware of the situation. Not only did he comprehend the gravity of it, but even he found himself astounded by the terrifying circumstances. He gently pressed his hands down, and the cheers gradually subsided. Those wishing to escape were welcome to follow in our wake. Whether they could make it out, however, depended solely on their own resolve. Without wasting another moment, he boldly forged ahead. Lo and behold, was my vision deceiving me? Following the flying Thunder God were none other than Waldo and Crocodile. And wait, was that the Red Count? A perceptive prisoner exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I too discerned that it was unmistakably the 3 of them. My goodness, what are we waiting for? Hurry and follow. Such a combination in a prison break is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Yes, indeed. If we miss this opportunity, we may never find another chance to escape. Seeing this, the crowd quickly tucked away the earlier exhilarating scene. The pressing matter at hand was to keep pace with the deity's strides, as it offered a glimmer of hope. The throngs surged forward, pushing and shoving, racing ahead. To falter at the starting line would be akin to losing everything. No one wished to lag behind, not even for a fleeting second. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Magellan clutched his still bleeding wound, his heart pounding with trepidation. This was utterly preposterous. Was Shiryu truly slain in a single stroke? Fear enveloped him. He was genuinely frightened. An emotion he had not felt in decades now arose before the youthful figure of no more than 20 years. Admiral, dispatch the Vice Admirals immediately. In the midst of his panic, he hastily picked up the phone and called Sengoku. What? Shiryu has been cut down? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. He could scarcely believe it was Magellan on the other end. Even the Red Count could not possibly dispatch Shiryu with a single blow. This was disastrous. How could such a monster exist in this world? Damn it. Why did our Navy not possess such a prodigy? Sengoku muttered an expletive as he hung up the phone. The usually composed and collected Sengoku had uncharacteristically let slip a curse. It was indeed a rare sight to behold. Clearly, a nationwide recruitment was urgently needed. It was high time to bolster the Navy's strength. He gazed into the distance, his expression deepening with worry. The weight of concern caused a few silver strands to appear amidst his dark, lustrous hair. Truth be told, he had grasped the gravity of the situation. Even the yellow ape would struggle to contain the threat. The Red Count alone was already formidable enough, and with the likes of Waldo and Crocodile, beings of extraordinary power, aiding him, it seemed the Navy might truly face a grave crisis. With a heavy heart, he shouted outside for Akiji to cut his vacation short, and for Akainu, no, rather, for Sakazuki, to return from the New World at once. At the entrance of Impel Down, thousands of prisoners led by Jiang Liufeng surged forth. Magellan observed as several fallen guards lay incapacitated, while countless anguished cries filled the air from the injured jailers and marines. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as his gaze fell upon the 4 figures now embroiled in the fray, increasing his sense of trepidation. Yet, as fate would have it, Jiang Liufeng stood in the midst of chaos, his demeanor remarkably unperturbed, as if he were strolling through a tranquil garden. With a beaming smile, he approached Magellan. The guards, having gleaned through the surveillance in the earlier conversation with Sengoku, were acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's prowess, coupled with the formidable presence of Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count by his side, who would dare confront him. Thus, one by one, they pretended not to notice and directed their efforts towards the remaining prisoners. I certainly did not shirk my duties. There were simply too many prisoners to manage. Magellan understood the absurdity of the situation, a rueful smile creeping onto his face. Were it not for my role as warden, I too would wish to feign ignorance towards this anomaly. Warden, how delightful to see you again. I trust you have been well. After a prolonged absence, Jiang Liufeng's mocking tone made Magellan wish to vanish into thin air. However, he was bound by duty. He was not one to neglect his responsibilities, nor was he a mere figurehead. Resolutely, he prepared to confront the situation, even if it meant risking his life to detain just one or two of these individuals. At that moment, Vice Warden Domino stepped forward, positioning herself defiantly before Magellan. Do not be so arrogant. Evil can never triumph over justice. Beside her, Hannibal covered his eyes, disappointment etched on his face as he lamented. What a splendid opportunity you are obstructing. If Magellan falls, I could ascend to power. Oops, did I just let that slip? No one heard that, right? The sounds of battle abruptly ceased as everyone turned to listen. We all heard it. The deafening roar echoed, causing Hannibal's mouth to twitch. Seriously, must it be this dramatic? At that moment, the grand gates of the sea slowly swung open, revealing 4 imposing warships gliding into view. Upon witnessing this, Magellan and the cadre of prison guards and marines displayed expressions of elation. Reinforcements had arrived. Fixing his gaze, he noted the presence of Vice Admirals Ghost Spider, Daikichi, Bastille, and Fire Mountain standing boldly at the helm, their capes emblazoned with the word justice billowing in the wind, and the deck brimming with armed Navy elite. They appeared quite formidable indeed. With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Liufeng inquired, "Is there an issue?" Instantly, 3 figures aligned behind him in perfect formation. No problem. As soon as the words left his lips, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Baldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count, Feng, could hardly contain their eagerness as they launched themselves forward, each selecting a vice admiral to engage in battle. Jiang Liufeng shrugged and mused to himself, is running fast truly beneficial? What truly matters is resolving matters swiftly. With a slight smirk, he surged forth towards the remaining major general, seizing the opportunity while the 4 formidable warriors departed. A group of prison guards hastily carried Magellan away to tend to his injuries. To be candid, Magellan was already at the end of his strength. His continued presence was solely due to his extraordinary willpower, and the notion of him rejoining the battle was utterly implausible. Meanwhile, the 4 major generals aboard the warship were posturing, astonished to discover that the prisoners were unexpectedly ferocious, daring to counterattack instead of fleeing upon their arrival. They appeared bewildered. What is happening? Are today's prisoners truly this fierce? How can they dare to charge at the major generals? Have we captured them, or have they captured us? For a moment, the situation left Bastille and Fire Mountain utterly perplexed. Chapter 9. It is time for me to act. The Phantom Spider rolled his eyes and remarked, "Can you all be a bit more serious? Are we playing a game?" Big Mac waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Hey, what's there to be serious about? They're just a bunch of small fry." Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock as he recognized the approaching figures. What the? Crocodile? Waldo? The Red Count? Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 were taken aback. Among them, Big Mac had the sharpest gaze, if he said it was them. It was most likely true. The 4 figures, 3 advancing and 1 trailing, charged fiercely towards their dock, unmistakably Jiang Liufeng and his companions. "Count, it is yours," Jiang Liufeng declared, generously tossing the thunderstorm to the Red Count, knowing that the Count was a master swordsman, while he lacked any swordsmanship skills himself. It was better to help him shine. "The thunderstorm, you say? It feels rather delightful," the Red Count replied with a faint smile, sensing the surge of ominous energy emanating from the weapon, which suited him well. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike, sending a ferocious crimson sword orchestrate towards the 4 warships. With a swift slash, the enormous warships were cleaved in half. The hulls tilted, and the naval officers aboard tumbled chaotically into the water, their predicament utterly miserable. Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened. This old man truly possessed remarkable skills. The 4 major generals wore extremely grim expressions. Damn it, Sengoku did not clarify the situation. Such a terrifying combination surely warranted the dispatch of a great general for suppression. Even if they could manage to subdue others, how could anyone withstand the Red Count? They hastily abandoned their vessels and leaped onto the dock. The Ghost Spider seized a flustered major by the collar, urging him to immediately find a way to contact headquarters and summon a great general. "Yes," the major replied, hastily searching for the telephone bug. With little time to prepare, the 4 had already charged forward. Without a word, the Red Count brandished his sword, aiming directly at the Ghost Spider. Having witnessed the world, the Ghost Spider momentarily hesitated but quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, his hair began to writhe, transforming into 8 tentacles. Resembling a spider indeed, each tentacle brandished a knife, and with the one in his hand, he engaged the Red Count in a fierce duel with his 9-sword style. Old Shah wasted no time in confronting Bastille, and a fierce battle ensued. Old Sha unleashed his full abilities, while Bastile's armed color Haki proved formidable, leading to an intense standoff between the two. Meanwhile, Waldo faced off against the Inu Nomi user, Barleytown. Not only was Barleytown a capable user, but he was also well-versed in the Navy's 6 styles, showcasing a solid foundation as a major general. The encounter proved to be a match of equals, with both relying on speed to secure victory. Instantly, they exchanged dozens of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. At that moment, the one who appeared most relaxed was the seemingly harmless Fire Mountain, who gazed at the obscure little brat before him, feeling quite bored. However, with all the worthy opponents taken, he could only resort to bullying the weaker ones. All right, little brat, I have no desire to torment you. Just lie down and cover your head to avoid further pain, he declared. The surrounding Navy personnel erupted in laughter. Haha, a little brat who hasn't even sprouted hair dares to imitate others in escaping prison? How foolish to charge toward the esteemed Major General. They jeered. Is this the legendary saying, when there's a path to heaven, you refuse to take it, yet you willingly rush towards the gates of hell? Surrender now, little brat, or the Major General will beat you so hard you'll lose your bowels. However, Jiang Liufeng could only shake his head and sigh. You Navy officers truly lack substance. Such a nonsensical remark left everyone momentarily stunned. Fire Mountain, with a smile, inquired, little brat, what do you mean? Jiang Liufeng gazed at him as if he were a fool. Has your headquarters sent you out without even providing basic intelligence? For instance, who among the escapees is the foremost? Huashishin paused momentarily, surveying the group of Navy personnel, before erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, little brat. You don't mean to suggest that you are stronger than those maritime overlords, do you? He wiped tears from his eyes, pointing towards the Red Count and his companions as he spoke. To his astonishment, Jiang Liufeng solemnly nodded, which only made Huashishin laugh harder. Ha ha ha, I say. You are on the brink of death, yet still flaunting your bravado. I truly wonder where you draw such confidence from. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's expression turned icy. Do you intend to kill me? Surrendering is one thing, but to resist stubbornly is a different matter entirely. Very well. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Liufeng's figure vanished from sight. In an instant, he appeared before Huashishin, a smirk on his face as he unleashed his most formidable strike, the strongest spear. Penetrating with 4 fingers, Huashishin was no ordinary individual. He was a model figure among the Navy, renowned for his prowess among the Vice Admirals. When he sensed the impending crisis, he instinctively reacted, crossing his arms in front of his chest while enveloping himself in armament Haki. Just as he completed this maneuver, an overwhelming force surged towards him. Bang! The strongest spear struck his arm with tremendous force. Despite the protection of armament Haki, he could not fend off this terrifying blow, which sent waves of pain coursing through him. The residual impact propelled him over 10 meters away before he finally came to a halt. A look of astonishment filled Huashishin's eyes. So powerful. The group of Navy officers who had mocked Jiang Liufeng fell silent, retracting their necks in disbelief. How foolish they had been to ridicule such a formidable warrior. The arriving Navy personnel were all elite members of the headquarters, possessing discerning eyes that quickly recognized Jiang Liufeng's exceptional abilities. It was remarkable that he had just now, without even utilizing Haki, sent a Vice Admiral flying with a single strike. In Jiang Liufeng's heart, he regarded his opponent with newfound respect. A Vice Admiral truly possesses extraordinary capabilities. He had unleashed his full speed, and even without employing Haki, had delivered a powerful blow at a time when his opponent underestimated him, catching him off guard. Even so, Huashishin had instinctively reacted to defend himself, showcasing the opponent's strength and combat experience. Taking a deep breath, Huashishin forced down the tingling pain in his chest. His expression turned serious as he drew his saber, shedding any semblance of underestimation. Seeing his opponent adopt a serious demeanor, Jiang Liufeng was momentarily taken aback. Had he indeed been underestimated? He scoffed. Do you really think you can fight me? Huashishin's face darkened. Just now, I was careless. If it comes to a real fight, Jiang Liufeng waved his hand to interrupt him. If it came to a fight, bringing you down would be a matter of mere moments. Such arrogance. Indeed. Having just ambushed our Vice Admiral, do you truly believe you possess the capability? When the Vice Admiral becomes serious, it is no laughing matter. Before Huashishin could speak, a group of Navy officers were already seething with indignation. They could no longer tolerate Jiang Liufeng's blatant disregard for authority. Jiang Liufeng shook his head ambiguously, as if to dismiss the matter. What do you mean by dismiss? Huashishin inquired, furrowing his brow. It's nothing, Jiang Liufeng replied, and in an instant, he found himself standing before Huashishin once more. Let me give you a heads up. I am about to strike. Chapter 10. The defeat of the 4 generals. Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a subtle smirk as swirling black and white energies enveloped his form. The thunderous might of his conqueror's Haki was fully prepared. Meanwhile, Huashishin narrowed his eyes, sensing the urgency, and unleashed his own fully empowered armament Haki. Without hesitation, he launched an offensive finger pistol. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The left hand continuously thrust forward, targeting Jiang Liufeng's vital points with precision. Jiang Liufeng clasped his hands before his chest, refraining from making a move. Relying solely on his observation Haki, he deftly evaded the attacks, mocking, "Too slow. Hua Xiaoshan, is this all you can do? Pick up the pace." "Yes, faster." Hua Xiaoshan's face darkened. As a proud vice admiral of the Navy, how could he endure being toyed with? Even the surrounding Navy personnel began to sense something amiss. It appeared that the vice admiral was not dominating the battle, but rather being humiliated. What staggering disparity in strength must exist for such mockery to unfold? This was a nightmare. How could someone so terrifyingly powerful exist? This youth appeared to be barely 20. Contemplating Jiang Liufeng's future growth, the Navy could only dread the formidable figure they would ultimately face. A potential new emperor of the sea would emerge. Despair washed over the onlookers. At some point, it seemed Jiang Liufeng had grown bored. He intercepted Hua Xiaoshan's attack, gripping the hand that wielded the finger gun tightly. With a sudden surge of force, a sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. Hua Xiaoshan, in pain, hastily kicked out. Lanji, bang. To his dismay, the kick failed to pose any threat, as Jiang Liufeng's other hand seized it with equal tenacity. A profound sense of crisis enveloped him. In a panic, he attempted to employ a dodging technique. Yet, facing Jiang Liufeng, who no longer wished to play, escape was futile. The strongest spear. A single thrust. This time, Jiang Liufeng infused his attack with Haki, evidently unwilling to grant any mercy. Iron block. Steel. Bang. Uft. Hua Xiaoshan's last words echoed, then silence fell. Even with armed Haki and the Navy's 6-style's strongest defense, iron block, he appeared feeble and powerless against Jiang Liufeng's piercing strike. As the dust settled, Jiang Liufeng slowly withdrew his arm, revealing a gaping wound in Hua Xiaoshan's chest, the relentless lightning energy still sizzling ominously. Thud. Within minutes of engagement, a vice admiral lay gravely injured, his fate uncertain. Many Navy personnel, unable to withstand the overwhelming fear, collapsed, their mouths agape, trembling, unable to utter another word. Perhaps only they knew the depths of their terror towards Jiang Liufeng and the magnitude of his strength. The suddenness of the event was unfathomable, leaving them wishing to slap themselves awake from what felt like a dream. How could this be? It was impossible. Tell me this is a dream. That was a vice admiral. How could this happen? He is merely a child. How could he possess such terrifying strength? We underestimated him. What he said was true. It is highly likely. He is the strongest here. The Navy collectively came to this realization, exclaiming in unison. I told you from the beginning. But you refused to believe me. I cannot help that. Jiang Liufeng shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. The Navy swallowed hard, instinctively retreating. Keeping 100 meters away from Jiang Liufeng, none daring to approach him again. Have you managed to deal with it? Are you masters or merely slowpokes? I must clarify. My ship does not accommodate the weak. With evident impatience, Jiang Liufeng called out towards the red count. The 6 combatants, engrossed in their fight, turned to Jiang Liufeng upon hearing his voice. What they saw left them nearly speechless. What was happening? They had barely begun, and it was already over? The red count and his companions, having previously witnessed Jiang Liufeng's monstrous abilities, felt somewhat prepared for this spectacle. However, for the likes of Ghost Spider, it was utterly terrifying. At a glance, Jiang Liufeng appeared unscathed, while Hua Xiaoshan lay on the ground, charred and bloodied, his life hanging in the balance. What did this signify? It indicated that Hua Xiaoshan had been utterly crushed, annihilated. The implications were profound. While one might excuse their underestimation of this youth, caught off guard, Hua Xiaoshan was a vice admiral of the Navy, an unassailable powerhouse in his own right. Even if an admiral were to engage him, finding an angle for a decisive strike would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, it became clear that this was no mere child before them. He was a veritable demon. His strength likely surpassed theirs. In that moment of shock, the trio was swiftly targeted by the Red Count and his companions, who unleashed their powerful attacks. The most unfortunate was the Black Spider, who, already on the defensive, was struck directly by a sword chi, knocked to the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, it was merely sword chi, and his mastery of armed Haki saved him from being cleaved in two. The other 2 also suffered significant injuries, though they remained conscious. Their capacity to continue fighting was severely hampered. Whether near or far, the Navy and the fugitives alike felt a surge of trepidation as 2 vice admirals lay incapacitated. The 4 formidable beings were extraordinary. Navy, today let us see if you can maintain your arrogance after trying to capture me. Prepare to face your doom. Flying Thunder God is phenomenal. Incredible. Flying Thunder God is amazing. The Red Count is amazing. Crocodile is amazing. Waldo is amazing. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The fugitives' morale soared while the Navy's spirits plummeted. Just as the tides turned and the fugitives prepared to break through the Navy's defenses, a furious roar and a calm voice resonated simultaneously. Prisoners, do not be reckless. Carp is here. Oh, it seems I have arrived a tad late. From beyond the great gate of the sea, yet another warship emerged, and from the sky, a golden light descended at an incomprehensible speed. It was none other than the true embodiment of the Navy's strength, its backbone. Carp, the Navy hero. Yellow Ape, one of the 3 admirals. Chapter 11, Just Acting Foolish. The previously divided factions suddenly switched sides. The fervent fugitives instantly deflated, while the dispirited Navy erupted in cheers. Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. This was becoming an endless cycle of troubles. To be honest, he found these two individuals the most troublesome within the Navy, and now both had arrived simultaneously. He was reluctant to waste any more time. Since he had emerged, retreating was the best option. There was a vast world of opportunities awaiting him outside. Who knew if after dealing with these two, the other admirals, or even Sengoku and the elders, would come next? After all, the proximity to the naval headquarters ensured swift reinforcements, ultimately leading to one's own detriment. With a calculated resolve, he snapped his fingers. Retreat. Thus, he fled with 3 companions. The tardy Admiral Kizaru, witnessing the instigator's escape, would not let this transgression go unpunished. After all, appearances must be maintained. 8-foot mirror. In an instant, he executed a technique of lightspeed movement, appearing before the group. Amaterasu Cloud Sword. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a resplendent golden sword materialized, cleaving down upon the foremost Jiang Liufeng. Come on! Jiang Liufeng bellowed, surging with lightning energy. With his Haki fully unleashed, he engaged in a fierce battle with Kizaru. The Admiral, momentarily taken aback, mused, this kid possesses some intrigue. Clang. The clash of fist and sword ignited a dazzling display of light, nearly blinding the onlookers. Goodness, how is this possible? They gasped, astonished that a single strike had resulted in a stalemate with an admiral. A prodigy indeed, as 2 unparalleled warriors clashed. None dared to miss the spectacle, ceasing their own skirmishes to witness this extraordinary event. They exchanged blows in the air, neither gaining the upper hand after dozens of exchanges. Jiang Liufeng, relying solely on his formidable arms, felt a stir of inspiration upon witnessing Kizaru's impressive swordsmanship. It seemed he would need a weapon of his own to match this caliber. To think an admiral could be considered a worthy opponent, what audacity. Yet, the reality was undeniable. With just his bare hands, he was evenly matched against Kizaru. The admiral, accustomed to relying on his devil fruit powers, found himself challenged by Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming Haki, rendering him momentarily at a loss. Not far off, a warship approached, helmed by the stalwart hero Garp. His hair touched with gray and radiating justice, standing tall like a beacon. Jiang Liufeng felt the weight of the situation. After all, this was their territory. He was confident in his ability to contend with both adversaries, yet he knew it would demand considerable time. More reinforcements would arrive, and they would only grow stronger. Prolonging this conflict would be unwise. After a series of exchanges, Jiang Liufeng, unwilling to linger in battle, summoned his might, and, with a powerful thrust of his strongest attack, repelled Kizaru. Without hesitation, he darted towards a nearby warship, severing its mast with a single blow. Come aboard. The Red Count and his companions reacted swiftly, leaping onto the severed mast as soon as the command was issued. Jiang Liufeng unleashed a powerful kick, propelling the straight pole forward like a javelin. Admiral Kizaru. Until we meet again. With a final declaration, he exerted his legs, launching himself into the air to pursue the rapidly advancing pole. Kizaru, momentarily bewildered, wondered how they had managed to slip away so suddenly. 8-foot Chiongoyu. Yet, he had no intention of letting them escape so easily. After all, one must commit fully to a performance, mustn't one? Suddenly, the sky sparkled with twinkling stars, instantly shooting towards Jiang Liufeng and his companions at a speed far exceeding that of the pole. It seemed imminent that they would catch up, turning the fleeing group into a hive of chaos. Waldo! Jiang Liufeng shouted. Waldo understood the cue instantly. 20-fold acceleration. He slapped the pole, increasing its speed 20-fold. And in a flash, it vanished from sight. There, running away. Truly running away. The onlookers were astonished. The legendary figure had truly escaped from Impel down. Well, it's like a dragon entering the sea, a tiger returning to the mountain. The new world is going to be exhilarating. Flying Thunder God! Flying Thunder God! The escapees, witnessing the four successfully evade capture, were ecstatic, as if they themselves had broken free. Wow, they really ran fast. There's no way to catch up now, Kizaru lazily remarked, showing no intention of pursuit. In contrast, Old Man Carp was arriving quite slowly at the scene. Carp rolled his eyes, visibly irate. You brat Kizaru. Sengoku specifically said you were the first to be notified. Why did you arrive so late? My 4 vice admirals have sustained injuries because of this. Oops, I must have misheard. I thought the marshal sent me to Justice Island. Kizaru replied nonchalantly. Carp nearly stumbled at this revelation. That doesn't justify your tardiness. Even if you went to the wrong place, with your abilities, you shouldn't have taken this long to get from Justice Island to here. Oh, what can I say? I waited at Justice Island for ages and found nothing amiss. I just kept hearing the din-din mushy ringing without anyone speaking, Kizaru shrugged. Carp's eyes twitched in disbelief. You didn't just shout into the black din-din mushy for ages, did you? Kizaru nodded earnestly. Carp was utterly speechless. It was clear Kizaru was just trying to shirk responsibility. Who doesn't he know that? Ask the readers if they don't know. Stop playing the fool. Too exasperated to deal with this intoxicated fool any longer, Carp's muscles tensed, his fist clenched tightly, his coat billowing as if ready to unleash catastrophic power. He glared in the direction where the 4 had fled, his ire rising. I will see you pirates brought to justice. Just wait. At this point, all he could do was vent his frustration, but the 4 had vanished without a trace. However, there were still those he could deal with. His gaze shifted from the horizon to the group of escapees nearby. Whoa. The escapees jolted in fear, realizing their predicament. They had momentarily forgotten that they were also fugitives. Under Carp's fierce glare, the more timid among them nearly wet themselves. Hey now, everyone, let's take a breather. We've had enough fresh air. Let us return and reflect on our actions. One quick-witted prisoner blurted out as he prepared to slip back into Impel down. You can scatter all you want, Carp roared, directing his fury at these hapless individuals. With a swing of his iron fist, he sent their heads spinning. The Navy was equally furious. Today was a disgrace. A black mark. So utterly humiliating. They too turned their ire towards these seemingly innocent prisoners. Soon, the sounds of wails echoed throughout Impel down. From the entrance to the 5th level as prisoners scrambled in panic. What have we done to deserve this? I'm done with this bit part. Chapter 12. What does this kid mean? Later that evening in Water 7, get in the car, Robin. I never thought you, who has been on the run for half your life, would face a day of despair, someone chuckled. Robin remained silent, her face a mask of resolve. If my death can ensure the safety of my comrades, then I would consider it a small contribution in my lifetime. With this thought, Robin's expression hardened. Is not the act of nobly facing death rooted in the desire to protect something profoundly cherished? With this conviction, Robin resolutely boarded what felt like a train to hell. Observing from a hidden corner, Sanji exhaled a deep puff of smoke, anxiety etched on his face. Where are they? Why haven't they arrived yet? Chopper. Have you notified everyone? At that moment, 4 figures approached, a burly man with horns and a tall, angular-nosed youth carrying 2 others on their shoulders. Making their way towards the sea train. It was CP9, returning with Frankie and Usopp. Lucci glanced at the clock and urged the group. Let us pick up the pace. We've been instructed that the sea gods will arrive early. We must board the sea train and leave to avoid being trapped on the island. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and quickened their steps. At the dock, the area was bustling with world government personnel and Navy members, almost filling the entire space. As CP9 prepared to depart, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Finally, we've arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Water 7. Reward, 1 trunk of the world tree. The next check-in location is Justice Island. At last, they had arrived. The journey had been one where each had showcased their unique skills. Jiang Liufeng could effortlessly traverse the water's surface, a feat that posed no challenge for him, especially considering he possessed the 3rd generation of the Lightning Shadow panel. Lao Sha, fully unleashed, could glide at low altitudes, albeit with the slightly awkward Waldo strapped to his back. This arrangement was somewhat tolerable. The most unfortunate among them was the Red Count, who, at his advanced age, was forced to swim laboriously through the sea with his frail limbs. Initially, Jiang Liufeng had intended to carry the old man, for Lao Sha's ability was not true flight but rather a clever manipulation of sand, allowing it to be lifted by the wind's whims. Carrying the robust Waldo was already a considerable strain, leaving Jiang Liufeng with no choice but to let the old man rely on his own strength. However, the old man was quite stubborn, insisting on doing it himself, which led to this scene of swimming. As for this uniquely spirited elder, Jiang Liufeng found it difficult to form an opinion. With a bit of leisure time, he decided to delve into his backpack to inspect the state of the world tree's trunk. Upon clicking to view the world tree within his pack, he was taken aback. His eyes sparkled with newfound intrigue. Jiang Liufeng initially believed that the trunk of the world tree was merely a material for shipbuilding. However, he did not anticipate the existence of something known as a tree spirit. The trunk of the world tree, a wondrous entity from another realm, is imbued with a tree spirit that possesses autonomous control and restorative capabilities over anything crafted from it. The tree spirit operates solely according to the will of its binder. Consequently, both the shipwright and the helmsman are spared from the burdens of intricate thought. This is akin to gaining a remarkably powerful ally. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Valdo beside him gave his shoulder a gentle pat and said, "Boss, stop daydreaming. There's something happening." Jiang Liufeng could not help but raise his head to survey his surroundings. The moment he looked up, his brow furrowed in concern. The entire dock was crowded with members of the world government and the Navy, all regarding him and his companions with grave expressions. What could these individuals possibly want? Why do they seem so familiar? Indeed, could it be Crocodile, Waldo, the Red Count? The Navy officers, upon realizing the identities of these notorious figures, trembled in fear, exclaiming in alarm. However, they remained oblivious to the presence of the young Jiang Liufeng. Yet, the CP9, belonging to a specialized department, was far more informed than these mere bystanders. At the very moment news broke at Navy headquarters, Lucci had already acquired the fundamental details about Jiang Liufeng. 3 days prior, he had caused a tremendous uproar in Impel Down, single-handedly releasing prisoners from the 2nd to the 5th levels, including the likes of Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count. He had defeated Magellan, severed the chain of Range Lu, severely injured Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, and escaped unscathed from Admiral Kizaru. For the first time, he had been placed on the wanted list, with an initial bounty set at a staggering 250 million berries. Jiang Liufeng, the Thunder God. At that moment, he was perusing a document and reading it aloud to the others, his expression growing increasingly serious. He had received this information early on, yet he never anticipated the uncanny coincidence of encountering such an exceptionally powerful group at this critical juncture. stirring an unsettling feeling within him. Was it truly coincidence? Or was their presence here intentional? Simultaneously, Jiang Liufeng surveyed the scene around him and began to comprehend the situation. CP9, Water City Dock. The gods of the sea, wasn't this precisely the setting where Robin had been taken away? However, for him, these matters were of little consequence. Our purpose here is to construct our own warship. The priority is to locate Ace Bug first. With a decisive wave of his hand, Jiang Liufeng urged his companions to leave. Lucci furrowed his brow, observing the ostentatious approach of a group towards them. Indeed, they were here to wreak havoc. He immediately called out to the representatives of the world government, instructing the train conductor to depart at once. The representative of the world government, sensing the danger emanating from the four individuals, did not dare to hesitate. He promptly dispatched someone to notify the conductor to prepare for departure. As he watched the Navy and world government members hastily board the train, Jiang Liufeng's brow knitted in thought. I have no time to squander on these insignificant figures. I hope they do not seek trouble. Escaped convicts Jiang Liufeng, Crocodile, Waldo, and the Red Count. You possess quite the audacity, not hiding like common rats after your escape, but daring to roam freely? Lucci was the first to strike, addressing the group just as they were about to pass by. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. How audacious of CP9 to dare challenge them. A playful smile crept across his face as he inquired, So, what is your intention? Since fate has brought us together, I shall naturally take you all down. Do you believe you possess the capability to do so? You will soon find out. Lucy commanded his companions to line up, preparing for a one-on-one confrontation, the atmosphere charged with impending conflict. In stark contrast to Jiang Liufeng's nonchalant demeanor, Lucy's expression was far from pleasant. After all, the individuals before him were indeed formidable adversaries. He released Frankie and Usopp, while the four of them remained tense, harboring no sense of underestimation, for these opponents were truly exceptional fighters. Kaku, I entrust the Red Count to you. Do not think of defeating him, merely entangle him. Bruno, you handle Vardo, just withstand his attacks. Califa, you take on Crocodile. I shall swiftly deal with this newcomer and come to your aid, taking them down one by one. With a slight puff, Lucy's annoyance flared upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's calm and smiling countenance. What was this kid's game? Chapter 13, a hasty retreat possessing the three types of Haki akin to Roger. Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki was remarkably potent. At that moment, Lucy's thoughts were, of course, not beyond his perception. Upon hearing Lucy's intent to swiftly eliminate him and then systematically dismantle his comrades, Jiang Liufeng remained unfazed. Jiang Liufeng, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Do you really hold yourself in such high regard? He remarked, raising an eyebrow at Lucci. What do you mean? A fugitive dares to act arrogantly before CP9? Shouldn't you surrender? Surrender? You think I would submit to you? Enough of your idle chatter. Let us engage. With tensions escalating, both sides were poised for confrontation. As if a battle could erupt at any moment. The sea breeze blew coldly, and not far away, the ocean crashed violently against the dock, sending waves towering over 10 meters high, serving as a catalyst for the impending conflict. The 8 individuals, who had been locked in a standoff, finally sprang into action. Attack! Lucci bellowed, charging directly at Jiang Liufeng. Simultaneously, the 3 behind him moved into action, each pursuing their designated targets as per their hastily devised plan. In contrast, Jiang Liufeng remained remarkably at ease. Aside from him, these 3 were seasoned warriors, having long since come to terms with life and death. To them, these so-called CP9 members were merely youngsters. With a playful smile adorning his face, Jiang Liufeng contemplated how to toy with them for greater amusement. However, now that he possessed strength, his patience was not as abundant. He yearned to engage with these renowned figures he had once encountered. Dismissing the 3, he charged forward, eager to resolve the matter single-handedly. Ironically, the CP9 members disregarded him entirely, brushing past him to confront the 3 behind. This left Lucci to face him alone. What? You underestimate me? Jiang Liufeng's expression darkened. Even more frustrating was Lucci's blatant disrespect, as he launched a seemingly powerful kick aimed at Jiang Liufeng's face. Convinced that it would suffice to bring him down, Jiang Liufeng stood his ground, even without employing his imposing aura or the lightning shield. Solely relying on the formidable physical attributes of the third-generation Raikage, he withstood a powerful kick from Lucci. Bang! How could this be? Lucci was left dumbfounded. A group of onlookers from the marine world, who had yet to board their vehicles, were equally astounded. They were well aware of Lucci's immense strength. Yet this young man managed to endure the forceful kick merely through sheer resilience, which was indeed astonishing. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, rubbed his head, and twisted his neck, remarking, Is that all there is? Goodness, must one be so ostentatious? Upon hearing this, the onlookers rolled their eyes. Commander Lucci was exceptionally adept in the 6 powers of the Navy. How could he be dismissed so casually? Yet, observing the young man's demeanor, it seemed he was genuinely unpretentious. Could it be? Was he truly unscathed? The gravity of the situation began to dawn on them. Initially, they were merely shocked. But upon further reflection, their faces turned pale with fear. Lucci, seething with rage, felt utterly humiliated, as someone who always considered himself a prodigy. How dare Amiris KP presume to show off before me? Die. Shave. as Jiang Liufeng's eyes gleamed with newfound awareness. He realized that the power of this razor-like strike surpassed even that of Luqi's formidable kicks, as Luqi launched a kick imbued with the sound of slicing air. Its tremendous force was unmistakable. This time, Jiang Liufeng summoned a lightning barrier, effortlessly deflecting the blow. Moreover, the potency of the lightning coursed through Luqi's body, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, shaking his head in confusion. What is happening? A wielder of abilities? The initial announcement had merely addressed Jiang Liufeng, providing no detailed account of his capabilities, leaving even the specialized CP9 division unaware of the true extent of his power and tactics. Luqi's misfortune lay in this ignorance. Initially dismissing this mere escapee as inconsequential, he was utterly taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength, which exceeded his wildest expectations. Observing his three companions, it was evident that they could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were being toyed with by the trio of superiors. While Luqi still possessed some strategies, his allies had exhausted their options, and if this continued, it would jeopardize their mission. Gazing at the train that had already distanced itself, Luqi felt a twinge of retreat. "Bruno!" he shouted, exerting every ounce of strength to create distance between himself and Jiang Liufeng. Years of collaboration had fostered a profound understanding among them, and Bruno instantly grasped Luqi's intent. He promptly employed his iron block to withstand Wald's barrage, using his powers to vanish from sight. The remaining two also unleashed their abilities, managing to buy a fleeting moment of respite as they regrouped. When Bruno reappeared, he had activated a portal, materializing behind the trio. They hastily entered, making their escape in a state of disarray. "Ah, the door fruit. I almost forgot about that." Jiang Liufeng shrugged nonchalantly. After all, Bruno was rarely in the spotlight. His appearance unremarkable, and his strength rather lackluster. Jiang Liufeng had nearly overlooked his possession of such a remarkable fruit ability. Nevertheless, the next objective was indeed Judicial Island, where he intended to eliminate this group entirely, rendering the current situation inconsequential. "You three inept fools. How could you let them escape?" Jiang Liufeng rolled his eyes, oblivious to the fact that the trio had not exerted their full potential. In response, the Red Count displayed overt disdain, while Crocodile dismissed the matter as unworthy of his attention. Only Wald, with a resigned shrug, spread his hands, stating, "Boss, there is nothing we can do. These individuals are simply too weak. Lacking abilities and even the will to harness Haki, they would be defeated by the slightest effort." Jiang Liufeng contemplated for a moment and decided not to dwell on the matter with them. Instead, he resolved to head directly to Judicial Island to confront them. Once there, they would indeed become somewhat stronger, adding a touch of intrigue to the encounter. Jiang Liufeng clasped his hands before his chest and spoke softly. He would spare no one who dared to challenge him. After all, one must eradicate the roots of a problem lest it sprout anew with the spring breeze. Moreover, he was already intent on visiting Judicial Island. The trio was taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's words, yet he had little desire to elaborate. It was best to first consult Acebag on shipbuilding matters. They had no objections, as the shipbuilding craftsmanship of Water 7 was unparalleled, making their visit entirely reasonable. Little did they know, however, that Jiang Liufeng possessed the necessary materials, and they merely assumed he was planning to extort someone. What else could he do if not extort? Despite being a formidable team, they were still lacking in finances. Chapter 14. The Might of a Single Fist. After the battle concluded, Sanji, who had been hiding in the corner, was drenched in sweat, even dropping his cigarette to the ground due to his inability to close his mouth in astonishment. What kind of monstrous beings had emerged? Was that not Crocodile? The others seemed even more formidable. A myriad of questions and the spectacular scene made Sanji forget about chasing the train. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed only the unconscious Usopp, with even Frankie having been taken away. Steeling himself, he realized that overthinking was futile. The immediate priority was to locate his companions. He hastily carried Usopp and departed. The iceberg was it. How was it faring? Jiang Liufeng navigated effortlessly to Acebag's office, his spoiler attribute granting him precise knowledge of everyone's whereabouts. Upon entering the disheveled office and seeing the injured Acebag, Jiang Liufeng understood what had transpired moments ago. "Who are you?" Acebag, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of trouble, could only express his confusion. "Do not misunderstand. I am not an agent of the world government. I come to discuss shipbuilding," Jiang Liufeng said with a smile. Acebag's expression soured instantly. Surely this person was here to cause chaos. Did he not see the current situation? "I'm afraid we will not be able to commence any work recently. You should seek another establishment." As soon as he finished speaking, Acebag's pupils contracted upon noticing Crocodile and Waldo behind Jiang Liufeng, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. How could the warlord and this violent man be in the same place? While he did not recognize Jiang Liufeng or the Count of Red from a different era, he was certainly aware of the warlord Crocodile and the once mighty Waldo, being the mayor of Water 7. Jiang Liufeng comprehended the current situation of the 7 capitals of water and thus candidly stated, "We shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. I can grant you one request, and I assure you it will be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, the Ice Mountain was momentarily taken aback. "I have no requests. I implore you to leave, he retorted. There is no need for pretense. I am aware of everything, including your connection with Frankie. Jiang Liufeng, unwilling to squander time, spoke directly and without hesitation. The Ice Mountain, astonished by the words of his interlocutor, exclaimed, Who are you? What do you intend to do? You need not concern yourself with that. Simply understand that our agreement is this. I shall grant you one request, and in return, you will construct a ship for me. It is as simple as that. The Ice Mountain's expression fluctuated between apprehension and contemplation as he observed the silent Crocodile and Waldo, powerful figures who seemingly regarded this youth of barely 20 as their leader. Ultimately, he seemed to resolve himself, as if preparing to take a gamble. Very well, I will construct a ship for you, provided you help me rescue Frankie. Is that acceptable? Certainly, Jiang Liufeng replied, his demeanor as calm as the clouds above. He had anticipated Isabaku's request and was not surprised. This prompted Isabaku to regard Jiang Liufeng with renewed respect. Given that he was aware of such matters, it was evident he understood the stakes involved. Yet his nonchalance in agreeing was truly unexpected. However, gazing at this youth, who was clearly under 20, alongside the silent yet formidable figures behind him, Isabaku found himself reluctant to mock their audacity. It was palpable that they possessed genuine strength. With a heavy sigh, Isabaku gestured for Jiang Liufeng and his companions to follow him toward a derelict factory that had been abandoned for over a decade. Upon arriving, they were met with the sight of a dilapidated, dust-laden facility. Without a word, Isabaku approached a weathered sea train named the Rocket Man, which had been left untouched for years, and began to tinker with it. Meanwhile, the other three companions of Jiang Liufeng were at a loss for words. What kind of captain have we followed? Why run towards trouble? Why not directly extort or threaten? They pondered. Yet, they were unaware that Jiang Liufeng scorned such tactics. To him, these so-called troubles were trivial, mere trifles. Moreover, they were originally headed to Judicial Island. Before long, the Mermaid Elder, as Jiang Liufeng had anticipated, brought the Straw Hat crew to this location. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng and his entourage, expressions of shock spread across their faces, albeit in varied forms. As they entered, Zoro immediately sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from a demonic blade. Sure enough, upon stepping inside, he beheld the thunderstorm in the hands of the Red Count, and instinctively recognized that this man and his weapon represented a formidable adversary. Then there was Crocodile, who was all too familiar with this group. The moment he appeared, the Straw Hats lost their composure. Crocodile, I thought you were captured. How did you end up here? Luffy exclaimed, his expression grave. Crocodile, upon seeing Luffy and the others, felt a surge of anger boiling within him, but as a seasoned individual, he understood the respect owed to a captain. He could not act without his commander's word. Thus, he restrained his trembling hands, choosing not to engage with them. However, Crocodile's restraint did not quell the impetuous Luffy, who charged at him without a second thought. Jet rocket pistol. Without hesitation, he aimed to strike Crocodile. Jiang Liufeng, who had no intention of intervening, was infuriated by Luffy's audacity to attack in his presence. In a flash, he vanished from sight. The next moment, with a resounding crash, Luffy was sent soaring into the air, ultimately plunging into the tumultuous sea below. The Straw Hat crew stood dumbfounded. Despite their captain's usual unpredictability, he was a fierce combatant. To see him so easily dispatched was beyond comprehension. Zoro was the first to react, diving into the water to rescue a nearly drowned Luffy. Once Luffy regained his wits, the Straw Hat crew assumed a defensive stance, eyeing Jiang Liufeng and his companions with trepidation. Crocodile, unable to contain himself any longer, prepared to unleash a sandstorm upon them. Yet, Jiang Liufeng intercepted him with a firm hand. Enough, we have more pressing matters at hand. He regarded the Straw Hat crew with indifference, feeling no need to employ his formidable powers like the Thunder and Conqueror's Haki. His sheer physical prowess was more than sufficient to handle them. Chapter 15. Soared against the giant wave. Upon hearing this, Crocodile felt a sense of dissatisfaction and simmering rage, ultimately turning away with a cold acknowledgement. Yes, Captain. What? The former warlord of the sea, the Desert Emperor, is addressing this purple-haired youth as captain? The shockwaves of this revelation dropped the jaws of the Straw Hat crew and Frankie's gang to the floor. Just how formidable must this youth be to command such a fearsome figure as Crocodile? However, recalling that devastating punch, they gradually came to terms with the reality. Indeed, anyone capable of defeating Luffy with a single strike must be of an extraordinary caliber. After the initial shock subsided, the Straw Hat crew refrained from provoking them further, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength. After this brief interlude, both parties boarded the Rocket Man sea train, maintaining a cordial distance, and no further conflicts ensued. In stark contrast to Jiang Liufeng's composed demeanor, the Straw Hats appeared considerably more reserved, having been profoundly impacted by his display of power. Although it was merely a single punch, witnessing Luffy's pained expression was a clear indication of the overwhelming strength Jiang Liufeng possessed. As thoughts swirled among the crew, the train bound for Judicial Island officially set forth. Under the Mermaid Elder's expert driving skills, the Rocket Man swiftly found its course through the tumultuous waves and connected to its intended path. The train sped onward toward Judicial Island. But challenges lay ahead as they faced the wrath of the sea gods, making their journey perilous. Not long after departure, they encountered a colossal wave, towering ominously and threatening to engulf the Rocket Man. The passengers were gripped by panic. Goodness, that wave is outrageous. It must be at least 100 meters high. What do we do? Are we really going to end before we even begin? Alas, it is over. Chief, we cannot save you. We apologize, Chief. As they beheld the colossal wave, resembling a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, the Frankie family was engulfed in despair, feeling as if they would be swallowed by this irresistible tide in the next instant. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was stirred by the cacophony beside him and opened his eyes with a slight furrow of his brow. Upon surveying the scene, he discovered that the immense wave was perilously close. He waved his hand and instructed the Count to take action. The Red Count nodded slightly at his command, uttering not a word, and promptly retrieved his sword, approaching the front of the vehicle. He calmly directed the Mermaid Elder, who was at the wheel, to continue driving without fear. Though a mere 8 words, they may have seemed absurd to others, yet, the Mermaid Elder, having seen much of the world, understood the true terror of formidable beings. Observing the aged man before her, who, despite his years, exuded an aura of formidable power, she felt as if a peerless warrior stood before her. Resolutely, she complied. As Luffy and Zoro prepared to confront the oncoming wave, they too sensed an overwhelming presence, instinctively stepping back to allow the Red Count to take the lead. Alone, the Red Count stood at the front of the vehicle, a figure that should have appeared diminutive against the towering wave, yet somehow grew in stature. As the crowd blinked and looked again, they were struck by the inexplicable enormity of the elderly figure, whose presence seemed to rival even the towering wave itself. The wave drew near, yet the Red Count merely stood with his sword, showing no intent to strike. Everyone's hearts raced, their thoughts a tumultuous blend of awe and disbelief. Was he truly formidable or merely posturing? Just then, the colossal wave reached them. In the fleeting moment before it collided with the train, the Red Count sprang into action. They saw a glint of cold light in his eyes as his sword, Thunderstorm, leapt from its sheath. The speed was akin to a lightning bolt, and the onlookers could hardly discern how many strikes he had executed. It seemed as if the blade had returned to its sheath in an instant. Even the shimmering edge of the sword eluded their gaze. Among the crowd, the most astonished was Zoro. Thanks to his innate talent for swordsmanship, he caught a glimpse of the Red Count's incredible strike. In a flash, he perceived 8 fleeting sword shadows. Although the details remained hazy, Zoro was certain that 8 strikes had indeed been delivered. The swiftness left them speechless, the mastery of swordplay beyond anything he had ever witnessed. It appeared that even the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, paled in comparison. How could this be so extraordinary? What manner of beings were these? Zoro's pupils constricted as he surveyed the group once more. Could it be that Crocodile was the weakest among them? This old man's swordsmanship was so terrifying. Yet he was not the captain. What then could be said of the seemingly indifferent young man with violet hair? Before he could ponder further, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The towering wave seemed to be cleaved asunder, splitting into 8 segments, and then bisected once more, resulting in 16 distinct sections. The wave had been reduced to floating cubic forms, each piece suspended in the air. The cuts were so precise that one could hardly believe they were dealing with seawater. Was it the speed of the slash that left the water unable to react? No one could say. As the 16 uniform cubes of seawater drifted past their train and crashed heavily onto the surface behind them, creating spectacular waves, the crowd remained stunned. As if petrified in place, devoid of thought or consciousness, their minds blank. Derelict Redfield, the man known as the Red Count, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the Roger Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates during the era of the Pirate King, now revealed his unmatched might. As the crowd grappled with their overwhelming shock, at the same moment, within the Marine headquarters, a meeting room where Magellan was delivering a report was abruptly interrupted. "Admiral, you have a call." A frantic Rear Admiral rushed in, clutching a transponder snail. Sengoku furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency in the Admiral's demeanor, indicating the matter was of great importance. He paused the report to answer the call. "This is Sengoku. Who is this?" "I am CP9's Lucci." "CP9? Sengoku replied, bewildered. For this was a special division under the world government. What business did they have with him? "Sengoku, we have encountered prisoners escaping from Impel Down during our mission. They are formidable adversaries, requesting immediate naval support, as this mission involves the ancient weapon, Pluton." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. He had never anticipated that this group would not seek refuge after fleeing Impel Down but instead would wreak havoc. "This meeting is adjourned. Target has resurfaced. Kizaru, Akiji. You are to lead the Navy in 2 separate teams to Water 7 and Eni's lobby for reinforcement." "Yes." In the early morning, within the comm belt surrounding Eni's lobby, dozens of Sea Kings of various sizes floated haphazardly. On the speeding Rocket Man train, Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming presence, cloaked in darkness and crackling with lightning, gradually dissipated amidst the astonishment of the Straw Hats and the Frankie family. The masked Sniper King trembled as he embraced several leaders of the Frankie family. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Recalling the moment when Jiang Liufeng single-handedly vanquished dozens of Sea Kings in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. In contrast to Luffy, who was dazzled and endlessly praising Jiang Liufeng's flamboyant techniques, Zoro, Sanji, and the others remained sober-minded. They regarded this mysterious individual with a sense of gravity, realizing his power was almost beyond comprehension. This guy is absurdly strong. Zoro nodded in acknowledgement, relieved that he was currently an ally. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, musing. Let us hope we don't find ourselves as enemies in the future. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng remained focused solely on the sign-in point. What treasures awaited him this time? He felt a thrill of anticipation, a charming smile gracing his lips as he reveled in his good spirits. As the train approached the gates of Eni's lobby, Jiang Liufeng waved his hand, signaling for his team to proceed ahead. Jiang Liufeng, with great enthusiasm, leaped from the train and dashed across the waves. His audacious act startled everyone around him. Wait, is he not an ability user? Why is he unafraid of the sea? Moreover, he can actually run on the water? This must be a joke. Surely, I am dreaming. This utterly defies my understanding. I feel as though my worldview is crumbling. Equally restless was Luffy, who, in the very next moment after Jiang Liufeng's departure, utilized his own powers to soar into the air, effortlessly clearing the entrance to Judicial Island. As they witnessed the sudden arrival of the train and Jiang Liufeng's group making their way to the gate, the expressions of the station Navy personnel and world government agents grew grim. What are you doing? One of them inquired. We're merely here to pick someone up. Jiang Liufeng replied casually, waving his hand dismissively. Get out of here. Do you even know where this is? The guards, alarmed by the audacity of Jiang Liufeng and his companions, quickly sprang into action, raising their weapons without hesitation and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy. Before the bewildered naval officers, he unleashed his full power, deflecting all incoming bullets with remarkable precision. The other three, equally undeterred by the onslaught, skillfully countered the bullets with their own abilities. Since you chose to strike first, do not blame me for what follows. As Jiang Liufeng's silhouette flickered, he took the initiative to strike, with three companions swiftly following suit. The so-called gatekeepers could hardly discern his figure. In his wake lay the fallen navy, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Truly, as the saying goes, with each step, a life is extinguished, leaving no trace across the vast expanse. Such is the nature of his prowess. Jiang Liufeng, akin to a force of nature, approached the formidable first gate, leaving behind a scene where none could rise. Usopp's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. This is beyond human capability. It is nothing short of divine. It is terrifying. We seem utterly superfluous. Is our purpose merely to escort this deity? The members of Frankie's family, who were tightly embracing him, echoed sentiments of dread. Had Jiang Liufeng caught wind of their remarks, he would undoubtedly have agreed. Just as the crowd was lost in their astonishment, he unleashed his most formidable spear, shattering the seemingly impregnable gate. The guards behind the door reacted instantaneously to their intrusion. Jiang Liufeng surged forth like a colossal beast from the primordial depths, recklessly annihilating all who dared approach him. It mattered not who stood in his way. If one ventured too close, they would be swiftly dispatched. To his allies, his ferocity was exhilarating. Yet to the Navy and the members of the world government, it was utterly terrifying. Anyone who dared to draw near this harbinger of death found themselves facing dire consequences. Those fortunate enough returned maimed, while the unfortunate met their end, their lives extinguished in an instant. Who could withstand such terror? It was simply horrifying. In merely a quarter of an hour, the Justice Island had transformed into a living hell. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Navy personnel and world government members alike. Even the three giant guards were felled in an instant, though they clung to life, their breaths growing shallow. The inhabitants of Justice Island, who once prided themselves on their high moral standing, were now paralyzed with fear, having never witnessed such carnage. As they beheld Jiang Liufeng and his companions, who moved like reapers, unleashing a torrent of dread and slaughter, no one dared to approach. At the mere sight of them, all would scurry to find a corner, trembling and too terrified to even glance in their direction. This harrowing scene left the Straw Hat Pirates and the Frankie family, who had just fought their way onto the island, utterly dumbfounded. What unfathomable horror was this? Prior to entering, they had noted that the guards outside had all been subdued, fewer than 100, a manageable number. But now, nearly 500 lay strewn across the floor. Those still standing either cowering in corners, calling for their mothers, or caught in a state of delirious laughter and tears. The sheer magnitude of this spectacle was overwhelming. One could not grasp the terror of the atmosphere without experiencing it firsthand. Meanwhile, the architects of this chaos, Jiang Liufeng and his companions, strolled leisurely toward their designated checkpoint, which led directly to the building housing CP9. With no one daring to confront them, they relished the tranquility, having no desire to engage with such insignificant adversaries. Yet, just as they began to settle into this newfound calm, another foolhardy individual emerged. Chapter 17, Checkpoint Achieved. As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he suddenly sensed shadows flitting about the street corners, moving with notable swiftness. With a sweep of his discerning gaze, he contemplated, creatures with 4 legs? Could it be the canine enforcement unit? Just as he surmised, the lurking shadows converged upon them, forming a menacing encirclement, precisely as dispatched by the presiding judge. I regret to inform you that your journey ends here, declared the leader, his nostrils flared in arrogance. Receiving no response, he cast a glance at Jiang Liufeng and his companions, and in an instant, fury ignited within him. To his astonishment, Jiang Liufeng and his group paid them no heed. continuing to advance as if they were mere phantoms. "You four intruders, halt at once," he bellowed in anger. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly. "Is something the matter?" he inquired. "Damn it. What do you mean by is something the matter? You are invaders, for heaven's sake. We are here to capture you." The legion of law hounds was rendered speechless. This young man before them was utterly arrogant. "Brothers, charge forth and teach this ignorant fool a lesson about our intentions." At once, dozens of cavalrymen sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of flying knives, chains, blood-dripping darts, and sea stone nets upon the four individuals. "I'll deal with the sea stone. You handle the rest," Jiang Liufeng succinctly assigned the tasks, and they immediately engaged in combat. It must be said, the Lawhound troops were remarkably swift. For ordinary pirates, they would indeed pose a significant challenge. However, Jiang Liufeng's group excelled in speed, even the slowest among them. Crocodile surpassed the Lawhound troops. Before long, the air was filled with the wails of the defeated. This time, it was truly a scene of human cries mingled with the howls of dogs. What others deemed an elite force was rendered utterly incompetent before the four, unable to impede their advance. Witnessing the once mighty Lawhound troops fall to these individuals, the trembling mercenaries in the corner were filled with dread. Thank goodness I stayed cautious and didn't charge in. Otherwise, I would have met the same fate. Indeed, this is terrifying. How can such formidable figures exist outside the new world? Forget it, let us pretend to be dead. Otherwise, we'll end up like those lying on the ground. With an unimpeded path, they soon arrived at the courthouse. Jiang Liufeng looked up at the ceiling and casually remarked, "Is the check-in point up there?" He prepared to ascend. "Intruders, you are too brazen in disregarding my authority." The presiding judge, incensed at the sight of the four nonchalantly climbing the stairs, brandished his great sword and leaped forward. "To pass, you must first contend with me." Sensing the check-in point was within reach, Jiang Liufeng had no time to waste on such insignificant beings. "Old Shah, it's your turn. We'll head up first." Old Shah nodded slightly, though he was displeased with Jiang Liufeng's commanding tone. He stepped forward. "Desert Blade, let us go." Jiang Liufeng, flanked by two companions, continued upward. Before long, they reached the rooftop, gazing down at the seemingly bottomless chasm separating the outer and inner islands. Jiang Liufeng silently chided himself for forgetting about the drawbridge. He should have sent Old Shah to handle it. As he brooded, the members of CP9 in the main building across the way spotted them. "That bastard has chased us here," Lucci said, his expression grave. The CP9 commander, Spandam, oblivious to the situation, leisurely asked, "Who are they?" "They're here to rescue Robin and Frankie." "Oh, so there are those foolish enough to risk their lives to come here? Why are you all still standing there? Go and deal with them." Kaku rolled his eyes, retorting, "Easy for you to say. Why don't you go?" "Don't worry. We'll handle it." Lucci's gaze hardened as he gritted his teeth. "Kaku, Khalifa, how are your devil fruit abilities coming along?" "We've already figured out how to use them." "That's good. In our previous encounter, we hesitated and let them feel confident. This time, let us show them what true power looks like." "Yes. Commander, you should take the prisoners to the gates of justice now. We'll take care of the rest." Spandam, observing his eager subordinates, lazily rose and said, "Indeed, my subordinates are quite reliable. No need to rush. Let me enjoy the show a little longer." As he spoke, he approached Robin and Frankie, delivering a few brutal kicks while mocking them, before dragging them to the window, curious to see who dared to come to their rescue. With his keen observation Haki, Jiang Liufeng naturally sensed CP9's presence, yet he felt no urgency to address them, realizing the check-in point was on the rooftop directly across. Adhering to his usual approach, he kicked a section of the wall, propelling himself towards the opposite rooftop. The three leaped onto the massive fragment of wall, heading across. A resounding crash startled everyone. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew had closed in, spotting CP9 through the large hole in the courthouse roof. "Over there. Friends, let us move," Luffy shouted. His companions rushed to the rooftop where Jiang Liufeng had just been. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of a pitifully abused Robin. Fury ignited within them. The emotional scene unfolded. "Robin, I want to hear you say it. You want to live." Seeing her companions come to her rescue, tears streamed down Robin's face, breaking through her last defenses. She had never wanted to live more than she did at that moment. "If I could choose, I want to live. Luffy, take me with you to the sea." "Haha, how touching. Do you know what you'll face to save her?" Spandam sneered. "I understand now." "Sniper King, shoot that flag," Luffy declared resolutely. "Understood." Just as Usopp prepared to showcase his new slingshot, a figure abruptly appeared next to the flagpole of the world government's flag, shattering the poignant atmosphere. A purple-haired youth strolled over to the flagpole and, with a single punch, sent it flying, the flag torn to shreds by the lightning energy coursing through him. Who else could this be but Jiang Liufeng? It turned out that the check-in point on Judicial Island was right at the flagpole. "What an inconvenience," he muttered, finally achieving his check-in success. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Judicial Island. Reward, one all-knowing recorder. The next check-in point is Sabaody Archipelago. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with delight as he surveyed the newfound treasure nestled within his backpack. The omniscient recorder, a device that chronicles the locations and landscapes of the Pirate King's world, while adeptly revealing potential hazards along navigational routes, as well as providing climate crisis alerts. With the assistance of the sprites, it unlocks advanced features, enabling precise localization. After a brief cooldown, it can pinpoint the exact location of individuals or objects. This is splendid. Jiang Liufeng could hardly contain his joy. What seemed an unremarkable recorder was, in truth, immensely powerful. One must understand that for a formidable pirate crew navigating the world of the Pirate King, mere firepower pales in comparison to the necessity of an experienced navigator. Without a skilled navigator, particularly in the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World, the ocean is fraught with unpredictable climates and ever-changing information. It is likely that before they even encountered an enemy, they would be swept back home by the bizarre weather or peculiar terrain unleashed by nature's forces. Now, armed with this remarkable device, they could effortlessly comprehend the entirety of the Pirate King's world, effortlessly traversing wherever they wished without the need for any mnemonic pointers. They need not fear the myriad complications posed by intricate weather patterns or treacherous landscapes. Even a fool aboard could sail the seas with eyes closed. Furthermore, with its advanced features and precise localization, how fortuitous it was that his world tree was home to a tree spirit. This boon was undeniably conspicuous. Akin to receiving a pillow when one is drowsy. Did not the Red Count's Zoan-type vampire fruit possess similar attributes? Contemplating the series of fortunate events about to unfold, Jiang Liufeng found himself utterly entranced, overwhelmed with joy at the system's remarkable capabilities. Are you not a deity among men? Are you not aloof and composed? Can you not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Jiang Liufeng stood there, lost in his own amusement, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around him. The crowd, taken aback by his nonchalance towards the world's banner, could only stare in disbelief. Spandam was so shocked that his jaw nearly hit the ground. Who is this fool? Does he not comprehend the consequences of his actions? In contrast to Spandam's confusion, Lucci and the others, who had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's prowess, appeared far more composed. He is our adversary. I shall ensure he pays for his transgressions promptly. Usopp, facing him, held his slingshot in a state of utter bewilderment. Damn it. The spotlight has been stolen by this deity. Never mind. With my 8,000 subordinates, I shall not stoop to the level of such a prodigy. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, casting furtive glances at Jiang Liufeng, wary of provoking him. Little did he know, in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, he possessed no worth that warranted trouble. Well then, the necessary affairs have been concluded, and now it is time to escort Frankie and the others away. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Liufeng spoke nonchalantly to Red Count and Waldo. What? The necessary affairs have been concluded? You cannot be intentionally challenging the authority of the world, can you? The two, bewildered, rolled their eyes. Their captain was indeed a source of constant concern. It was truly burdensome for his subordinates. With no other recourse, the two could only shake their heads in resignation as they followed Jiang Liufeng. Before long, they arrived at the chamber where CP9 was located. The group stood in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Jiang Liufeng found himself at a loss for words. Grandiloquence was not his style. Preferring to avoid trouble, he had no intention of engaging excessively, yet these individuals had previously sought to provoke him. As the saying goes, a gentleman may wait a day for revenge. But he would not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, today, Jiang Liufeng was resolute in his intent to deal with them all. On the other hand, CP9, having witnessed the prowess of several individuals, felt as though they were facing a formidable threat, leaving them with little to articulate. However, unlike them, Jiang Liufeng's focus was primarily on the two figures behind the scenes, Frankie and his companion. The so-called CP9 members appeared to him as inconsequential. Spandam, who had been fixated on the two, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was not foolish. Observing his subordinates on high alert made him acutely aware that the opponents before them were anything but ordinary. Thus, he resolved to make a discreet exit. Lucci, we must prioritize the mission. Quickly escort me out of here. Spandam gulped as he spoke. Lucci furrowed his brow slightly. You were just allowed to leave, yet you hesitate. Now you expect us to escort you? Truly, you are more of a hindrance than a help. Owl, Bruno, you were tasked with intercepting the adversaries outside. Kaku, Gabra, Khalifa. We shall unite to escort the officer and the prisoner to safety. Understood. With the command issued, CP9 sprang into action. Bruno opened a portal, and without hesitation, he and Owl rushed out to confront the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the remaining members formed a defensive formation, shielding Spandam and the soldiers carrying Frankie as they slowly maneuvered towards the passage leading to the gates of justice. Engage. At the command of Jiang Liufeng, the three individuals sprang into action simultaneously. The vigilant CP9 reacted the moment Jiang Liufeng and his companions initiated their assault, with Weichu and Kaku confronting the Red Count. Khalifa engaged Vardo, while Gabra faced off against Jiang Liufeng. Lucci, feeling helpless, was assigned the task of escorting Director Spandam to safety. The adversaries unleashed their full abilities right from the start, with Gabra and Kaku transforming into their giraffe and werewolf forms, respectively. Now, allow you to experience our true strength. Kaku's gaze sharpened as he planted one foot firmly on the ground, his elongated neck and body spinning at a high velocity. As the speed reached its peak, he bellowed. Raging storm. Slash. With a swift motion, a fierce cutting wave radiated from his being. The strike was as swift as the wind, as powerful as thunder. In the blink of an eye, it was upon everyone. Even the other CP9 members were taken aback, hastily dodging the onslaught, as they lacked the confidence to withstand such a domineering attack. Kaku, you scoundrel, do you intend to kill us too? Gabra, now in werewolf form, protested in dissatisfaction. What can I say? My strength is simply formidable. If you wish to avoid death, find another place to fight, and do not hinder my battle. Kaku, who appeared to be just in his 20s, referred to himself as old man, which was both amusing and exasperating. Gabra, visibly displeased, could only grit his teeth and suppress his frustration in the face of the looming threat. In stark contrast to CP9's panic, Jiang Liufeng and his companions remained remarkably composed. Jiang Liufeng did not even budge. He merely summoned a lightning shield to protect himself. The formidable force of the slash barely grazed the barrier before dissipating into nothingness. Meanwhile, the Red Count, in a fluid motion, unleashed a sword aura that sliced through the air, creating a gap that passed harmlessly by him. Chapter 19. Fierce Battle. When how astonishingly swift was Vardo, possessing the Momo fruit? The speed of the slash seemed remarkable, yet in comparison to Vardo, it appeared trivial. He effortlessly evaded it with a swift flicker. The expressions of the opposing group turned grim as they observed the contrasting evasive maneuvers. Although the slash did not strike anyone, it forcefully cleaved into the main building. With a resonant clang, the sturdy structure was abruptly severed in two. The upper portion began to tilt and slide down, a testament to the extraordinary power of that strike. Unfortunately, the opponents they faced were simply too formidable, having failed to land a hit. The combatants did not cease their actions. Gabra, now in werewolf form, charged directly at Jiang Liufeng. Shave. Iron Block Fist. Heavy Wolf Fist. As he spoke, he unleashed a ferocious blow toward Jiang Liufeng, his face contorted with malice and ferocity, reminiscent of a malevolent wolf. His attack was undeniably fierce, as he utilized the speed of Shave to nearly vanish, channeling all his strength into the blow. In response, Jiang Liufeng merely smiled derisively. It looks impressive, but alas, an ant remains an ant. With a mere thought, his armament Haki surged, enveloping his left hand in a cloak of darkness. Without employing any special skills, he casually swung a punch, directly colliding with Gabra's heavy wolf fist. Bang! Crack! The two fists met with an explosive force, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. A tremendous roar echoed through the air as the shockwaves from the collision rippled outward, causing garments to flutter violently. In the next instant, a sound of shattering bones pierced the atmosphere. A shriek resonated throughout, as a massive figure was sent flying, crashing into the adjacent wall by the entrance. It was none other than Gabra. I'll go rescue him. You too, move quickly and stop dawdling, Jiang Liufeng said calmly, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Why is this happening? What manner of monster is this? How could he, with the physique of an ordinary human, send Gabra, in werewolf form, flying with a single punch? It is well known that Zoan-type devil fruit significantly enhance the strength of the user's physical body. The faces of the CP9 members turned pale with fear. Their minds flooded with countless questions as they gazed at Jiang Liufeng as if they were witnessing a ghost. They allowed him to exit unimpeded, still in disbelief. As he vanished from their sight, Kaku was the first to regain his composure. You stop right there. There is no way we shall let him escape so effortlessly. They were CP9, after all. They had their pride, their dignity. How could they allow a criminal to intimidate them so easily? With that, he lifted his leg, ready to pursue. Suddenly, a wave of danger washed over him, prompting an instinctive use of Shave, propelling him several meters away. The spot where he had previously stood was cleaved in two. Looking up, he found the Red Count, gripping his sword, now in front of him. Your opponent is me, the Red Count said calmly, regarding Kaku with a gaze that felt as if he were staring at a lifeless corpse. Nearly locking eyes with the Red Count sent a chill down Kaku's spine. The combination of his eerie and domineering gaze made him feel as though he were being hunted by a demon. Wei Chu, assist me, he called out, hastily summoning his teammate. Life return. Lion's gun. In truth, Wei Chu had already acted without needing further instruction. His hair, resembling that of a lion, suddenly came alive, twisting and curling as if reaching out with fingers. The lethal technique followed suit, as the many strands of twisted hair shot toward the Red Count, resembling agile arms. Without even turning his head, the Red Count, having sensed everything through his Kenbunchika Haki, navigated effortlessly through the barrage of lion's guns. To him, the seemingly impenetrable assault was riddled with openings. After a series of attacks, not even the hem of the Red Count's garment was grazed. This left Wei Chu both astonished and furious, yet he did not relent. Quickly retracting his hair, he executed a new maneuver, launching himself at the Red Count. Lion's Perch. He spun the iron rod in his hands, flames igniting at its tip, transforming it into a massive fireball that hurtled toward the Red Count. In response, the Red Count turned and slashed, cleaving the fireball in half. However, there was no sign of Wei Chu in the air. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Red Count, aiming a strike directly at his ribs. Lion's Gun Q. It turned out the previous attack was merely a feint. This was the true killing move. This strike demonstrated the wealth of combat experience Wei Chu possessed. CP9 was akin to a killer organization in the world. Akin to a sharp blade, specialized in executing exceedingly challenging tasks that the Navy finds difficult to accomplish, or in clandestine dealings that are best left unmentioned. To become a member of such an elite group is a feat not everyone can achieve. Only the most exceptional individuals possess the requisite skills. If someone of lesser ability were to attempt this, they would surely fall victim in an instant. Unfortunately for them, they are up against the formidable Red Count, whose keen perception renders their antics mere child's play. In an instant, he unsheathes his sword, sending the iron rod wielded by Wei Chu soaring through the air. At the moment of impact, Wei Chu feels an overwhelming force envelop him, causing a violent crack in his very essence. The pain in his hands and the grimace on his face force the iron rod from his grasp. However, the renowned Red Count is well aware that capturing him would not be so straightforward. This entire exchange is merely a pretext to draw closer to him. With a fierce return to life, hair binding, his serpentine locks lash out, ensnaring the Red Count and immobilizing his limbs. Finally, he has succeeded. It's now or never for Kaku, who has long been poised for action. Giraffe cannon. In a moment, his signature elongated neck retracts, followed by a thunderous roar that unleashes a torrent of power, aimed directly at the Red Count's head. The Red Count's expression shifts slightly, a fleeting glimmer of approval crossing his features. He internally reflects on how the younger generation has become increasingly intriguing over the years. Faced with their wealth of combat experience and near-perfect coordination, the Red Count's fighting spirit begins to stir. Yet, no matter how seasoned their experience, it pales in comparison to the decades of dominance the Red Count has maintained at sea. In a flash, the Red Count deftly twists his wrist, effortlessly severing the hair that binds him. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, he blocks the surprise attack with ease. Wei Chu is acutely aware that his technique cannot hold the Red Count for long. He is merely seizing that fleeting opportunity. However, he never anticipated the Red Count's reaction speed would be so swift. Chapter 20. The fierce battle. To this revelation terrifies the two of them. They had known the Red Count was stronger, but they lacked a clear understanding of just how much stronger. Now, they are genuinely afraid. The vast chasm of disparity is finally laid bare before their eyes. Every attack they launch is already seen through by the opponent, rendered utterly ineffective. A profound sense of helplessness wells up within them, as if they are mere children in a playground, foolishly challenging an adult. Once the fear takes hold, defeat is imminent. Unsurprisingly, their offensive momentum wanes significantly. The Red Count senses their diminishing resolve, and the flicker of battle intent he had just ignited begins to fade. The spark in his eyes extinguishes, reverting to a cold indifference. In light of this, it is time to demonstrate his prowess. He twirls his wrist, wielding Thunderstorm to create a dazzling display of swordplay. The air crackles with the shimmering specter of his blade, exuding a chilling aura that suggests death to anyone who dares cross its path. His once squinted eyes now widen in determination. A surge of formidable energy envelopes him, casting a lethal atmosphere over both adversaries, causing their very souls to tremble. Beads of sweat cascade down their brows, and instead of sensing danger or fear, they are overwhelmed by the scent of death. Being engulfed by such an aura is truly unbearable. Instinctively, they step back, unwilling to embrace their demise. As the moment of life and death approaches, their will to survive rekindles their fighting spirit, reminiscent of a last flicker of hope. Wei Chu, realizing that death is inevitable, boldly declares his willingness to confront this old man. Even if he doesn't survive, he shall ensure the Red Count bears the scars of battle. What is there to fear? Wei Chu has witnessed countless grand spectacles. Today, he will engage in a life-or-death struggle against him. The Red Count is cloaked in a swirling black vortex, which gradually envelopes the blade of Thunderstorm. Ornament Haki. The two adversaries focus intently, understanding that if they do not act now, they may never have another chance. Shave. Whoosh. Two piercing sounds slice through the air. Wei Chu and Kaku split their assault, charging towards the Red Count from opposite directions. Kaku strikes first with Gale Foot. A flurry of rapid kicks rains down upon the Red Count, like a storm unleashed. The Red Count deftly blocks and dodges, effortlessly neutralizing this onslaught. However, in that very moment, he attempts his final strike. The opportunity, fleeting as it may be, is seized by Wei Chu. Life restoration. Hair binding. In an instant, his writhing hair ensnares the Red Count anew. This time, the timing is impeccable. The strands wrap around the Red Count's entire being, rendering him temporarily immobile. Meanwhile, Kaku has transformed into his giraffe form, launching a relentless assault without restraint. Bamboo Grove. With all his might, he raises his long and powerful neck, delivering a series of devastating blows upon the Red Count. The ferocity of this attack is unparalleled. Firstly, Wei Chu had not completely bound the Red Count in their previous encounter. Secondly, Kaku had previously held back, careful not to harm Wei Chu during their initial strike. Now, with Wei Chu's potential unleashed and the Red Count thoroughly ensnared, Kaku no longer hesitates to unleash his full power, executing Bamboo Grove with unbridled ferocity. This is a fight for survival. Seeing Kaku disregard his own safety ignites no emotional turmoil within Wei Chu. He knows that without such audacity, they would stand no chance against the Red Count. Iron Block. Steel. Without hesitation, he employs Iron Block to withstand the relentless barrage of blows raining down upon him. Yet, the power of a Zoan fruit is formidable. Even the strength of iron cannot withstand its might. Soon, Wei Chu is left reeling, his vision blurred, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Simultaneously, Kaku's assault reaches its climax. He has expended nearly all his strength, and his legs can no longer support his form. With a resounding thud, he reverts to human form, collapsing to the ground. The room is engulfed in a cloud of dust, akin to a tempest sweeping through, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. After a considerable time, the swirling dust gradually settles, and the air becomes clearer. Kaku rises, squinting through the haze, and sees a large pit marred by spiderweb-like cracks not far from him. Peering into the fissures, he catches a glimpse of two figures emerging amidst the lingering dust. One stands, while the other lies. Have they triumphed? Kaku furrows his brow, sensing that events have unfolded, perhaps too smoothly? As expected, the very next moment, the figure stirs amidst the dust. An object glints ominously in their hand, radiant even in the haze of the room. That figure, slender and agile, wields a katana. Who else could it be but the Red Count? Kaku's pupils constrict in disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? As the Red Count approached, he finally gained clarity. At that moment, the Red Count appeared composed, his figure cloaked in darkness as impenetrable as iron. Clutching the rainstorm blade like the Grim Reaper, he surged forward, intent on claiming a life. How could this be? Why was he unharmed? This was impossible. Kaku gazed at Wei Qi, lying unconscious on the ground, his mind unraveling. He could scarcely fathom how someone could possess such formidable power. He distinctly felt that his previous attack had indeed struck the Red Count. Yet now, he witnessed the Red Count advancing towards him, unscathed. The despair he felt was palpable. However, the primal fear of death compelled him to instinctively make one last stand. A block of iron, without any blind spots. He transformed his square frame into a cube, comically resembling a Rubik's Cube. He hoped that this ultimate defensive posture would grant him a reprieve from death. Yet, ultimately, it was a futile endeavor. How could the Red Count's infused blade be thwarted by mere iron? Even aluminum would likely falter. The Red Count closed in on Kaku, delivering a straightforward strike without any embellishments. This seemingly mundane blow appeared to Kaku as nothing short of terrifying. It felt as if the very space around him had been locked, time ceased to flow, and he could see no light, only an abyss of darkness. Was this the end? Kaku's expression shifted, fear, panic, and despair evaporated. As he beheld the approaching blade, he felt an unexpected sense of release, even managing to muster a faint, serene smile. The Red Count's figure flashed past. From the blade of rainstorm, droplets of clear water flowed like rain, washing away the acrid scent of blood, restoring it to its pristine gleam in an instant. As he slowly sheathed his sword, the Red Count departed the room, seemingly impervious to the constraints of age. In the twilight of his years, his silhouette remained imposing, his strength undiminished. Thus concluded the battle at Judicial Island, with the two formidable CP9 warriors, Kaku and Wei Qi, facing defeat. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle 3. In contrast to the Red Count, the duel between Wardo and Califa was far more entertaining. Initially, both parties clashed within the same room, but Wardo's aggressive methods soon shattered the floor beneath them. Consequently, the two engaged in combat, tumbling down to the lower chamber. Upon finding Califa in the bathtub, Wardo felt utterly perplexed. They had fallen into a bathroom, and suddenly, Califa requested he wait, claiming she wished to take a bath. Wardo was momentarily stunned. What was happening? In his bewildered state, Califa casually shed her garments and immersed herself in the tub, luxuriating in the warm water. Wardo's lips twitched. Being a battle fanatic, he felt a sense of discomfort in the face of such sensuality, utterly at a loss. However, an unexpected phenomenon soon unfolded. The bubbles in the bathtub multiplied and thickened, gradually advancing toward him. As Wardo pondered this bizarre turn of events, the bubbles suddenly sprang to life and surged at him. Bubble blast! Califa cried, her abilities unleashed. Wardo, now realizing the imminent danger, reacted swiftly. With a burst of speed, he distanced himself from the encroaching bubbles. Califa furrowed her brow, finding Wardo's reactions and speed troublesome. Her carefully laid plans of seduction and ambush had been foiled, leaving her feeling uneasy about the vast power disparity. Thankfully, her mission was merely to stall Wardo. With her abilities, she should manage to hold him off while safeguarding herself, right? Despite this thought, uncertainty lingered in her mind. Wardo, having regained his composure, seethed with anger. You vile woman, attempting to ambush me? You seek death. He charged towards her. Soap sheep, Califa exclaimed, swiftly deploying her powers to defend herself. Just as she completed her maneuver, Wardo's fist struck with tremendous force. With a dull thud, Wardo's punch landed on the soap sheep. Yet the impact felt like striking cotton. Most of his strength dissipated. His arm sank into the fluffy mass, failing to inflict any damage upon Califa. Interesting ability, Wardo mused, furrowing his brow. Before Califa could retaliate, he skillfully withdrew, creating distance between them. They exchanged glances, neither able to gain the upper hand. Califa's confidence soared. It seems a pirate with a bounty of 500 million is not all that impressive after all. Wardo's expression darkened, his demeanor a mix of resentment and resignation. Just as Califa was about to revel in her triumph and utter more words, Wardo's expression shifted dramatically, and he erupted into laughter. What? Califa questioned, puzzled. Had he lost his mind? After his laughter subsided, Wardo turned to the wall behind him, unleashing a flurry of punches without hesitation. Califa stood in stunned silence, perplexed. Was he venting his frustration? As she contemplated, Wardo suddenly turned back, flashing her a sinister smile. A chill ran down her spine. What was happening? Why did she feel so uneasy? Dear lady, your gravest error was your presumption, Wardo declared, sitting down with interest as he tossed the fragments of stone in his hand. Your theatrics cannot intimidate me. Ignoring her protests, he continued, it seems the commotion with the Red Count is drawing to a close. Thus, this skirmish must reach its conclusion. What? Khalifa inquired, unable to comprehend. Nothing, it ends here. What are you saying? Before Khalifa could finish, a sudden sound sliced through the air. Swish. Khalifa heard a sharp noise, but could not discern its source. As she sensed the impending danger, she instinctively tilted her head to evade the elusive strike, yet she felt a sharp pain as it grazed her face. In disbelief, she touched her wounded cheek, gazing at the crimson stain that left her no choice but to accept that something had indeed transpired. The speed had been too swift for her to perceive. Swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Before she could process the situation, a series of piercing sounds rang out. Thud, 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 thud. In the blink of an eye, the massive soap sheep was riddled with holes, and Khalifa herself was sent sprawling backward with a muffled groan. She never anticipated that Waldo possessed a long-range attack in the form of a stone projectile. The originally gray stone, enveloped in a dark hue, transformed into a pitch-black object akin to iron, which effortlessly pierced through her defenses and struck her core. This sudden assault caught her utterly off guard. Despite her mastery of the 6 styles, she would have been able to evade had the circumstances been different. Now, however, she resembled a living target, bearing the full brunt of Waldo's explosive onslaught. She was knocked to the ground, gasping for breath. Waldo slowly opened the door, casting a glance back at the nearly lifeless figure of the alluring woman, and flashed a grin. Thank you for the hospitality. With a resounding bang, the door closed, leaving Khalifa in a tumult of emotions, shame, anger, and resentment, ultimately surrendering to the darkness as she closed her eyes. Thus, the battle at Judicial Island concluded with Khalifa, the sole female officer of CP9, facing defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, having just kicked Gabra out the door, strolled outside with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Possessing an uncanny ability to foresee events, he was well aware of the path Spandam intended to take. Harboring no fear that the latter could escape his grasp, with familiarity guiding his steps, he emerged without hesitation, knowing that the route to the gates of justice lay through an underwater tunnel. However, as one skilled in formidable ninjutsu, he deemed it beneath him to follow the conventional path. Upon exiting the building, he prepared to ride the waves, heading straight for the exit near Justice Bridge, eager to await Spandam's inevitable entrapment. He imagined the expression on Rob Lucci and Spandam's faces when they encountered him unexpectedly. It would surely be a sight to behold. Coincidentally, as he stepped out, he encountered Gabra, who had been propelled through the entire building by his kick, and found himself precariously perched on the edge of a cliff outside. Struggling to rise, Gabra was met with the sight of Jiang Liufeng once more, his expression more pained than if he had ingested excrement. Believing Jiang Liufeng was pursuing him, he felt a surge of terror but recognized he had no choice but to strike first, acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength, knowing full well that he stood a mere 1% chance against him. If there was any hope, it lay in launching an all-out assault from the outset, disregarding any technique and unleashing a blind punch in a desperate bid to incapacitate his opponent. Perhaps this was his only opportunity, for he understood that if Jiang Liufeng initiated the confrontation, he would stand no chance whatsoever. As Jiang Liufeng stepped out of the building, he was immediately met with a furious onslaught, a massive werewolf lunging toward him with primal ferocity, embodying the spirit of desperation. With a bemused shake of his head, he dropped to the ground, feigning death. Was he not enticing enough? Alas. Chapter 22. The Fierce Battle for as the werewolf approached. Gabra felt a flicker of hope upon noticing Jiang Liufeng's lack of movement. Perhaps his gamble had paid off. This fellow likely hadn't even realized what was happening yet. Energized by this thought, he quickened his pace, striving to seize his opponent with lightning speed. What? Lightning speed? What an odd expression. No matter, the goal was simply to subdue him. Just as he reveled in his unwarranted glee, a sudden blur obscured his vision. Where had Jiang Liufeng gone? What was happening? Where was this kid? In the midst of his confusion, an overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, his heart racing, blood surging. It was as if his mind was cruelly reminding him that he was still alive at this very moment. The strongest spear, a single finger pierced through. A chill surged through him. Just as he began to react, a frigid sensation coursed from his back. Racked with pain, he struggled to turn around, only to find Jiang Liufeng standing behind him, a dark finger having already punctured through his spine. Meeting Gabra's incredulous gaze, Jiang Liufeng offered a serene smile. Thunder is here, he uttered softly. Gabra's pupils constricted, and he felt as if his heart was being relentlessly gnawed by 1,000 ants, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His bodily functions began to fade, his flesh sizzling as if being cooked, the scent of his own meat wafting through the air. He was paralyzed with terror. The seemingly harmless youth before him was akin to a devil. His power was so extraordinary it seemed to transcend the realm of myth. Such a grotesque creature should not exist in reality. Summoning the last of his strength, he desperately pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I am Robin's brother. I want to save her too." That year, we were at the seaside before he could finish. Jiang Liufeng exerted force with his fingertip, shattering his heart. At that moment, Gabra was as dead as one could be. Off to hell, he could go, to speak slowly with the king of hell. Jiang Liufeng scoffed, withdrawing his finger with disdain. His expression one of indifference. I do believe you, but your mustache is quite suspicious. Thus, the battle at Judicial Island concluded, with CP9 warrior Gabra defeated. Having dispatched Gabra, Jiang Liufeng did not hesitate and followed the predetermined plan, setting off across the waves. Robin, where are you? We've come to rescue you. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had successfully dealt with the obstructing owl and were fervently rushing into the building, searching for Robin. They scoured the premises, yet could not find Robin, who had long since been taken away. However, they were left dumbfounded by the aftermath of the battle, devastated battlegrounds and fallen CP9 members strewn about. What on earth? What is happening? It had barely been a quarter of an hour, and yet the formidable CP9 had been utterly vanquished? This was beyond exaggeration. They were well aware of CP9's tenacity. Even if they could not defeat them, their mastery of the 6 forms, skills like shave and moonwalk, allowed for swift escapes. Just moments ago, they had exerted tremendous effort to capture the owl and Bruno. 3 individuals had effortlessly taken down 4 CP9 members? This was utterly preposterous. They could hardly keep up as mere spectators. Looking over at Count Red, Waldo, and the others, Luffy's expression was one of irritation as he felt they had stolen his opponents. The remaining crew members swallowed hard, retreating a few steps, wishing to distance themselves from these monstrous figures. Had it not been for their desire to save Robin, they would have preferred to flee from this band of anomalies. Count Red and his companions were equally innocent. They had no intention of causing trouble for the Straw Hats. Upon exiting the building, they had noticed their captain heading toward the Gate of Justice. They simply lacked the ability to follow him, Crocodile having just defeated the presiding judge. And the Straw Hats arrived shortly thereafter. Upon learning that there was a secret passage leading to the Gate of Justice, they begrudgingly followed the Straw Hats to regroup with their captain. With no other choice, the Straw Hats pressed onward, bringing Count Red and his companions along as they hurried toward the underwater tunnel, heading for the next battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng remained blissfully unaware of the astonishment of the Straw Hats and the helplessness of his allies. He sat leisurely at the exit of the Bridge of Justice, awaiting Spandam's arrival. Before long, he heard a commotion. Ha, Robin, are you still praying that your so-called companions will truly rescue you? What a delusion. He laughed. As Jiang Liufeng followed the audacious voice, he was not surprised to behold Spandam's infuriating visage. Wrinkling his nose slightly, Jiang Liufeng felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction towards this arrogant individual. Emerging from the dark passage, Spandam and his entourage were once again greeted by the light. Feeling somewhat disoriented as they squinted and lifted their hands to shield themselves from the sun's brilliance. Upon the first moment of opening his eyes, Spandam briefly believed he was witnessing an illusion. He gazed incredulously at Jiang Liufeng, his astonishment rendering him nearly speechless. In contrast to his shock, Frankie and his companion were equally taken aback, while Lucci's expression was shrouded in an ominous gloom. The presence of Jiang Liufeng here indicates that his CP9 members are in dire straits. He is acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength. Although only a final stretch lies ahead, the obstacle before him is indeed formidable. Commander, immediately request reinforcements from headquarters. Upon hearing Lucci's grave tone, Spandam realized the gravity of the situation and promptly picked up the snail phone to dial in. What? You? Commander? Spandam was taken aback by the astonished expressions of those around him. What is going on? The call hasn't even been made yet. Why the tension? As Spandam glanced down at the golden snail phone in his hand, he was instantly petrified. What the hell? I grabbed the wrong one. I actually activated the Demon Slaughter Order. His face darkened. For invoking the Demon Slaughter Order signified that the entire Judicial Island would be subjected to a relentless bombardment by the Navy. The entire island would cease to exist. With that press, he had essentially condemned the entire Judicial Island to destruction. Yet, what did it matter? As long as he could capture all of you pirates in one fell swoop, headquarters would still commend him. What a scoundrel, Jiang Liufeng remarked, shaking his head in disdain. Under Jiang Liufeng's contemptuous gaze, Spandam remained unfazed. What do you understand, you wretch? Lucci, swiftly deal with him. Do not let him obstruct my reward. Lucci looked at his commander with a mix of frustration and helplessness, feeling as though he was watching a lost cause. Chapter 23. Fierce battle. To be lacking in strength is one matter, as that can be improved with time, but to possess a deranged mind is truly beyond redemption. Jiang Liufeng managed to arrive here ahead of the elite CP9 members, despite their obstruction. Throughout, Lucci remained perplexed, unable to comprehend how the adversary had reached this location. Given that there was only a singular secret passage, this situation sufficiently illustrates Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength and extraordinary tactics. Yet, Spandam still believed he could effortlessly deal with the opponent. What a fool he must be. Jiang Liufeng regarded Spandam with disdain, fully aware that the latter was merely a buffoon. He promptly dismissed him and turned to Lucci, urging him to unleash his abilities, eager to witness his leopard form. Lucci trembled, captivated by Jiang Liufeng's playful smile, as tumultuous waves of anxiety surged within him. How could this be? I have never revealed my capabilities before him. How could he possibly know? Could it be that the Straw Hat crew informed him? He quickly shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Yet, what difference did it make? A confrontation was inevitable. Thus, he declared with a menacing tone, if that is the case, allow me to demonstrate my power. With a ferocious roar, Lucci's physique began to swell impressively. His previously slender form transformed into a towering beast over 3 meters tall. Muscles rippled across his body, exuding a palpable sense of explosive power. While his skin morphed into a coat of yellow fur adorned with black stripes, his face lost all human semblance, resembling a standing cheetah. He positioned himself near Jiang Liufeng, surveying him from above, seeking to discern any hint of astonishment or fear in the latter's gaze, only to find himself sorely disappointed. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng remained remarkably composed, as if the towering humanoid beast before him were nothing more than a mere insect. The sensation of being belittled was undeniably unpleasant. Roki clenched his fists, veins bulging, determined to make his adversary regret his disdain through suffering. Storm Step, Falcon Strike. With a swift motion, Roki propelled himself forward, vanishing from Jiang Liufeng's sight in an instant. When he reappeared, it was at the opponent's flank, and he launched into an attack with a powerful Falcon Strike. Thunder Shield. Jiang Liufeng reacted simultaneously, enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning, transforming into an indomitable shield that successfully deflected the onslaught. It must be acknowledged that with the enhanced powers granted by the Zoan-type Devil Fruit, Kadu's explosive force was indeed remarkable, managing to indent even the lightning shield. Yet, undeterred by the failure of his initial strike, Lucci swiftly employed the technique of Saru, deftly shifting his position around Jiang Liufeng in search of a vulnerable point to exploit. As the captain of CP9, Lucci's mastery of the 6 powers was exceedingly refined. His speed in Saru reached an almost unimaginable pinnacle, rendering him seemingly invisible in the air. Had it not been for the sharp sound produced by the air as he maneuvered at such high velocity, one might have presumed that only Jiang Liufeng stood in the arena. Although Lucci's constant repositioning appeared formidable, internally, he was filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Jiang Liufeng casually stood there, appearing riddled with flaws. Yet, there was not a single point of weakness to exploit. The more Lucci observed, the more alarmed he became. He realized he must take action. If this continued, it would only affect his mental state. Thus, he circled behind Jiang Liufeng and unleashed a deadly strike. Gale Kick. Leopard Tail. This was an upgraded version of Gale Kick, characterized by its swifter speed and greater power. Unfortunately, it proved equally futile, failing to penetrate Jiang Liufeng's electric barrier to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing his ranged attack yield no effect, Lucci instantly flashed to Jiang Liufeng's front. 6 Styles Ultimate Technique. 6 King Punctures. He thrust both fists forward, channeling all his strength into a terrifying attack, an invisible force seemingly entwined between his fists. The potency so immense that it distorted the air around him. The mightiest spear, for fingers piercing through. In a split second, Jiang Liufeng raised his hand and countered with the mightiest spear. Bang! The collision of fists and palms sent a gust of wind scattering, causing waves to surge on either side. Though the 6 King Punctures embodied the essence of the Navy's 6 styles and were undeniably fierce, the mightiest spear of the 3rd generation Rampage was even more ferocious. Without even utilizing Haki, it was beyond Lucci's capacity to withstand. The two clashed, and it did not take long for Lucci to be defeated. The 6 King Punctures were easily shattered by the mightiest spear, coupled with the disruptive force of lightning. Lucci felt his arms go numb, and even with the enhancement of his Zoan-type abilities, he could hardly endure it. He was sent flying, his arms dislocated. In a single strike, the victor was clear. Not far away, Spandam, who had been watching with a sense of amusement, suddenly came to a startling realization. This monster was incredibly powerful. In his eyes, Lucci had already reached the status of a formidable being. Yet he found himself utterly ineffective against this mere youth who had yet to reach 20. He finally comprehended what Lucci had been so concerned about throughout their journey. Individuals of such monstrous caliber could stand alongside the overlords of the New World. How could they possibly withstand such might? Tossing and turning in his thoughts, he felt fortunate to have pressed the button on the Demon Slayer S-Snail, now fervently wishing for the Navy to promptly dispatch warships and skilled fighters for support. In contrast to Spandam, Frankie and Robin, having witnessed Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary prowess, were equally astonished, yet their hearts brimmed more with joy. Hope. What once seemed a bridge of justice leading into endless darkness began to shimmer with a glimmer of light since this man's arrival. At that moment, that tiny spark transformed into a resplendent brilliance. It felt as if a radiant door had been opened to them amidst the eternal night. The eternal night was breaking. As Jiang Liufeng approached them step by step, Spandam's emotions stood in stark contrast to those of the other two. The once certain trajectory of promotions and pay raises, living in a mansion and keeping a pet, all seemed to unravel before him, his dreams of fame dashed by the imposing figure of this reaper, extinguishing his beautiful fantasies. He seethed with rage. He grit his teeth, trembling with fury. He resented this man for his overwhelming strength. He loathed his subordinates for their ineptitude. He cursed the heavens for not siding with him. He despised the Navy headquarters for their delayed reinforcements, so tantalizingly close yet absent. Yet he never blamed himself, never harbored resentment for his actions, nor felt an ounce of remorse for his shamelessness. What use was there in allowing such a brazen scoundrel to persist? Jiang Liufeng has seen through this irredeemable villain with his heartfelt insight. he is not a man of mercy. When confronting such scum, he naturally believes in swift execution. As he strides forth, crackling arcs of lightning begin to emanate from his body, gradually enveloping him in a dazzling display. The radiant glow is so blinding that the onlookers can scarcely bear to behold him, as if he is transformed into a towering deity, leaving all beings in a state of reverent submission, unworthy even of a mere gaze. Spondum, feeling the chilling intent radiating from Jiang Liufeng, experiences a jolt of terror. Cold sweat pouring forth from him, an emotion he has never encountered since the day of his birth. The sensation of impending death is overwhelmingly suffocating and inexpressibly horrifying. Chapter 24. Fierce Battle 6. He is afraid. Truly afraid. Regret gnaws at him for not having fled more quickly, for dawdling along the way. He wishes he could slap himself twice, yet now he finds himself utterly immobilized. For Jiang Liufeng has unleashed his conqueror's Haki, locking onto him with unyielding determination. At this moment, Spondum's capacity for thought is ground to a halt. He cannot fathom the extent of power one must possess to instill such terror with a mere glance. A gaze so terrifying that it nearly triggers a fatal heart attack. With a thud, Spondum exerts all his strength, collapsing to the ground and crying out in desperation. Spare me. Take Robin. Take Frankie. Do as you wish. But please, do not kill me. In this moment, he has lost all semblance of dignity and pride. Reduced to a quivering mass of fear, unrecognizable as the perpetrator he is. Yet, in relinquishing everything and kneeling before Jiang Liufeng, he is met only with a cold, indifferent shake of the head. You must die. Jiang Liufeng's eyes suddenly snapped open, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. He planted one foot firmly on the bridge surface, causing it to shatter violently, with debris flying into the air, yet his formidable presence rendered the chaos momentarily suspended. As if the very force of gravity had ceased to exist. Witnessing that Jiang Liufeng harbored no intention of sparing him, Spandam felt a chilling despair envelop him, rendering him momentarily incapable of retaliation. He could only stare, transfixed, as Jiang Liufeng's earth-shattering kick hurtled towards him. Am I to perish? Spandam resignedly closed his eyes. Aware of his insignificance before this man, to him, taking his life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. As that lethal kick approached, the rushing wind grazed his face. Yet, suddenly, Lucci, who had been sent flying by Jiang Liufeng's earlier strike, returned. Life restored. Paper drawing technique. This was one of Lucci's original techniques, allowing him, in his beastly form, to manipulate his body, fur, and organs, channeling his consciousness to contract his form, thereby sacrificing strength to maximize speed. Iron block. Empty wood. Boom. Bang. Finally, he managed to catch up just in time. Empty wood was originally a technique designed to reflect another's power. However, Jiang Liufeng's kick was so overwhelmingly powerful that it far exceeded what Lucci could withstand. It could not be deflected back. Nevertheless, he managed to dissipate a significant portion of the force, though the kick landed heavily upon him and then struck Spandam, sending both men careening through the air. The resulting force was insufficient to be fatal, merely leaving them battered. Jiang Liufeng, taken aback by this unexpected counter, was momentarily jolted back several steps. Interesting. Jiang Liufeng grinned ominously. This was the first time he had been pushed back since gaining his abilities. And it was a technique of Lucci's own creation. This indicated the opponent's exceptional talent for combat. However, Jiang Liufeng had no intention of allowing him to witness the dawn of another day. He immediately employed the same devastating kick once more, targeting Lucci. Humph. Just moments ago, I managed to withstand your strike in a rush. Now that I am prepared, do you think you can prevail? Lucci, just rising from the ground, observed Jiang Liufeng's renewed assault and sneered, Officer, take the prisoner first. This one is mine. With a thunderous shout, he prepared to confront Jiang Liufeng's onslaught once again. Jiang Liufeng stood before Lucci, his mouth curling into a playful grin, a true embodiment of foolishness. In an instant, he leaped towards Lucci, executing a sudden change in his approach. With a remarkable kick, he halted before Lucci and unexpectedly uttered, Have you played 97? Lucci, taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's erratic thought process, was momentarily bewildered. Before he could ponder further, Jiang Liufeng swiftly extended his hands, seizing Lucci's head between his palms. A surge of thunderous energy erupted. Nice hairstyle. Let me give you a wash. As Lucci gazed at the mischievous smirk on Jiang Liufeng's face, a wave of terror washed over him. Unfortunately, the speed of Jiang Liufeng's attack left him no time to react. ZZZZ crackle. In the next moment, a terrifying jolt of high-voltage electricity surged into his temples, coursing through his entire head, threatening to explode his very mind. A large, leopard-patterned head was charred black, emitting plumes of smoke and an oddly appetizing aroma of seared flesh, as if a barbecue party were underway. Once Jiang Liufeng released his grip, Lucci collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood streaming from his orifices, convulsing as he lay half-conscious, nearly lifeless from the electric shock. Such a waste of medicine. Even if he were to be healed, Jiang Liufeng remarked disdainfully. Sensing that Lucci had likely lost consciousness, he casually strolled towards Spandam. Be careful. Suddenly, Robin cried out in alarm. As Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, he sensed an ominous presence behind him, akin to the overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki emanating from Lucci. In a flash, he turned, unleashing a full-powered punch imbued with armament Haki. The maximum round 6 King's gun. Poof, it must be said that Lucci is indeed a battle maniac. His entire body was battered, with scarcely a single unscathed spot. And his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, he remained undeterred, launching his final and most formidable strike towards Jiang Liufeng. Bang! The two fists collided. The surrounding air was violently distorted, while the heavy stone bridge beneath them cracked, unable to withstand the magnitude of their power, teetering on the edge of collapse. Ultimately, however, Lucci was but a fleeting presence. To challenge the full might of Jiang Liufeng was nothing more than a delusion, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. In the next instant, Lucci was utterly exhausted, his body sent soaring into the sky, propelled by a force so great that he would not descend for several hundred meters. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Lucci's form crashed onto a massive warship. Indeed, almost 20 warships had inexplicably appeared beyond the gates of justice. Unnoticed even by the focused Jiang Liufeng, who was preoccupied with Lucci. Haha! Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Spandam was nearly leaping with joy. His plight had been arduous. These individuals, each more terrifying than the last, had sent his heart racing to his throat. If the reinforcements had not arrived soon, he feared he would perish from sheer terror, even without Jiang Liufeng lifting a finger. This insufferable brat was overwhelmingly powerful. A force he had never heard of nor seen before. Were it not for his first-hand experience, he would not have believed that such a prodigious figure existed in the first half of the Grand Line. The renowned captain of CP9, Lucci, found himself utterly incapable of retaliation before this individual. Amidst the jubilant cheers, Spandam momentarily forgot the deathly presence that loomed between him and the warships. After reveling in his excitement for a moment, he finally registered Jiang Liufeng's mocking gaze, causing his heart to plummet. Oh no, lost in his glee. He almost forgot about this young man. He could not escape. You seem rather pleased, Jiang Liufeng asked, his expression dark. Chapter 25, The Peculiar Trio. Spandam swallowed hard. You cannot kill me. The Navy is already here. I am the highest-ranking officer of CP9. If you dare to kill me in front of the Navy, there will be nowhere left for you to hide in this vast world. You would face the most terrifying pursuit. Oh, is that so? Noticing a hint of hesitation in Jiang Liufeng's voice, Spandam felt a flicker of hope and seized the opportunity to speak. Spare me, I assure you. Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng had already approached him, wearing an innocuous expression as he remarked, just what I wanted. Spandam's pupils constricted as he glimpsed the last vestige of hope in this world, only to feel his body lighten, as if he were being liberated from all burdens. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the head that soared high into the sky, only to plummet heavily to the ground. He scoffed, saying, Do you still hope that those people can save you? You ought to beseech the gods and pray fervently for them to spare your life. Jiang Liufeng approached the lifeless body of Spandam, gently picking up the elephant sword that had remained untouched until now, and stowed it away. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunity when it presents itself. A splendid treasure like this must certainly be claimed. However, time was not on his side to savor this victory. For the real trouble was only just beginning. As the adage wisely states, it is easy to ascend a mountain, but difficult to descend. They had come with ease. Yet departing now proved to be a formidable challenge. Before him stood 20 warships, arrayed in formation. Although they were all part of the Navy, their intentions were evidently different. Clearly, there were two distinct factions at play here. One group of 10 ships seemed uninterested in the events on the bridge, heading directly towards Judicial Island. The other group, equally composed of 10 ships, was encircling them, evidently intent on causing trouble. Who could they be? As Jiang Liufeng untied the two captives, he pondered his next move. Little did he realize that as he freed Robin, his every gesture was stirring something within her heart. Faced with the breathtaking visage of this handsome man, Robin felt her cheeks flush. It is often said that a man's seriousness can wield immense power over a woman. Jiang Liufeng, deep in thought about the unfolding situation, exuded a masculinity that made Robin feel an unspoken admiration for him. Yet, with danger looming, Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to her feelings. After freeing the two, he turned to confront the warships closing in, his spirit aflame with determination. He understood that the adversaries they were about to face were no ordinary foes, but rather the stalwarts of the Navy. Fortunately, before the warships could approach, reinforcements arrived. Luffy burst forth from the underwater tunnel, leading the Straw Hat crew along with the Red Count. Robin, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you, Luffy declared, raising his arms triumphantly, only to be struck dumb by the scene before him. What is going on? Is it over already? As the Straw Hat crew emerged one by one, they squinted against the bright sunlight, quickly realizing, like Luffy, that they were rendered speechless. They glanced at Spandam's dismembered body on the ground. Then at the liberated Frankie and the others, their expressions contorted in disbelief. So, after all that, we were just here to observe? They had come all this way. And aside from teaming up to deal with the likes of Owl and Bruno, they had not encountered a single minor enemy. Is it really necessary to steal the spotlight like this? Seriously? You four just cleared the entire Judicial Island dungeon without us? One by one. They cast resentful glances at the four, forgetting even the joy of Robin's rescue. However, the four had no time to address their grievances. For Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count sensed three formidable presences approaching. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Jiang Liufeng estimated. only to feel a sense of deja vu from his own words. But it mattered little, as the group had already caught sight of the three figures emerging from the first approaching warship. It was none other than the Navy hero, Admiral Monkey D. Garp, along with Admirals Kizaru and Akiji. However, they did not appear to be in a commanding posture. It seemed Garp was delivering a stern reprimand to the two admirals. Under the orders of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, they were supposed to split into 3 groups. Garp was to head to Water 7. Kizaru was to intercept at the midsection of the sea train route, and Akiji was to remain at Judicial Island, lying in wait. Instead, both admirals, citing various feeble excuses to protect Garp, had boarded a ship, leading to a series of futile endeavors as they traversed back and forth from Water 7 to Judicial Island. Fuming, Garp was in the midst of chastising these two lazy individuals when suddenly, his head tilted back, and a large bubble emerged from his nose, followed by a loud snore. The assembled Navy and Jiang Liufeng's group looked on in bewilderment. Is this truly the representation of naval combat prowess? Only Jiang Liufeng remained unfazed, for he knew all too well that underestimating their power due to their peculiar demeanor would be a grave mistake. Indeed, as the 3's bizarre behavior unfolded, the Straw Hat Crew's wariness began to wane. Why does the Navy seem so inept? I feel like I could take them all on by myself, Usopp boasted, wearing a mask of bravado. Let us not be too complacent. Those 3 hold significant ranks within the Navy and must possess some strength, Sanji remarked pensively. Wait, doesn't that guy resemble my... Luffy began, but was abruptly cut off as a fleet of Navy soldiers burst forth from the gates of justice. With the gates swinging open, a throng of Navy personnel emerged on the opposite side of the bridge, their expressions filled with shock upon seeing the 3 figures on the ships. Look, aren't those the admirals? Yes, indeed, it's the 2 admirals alongside Vice Admiral Garp. Ha ha ha, with both Admirals and Vice Admiral Garp here, the assailants on Judicial Island don't stand a chance. The audacity of those brigands to attack Judicial Island. Upon seeing our admirals, they should surrender at once. What? Admirals? Chapter 26, Testing the Admirals' Might. The Straw Hat crew was taken aback. Who could have predicted that these seemingly inept Navy figures were actually admirals? Usopp, who had been boasting just moments ago, had already hidden behind Zoro, trembling. Wait, did I just hear them mention Vice Admiral Garp? Could it possibly be that Navy hero? Nami mused, her expression shifting. Boom. Her words struck like thunder in everyone's ears. The name of the Navy hero, Iron Fist Garp, resonated profoundly. 38 years ago, he single-handedly thwarted the Rocks pirates at God Valley, engaging in battle with Roger and annihilating them. He had repeatedly forced the Pirate King, Roger, into dire straits. Who among the world remained unaware of his exploits? Upon hearing Nami's revelation, the crew's jaws nearly hit the ground in shock. Even Luffy was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "It's my grandpa. We need to run." "Yes, let us hurry." Usopp quickly agreed, panic setting in. Something seems amiss. The onlookers, hearing the conversation between the two, furrowed their brows in confusion, unable to grasp the source of their unease. "Luffy, repeat what you just said." Sanji exhaled a plume of smoke. "I said Grandpa is coming. Run. If we delay, we won't be able to escape." A heavy silence enveloped the scene. After a prolonged pause, a thunderous exclamation erupted. "Grandpa! Oh right, Garp is my grandfather. What's wrong with that?" Usopp remarked, only to receive a sharp smack on the back of his head. "You idiot. You're a pirate. And your grandfather is a naval hero. Don't you find that odd?" Sanji shouted in frustration. It was not the time for such discussions. They needed to devise a plan to flee. The group finally snapped to attention, glancing around as they calculated their escape. Suddenly, a naval ship approached, and Garp's bubble of air burst, pulling him back to reality. "Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep." He quickly peered over the bridge, spotting Jiang Liufeng, arms crossed, gazing at him with an air of indifference, and he felt a wave of relief. Phew, thankfully, they haven't run away. However, a casual glance revealed his grandson and his crew had appeared, causing his heart to race. "Luffy, you little rascal, why are you here?" Panic set in. "It's over. Grandpa found us. Run," Luffy shouted, dashing into the tunnel. His companions hesitated for a moment, then swiftly followed suit. Amidst the chaos, Robin turned back for an instant, casting a lingering gaze at Jiang Liufeng, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, as if she wished to etch his image into her memory. Thus, the Straw Hat crew's escapade at Judicial Island reached a perfect conclusion. "You scoundrel! You dare to run without even calling me Grandpa?" Garp glared at Luffy's retreating figure before turning to Jiang Liufeng and his companions. "These individuals are entrusted to you." He commanded the 2 admirals beside him. "I will pursue the Straw Hat crew." With that, he leapt off the ship, chasing after Luffy's group, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Liufeng as he passed by. Without pausing for a moment, Jiang Liufeng raised his hands in a gesture of resignation, not attempting to impede the group in straw hats. Their expedition to Judicial Island was not entirely inconsequential. At the very least, it alleviated his burden in dealing with the formidable Garp. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed from Judicial Island, signaling the commencement of the demon extermination order, engulfing the entire island in flames, smoke billowing as buildings crumbled, reduced to ruins. The cacophony jolted the 2 admirals aboard the ship awake. Akiji removed his eye mask, rising slowly, stretching languidly before leaping down from the warship. Hands in pockets, confronting Jiang Liufeng. Kazara similarly stowed away his troublesome black snail, a flash of golden light enveloping him as he appeared beside Akiji. At that moment, the two admirals, now with hands casually tucked away, exuded an entirely different aura, radiating a formidable presence that enveloped the four others, even Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. Along with formidable figures like Crocodile and Waldo, felt an overwhelming pressure, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Suddenly, several figures emerged behind Akiji and Kizaru. And upon closer inspection, they were all vice admirals of the Navy: the Weasel, Stolberry, Doberman, Dalmatian, and Bastille. These 5 vice admirals had come to execute the Demon Extermination Order, initially accompanied by Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider. But the latter two had been severely injured by Jiang Liufeng and Impel down, thus replaced by the now recovered Dalmatian and Bastille. The Demon Extermination Order involved indiscriminate bombardment of designated islands by warships, negating the need for the Navy to engage in ground combat, allowing the vice admirals to remain to confront the four. This transformed the situation into a 4 against 7, plunging Jiang Liufeng into the most precarious scenario since his debut. Despite having embarked on his journey only 4 days prior, throughout his encounters, he had faced opponents of significant renown. Confronted with such formidable adversaries now, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Observing the composed demeanor of Jiang Liufeng, Akiji furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this young man. How could he maintain such composure in the face of this naval assembly? Was it sheer arrogance or genuine capability to contend with them? To be frank, it was hard to believe the report from Magellan without witnessing it firsthand. How could a mere youth possess such formidable prowess? Initially, Akiji had believed that Magellan exaggerated the truth, embellishing the youth's abilities to deflect responsibility for his own oversight. Yet, upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng in person, Akiji felt an unsettling notion that Magellan's claims might indeed hold some truth. Sheathing his disdain, Akiji directed, Bastille, Dalmatian, Weasel. You 3 handle Crocodile and Waldo. Kizaru, you take on the Red Count. I will deal with this young man. Stolberry and Doberman, you 2 provide support in the middle. Kizaru and the vice admirals nodded in agreement. Jiang Liufeng, too, had devised a strategy. The Count and I will each take one. The remaining 5 vice admirals will be held off by Old Sand and Waldo. Boss, this is the Navy's territory. Their reinforcements are swift. If we engage in a prolonged battle, we will be at a severe disadvantage, Waldo cautioned. Although the Red Count and Old Sand said nothing, they evidently concurred with Waldo's assessment, turning their gazes toward him. Fear not, we need not engage in a drawn-out fight. A ship will arrive shortly to whisk us away. Just hold them off. This will be the perfect opportunity for me to test the Admiral's mettle. Chapter 27. Confronting Akiji. Though they were perplexed about the promised arrival of a ship, after several days, the trio had begun to trust Jiang Liufeng as their captain. With the conversation at this juncture, they had little reason for hesitation, and thus they readied themselves for a considerable confrontation. Noticing their eagerness for battle, Akiji raised his hand, pointing toward the gate of justice behind him, stating, "Do you see that? There is a saying, fallen leaves return to their roots. Therefore, you shall return whence you came." Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that behind that imposing door lay the passage to Impel down. With a sneer, he responded to Admiral Akiji. "If you possess the strength you're boasting about, then without further ado, come forth and claim your share of the accolades." Arrogance. This youth is utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. Doberman, who had yet to witness the formidable prowess of Jiang Liufeng and his companions, retorted haughtily, "What are you, to dare speak such insolence to me, the captain?" Upon hearing this, Waldo's temper flared, and he replied with a derisive expression. "You." Akiji swiftly interrupted Doberman with a wave of his hand. "Words are futile. Let our actions speak for themselves." Akiji's assertion was indeed valid. The space was rather confined. "What say you, Admiral Akiji? Would you prefer a more expansive battlefield?" "With utmost pleasure." Akiji's pupils constricted, and his expression turned stern. He leaped into action, his hands sweeping with an icy intent that seemed to transform the very essence of the atmosphere, as if the seasons had abruptly changed. Though it was the height of summer, an unsettling chill enveloped the air, reminiscent of the depths of winter. "Ice Age!" Akiji bellowed. And immediately the surrounding sea resonated with the crackling sounds of freezing. In mere moments, the ocean within a radius of several miles morphed into a colossal glacier. An awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. This maneuver served not only to create a battlefield but also to herald the commencement of a grand conflict. Goodness, retreat. Valdo glanced down at the Justice Bridge, which had similarly succumbed to a layer of frost. He hastily leaped aside, narrowly avoiding Akiji's lethal gambit, fearing that an instant's delay would have seen him encased in ice. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count effortlessly evaded the onslaught, but Old Shah, slightly slower, found himself ensnared by the icy grip that froze his ankles. Nonetheless, as a wielder of the natural fruit, he faced this freezing effect with little trepidation. In an instant, he transformed into a swirling cloud of sand, relocating himself and reconstituting his form anew. With a resounding crash, the blue pheasant unleashed a powerful attack, momentarily disrupting Jiang Liufeng's formation. As he landed, he was quickly surrounded by the poised Navy forces. Valdo and Old Shah were immediately besieged by 3 rear admirals, who launched a fierce assault. The Red Count faced off against Kizaru, while Jiang Liufeng contended with Akiji, thereby dividing the battlefield into 3 distinct segments. The remaining 2 rear admirals positioned themselves centrally, monitoring the evolving dynamics of the 3-way confrontation. Should their side encounter a disadvantage, they were prepared to provide immediate support. Conversely, if they gained the upper hand and the enemy showed signs of faltering, they would likewise join the fray to swiftly capitalize on the enemy's decline. Furthermore, they ensured that the 3-way standoff remained intact, ready to intercept any attempts by the enemy to consolidate their forces. It must be said that the operational prowess of the Navy's backbone starkly contrasted with their previous lackluster performance. From this seemingly simple arrangement, the execution by the 7 participants revealed the Navy's extensive combat experience, which proved to be remarkably effective. Old Shah and Valdo found themselves utterly taken aback. Despite being formidable fruit users, they were currently overwhelmed, their heads unable to rise amidst the barrage. Even with Valdo's remarkable speed and Old Shah's full deployment of his natural abilities, they could do little more than evade, utterly incapable of counterattacking. In contrast, the Red Count and Jiang Liufeng remained composed. From the outset, their observation Haki allowed them to foresee Akiji's moves and comprehend the 2 admirals' relentless pursuit. As Kizaru drew his light sword, the Red Count's thunderstorm blade was already unsheathed. Clang! Kizaru's sweeping strike was effortlessly parried by the Red Count. "Oh, you truly are quite the challenge," he remarked. Meanwhile, Akiji's dual spear thrust was easily shattered by Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. "Indeed, just as Magellan said, your shield is impressive," Jiang Liufeng acknowledged. After several exchanges of offense and defense, the 4 found themselves evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. "It is an honor to battle with you," the Red Count stated, as Kizaru launched another lightspeed slash towards him. The Red Count parried with flair, retorting, "You, my young friend, are far more entertaining than the previous weaklings." With that, he unleashed a series of 8 swift strikes, transitioning from defense to offense with ferocity, targeting Kizaru. The latter's expression grew serious as he acknowledged the staggering speed of his opponent. Remarkably swift indeed, he conceded, yet his own 8 strikes flew forth with equal rapidity, successfully blocking the onslaught. In a flash, Kizaru's figure vanished, reappearing behind the Red Count, delivering a lightning-fast kick aimed stealthily at his ribs. The Red Count turned to see Kizaru's astonishing display, reigniting the fighting spirit that had waned within him. Bang! Jiang Liufeng effortlessly shattered yet another lethal strike from Admiral Akiji with a single blow, casually remarking, "Is that all there is to the strength of an admiral?" Akiji, gazing at Jiang Liufeng's iron-like, obsidian arm, solemnly inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why does someone with such formidable presence appear in the first half of the Grand Line?" Jiang Liufeng smirked slightly, expressing his gratitude for the compliment. "The mightiest spear," he declared as he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed. His iron-black arms became ensnared with formidable lightning energy, charging fiercely towards Qingji. Seeing this, Qingji did not dare to hesitate. Though he was of the natural element, he understood that even in his elemental form, he could still be struck by the overpowering Haki. Cold energy surged around his right arm, forming ice. With a powerful blast, a massive ice phoenix took shape, soaring directly to meet Jiang Liufeng's mightiest spear. Bang! Crack! The mightiest spear of the 3rd-generation Raikage was indeed formidable, especially as Jiang Liufeng infused it with armed Haki. It shattered the ice phoenix into countless fragments. However, in that moment, Jiang Liufeng sensed something amiss. Could Qingji's attack truly be this straightforward? As he observed the swirling shards of ice, he resolutely abandoned his offensive, swiftly deploying a lightning shield and retreating. Just as he anticipated, the next second, the seemingly shattered ice phoenix reversed direction, launching a barrage of icy projectiles at his previous location. In that space, it was as if a rain of ice blades had descended, creating a tremendous pit in the once solid ice surface. Qingji was momentarily stunned. This young man before him exuded a remarkably troublesome aura. He realized that if he did not eliminate him now, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Chapter 28. The ship approaches. Although Jiang Liufeng's strength is undeniably formidable, such power alone does not signify much, for in this era, the number of individuals possessing great strength is as abundant as yaks, yet not every one of them can ascend to the pinnacle. However, the impact Jiang Liufeng imparts extends beyond mere physical prowess. His mental acuity instills a sense of dread in Qingji. Just moments ago, in a dance of attack and retreat, it became evident that Jiang Liufeng embodies the fervor of youth, while simultaneously exuding the composure akin to that of seasoned veterans. How could a vigorous young man, brimming with formidable strength, relinquish a prime opportunity for attack due to an unknown threat? Yet, Jiang Liufeng did just that. Qingji was utterly convinced that Jiang Liufeng's recent maneuver was one he had not anticipated, as he withdrew and abandoned his strike before it could even commence. This implies that this youth, not yet 20, unhesitatingly forsook an assault due to a flicker of doubt within him. What does this reveal? It indicates that this young man, in the prime of his passionate youth, possesses a level of mental fortitude that far exceeds that of his peers. Generally, impetuous youths, endowed with extraordinary combat abilities, often develop a disdain for many matters, individuals, and techniques, leading numerous young masters to pay dearly for their recklessness, suffering injuries, or even meeting their demise or capture. Jiang Liufeng's retreat signifies an extraordinary clarity of mind during battle. What may appear as withdrawal actually underscores his commitment to ensuring 100% certainty before taking action. This alone is sufficient for Qingji to regard the threat level posed by Jiang Liufeng with heightened caution. Just as Qingji was momentarily taken aback, Jiang Liufeng remained vigilant. In his observation, Haki finally reacted to the situation beyond the Ice Age, resonating with a voice as ethereal as a whisper, "Mira, I have come to rescue you." Simultaneously, Kizaru's lightning-fast kick connected directly with the storm created by the Red Count's blade. Boom. Although this strike did not inflict any substantial harm upon the Red Count, the sheer force of this rapid kick was astonishing. In an instant, the Red Count vanished from his position, hurtling towards Lao Sha and his companions. Coincidentally, the Red Count's sudden arrival intersected with the 5 vice admirals who were ruthlessly attacking Lao Sha and his comrade. Indeed, the 2 vice admirals who had been providing support, upon witnessing Lao Sha and his allies falter, had already joined the fray against them. This turn of events undoubtedly compounded the dire situation for Lao Sha and Valdo, who were desperately supporting each other, on the brink of collapse, when suddenly, a savior emerged. Clang. Riding the momentum of Kizaru's kick, the Red Count unleashed 5 strikes, forcefully intercepting the vice admiral's assault. The unexpected appearance of the Red Count caught the vice admirals off guard. Though they sustained no injuries, they appeared quite disheveled. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened upon witnessing the successful convergence of his 3 companions. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force beneath him, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick infused with Haki against the ice. Boom. A massive chunk of ice was propelled directly towards Qingji. Recovering his composure, Qingji swiftly elementalized his form, allowing the ice block to crash into him. Bang. Following the collision, Qingji reformed, clearly unaffected by such a mundane attack. However, upon looking again, Qingji found that Jiang Liufeng had already made his escape with the Red Count and the others. Run. The ship is here to pick us up. Jiang Liufeng took the lead, sprinting towards the source of the voice. The remaining 3 were left in a daze, after spending a few days with their eccentric captain. They had grown accustomed to his bewildering actions. Without a word, they followed him in haste. What on earth was happening? The 7 admirals were equally baffled. How could they suddenly retreat in the midst of battle? Were they foolish? Surrounded by naval warships, could they truly escape? The sailors aboard the nearby vessels, witnessing this scene, erupted in cheers. They had already distanced their ships when Aokiji unleashed his Ice Age, only able to catch glimpses of the 11 figures engaged in combat, unable to discern the details of the battle. Now, seeing Jiang Liufeng and his companions fleeing, they mistakenly believed it was a sign of their overwhelming victory. How could they not be elated? As the 4 of them dashed towards them, an officer aboard one of the warships waved his hand dismissively, boasting with his nose in the air, "Warriors, the enemy has been driven into a retreat by our commander. Here lies our chance for glory. Charge, capture them, and reap great rewards." The sailors were instantly electrified, as if a promotion was within their grasp. They surged forward, weapons in hand, ready to confront the 4. Aokiji's eyelids twitched violently at this sight. How could these fools hope to stop them? Had they not been instructed to stay far away and not disembark? This was utterly absurd. The remaining admirals were equally distressed, frantically pursuing while waving their arms and shouting in alarm. What's wrong with the commanders? One sailor queried. Oh, do we even need to ask? They must be ecstatic, rallying us to boost our morale. Another replied. Indeed, let us show the commanders our prowess. Charge. The 7 admirals, witnessing the reckless enthusiasm of their subordinates, felt utterly helpless. If a skirmish broke out, how many valuable troops would be lost? Only Kizaru could catch up to these formidable foes, while the remaining 6 could only watch anxiously, unable to close the distance. However, Kizaru alone would be isolated against 2 exceptional fighters like the Red Count and Jiang Liufeng. Their collaboration was no trifling matter. Moreover, Vardo intermittently unleashed surprise attacks with his armament Haki-encased ice blocks, forcing Kizaru to retreat swiftly. As the minor sailors arrived at the scene, they were greeted with the shocking sight of Admiral Kizaru being thoroughly overwhelmed, causing them to halt in bewilderment. What was happening? The supposed criminal, who was supposedly being beaten to a pulp, was instead clashing with their admiral. This was not how the script was written. The fearsome demeanor of Jiang Liufeng and his companions sent chills down the spines of the sailors, who gulped audibly and trembled uncontrollably. This was not a chance to seize glory. This was a death wish. Chapter 29. An exciting encounter having forced Kizaru back, the Red Count turned, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, and his hand slowly raised, gripping Thunderstorm. It appeared that blood would soon be shed among the hapless sailors. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened in shock. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, sweeping towards the group of sailors. This intangible force was terrifying. even causing his own comrades to furrow their brows in discomfort, let alone the ragtag assembly before them. As Jiang Liufeng unleashed his conqueror's Haki, hundreds of sailors froze in place, instantly rolling their eyes back, foaming at the mouth, and collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The sight left the distant naval sailors aghast. What was happening? This was utterly terrifying. How could he eliminate hundreds in an instant? Many eager young sailors hastily retreated, seeking the protection of their mentors or commanders. This was far too frightening. Several admirals covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight, while Akiji and Kazuru breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Upon seeing the Red Count draw his sword, they had feared for the worst, but Jiang Liufeng had merely incapacitated them with his Haki. Otherwise, the losses for the headquarters would have been catastrophic. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Liufeng and his companions widened the distance between themselves and their pursuers, nearing the shoreline. Akiji smirked. I do wonder how you power users plan to escape across the sea. Huh, what is that? Just as he spoke, he noticed something approaching from Jiang Liufeng's direction. His pupils constricted in shock. Could it be a ship? Mira, I've come to save everyone. This time, not only Jiang Liufeng but even the Red Count, Vardo, Old Shah, and the 7 admirals possessing observation Haki heard the voice. What is that sound? Could it be the legendary ship spirit? Kizaru marveled. Akiji, sensing the urgency, shouted, we must pursue. With all his strength, he sprinted after Jiang Liufeng. As Jiang Liufeng's group drew closer, they finally discerned the source of the sound. It was the Thousand Sunny. The most astonished was Old Shah. Isn't that the Straw Hat Pirate's ship? How did it end up here? And what about that voice? Could it really be the fabled ship spirit? A torrent of astonished questions flooded his mind. Glancing back at Jiang Liufeng, he found his captain increasingly enigmatic. Each action left jaws agape. Following him seemed to promise genuine excitement. As this thought crossed his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. What was happening to him? He scoffed at figures like Shanks and Whitebeard. Yet why did he now feel a genuine sense of loyalty towards this young captain? However, reality offered little time for contemplation as Jiang Liufeng's bellow snapped him back to focus. Quickly aboard. Yes, the 3 responded, leaping onto the Thousand Sunny, readying the sails and setting to work. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng stood atop the ship, gazing intently at her. A large bead of sweat rolled down Sunny's forehead. Who are you? What is happening? Where are my companions? Sunny was bewildered. This was not right. Why had these individuals boarded? Where were her friends? In stark contrast to Sunny's confusion, Jiang Liufeng was brimming with excitement. He had seen the moving scene of Sunny arriving to rescue the Straw Hat crew before his transmigration. That individual was truly moving. Even someone who has experienced the bitter vicissitudes of life, like him, was touched to tears. Standing by the school's convenience store, he gazed at the scene unfolding on the television, weeping uncontrollably, while the police nearly mistook the shop owner for a trafficker. Witnessing this profoundly spirited vessel with his own eyes felt like fulfilling a long-held wish. Mermaid, Luffy and the others have already departed. They are likely racing back on the sea train. Please, assist us in leaving to reunite with them. The Golden Mary paused, sensing Jiang Liufeng's earnest gaze, and silently consented, allowing Mordo to steer the ship towards Water 7. You think you can escape? It won't be that simple. Stay with me. Ice Age. Huh. Crackle. Crackle. The waters surrounding the Golden Mary were visibly freezing, threatening to immobilize her in place. Just then, a familiar voice of salvation rang out. Yada no Kagami. Clang. 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 Suddenly, a cascade of radiant light fell from the sky, a magnificent display unleashed by Kizaru. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the ice-covered expanse of the sea, which was suddenly shattered by the 8-foot Cheon Goyu, illuminating his surroundings with a brilliant flash. What a splendid opportunity. Vardo, run swiftly, he exclaimed. Understood, Vardo responded, brandishing his hand and striking the Golden Mary with force, bellowing, accelerate 20-fold. In an instant, with a thunderous roar, the Golden Mary surged forth like a wild stallion, darting away hundreds of paces and swiftly escaping the range of Qingji's onslaught. Damn it, you miserable monkey have allowed the pirates to escape once more. You must be doing this intentionally, Qingji exclaimed, his gaze directed at Kizaru with an unmistakable expression of suspicion. In response, Kizaru shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness. Well, they didn't even sink the ship. I suppose luck is on our side. Upon hearing this, Qingji's disdain for him intensified as he bellowed. Then why aren't you pursuing them? Kizaru, feigning innocence, replied, you saw it yourself. I cannot contend with those formidable foes alone. Hearing this, Qingji's lips twitched in irritation. It seemed he would once again face a severe reprimand. With Vardo's swiftness enhancing the Golden Mary, it truly became a vessel of remarkable speed. Even the warships could not keep pace, and soon they had evaded the Navy's pursuit, sailing into the resplendent embrace of the sunlit, magnificent sea. Finally, it's over. What an exhilarating experience. Jiang Liufeng exhaled deeply, seated on the deck of the Meili, basking in the warm sunlight, and contentedly remarked. Meanwhile, the Count and his companions gazed at him as if he were a peculiar creature. How outrageous. To recklessly venture to another's naval doorstep and cause a ruckus. What provocation. Chapter 30. A successful escape. You brazenly shattered the banner of the world's rightful authority. Now, splendidly, you stand against the entire world. And only you could manage such nonchalance. Jiang Liufeng paid no heed to their thoughts. He understood that these three individuals merely spoke with bravado. Yet when it came to action, they were resolute and unwavering. With the acceleration provided by Walder, the Mary swiftly ascended, soon arriving before the grand ship sent by Baku to receive them. Mary, upon spotting the Golden Mary, Luffy, already aboard the grand vessel, exclaimed with excitement. The members of the Straw Hat crew, upon hearing his call, turned in astonishment towards the approaching Mary. Even Baku, who had spent a lifetime dealing with ships, could hardly contain his shock. He had meticulously inspected this vessel, which had been deemed unseaworthy. Miraculously, it had traversed the domain of the water gods and returned Jiang Liufeng and his companions. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. As they drew near, Jiang Liufeng and his companions gracefully leaped onto the grand ship, leaving the poignant scene for the Straw Hat crew. Mira, I'm sorry, I had hoped to take you on another journey, but alas, I arrived too late. With a final gasp, the Mary seemed to expend its last remnants of strength, uttering these words before the ship split in two, rendered utterly inoperable. Seeing this, the Straw Hat crew could no longer contain their grief. They were overwhelmed with tears. Mary, we are the ones at fault. We did not cherish you as we should have. Please forgive us. I am so grateful to have carried you all this way. Thank you. They cried, Mary, Mary. After a prolonged moment of heartache, Luffy finally bid farewell to the Mary with his own hands. Though the Mary had departed from their lives, it did not diminish their fighting spirit in the slightest. Jiang Liufeng beheld the live performance, and his heart was equally stirred, a fleeting sadness brushing past him. At this moment, what filled his heart more was anticipation. What would his ship be like? Would the camaraderie shared with his crew be equally poignant? What heart-wrenching tales would they go on to create? Standing at the bow of the ship, Jiang Liufeng gazed into the distance, surveying the magnificent and boundless sea, filled with wonders. Although his expression remained calm and serene, the longing, excitement, and anticipation shimmering in his eyes were unmistakable. To be reborn in this vibrant world was an exhilarating sensation. Thus, the battle at Judicial Island officially came to an end, concluding with the pirates' resounding victory and the Navy's utter defeat. In this confrontation, the leader Jiang Liufeng and his trio vanquished countless Navy soldiers, slaying 3 elites from the World Government Special Department CP9, Kaku, Blueno, and the highest official Spandam. They severely injured Lucci and Khalifa and triumphed in a 4-against-7 battle against 2 admirals and 5 vice admirals of the Navy, without suffering defeat. They destroyed the world government's flag and rescued Nico Robin, known as the Son of the Devil, along with Frankie, the owner of the blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton. This battle marked yet another significant maneuver by Jiang Liufeng's group following the chaos at Impel Down, showcasing their astonishing prowess and compelling the world government and the Navy to acknowledge their existence. Truly, their brilliance shone brightly, earning them fame in a single battle. Of course, the saying that some rejoice while others lament holds true. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of Water 7, the Navy headquarters stood as a glaring example of dismay. At this moment, Sengoku glared at the empty-handed subordinates before him, trembling with rage. Such a profound humiliation. The Navy had never faced such disgrace since the escape of the Golden Lion. The severity of this situation far surpassed even that incident by a staggering margin. Chaos ensued at Impel Down, with the warden and chief guard either dead or injured, and even 2 vice admirals had fallen. Not only did they recklessly allow 2 individuals closely linked to the ancient weapon Pluton to escape, but they also suffered the annihilation of the CP9 special unit and leveled the entire island, all while the enemy had vanished without a trace. How could this be? Looking at the 2 nonchalant admirals before him, Sengoku's frustration grew. He felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a powerful blow upon them. What on earth transpired? Carp, Akiji, Kizaru. What were you 3 doing? How did they manage to escape? Unlike the 2 admirals, Vice Admiral Carp felt equally vexed, stating, I was pursuing the Straw Hat crew. I'm not privy to the exact circumstances. What? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder you, an old fool, were slacking off. You had your precious grandson involved in this. Setting Carp aside for the moment, he turned to the 2 admirals, demanding an explanation. You ask him. You ask him. Remarkably, the 2 admirals pointed at each other in unison. Sengoku's face darkened, struggling to contain his impending fury. Akiji, you speak. Akiji stood up impatiently, stating, the vice admirals were just about to capture Warlord Waldo and Crocodile when this fool kicked the Red Count into their midst, giving them a chance to escape. I was about to encircle them with my Ice Age, but this idiot shattered my ice with the Yada no Kagami, allowing Waldo to accelerate away without a trace. Upon hearing this, Kizaru quickly stood up, exclaiming, Oh, you dare to blame me? You, young and vigorous, should have captured the Red Count instead of leaving it to me. Facing a master like the Red Count is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Just managing to kick him away was a feat. How could I focus on anything else? And as for the ship being trapped, I had to sink it quickly. Or else those 4 devil fruit users would fall into the water effortlessly. What is wrong with that? Strangely enough, Sengoku found some merit in their arguments. realizing that the true fault lay with the formidable foes who always found a way to escape. Witnessing the two admirals nearly come to blows, Sengoku shook his head in resignation, knowing he would have to shoulder the blame. Enough of this. You both sit down. You've done your utmost. It's merely that they were fortunate enough to encounter the Mary, which possessed a ship spirit. Sigh. At this point, we can only issue a bounty. Since you two have faced them, what do you think? Very strong. Besides Crocodile, only the young one possesses observation Haki. While both he and the Red Count are at Admiral level, Waldo is undoubtedly at least on the verge of becoming an Admiral, Akiji replied earnestly. Moreover, this group, led by that young lad, has even gained the Red Count's respect, and it's noteworthy that the Red Count never associates with others. This likely indicates that the young one's strength surpasses that of the Red Count. At this point, even Kizaru became unusually serious. Chapter 31, Assessing their worth. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was once again taken aback. Previously, reports had merely highlighted how formidable these individuals were without providing any concrete understanding. Now, hearing the words of the two admirals, everything changed. An admiral-level strength surpassing the Red Counts? What did this signify? It suggested that these individuals possessed the capability to confront the three admirals of the Navy headquarters directly. This was alarming. If they couldn't handle this group, then they could forget about confronting the titans of the New World. This was decidedly not good news. Sengoku, not one to hesitate, immediately pounded the table. He promptly placed a bounty of 500 million on the escaped convict Jiang Liufeng, reinstated the original bounties for Crocodile and Waldo, and decided to postpone any discussion regarding the Red Count for now. He was not foolish. The reputation of the Red Count was too formidable, and the news of his successful escape must remain confidential. Otherwise, in this age of rampant piracy, the morale of pirates would soar tremendously. Just as he was about to adjourn the meeting, he suddenly recalled something and glared at Carp, saying, "Also, raise the bounties for the Straw Hat crew." Carp's face flushed with embarrassment. That damned kid deserves it. As night fell over Water 7. Despite the city being in disarray after the battle and the baptism of the sea gods, the jubilant spirit of celebration persisted as the townsfolk commenced a lively victory party. They feasted heartily, drank copiously, sang, danced, and reveled in joy. Yet, just as Icebug prepared to raise a toast to celebrate Frankie's safe return, an unwelcome voice pierced the atmosphere. "Icebug, I have fulfilled my promise. Now, please settle the account." Icebug turned and gazed at the purple-haired youth before him, curiosity bubbling within him. Who was this young man? What was the source of his formidable strength? Observing Icebug's intense gaze, Jiang Liufeng felt a twinge of annoyance. "What are you staring at? I'm not a woman." Breaking the tension, Icebug shook off his thoughts and responded, "Of course. You are the savior of my apprentice. I would gladly sacrifice my fortune. Thus, I shall gift you our largest and most luxurious ship from the shipyard." With a grand gesture, the iceberg proclaimed with audacity. The river flowed steadily, yet Jiang Liufeng remained unmoved. "I do not require your assistance. I demand that you craft it for me." Ice Mountain, momentarily taken aback, responded. At present, the 7 rivers are in disarray, and it would be quite a challenge to procure shipbuilding materials in a short time. "Use mine," interjected Frankie, interrupting Ice Mountain's words. "Utilize the trunk of my atom tree to construct a vessel for them." Upon witnessing the two misinterpret his intentions, completely assuming he had come merely to request their resources, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of displeasure. With irritation, he retorted, "That wretched tree of yours should be reserved for your own coffin. I do not require your materials, for I possess my own. You are merely responsible for the crafting." Hearing Jiang Liufeng's cutting remarks, the two brothers bore no ill will, as the crux of the matter was their inability to overpower him. "Very well. Then bring forth your materials, and we shall commence work immediately." Jiang Liufeng regained his usual composure, nodded, and said, "All right. Gather the team, and bring the necessary tools to the shipyard to find me. I have already placed the materials there." Although the two were filled with curiosity, they merely nodded in agreement without further inquiry. Jiang Liufeng then instructed his 3 companions to stay behind and enjoy some refreshments while he proceeded to the shipyard alone. It would indeed be a jest to conjure such a massive trunk directly from the system's inventory. It might astonish these individuals beyond measure. Icebegu and his companions acted swiftly, soon assembling a dozen people equipped with the required tools. Upon catching sight of the trunk beside Jiang Liufeng, they were utterly bewildered. "Heavens, what a magnificent tree!" they exclaimed. No wonder even the tree of Adam was deemed unworthy. As the saying goes, the inexperienced merely relish the spectacle, while the seasoned recognize the subtleties. A true expert can discern the extraordinary with a single glance. The Ice Mountain brothers, Frankie and his sibling, possessed remarkable shipbuilding expertise and immediately recognized the trunk's exceptional nature. Jiang Liufeng had little inclination to enlighten them. After binding with the tree spirit, he instructed it to have these individuals construct a ship. Subsequently, he strode directly through the petrified crowd, retreating to indulge in some wine. Left behind were the Ice Mountains, exchanging glances of astonishment. Indeed, a divine being is a divine being, and even the materials were as precious as celestial artifacts. As a shipwright, to craft a vessel from the finest materials was not merely an honor reserved for the chief artisan. Even a mere assistant would find it a tremendous privilege. After their initial astonishment, over a dozen skilled shipwrights began to rub their hands together in excitement, bustling around the world tree. Their handling of the materials resembled the tender affection one might show to a beloved spouse, as they became utterly engrossed. Although their spirits soared, the renowned shipyard was not to be trifled with. Each shipwright exhibited remarkable professionalism, proceeding with utmost caution and meticulous attention to detail. It appeared they were not merely constructing a ship, but rather forging an extraordinary masterpiece. Amidst the festivities, Jiang Liufeng savored his fine wine, and upon witnessing this scene, he felt a profound satisfaction. He could rest assured that his ship would undoubtedly shine just as brightly in this world. After feasting and drinking to their heart's content, Jiang Liufeng and his companions finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The days of relentless travel had left them weary, and it was impossible to deny their fatigue. Especially for the Red Count and his companions, having endured such a lengthy imprisonment, the opportunity to rest in this vibrant world felt like an extravagant dream. In the following days, they relished this fleeting tranquility until it was abruptly shattered by the urgent knocking of a younger member from the Frankie family at their door. Great one, your bounty has been announced. With a spark of interest ignited within him, Jiang Liufeng had never anticipated that one day he would find himself a wanted figure in the world of pirates. Though a criminal, he felt an unexpected pride in this newfound status. Bring it here, let me see, he eagerly replied, taking the bounty notice from the young man's hands. Great one, I must take my leave now. I have to deliver this to the Straw Hats. Very well, go ahead. Jiang Liufeng had no time to attend to him. Dismissing him with a wave, the young subordinate, as if granted a reprieve, fled in a flash, disappearing without a trace. Having witnessed the formidable prowess and ruthless tactics of these few aberrants, who would not tremble in fear, he wished to survive a few more years, after all. Jiang Liufeng presented 3 wanted posters before several individuals, exclaiming, "Let us see what our worth is." Chapter 32, Truly Worthless. The first to be scrutinized was himself. Feilation Jiang Liufeng, with a bounty of 510 million. HM? Jiang Liufeng counted twice and confirmed that the amount was indeed 510 million. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. How could it be such a meager sum? Shouldn't it be 5,100 million instead? Upon hearing this, Count Hong and the others rolled their eyes in unison. This young captain truly was overstepping his bounds. Just having embarked on his journey, his first bounty already amounted to 510 million, and he still wished for more? This is not even the new world. If he were to receive a bounty of 5,100 million, wouldn't it drive the common folk to madness? Who would dare to reside in these waters? Young man, a little virtue in martial arts would be appreciated. After brooding for quite a while, he continued to read on. To his surprise, there were no changes in the amounts for Lao Sha and Valdo. One remained at 81 million, while the other stood at 500 million. Jiang Liufeng gazed at old Sha with a playful smirk, as if to say, "You must exert yourself a bit more. This performance is rather lacking." In response, old Sha merely pouted, dismissing the remark with disdain. "Why is there no mention of the Count?" Jiang Liufeng suddenly inquired with curiosity. "Boss, you must be jesting. Would the Navy dare to release the bounty on the Red Count? That would imply he has escaped. And the news of the Red Count's flight would undoubtedly create an unprecedented uproar. The Navy would never take such a risk." Although Valdo was rather uncouth, he was nonetheless quite aware of the implications involved. As Jiang Liufeng listened, he chose not to pursue further inquiries. After a hearty breakfast, he strolled towards the shipyard, filled with anticipation regarding the vessel that would soon take shape. Upon stepping outside, he leisurely walked along the streets of Water 7, contemplating various matters concerning his crew. Once the ship was completed, they would officially become a formidable pirate crew, yet with only 4 members, their numbers felt somewhat insufficient. Regardless of their strength, one must have a competent cook, after all. During their time together, they had relied on others for sustenance. Once they embarked on their maritime journey, relying on others for every meal would be impractical amidst the vast ocean. Lost in his musings, he suddenly heard a commotion at the docks, prompting him to glance over. To his surprise, a familiar figure caught his eye. There stood a captivating woman with hair resembling flames in a vibrant shade of pink. Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened at the sight. Was that not Carmen? Indeed, she was the skilled chef who had once competed alongside Sanji in Lobe Town, a true culinary talent. As Jiang Liufeng's eyes twinkled with determination, he ascended the platform and listened intently, gradually unraveling the situation. It turned out that after her battle with Sanji, Carmen did not succumb to despair. Rather, she became even more dedicated and passionate about the art of cooking. She resolved to embark on a solitary journey across the vast expanse of the land, seeking to explore the distinctive ingredients of diverse coastal regions and to master the culinary techniques unique to each area, aspiring to become a remarkable chef. Having heard of the sea train in Water 7, which promises a glimpse of various marine creatures, she was particularly eager. For such sea dwellers represent rare and exquisite ingredients for a chef of her modest caliber. Even if she could not cook them herself, she yearned to experience the wonders of the sea train. Unfortunately, upon her arduous arrival at Water 7, she was informed that the sea train was undergoing maintenance and would not be setting sail for the foreseeable future, leaving her deeply disheartened. Fueled by her unwavering passion for cuisine, she found it intolerable to wait, even for a single moment, and thus began to engage in a spirited discussion with the station staff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, a chef had arrived. He promptly walked towards Miss Carmen. "Greetings, Miss Carmen. I am Jiang Liufeng. A pleasure to meet you." With utmost gentlemanly charm, he extended his hand towards Carmen. As she turned to inquire further, Carmen was taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's strikingly handsome visage, causing her to gasp involuntarily. He was simply too handsome. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she fidgeted with the hem of her garment, feeling somewhat flustered by the unexpected attention from such a dashing gentleman. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly and remarked, "I have heard that Miss Carmen wishes to experience the majesty of the Sea King in this calm zone." Carmen discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Liufeng and nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. "I can take you there and assist you in capturing what you desire, on the condition that you..." Upon hearing this, Carmen sensed an unsettling shift in the conversation. While she harbored a profound passion for cooking and ingredients, the notion of relinquishing her body as a price, regardless of his handsome appearance, was unacceptable. After all, one must establish a relationship and nurture feelings before such matters could even be considered, right? What was she even contemplating? With her hands pressed against her flushed cheeks, she steadied her resolve and declared, "Let us not speak of such things. I shall not sell myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, "There has been a misunderstanding. Miss Carmen, what I meant was for you to serve as our ship's cook. We shall voyage across nations, and whatever ingredients you desire, we shall procure for you." Carmen, taken aback, realized the true intention behind his words. "Could you not express yourself more clearly? You left my mind swirling with rather risque images. Do you possess such capabilities?" Only then did Carmen take a closer look at the man before her. Aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing a fine physique, he did not seem particularly formidable. She had previously received invitations from others, but upon hearing of an expedition to the doldrums to hunt for sea kings, they had all hastily withdrawn, their grandiose words failing to match any real ability. Carmen, clearly skeptical of Jiang Liufeng, recognized that words alone were futile. The proof of one's strength would reveal itself in action. However, despite her doubts, curiosity and determination prevailed. She could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of having someone accompany her. Being a woman from the East China Sea, although skilled in culinary arts, she had no true comprehension of the terrors posed by the Sea Kings. After much contemplation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. As long as Jiang Liufeng genuinely possessed the prowess to hunt sea kings, she would not mind serving as the cook aboard their ship, eager to explore the wonders of the ocean alongside them. It was settled. A surge of joy welled up in Jiang Liufeng's heart as he envisioned a competent chef aboard the vessel, ensuring that no one need endure the pangs of hunger any longer. With a satisfied nod, he gathered Carmen and prepared to seek a boat loan from Ispegu. I remarked, "Who is this audacious young scoundrel? How dare he speak so boldly in this place? Miss, do not be deceived by him." Just as the two were about to turn away, an incompatible voice pierced the air. As Jiang Liufeng scrutinized the group disembarking from the shore, he inquired, "Who are you?" "We are the Haki pirate crew, and our captain, Haki, has a bounty of 20 million berries," interjected one of the crew members, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. "The Haki crew? 20 million? How utterly pathetic." Jiang Liufeng pursed his lips in disdain and remarked, "Indeed, with such a vast forest, any bird dares to trouble me." Chapter 33. A renewed invitation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spectators immediately felt a sense of trepidation. Most of them were residents of the 7th District of Water, and while many remained unaware of the significant endeavors Jiang Liufeng had undertaken, they were quite familiar with the notorious crew of Haki. Although they were not of high caliber, this gang frequently engaged in acts of coercion and intimidation across several nearby islands, and thus, their reputation had spread far and wide. Ordinary folk were understandably frightened, hastily retreating a few steps to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Observing the reactions around him, the pirate named Haki was quite pleased, and with a smug expression, he taunted, "I must say, young man, your skills in deceiving women leave much to be desired. You actually claim to take someone to see the Sea Kings all by yourself? How foolish of this woman to believe such nonsense." At these words, Carmen was momentarily taken aback, yet upon catching a glimpse of the sincerity in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, she found him far more trustworthy than those loathsome individuals. "I believe him, and what of it? Let us proceed." Jiang Liufeng held little regard for these insignificant beings, and upon catching Carmen's glance, he simply nodded and said, "Let us go." Seeing that his words had little effect, Raji grew furious. "Stop right there. I have taken a liking to this woman. If you know what's good for you, hand her over. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it." Before he could finish his threat, Jiang Liufeng turned around, his eyes radiating an overwhelming dominance. "Lie down." The command, though composed of merely 2 words, resonated with such authority that it sent shivers through the crowd. "My goodness, how terrifying!" a passerby exclaimed, suddenly jolted by Jiang Liufeng's imposing aura, wiping the sweat from his forehead. In the next moment, a cacophony of thuds echoed as over a dozen individuals disembarking from the ship, starting with Raji, fell to the ground frothing at the mouth, their bodies convulsing. Gasping at the sight of the departing figures, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Is it truly that frightening? He didn't even lift a finger. Can a gaze really kill? At that moment, a bird of proclamation flew overhead, dropping several reward notices adorned with photographs. A perceptive individual picked one up, their hair standing on end in terror as they pointed to Jiang Liufeng's retreating silhouette and then to the notice in hand. HHHM. They stuttered, nearly biting their own tongue in disbelief. Curious bystanders gathered to uncover the truth. The sight nearly stole their breath away, prompting several women to cover their mouths and scream in shock. Eventually, the crowd regained their composure and shouted in unison, 550 million. As the two continued on their way, Carmen's excitement became increasingly difficult to contain. Her previous doubts about Jiang Liufeng had dissipated, and having witnessed his prowess, she felt that her dreams might truly be within reach. Noticing Carmen's enthusiastic glimmer, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of joy, for her happiness indicated that securing her position as the chef on his ship was all but guaranteed. Before long, they borrowed a vessel from the industrious Icebago, taking the opportunity to inspect the pirate ship nearing completion. It must be said, Icebago's crew worked with remarkable efficiency within just a few days. The grand ship had taken formidable shape. At first glance, it exuded an air of distinctiveness, resembling a mighty dragon poised to soar into the skies, quietly resting, yet ready to astound with its first roar. Jiang Liufeng was thoroughly impressed, expressing his utmost satisfaction. He even took Carmen on a tour of the ship's kitchen. Although it was empty, as a culinary professional, Carmen recognized that the kitchen's design exhibited remarkable standards. Once completed and fully equipped, it would undoubtedly be an opulent space. For a chef, having an exceptional working environment is of paramount importance. Observing Carmen felt akin to evaluating his future workspace, which filled Jiang Liufeng with delight. He was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected rewards of their casual exploration, which indeed brought him joy. After their tour, they temporarily bid farewell to the others and set sail with high spirits. The outcome was undoubtedly one of mutual delight, with Jiang Liufeng's formidable prowess. No sea creature dared approach them. Amid Carmen's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng led her to a sea king's nest, allowing her to witness these marine behemoths up close, and, at her request, he captured a creature that resembled a snake. According to Carmen, this creature was exceedingly rare, and its flesh was considered a delicacy among sea kings. Although the process appeared straightforward, the astute Carmen discerned its extraordinary nature. Even such a colossal being feared Jiang Liufeng. How formidable was this handsome man's strength? This only intensified her intrigue regarding Jiang Liufeng's invitation. Upon returning to their lodgings that evening, Carmen initially felt a twinge of fear upon encountering the robust and intimidating Waldo and his companions. She was somewhat apprehensive about mingling with these imposing men. However, after they tasted Carmen's culinary creations and exhibited sheer happiness, she suddenly realized that as a chef, bringing joy to such fierce individuals was an unparalleled source of fulfillment. Waldo, without hesitation, praised her cooking, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are exceptional. I've never tasted such exquisite dishes. It's truly remarkable." This unexpected address nearly caused Jiang Liufeng to spit out his food. "Ahem, can you refrain from such nonsense?" he retorted, casting a fierce glance at Waldo, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Take your time eating. I'll deliver some to the iceberg crew for their late-night snack." With that, he swiftly departed, avoiding Jiang Liufeng's gaze. Not just Waldo, but even Crocodile and the Red Count were unable to suppress their desire to commend Carmen. Unfortunately, one was at a loss for words while the other was too proud to express it. Yet Jiang Liufeng could see their eagerness for Carmen to join them as their chef. He thus earnestly invited her once more. "Miss Carmen, would you consider becoming our chef? Join us on this splendid journey across the vast ocean?" In truth, Carmen felt conflicted. She had previously agreed to Jiang Liufeng's proposal, but the thought of a young woman traveling with a group of rugged men felt somewhat awkward. After a prolonged period of hesitation, the Red Count grew impatient. Despite having braved the world alone for decades, he found himself captivated by Carmen's culinary talents, almost becoming addicted. Chapter 34, Setting Sail. Their formidable group was destined to traverse the new world with ease. How could they possibly lack a competent chef? A cadre of unparalleled masters living off the land and sea would surely invite ridicule. The old man was unsure how to articulate his regret but boldly stated, "Miss Carmen, I may not have much to offer, but the captain has promised to secure a mythical beast vampire fruit for me. I believe he can accomplish this, and if necessary, I can relinquish it to you." At this, Jiang Liufeng and Carmen's eyes brightened simultaneously. Carmen, having heard of this remarkable fruit, knew it to be a coveted treasure. Yet the name vampire gave her pause. Jiang Liufeng, however, slapped his thigh, realizing the allure of such an offering. With a grin, he continued, "By the way, Miss Carmen, if you join us, I promise to help you acquire a devil fruit. The vampire fruit is promised to the Red Count, but I can find you another." Carmen found this proposition irresistible. She understood that in a world governed by the survival of the fittest, achieving her dreams and realizing her worth required two essential conditions: a powerful ally and formidable personal strength. Although Carmen was a young woman, her determination to fulfill her aspirations was no less fervent than that of any man. The prospect of enhancing her abilities to protect herself in these treacherous waters was a tantalizing temptation. Really? She asked. Indeed, I assure you of that. Well then, however, I have one more request. What is it? I hope you can find another female companion, otherwise, as the only girl. Agreed. We will find you a companion. And don't be fooled by their intimidating appearances. They're all good-hearted, right, old Sha? With a subtle arch of his brow, Jiang Liufeng cast a meaningful glance at Lao Sha and spoke. Suddenly, the conversation shifted to himself. Lao Sha initially had reservations but found himself yearning for the exquisite meals prepared by Carmen. Afraid that any action might startle the young girl, he reluctantly conceded, saying, "If the captain says so, then so be it." To his surprise, he discovered that these individuals were not as daunting as he had imagined, particularly the simple-minded giant, which significantly eased Carmen's initial apprehension. After a relentless barrage of persuasion, they finally reached an agreement. Thus, the chef de cuisine for Jiang Liufeng's crew was secured. Acquiring such a beautiful chef was undoubtedly the most worthwhile endeavor Jiang Liufeng had undertaken in recent days. After all, it was merely a devil fruit. For someone equipped with a positioning device, it was an exceptionally straightforward task. With matters settled, the group joyfully resumed their revelry. Upon returning from a delivery, Valdo noted the jubilant atmosphere and, without needing to inquire, understood the reason behind it. The thought of indulging in gourmet meals at every meal filled him with childlike glee, prompting him to lift his cup and immerse himself in the joyous ambience. The following morning, Ispega finally dispatched someone to inform them that the ship was complete and ready for inspection. The group, brimming with excitement, packed their belongings and set off towards the shipyard. As they strolled down the street once more, the gazes of the residents had shifted significantly. Jiang Liufeng, a notorious pirate valued at 510 million, had become a well-known figure throughout the Seven Seas. Most people regarded him with a mixture of respect and trepidation, wary of attracting his attention. However, this did not particularly faze his crew, though Cayman appeared somewhat discontented. Noticing her unease, Jiang Liufeng turned to her and said, "As long as we act with a clear conscience, that is all that matters." After pondering his words, Cayman experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, why should one be concerned about the opinions of others? A clear conscience sufficed. This minor interlude did not impede their progress, and soon they arrived at their new ship. At that moment, the vessel was draped in a red cloth, awaiting Jiang Liufeng's unveiling. Among those present to bid farewell was the Straw Hat crew, who were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Cayman. Luffy, however, was rather discontented and muttered to himself, "Why did they get their ship first?" Before he could finish, his companion swiftly covered his mouth. "Isn't it better to send these killing gods away?" Seeing the hungry gazes of his friends, Luffy promptly ceased his chatter. Jiang Liufeng merely smiled, offering no response. "Let us give our companion a name," he suggested. "Companion?" Cayman inquired, puzzled. "Yes. For those who venture upon the sea, a ship is as vital a partner as any." Through the sincerity reflected in Jiang Liufeng's gaze, Cayman grasped his sentiment. She bowed deeply to the new ship and said, "Hello. I am Cayman. I look forward to our journey together." To her astonishment, the ship seemed to respond, quivering ever so slightly. Although the movement was minuscule, nearly everyone noticed it. How miraculous! Even Cayman was taken aback. At that moment, she understood Jiang Liufeng's intention. It was not merely about cherishing and valuing the ship as a partner, but rather recognizing that this vessel truly was their companion. This revelation filled her with an even greater sense of anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. It was bound to be extraordinary. Jiang Liufeng smiled ambiguously, fully aware that he alone possessed the knowledge of the presence of a tree spirit. No, rather, a ship spirit. Now, was it not akin to having a companion? He slowly approached the new vessel, grasping the vibrant red curtain with his hand, and closed his eyes. It seemed as if he was pondering deeply or perhaps attuning himself to some sensation. After a considerable pause, he gently opened his eyes and exerted a forceful tug. With a swift motion, the curtain of the ship was abruptly torn away. Simultaneously, a voice, though not loud, resonated with commanding authority in the ears of the onlookers. "From this moment forth, you shall be named the Golden Scales." The saying goes, what are golden scales but mere creatures of the pond? When encountering the winds and clouds, they transform into dragons. It is believed that in the near future, Jiang Liufeng and the Golden Scale shall undoubtedly achieve renown across the seas, becoming a legendary tale recounted by all. Thus, Jiang Liufeng officially embarked upon the era of great pirates, emerging as a true pirate. Their legendary journey commenced at this very moment. After a considerable time, all preparations were finally in place. With a grand wave of his hand, Jiang Liufeng declared, "Set sail. Our next destination, the Sabaody Archipelago." Aboard the magnificent and luxurious Golden Scale, even the seasoned Red Earl Shah felt a flutter of excitement within. After drifting for so long, he finally experienced a sense of belonging akin to that of home, an utterly delightful sensation. Hearing the captain's command, they instinctively responded, "Aye, Vardo, let us proceed." "Aye, Captain. This ship is truly magnificent," Vardo exclaimed, his spirit lifted. "With you at the helm, it seems as though everything is transformed for the better. Brace yourselves. We embark." Chapter 35, New Companion, the Golden Scale Whoosh. With a sweeping gesture, Vardo activated the ship's 20-fold acceleration. In the blink of an eye, the majestic golden scale vanished before the eyes of Ispegu and the others, as they gazed at the intricately crafted vessel, adorned with a lifelike golden dragon. It gradually disappeared from view. A medley of emotions welled within them, but one thought resonated among all. What marvels would the purple-haired youth bring to the world? The anticipation was palpable. For the Straw Hat crew, formidable adversaries only fueled their desire to triumph. At this moment, they yearned to strengthen themselves. Eager for the day they would once again confront Jiang Liufeng and his companions. Were Jiang Liufeng aware of their aspirations, he might chuckle and say, "No matter how hard you strive, your efforts are ultimately in vain. In this era, I am the protagonist. New World. Sabaody Archipelago. Here I come, Jiang Liufeng." The resplendent golden scale glided swiftly over the azure expanse of the sea. Jiang Liufeng gathered several of his curious companions, who were scurrying about the ship like inquisitive kittens. Before the main helm, as they approached, they were taken aback to discover a peculiar device beside the helm. It resembled an oversized recording pointer. Yet this crystal orb was distinctly different from the pointer. This exquisite crystal sphere functioned much like a display, and upon closer inspection, it revealed a comprehensive map of the entire world. A small point of light was gradually moving away from a green section marked as the Seven Water Cities, heading towards a cluster of small green islets known as the Sabaody Archipelago. The sight of this captivated everyone, indicating that this object was indeed extraordinary. Valdo, unable to contain his curiosity, promptly inquired, "Captain, what is this thing? It not only showcases the world map but also seems to know our exact location." In response, Jiang Liufeng smiled gently and explained, "This device is called the Omniscient Recorder. It not only provides a panoramic view of our world but also serves as our navigator, allowing us to ascertain our current position and the location of our destination." "How marvelous!" Carmen exclaimed, her fingers caressing the recorder, embodying an eagerness for knowledge that made her appear quite endearing. "Indeed, it also detects potential threats along our route, assesses the climate, and will determine the most optimal course for our journey. However, these functions require the cooperation of our new companion." "Me?" Carmen exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment. After all, she possessed no navigational skills. Why would she be singled out? With a mysterious smile, Jiang Liufeng remarked that he might be even newer than you. A few individuals were left baffled, pondering the situation. Were there not just a few of them? Where did these newcomers come from? Observing the scene, Jiang Liufeng decided not to keep them in suspense any longer and exclaimed, "Come out, Golden Scale." "Golden Scale?" Valdo appeared utterly bewildered. Wasn't Golden Scale the name of their ship? What was their captain up to? However, he soon shook off his confusion as he gazed at the humanoid light form that suddenly materialized at the entrance, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The others nearby were equally stunned. Upon witnessing this luminous figure, their composure shattered. At that moment, even the most oblivious observer could discern that this small boy-shaped light was strikingly reminiscent of the legendary ship Spirit. Count Red's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be the ship Spirit? After decades of traversing the seas, this was indeed his first encounter. Yet, there were nuances. Golden Scale and the ship Spirit were not entirely the same. What were the differences? Jiang Liufeng turned around, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes as he regarded Lao Sha. This marked the first time Lao Sha had taken the initiative to converse with him. A promising beginning indeed. Meeting Jiang Liufeng's gaze, Lao Sha also came to his senses, clearing his throat awkwardly. However, Jiang Liufeng was in no rush. Relationships require gradual nurturing, and he chose not to address the moment directly. The ship Spirit is born from the vessel's will, yet Jinlin is different. He is a tree spirit inherently linked to the trunk of the world tree in my realm. The others nodded, their understanding somewhat vague. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Jiang Liufeng continued to elucidate. In simpler terms, Jinlin is capable of appearing before people, traversing freely upon the ship created by the world tree, and possesses a mastery over it that surpasses any helmsman, along with the ability to repair the vessel. In essence, Jinlin serves as our helmsman and shipwright, and with the aid of the omniscient recorder, he also acts as our navigator. This truly is extraordinary. Carmen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized Jinlin with fascination. From now on, we shall be companions. Jinlin, do greet everyone. Jiang Liufeng encouraged. Greetings, everyone. I am Jinlin, and I am delighted to become your companion. I look forward to working with you, Jinlin said in a youthful tone. Upon hearing this, the others began to warm up, and it wasn't long before they grew more familiar with the notion of having a spirit as their companion. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng instructed Waldo to retrieve the exquisite wine from the iceberg, pouring each person a glass. On the deck, the 6 companions formed a circle, and Jiang Liufeng raised his glass high, proclaiming, "We, this band of adventurers, have escaped from the clutches of Impel down, traversing countless perils, and at last, we have arrived at the day of our official voyage." Reflecting on the events of the past few days, aside from Carmen and Jinlin, the others felt a lingering apprehension. Although the infuriating captain had led them into danger, was this not the very essence of piracy? Beyond the fabled treasures of the Pirate King, it was about defying oppression and daring to challenge the world. With formidable strength, confronting the Navy head-on, unrestrained, freely navigating the vibrant seas. Was this not the pinnacle that every pirate dreams of achieving? Observing the spirited faces of his companions, Jiang Liufeng felt a sense of satisfaction. He continued, "To commemorate the official commencement of our journey, I shall name our pirate crew Dawn. From this day forth, the Dawn pirate crew is officially established. Here's to a more splendid tomorrow. Cheers, 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 drink." Haha. Carmen, ever perceptive, promptly presented the elegantly prepared delicacies, and a delightful small party unfolded aboard the ship. Meanwhile, the helm of the Jinlin had been entrusted to Jinlin himself, who, as an elf, required neither food nor drink. While the others celebrated joyously, Jinlin had already taken the helm, steering towards the archipelago of Shambodi as instructed by Jiang Liufeng. After they had feasted, Jiang Liufeng briefly assigned tasks. Old Sha would be taken by the Red Count to learn the ways of Haki. For it was a common flaw among nature-type fruit users to overly rely on their abilities, neglecting the study of Haki. Even if he did learn, it would typically focus on observation Haki. Therefore, Old Sha's primary objective was to enhance his Haki proficiency. Otherwise, in the new world, a place dominated by Haki, he would surely find himself at the mercy of others. Waldo was tasked with crafting a pirate flag for their crew, featuring a skull with lightning bolts behind it, an impressive design. After Carmen tidied up the messy dining table, Jiang Liufeng led her into a room. As he pulled her arm into the chamber, a blush crept across the young girl's cheeks, her heart racing. What is happening? Wasn't it supposed to be courteous? She pondered. Men are indeed quite mischievous. Alas, I should not have believed his sweet words. I fear I cannot escape this predicament. Lost in thought, she stood before the bed, momentarily dazed, not realizing what had transpired. Carmen, what's wrong with you? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, noticing her vacant gaze and flushed cheeks. Mistakenly thinking she was unwell, he quickly reached out to check her forehead. It seems we need a doctor. Carmen suddenly felt Jiang Liufeng's touch, and it sent a jolt through her, causing her to shudder. She let out a startled cry, retreating like a frightened kitten, only to trip over the bedpost and tumble onto the bed. In a reflexive motion, her delicate hand inadvertently grasped Jiang Liufeng's clothing, pulling him down as well. Their eyes met, and they found themselves intimately close on the bed, their faces mere inches apart, as if a slight movement could bring their lips together. Both were momentarily stunned, unsure of how to proceed, remaining in this ambiguous position. Miss Carmen, what is the matter? You need not fear with us here. Jiang Liufeng stammered, but his words were interrupted. Upon hearing Carmen's shriek, the others, concerned for the lovely chef, hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed to her room. However, upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Goodness, this is quite scandalous, they exclaimed, witnessing the two in such a compromising situation. As realization dawned, they resembled startled kittens, quickly retreating. Jiang Liufeng began, but Waldo interjected with a hearty laugh. We understand. Just remember to close the door next time, Miss Carmen, your voice is quite loud. The Red Count and Old Sha exchanged knowing glances, their expressions teasing as they scrutinized the pair. Jiang Liufeng felt a shiver run down his spine. Get out, he bellowed, pointing at the three of them. The misunderstanding was too convoluted to clarify, and he had no desire to linger. The trio, instead of feeling chastised, appeared pleased by his outburst. Ultimately, Waldo, grinning, closed the door behind him as they left. Turning back, Carmen's head sank down to her navel, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Utterly embarrassed and wishing to avoid any further encounters. Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Liufeng wore a bitter smile, lamenting the enormity of the misunderstanding. His intention had merely been to present Carmen with a small surprise, yet it had inadvertently spiraled into a farcical predicament. In an effort to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Jiang Liufeng promptly produced the ivory sword he had confiscated from Spandam, stating, Carmen, this truly is a misunderstanding. I had merely intended to gift you this ivory sword. Carmen, still lost in her own thoughts and at a loss for words, suddenly heard Jiang Liufeng's voice and exhibited a momentary look of astonishment. Her gaze shifted toward the ivory sword in Jiang Liufeng's hand, and she could not help but feel a spark of interest. With this revelation, the tension in the air began to dissipate significantly. As Jiang Liufeng noticed Carmen's shift in focus, he swiftly seized the opportunity to introduce her. Carmen, already intrigued by the concept of devil fruits, found her curiosity piqued upon discovering that Xiang Jian possessed the powers of a devil fruit. Jiang Liufeng exhaled a sigh of relief, having successfully diffused the awkward situation. He immediately wielded the majestic elephant sword with an air of dominance, which trembled in fear at the overwhelming and tyrannical aura emanating from him, ultimately submitting without hesitation. Once he had firmly established his authority over the sword, Jiang Liufeng, drawing upon his memories, imparted some techniques to Carmen, also advising her to explore any innovative ideas on her own. Carmen was utterly enamored with the elephant sword. Her innate intelligence, combined with her prior experience in the culinary arts, allowed her to grasp numerous techniques in a remarkably short time. Observing her progress, Jiang Liufeng offered a few more instructions before hastily exiting her room, anxious to avoid any further misunderstandings. However, the misunderstanding itself bore a certain charm. Despite Carmen joyfully toying with the sword, she remained acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's every move and felt a tinge of unexpected disappointment as he departed. As Jiang Liufeng emerged, Baldo intended to tease him with a few light-hearted remarks, but was met with a chilling glare that could only be described as lethal. He promptly made his way towards Jin Lin, stating, "Jin Lin, please investigate the current location of the bloodsucker fruit." Although his voice was barely above a whisper, it did not escape the keen ears of the Red Count. Upon hearing the mention of the bloodsucker fruit, he swiftly appeared at Jiang Liufeng's side. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly, instantly aware that the old gentleman was undoubtedly anxious. Having heard of the golden scales paired with a recording device capable of activating a positioning feature, the group was filled with curiosity and hurriedly gathered before the apparatus for observation. "Excellent," the young golden scales responded, beginning to manipulate the recording device. With both hands pressed against the crystal orb, he murmured incantations. In a short time, a small yellow dot illuminated the surface of the crystal. The onlookers craned their necks in intrigue. "Ah, it's still moving." Valdo was the first to speak, and upon hearing his words, the others realized that the small yellow dot was indeed traversing the sea. "Where's this?" Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, directing his inquiry toward the golden scales. "This is over the waters of the New World. According to the navigational route, ahead lies a place called Rosa." Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened as he spoke in unison with Lao Sha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. "How intriguing." A grin spread across Jiang Liufeng's lips. "Captain, we have indeed discovered the vampire fruit," exclaimed the Red Count, his impatience palpable. He could hardly contain his desire to take flight at that very moment. Jiang Liufeng patted his shoulder and said, "My dear Count, rest assured, I shall ensure that the fruit is firmly in your grasp. Once we arrive at the Shambodi Islands and complete our preparations, we shall set forth to the New World without delay." At the mere mention of the New World, a surge of excitement enveloped the crew. It was common knowledge that the most exhilarating part of the vast ocean lay in the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm revered as the New World. It was a coveted destination for all seafarers, a place where strength reigned supreme and the law of the jungle prevailed. Yet, for these formidable individuals, it resembled paradise. Upon receiving such exhilarating news, the crew's spirits soared. Walder, without needing any prompting from Jiang Liufeng, unleashed his full potential to propel the golden scale towards the Shambodi Islands with remarkable speed. During this voyage, the Red Count found little interest in instructing Lao Sha and Carmen in Haki, for Jiang Liufeng assured him that as long as the yellow dot remained visible, it signified that the fruit was still safe and had not been consumed by anyone. Upon hearing this, the Red Count became utterly fixated, abandoning all else to vigilantly observe the little yellow dot on the recording device, as though fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to its disappearance. In response, Jiang Liufeng could only helplessly entrust the task of teaching Haki to the now busy Walder. However, Walder's skill could hardly compare to that of the Red Count. Even he felt the need to learn from the Count. Thus, he could only introduce them to the basics and defer further instruction until the Count's affairs were resolved. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng took on the role of a laid-back overseer, leisurely seated at the bow, sipping on a drink and fishing. Any peculiar or beautiful catches were placed into the aquarium aboard the Golden Scale, while the fresh and succulent ones were reserved for Carmen's culinary endeavors, creating an atmosphere of ease and comfort. Before long, a verdant sight emerged on the horizon amidst the vast sea. They were on the brink of reaching their destination, the Shambodi Islands. As the Golden Scale's voice echoed, everyone set aside their tasks and gathered at the bow to behold the spectacle. Before them lay an archipelago composed of dozens of islands, both large and small, each crowned with a towering tree, occasionally releasing bubbles that floated into the air. Bathed in sunlight, the entire archipelago appeared vibrant and enchanting. Naturally, Carmen was the most exhilarated. Her innate fascination with beauty ignited her joy upon witnessing such splendid scenery. Turning playfully to Jiang Liufeng, she extended her hand and asked, "Captain, shouldn't we be rewarding the crew with some wages?" This question momentarily bewildered Jiang Liufeng, as the four of them exchanged glances, suddenly recalling that they possessed not a single coin. Carmen's previously bright expression swiftly darkened as she exclaimed, "You mean to say, you have no money?" Jiang Liufeng let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. Carmen, with a face full of disbelief, exclaimed, "Is it really possible? Each one of you is a prominent figure, yet you find yourselves without money?" During their recent conversations, Carmen had gained considerable insight into the world of pirates, acquiring a clear understanding of legendary figures and the seven warlords. Thus, she was well aware of the stature of those aboard her ship. Waldo, with a sense of resignation, shrugged and replied, "We have just escaped from Impel down. After our escape, we have been following the captain, and you know what happened next. We hardly had the time to think about making money. As for the Red Count and Crocodile, they seemed to take it even less seriously, as they had always taken what they wanted without spending a dime." This predicament left Jiang Liufeng in a state of exasperation. It truly was a case of a hero being thwarted by a lack of funds. Who would have imagined that on such a resplendent ship, so many maritime overlords would be reduced to such poverty? The group felt a wave of dismay wash over them. And just when their spirits hit rock bottom, Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. "I've got it," he exclaimed, hastily gathering his companions to share his plan. "What? Extorting the celestial dragons?" The crew was taken aback, stunned by the captain's propensity for stirring up trouble. But why not simply target some random shops for extortion? They pondered. Jiang Liufeng merely shrugged, stating, "The celestial dragons are wealthy. A 3-year absence from the market could yield a fortune." The crew exchanged glances, rendered speechless, as they realized they had no choice but to follow their trouble-seeking captain. "So, Captain, who will play the part of the one being sold?" Waldo inquired, casting a furtive glance at Carmen, seemingly hinting at something. However, the next moment, he sensed something was amiss. Everyone else had turned their gaze toward him. "Oh no, it can't be me," he thought. In unison, the four responded, "It's you." Frustrated, Waldo lamented his misfortune, wondering why calamity always seemed to befall him. Upon reflection, it appeared that he was the only suitable candidate. Although Carmen was stunning, with her fiery hair cascading down, making her even more enchanting, she remained a mere minor character, unworthy of the celestial dragon's attention. As for Crocodile, with a bounty of only 81 million, he seemed insufficiently formidable. There is no need to elaborate on Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. It is inconceivable that he would assume such a role. In this regard, there exists no more suitable candidate than this 500 million valued pirate. With a hint of resentment in his eyes, he reluctantly acquiesced. Once the matter was settled, the mood among the crowd improved considerably, with the exception of Vardo. The golden scale gradually approached the shore. At the dock of island number 13, numerous onlookers scrutinized the pirate ship as it drew near. They were utterly captivated by the resplendent golden scale. Residing in the Sabaody archipelago, they had seen countless ships, yet none had ever matched the imposing stature of this pirate vessel, nor had they encountered the flag that fluttered from its mast. Curiosity abounded regarding the nature of the crew that would disembark. Given the island's proximity to the Navy headquarters and its affluence, where even the celestial dragons occasionally graced the shores, few pirates dared to cause trouble here, and the residents harbored little trepidation towards them. Among the crowd were also members of other pirate crews, observing keenly to gauge their potential rivals. Naturally, the first to disembark was Jiang Liufeng. As he leapt down, he noticed the throng of spectators and furrowed his brow in displeasure, feeling as though he were a spectacle for their amusement. How handsome! Wow, what a striking man! The crowd erupted with exclamations, and many women covered their mouths in awe. Several married women were hastily pulled away by their husbands, yet even so, they could not resist glancing back at Jiang Liufeng, yearning for just one more glimpse of such a rare and captivating figure. Jiang Liufeng suddenly sensed a considerable amount of animosity directed towards him by several men. Well, it seems that upon his arrival, he had already offended someone. Is being handsome truly a crime? Jiang Liufeng pursed his lips, displaying an air of indifference as he thought to himself, "You'd best not provoke me. I am in dire need of money." The sound of footsteps echoing on the ship's staircase drew the attention of the crowd once more, revealing a striking young woman with vibrant pink hair descending from the deck. The atmosphere among the onlookers shifted dramatically. "Goodness, look at that beauty," one exclaimed. "Indeed, alas, in this day and age, the finest treasures seem to be snatched away by the least deserving. Why do these young ladies favor the likes of those pretty boys when I am so gallantly endowed?" Turning their gaze, the crowd beheld a portly middle-aged man narcissistically stroking his glistening face. In unison, they quipped, "Are you not referring to yourself as the pig?" Startled, the man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and hastily retreated from sight. As this minor episode unfolded, the Red Count and his companions gradually disembarked, surveying the charming and bustling island. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to signal for their departure, a brash voice pierced the air. "Halt, old man. Your vessel is quite impressive. I shall take it, and that young lady shall serve as my maid." The newcomer, under the misconception that the eldest, the Red Count, was the captain, pointed an accusatory finger at him. The group exchanged knowing glances, erupting into mockery. "Do you have any idea who I am? It seems you are courting death." The man bellowed. "You lot, respond." At once, came the reply, as dozens of henchmen appeared, weapons drawn. "Seize that ship and the woman." Yes. The henchmen approached Jiang Liufeng with menacing expressions. Carmen instinctively moved closer to Jiang Liufeng, clearly intimidated. "Wise up and hand that girl over to our captain, or else." "Kneel." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng's eyes flared wide, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, sweeping through the gathered ruffians. With a resounding thud, the henchmen, along with the so-called captain, found themselves incapable of lifting their heads, collapsing to the ground in trembling submission. The onlookers were left utterly stunned. What just happened? What did that young man do? One gasped. "I have no idea. He merely spoke, and those fierce-looking pirates fell to their knees. Indeed, he appears harmless. How can he exude such terror? Are you seeking death? How dare you call others young man? Depart quickly, lest you be heard and suffer the consequences." Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man hastily covered his mouth and scurried away. As Jiang Liufeng strode lightly towards the captain, the sound of his footsteps echoed like a rhythmic dance. Tap, tap. To the casual observer, it appeared as though he were merely strolling through a tranquil garden. Yet, for the pirates kneeling in despair, the sound was a harbinger of dread. Each footfall resonated like the countdown of death itself, sending a jolt of fear through their hearts with every step he took. Those fleeting seconds felt like a lifetime to them. At last, Jiang Liufeng stood before the captain, towering over him with an imposing presence. Under Jiang's piercing gaze, the captain was drenched in cold sweat, his garments already soaked through. He lacked the courage to lift his eyes and discern what fate Jiang Liufeng intended for him, trembling in an agony that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Jiang Liufeng scoffed disdainfully, his overwhelming presence momentarily subdued as he addressed the individual before him. Keep a vigilant watch over my ship, should anything go awry. I will hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, the captain felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from death, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I understand. I will ensure that no one approaches the divine vessel of the great deity. I am grateful for your mercy. However, when he lifted his gaze, Jiang Liufeng and his companions had already departed. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the encounter. The captain felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. Rationality warned him that any mishap involving the golden scale would undoubtedly seal his fate. A shiver coursed through him, prompting him to urgently summon his subordinates to stand guard at the golden scale, their vigilance unwavering as they dared not even blink, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead to the ship's vanishing. Meanwhile, the instigators, Jiang Liufeng and his entourage, had already arrived and come to a halt before the entrance of the Shachi bar. Are they inside? The arrow indicating the check-in point presented in Jiang Liufeng's mind was directed towards the bar. Without hesitation, Jiang Liufeng pushed the door open and entered. What greeted his eyes was a simply yet elegantly arranged setting, with only a sparse number of patrons scattered across a few tables. The check-in point was situated in the central seat at the bar counter. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance and proceeded directly towards them. From the moment Xiaqi entered, her gaze remained fixated on the group led by Li Yinlan. As a professional intelligence operative, Xiaqi had certainly heard of the newly established Dawn pirate crew. However, she was still unaware of the significance behind the name Dawn. When she noticed Jiang Liufeng approaching, she donned an enchanting smile and softly remarked, "Isn't this the renowned Flying Thunder God?" Jiang Liufeng, truly, seeing you in person is more impressive than hearing about you. You are indeed as handsome as the legends suggest. You flatter me, Miss Xia. Jiang Liufeng replied nonchalantly. Jiang Liufeng. He is surprisingly young. Is he truly as formidable as the rumors claim? Upon hearing Xiaqi utter Jiang Liufeng's name, several tables of pirates nearby began to scrutinize him and his companions with grave expressions. Xiaqi's bar was notoriously expensive, and ordinary folk would not frequent such a place. Those who could afford to drink here were typically well-versed individuals or pirates. The bounty placed on Jiang Liufeng and his associates is truly exorbitant. Setting aside Jiang Liufeng himself, the likes of Wardo and Crocodile are already formidable enough. Though Crocodile's bounty is merely 81 million, it was established a long time ago, and since he became a warlord of the sea, it has remained unchanged. Those in the know understand that Crocodile's strength is grossly undervalued by his bounty. As for Wardo, there is no need for elaboration. He is a genuine powerhouse with a bounty of 500 million, and his exploits have long been renowned in the New World, devoid of any exaggeration. Reflecting on Jiang Liufeng's prowess, it is self-evident. The fact that such formidable individuals as Wardo and Crocodile willingly yield to him speaks volumes of his extraordinary capabilities. As the crowd's thoughts drifted, Jiang Liufeng was no exception. The moment he settled down and responded to Xiaqi, that familiar voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Sabaody Archipelago. Reward, Enel's Devil Fruit Ability Panel. The next check-in location is Dressrosa. What the? Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the reward. How could the system be so excessive? Would this not render the game unplayable for others? Is there no consideration for martial ethics? However, upon further reflection, he realized that this could potentially leave him at a disadvantage. The expression of elation he had just worn faded instantly, replaced by a furrowed brow as he pondered whether to assimilate the power or not. Naturally, he yearned for this ability. After all, possessing the lightning attribute, the capabilities of the Thunder Fruit would undoubtedly represent a significant enhancement. Not to mention, it would grant him access to numerous additional skills. He would no longer have to rely solely on his ultimate technique, the strongest spear. This signature move, combined with his armed Haki, was his trump card, and frequently deploying it could lead to it being discerned by others, a precarious situation indeed. With the fusion of the Thunder Fruit's abilities, he would not only transform into a mobile spring of water, but would essentially possess an inexhaustible reservoir of lightning chakra. He could unleash a myriad of techniques, allowing the strongest spear to become a hidden ace. However, the moment he fused, it meant that everyone on his ship, except for Carmen, would need to become a wielder of abilities. If even one person were to fall into the sea, it would spell trouble. Just as he was mired in his dilemma, the system's voice resounded once more. Will the host proceed with the fusion? System, will I become a sitting duck post-fusion? Ding. The host's fusion of any panel within the system will yield an optimized, perfect ability. All side effects will be eliminated, and skill usage will no longer be subject to conditional restrictions. What? Jiang Liufeng could not contain his excitement and let out a low growl. Are you certain, system? Ding. System is certain. Haha. Splendid. Initiate fusion immediately. Ding. The host is currently fusing the new panel. Please hold on. Ding. The fusion of Enel's fruit ability panel has been successfully completed. Chapter 39. The Dark King Rayleigh whoosh crackle. At the moment the system notification sounded, a surge of formidable lightning energy, accompanied by the techniques of the Thunder Fruit and all the moves previously employed by Enel, flooded into Jiang Liufeng's mind. Without uttering a word, Jiang Liufeng vanished from sight, leaving behind only a crackling trace of thunder that captivated the onlookers, while the crowd remained in a daze. He had already meandered outside and returned to his seat. Bewilderment enveloped the atmosphere, plunging the bar into an eerie silence. The members of the Dawn Gang, accustomed to Jiang Liufeng's peculiar antics, maintained a semblance of composure. However, the rest of the patrons were utterly flabbergasted. Moments earlier, Jiang Liufeng had appeared quite ordinary. Yet upon resuming his seat, his expression oscillated between joy and sorrow, leaving everyone perplexed. What was he doing? Practicing his acting skills? Suddenly, he let out an odd cry, startling several tables of guests, one of whom, seated in a corner, spat out a mouthful of whiskey in shock. The situation escalated absurdly when, in an instant, he unleashed the full extent of his fruit abilities, vanishing in a flash. This transpired so swiftly that it left the bystanders on edge, hastily drawing their weapons, fearing he might lash out at any moment. After all, he had the audacity to confront naval admirals and provoke the world's strongest. Who could fathom his temperament? Yet, after a brief excursion, he reappeared. Goodness, was he merely attempting to showcase his prowess and put on a show? You are impressive. You are formidable. Is that not enough? The crowd felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, and upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's return to normalcy, they hurriedly approached to settle their tabs and exit. Even Xiaqi, a figure forged through tempestuous trials, found herself momentarily stunned by Jiang Liufeng's display, uncertain of his intentions. Was this a show of authority? Contemplating this, her expression darkened slightly. Jiang Liufeng, having momentarily basked in joy, suddenly realized that his previous demeanor had been somewhat inappropriate. He hastily cleared his throat twice to mask the embarrassment swelling within him and said, Miss Xiaqi, I apologize. It seems I have been rather presumptuous. Xiaqi, however, exhibited a noticeable decline in her earlier enthusiasm. May I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed presence, the Flying Thunder God? Ah well, Miss Xiaqi, to be candid, I have come to request a loan from you and to inquire about certain matters. Ah, indeed. You have come seeking trouble. Xiaqi's expression darkened instantly. So, it seems you are here to extort me? How bold of you to come here and act so brazenly with your modest skills. Straightening her graceful figure that had been elegantly draped over the bar, she crossed her arms and, with a glowering visage, shouted, Old man, someone has come seeking trouble. Suddenly, with a rush, the curtains of the two doors leading to the back hall were blown open by a fierce gust. Boom. A tremendous pressure emanating from an unparalleled powerhouse surged towards Jiang Liufeng like a tsunami, overwhelming him with its might. At the very moment Xiaqi uttered a sound, Jiang Liufeng sensed that something was amiss. He had long been prepared, fully aware that this woman was backed by the vice-captain of the Pirate King. Thus, as Rayleigh made his move, Jiang Liufeng unleashed an aura of sovereign power, clashing with his. The two forces collided, creating a tempest within the confines of the small bar, nearly toppling the ceiling. However, the two adversaries exhibited a tacit understanding, their overwhelming energies fleeting. Though their confrontation lasted but a brief moment, it conveyed ample information for those skilled in combat. Rayleigh, I harbor no intentions of offense. It is merely a misunderstanding on Miss Ya's part. Should you wish to engage, we can take this to the sea. Jiang Liufeng was undeterred by the prospect of battling Rayleigh, yet he believed in the necessity of clarifying the misunderstanding. Ha ha ha, indeed. Heroes emerged from the youth. A resonant voice echoed from the back hall, and the curtain was drawn aside, revealing an elderly man with silver hair, none other than the Dark King, Rayleigh. You flatter me, Jiang Liufeng replied dismissively. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? To borrow money, to coat, and to gather intelligence, Jiang Liufeng stated boldly. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. He had overheard the conversation in the back hall and was taken aback by the audacity of being extorted in his presence. His expression darkened. Since retreating to the Sabaody archipelago, he had only been the one to extort others. Today, however, he found himself on the receiving end of such treatment. Truly a revelation. The name of the Roger pirates cannot be tarnished. As Jiang Liufeng was about to continue, Rayleigh abruptly interrupted with a wave of his hand. It has been ages since I've engaged in combat. Today, I shall spar with you, you audacious young man. Jiang Liufeng swallowed his words. If a battle is what you seek, then so be it. Without further ado, the group hastily returned to the dock, with Xiaqi even closing her shop temporarily. She was eager to witness whether this arrogant youth was as formidable as the intelligence suggested. Upon arriving at the dock, Rayleigh immediately noticed a group of pirates kneeling on the ground. His curiosity piqued. The captain approached him directly. Great one, what is the meaning of this? He was puzzled by Jiang Liufeng's swift entrance and exit. You performed admirably. You may leave, Jiang Liufeng replied nonchalantly, not even bothering to glance at the captain. The man's heart soared at the words. Thank you, great one. Let's go. He hurriedly gathered his subordinates and scurried away. Observing this, Xiaqi scoffed. He certainly knows how to assert his dominance wherever he goes. No sooner had she spoken than a flash of movement caught her eye. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Liufeng appeared before her. Do not presume that your gender will spare you from my hand. Consider this a warning. In an instant, he had boarded the golden scale and addressed Rayleigh. Would you care to join me on my ship? Xiaqi and Rayleigh stood in stunned silence, their minds racing. This display had genuinely startled Xiaqi. It had been years since she had encountered someone so formidable. She realized she had behaved rather ungracefully today. As a professional intelligence officer, one should be adaptable, able to converse with anyone and anything accordingly. Today had indeed been an oversight. Rayleigh, on the other hand, had not faced a worthy opponent in many years. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's prowess ignited a spark of competitive spirit within him. A worthy rival, Rayleigh thought, momentarily taken aback. Before his eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. Without hesitation, he boarded the golden scale as well. Soon, the group followed suit, turning their vessel towards the open seas. What a fine ship! Rayleigh exclaimed, for he had seen many vessels in his day, yet this one caught his discerning eye and elicited his admiration. As Jiang Liufeng heard this, a gentle smile graced his lips, acknowledging the discerning nature of his companion. With a decisive gesture, Walder raised his hand, urging the ship to accelerate forward. After all, he was the first mate of the Pirate King. How could he not be exhilarated at the prospect of competing against his captain? This was a sight not to be missed, indeed. Before long, the group discovered a desolate island, devoid of any inhabitants. Chapter 40. New abilities defeating the Dark King. The two, utilizing their observation Haki, ensured the area was deserted before leaping down. Standing opposite each other, the rest of the crew remained on the ship to observe. Flying Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng, Dark King, Rayleigh. In a duel between masters, introducing oneself is a gesture of respect towards the opponent. Shall we commence? Very well. Whoosh. Rayleigh made the first move, drawing his sword with intent aimed straight at Jiang Liufeng. As Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, he urged, do not rush, allow me to test your mettle first. With a booming voice, he called forth, Inazuma. His right hand transformed into a radiant bolt of lightning, delivering a powerful punch. The air was split with a deafening roar, as his arm elementalized and became a pillar of electric light, hurtling directly towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh's pupils constricted as he swiftly altered his trajectory, narrowly evading this formidable strike. The thunderous sound echoed as the pillar continued its relentless path, crashing into the forest behind Rayleigh. The dense foliage was cleaved apart, revealing a 5-meter-wide trench, stretching 100 meters in length, barren and devoid of life. Where the lightning bolt had passed, not a blade of grass remained. This singular blow left not only Rayleigh and Xiaqi stunned, but even their comrades gasped in astonishment. They had never witnessed Jiang Liufeng unleash such a devastating technique before. Was this truly the extent of his serious prowess? Carmen, witnessing Jiang Liufeng's display of power for the first time, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Was this the might of her captain? Indeed, it was overwhelming. Rayleigh's fighting spirit surged as he laughed heartily. Such an attack cannot harm me. Fear not. I shall deliver a satisfying response. With that, he closed the distance, drawing his sword for a swift and incisive strike. Charge, he exclaimed as he unleashed a crackling discharge. As the tempestuous currents surged around Jiang Liufeng, a brilliant display of lightning erupted, unleashing a multitude of serpentine bolts, each carrying a staggering voltage that momentarily halted Rayleigh's advance. Should he venture closer, he would undoubtedly be rendered incapacitated by the electric onslaught. It appears I have underestimated you. However, to think that such a spectacle could deter Rayleigh is rather naive. With a thunderous shout, he enveloped himself in an obsidian aura, cloaked in the formidable power of Haki. After merely a fleeting pause, Rayleigh surged forth once more, his body fortified by the Haki, bravely withstanding the tempestuous might of the lightning as he charged ahead. Come forth, Jiang Liufeng, equally brimming with battle fervor, indeed showcases the remarkable prowess of the Pirate King's first mate. Astonishingly, he is able to approach him under such circumstances. A 20,000-volt electric shield, Jiang Liufeng, combining the lightning shield of the 3 generations of Rakeage with Enel's lightning, unleashed a staggering voltage of 20,000 volts, resulting in an upgraded version of the lightning shield, whose power was unparalleled. Rayleigh unleashed an external lightning serpent and, with a formidable strike, aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng. The clash echoed with a thunderous boom, crackling with energy as the sword met the shield. The shield, forged from the fusion of lightning elements and chakra, astonishingly withstood Rayleigh's armed Haki. The strike bent the shield but failed to breach it, leaving Rayleigh utterly astounded. Since when had the natural-type fruit become so formidable? It could even withstand Haki? Jiang Liufeng himself was equally surprised, not expecting the integration of Enel's fruit abilities to yield such a remarkable enhancement, capable of resisting Rayleigh's Haki. However, the joy was short-lived as another anomaly arose. It turned out that Rayleigh had no intention of delivering a lethal blow to Jiang Liufeng. He merely sought to teach the reckless youth a lesson. Who would have thought he would nearly ruin his own reputation? Consequently, he ceased holding back, elevating his previously restrained strength from 70 to a full 100%. With this newfound vigor, the blade ultimately tore a gash in Jiang Liufeng's shield. Jiang Liufeng was not particularly surprised. After all, withstanding 70% of Rayleigh's formidable strength was indeed remarkable. In an instant, he vanished from his original position as the blade descended, creating distance between himself and Rayleigh, only to reappear where Rayleigh had once stood. The world around them returned to a serene silence, as if they had merely exchanged places, with nothing having transpired. However, the scorched earth, singed by the intense lightning, and the path that Jiang Liufeng had obliterated with a single punch were undeniable evidence of the fierce battle that had just unfolded. The crew aboard the ship stood in a state of bewilderment, with only the red count remaining unaffected. The rest were left slack-jawed, as though Jiang Liufeng's lightning had struck them directly, suffering a staggering blow of 10,000 damage, leaving them charred both outside and in. It was utterly terrifying. Was this what it truly meant for masters to clash? Although the exchange of offense and defense was brief, each move, each technique, resonated with an awe-inspiring intensity. Jiang Liufeng needs no embellishment. His techniques are resplendent and formidable, although Rayleigh's moves may appear unremarkable, lacking in flamboyance. The sheer force of his strikes is capable of shattering Jiang Liufeng's magnificent displays, rendering the spectacle even more astonishing. Regardless of strength, the calm demeanor he maintains in the face of overwhelming might exudes an aura worthy of reverence. The onlookers were thoroughly captivated, both combatants left wanting more. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Young friend, you are indeed impressive. Surprise me once more." "As you wish." 20,000 volts. Thunder God. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Liufeng transformed, his entire being enveloped in electric energy, adorned in white silk and battle armor, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. The spectators were left in awe once again. "Rayleigh, feel the might of my strongest lance." 20,000 volts. Charge. As the words fell, Jiang Liufeng extended 4 fingers as the spearhead, shooting towards Rayleigh with lightning speed. The velocity was so swift it could scarcely be perceived. Even Rayleigh, with his formidable 3-color Haki, nearly failed to react in time. With a tremendous crash, as he drew his sword to parry, Jiang Liufeng had already arrived. The clash between blade and spear reverberated violently. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Liufeng had already retracted half of his power. Nevertheless, Rayleigh felt the shock resonate through his hands, nearly losing grip of his weapon. Ultimately, Jiang Liufeng's measured strike sent Rayleigh reeling back several dozen meters before he could regain his stance. To defeat the first mate of the Pirate King in a single move is nothing short of astonishing. Few would believe such a tale. After a fit of coughing, Rayleigh finally regained his composure, acknowledging that Jiang Liufeng had indeed shown restraint, had it not been for the old man's lack of intent to kill. Knowing he needed Jiang Liufeng's assistance for the gold scale, coupled with the application of Busashoka Haki, Jiang Liufeng would have had the confidence to severely injure Rayleigh in one blow. After a moment of recovery, Rayleigh chuckled, "I am getting old, indeed. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. You have potential, young man. It is no wonder that powerful figures like Crocodile and Waldo are willing to follow you. The new world is bound to be thrilling." Rayleigh's words flowed freely, revealing no sense of defeat, but rather an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Jiang Liufeng retracted his abilities, returning to a state of tranquility and ease. As for my request, Chapter 41 presents a formidable challenge. Rayleigh waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Consider the money as my loss to you. The coating is not an issue either." Jiang Liufeng regarded the matter with indifference. "I truly borrowed the money. I will settle the bill for the coating and will not take advantage of you." "Oh?" Upon seeing Rayleigh's puzzled expression, Jiang Liufeng impatiently continued, "Miss Xia specializes in intelligence. She should be aware that we have just emerged from Impel down and currently possess no funds. Thus, we are merely borrowing temporarily, and once the coating is complete, we shall settle the account together." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh and Xiachi exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. "Ah, it was merely a misunderstanding. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Rayleigh remarked, shaking his head. "Alas, my fiery temper. How many times have I stated that it was a misunderstanding?" Jiang Liufeng responded, visibly displeased. Seeing his irritation, Xiachi quickly interjected, "No, it's my fault for misunderstanding the flying Raijin. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, let us return and discuss this properly. Money is a trivial matter. We can lend as much as needed. Indeed, who else could afford it but you? A single drink sells for hundreds of thousands of berries. If you cannot afford it, who can?" Jiang Liufeng rolled his eyes upon witnessing Xiachi's awkward expression, choosing not to delve deeper into the matter. "We don't require much. Merely some daily necessities and a few ropes. My companions are rather conspicuous, and it would be easier to conduct our affairs if they were concealed." He gestured towards his companions. Following Jiang Liufeng's indication, Rayleigh inadvertently cast a glance, and that fleeting look proved to be quite astonishing. Rayleigh was rendered speechless. "The Red Count!" he exclaimed in surprise. It was impossible to overlook the Red Count, who had maintained a remarkably low profile, standing behind his companions. He was indeed not very noticeable. Furthermore, having been misled by the information disseminated by the Navy, it was believed that Jiang Liufeng had merely extricated old Xia and Valdo. Who would have anticipated that even the Red Count had been ensnared by him? "Rayleigh, how have you been?" Upon being recognized, the Red Count simply exchanged a brief greeting with Rayleigh, showing no desire for extensive conversation. Rayleigh, well aware of the Red Count's disposition, engaged in light banter without delving into deeper discussions. Nonetheless, the astonishment reflected in their eyes was unmistakable. On their way back, Rayleigh and Xiaqi were filled with trepidation, relieved that they had not engaged in a fierce confrontation. One Jiang Liufeng was already formidable enough. Who would have imagined the presence of the Red Count? Had their adversaries truly resorted to violence, their predicament would have been perilous. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng's situation was entirely different. This battle had genuinely bolstered morale. Rayleigh was unlike any previous adversary. Not even an admiral could be compared to him. Despite having comparable strength, Rayleigh's reputation was monumental, the vice-captain of the Pirate King, a man renowned for wielding ancient weaponry. To have such an extraordinary powerhouse defeated by their captain would elate anyone to the point of joyous laughter in the dead of night. Even old Shah raised his glass and drank heartily, maintaining his stoic demeanor, yet the palpable change in him was evident. His breath had quickened considerably, revealing his excitement. This was truly a moment of pride. Alas, the only drawback was that Rayleigh, in the twilight of his years, was no longer at his peak. Even if they firmly believed that a youthful Rayleigh would also falter against Jiang Liufeng, there was no way to substantiate this claim. Carmen was particularly exhilarated, for it was her first encounter with the true terror of a formidable warrior. Her gaze towards Jiang Liufeng transformed into one of admiration as she diligently brought forth platter after platter of delectable dishes before him, her large, shimmering eyes sparkling with a hint of enchantment. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that he had indelibly etched an impression in the heart of the young lady. When it came to matters of love, he found himself rather perplexed, opting instead to let things unfold naturally. The surface of the sea at dusk appeared cloaked in a shimmering golden veil, rendering it particularly enchanting. The group aboard the vessel reveled in the spectacle of the sunset, savoring fine wines and exquisite dishes, ultimately dissolving past grievances and engaging in hearty conversation. Everyone carried an air of camaraderie, with Rayleigh treating Jiang Liufeng as an equal, creating an atmosphere of delightful harmony. Regardless of his strength or intellect, Jiang Liufeng does not strike Rayleigh and his companion as an impetuous youth. The presence of the legendary Red Earl further evokes a sense of nostalgia within them, transporting them back to a time when they shared a table with past dominators. They cannot help but marvel at the flood of memories. As night falls, the golden scale once again docks. Jiang Liufeng borrows 100,000 berries from Xiaqi and entrusts the golden scale to Rayleigh. He promises to return in 3 days, on the day the coating is completed, to settle the debt, before departing with his companions in search of an inn. Since Rayleigh still has numerous workers clad in gray robes, he generously offers them 4 pristine spare robes from the warehouse. Jiang Liufeng swiftly donned attire alongside the 4 companions of the Red Count, thus sparing them the need to search for clothing. He instructed Carmen to lead the way while the quartet assumed the role of protectors, thereby alleviating a considerable amount of potential inconvenience. Although he was not averse to complications, the urgency of their mission left little room for distractions. He preferred to await the acquisition of the vampire fruit before addressing any other matters. After securing accommodations for the night, they experienced a peaceful evening. As dawn broke the following morning and the group had partaken in breakfast, Jiang Liufeng exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, who promptly understood their course of action. They proceeded to the auction house, covertly orchestrated from behind the scenes by Doflamingo, and found a secluded corner. Waldo removed his grand robe and, with a tone of trepidation, implored, "Boss, you must come to my rescue. Rest assured, there is no need for such superfluous dialogue. Do you doubt my commitment?" Jiang Liufeng replied, "Are you prepared?" Waldo, with an air of melancholy, nodded in affirmation. Jiang Liufeng extended a finger towards Waldo, instantly rendering him unconscious. As Waldo had relaxed his mind and offered no resistance, the task was effortlessly accomplished. Witnessing Waldo collapse, smoke billowing from his head, several individuals nearly burst into laughter. Enough of the antics. It's your turn now, Carmen. Fear not. We are here for you. I understand. Carmen nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping forward and directly addressing a guard. Who is in charge here? Bring them out. The guard furrowed his brow. What do you want? Are you looking for trouble? I have a significant business proposition, and I'm here to see if you wish to engage. Upon hearing this, several guards looked skeptical, but Carmen's unwavering confidence suggested she was not merely bluffing. A subtle signal was exchanged, and one guard hurried inside to relay her message. Before long, a rather unsavory-looking man emerged. Upon spotting Carmen, he scrutinized her with a lecherous grin. What is it, my beautiful lady? You're not suggesting you want to sell yourself, are you? Ha ha. This elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding guards. In a flash, Carmen unleashed her sword skills, charging directly at the man in charge. Just as the tip of her blade neared his nose, she halted abruptly. The man, terrified, fell to the ground with a thud. What a tough nut. Chapter 42. An encounter with Trellaman. The guards quickly masked their laughter, drawing their weapons and pointing them menacingly at Carmen. You're courting death. How dare you attack our leader? Let us capture her and teach her a lesson. Unfazed, Carmen retorted, Shut your mouths. Utter one more word. and I will deliver a chilling experience. Are you going to engage in this transaction or not? Turning to the cowering man in charge, she demanded. What is it you intend to sell? The man, visibly shaken, dared not maintain his earlier bravado. A bounty criminal valued at 500 million. What? Yes, 500 million. You can come and identify him. If all is well, then we shall proceed. Carmen continued, unperturbed by their astonishment. Realizing the enormity of the deal, the man couldn't afford to delay. All right, let me see. He rushed back to the trading post, clutching a stack of bounty notices before returning, flanked by guards. Upon seeing Waldo on the ground, the man gasped. This is Waldo, the genuine $500 million pirate. Who is this girl that she managed to subdue him? Thoughts raced through his mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. Carmen impatiently pressed. So, what is it going to be? Will you take him, or not? Of course, we will. The man hastily agreed. Carmen, witnessing his eagerness, smirked. We can make a deal, but I want to wait for an auction. I demand 600 million now. Whether you bid more or less is irrelevant. If you agree, hand over the money. The man hesitated momentarily, but Carmen, with a swift gesture, declared, let us go. Yes. The three cloaked figures behind her lifted Waldo, preparing to depart. Wait, don't go. We can negotiate. Hearing this, Carmen pointed at Waldo. This is Waldo, do you understand? I have no time for your games. If you don't want him, I'll hand him over to the Navy. Do you think it won't cause trouble when he awakens? The man, contemplating, finally conceded. Deal. 600 million it is. But I need some time to gather the funds. After all, 600 million is no small sum. How long will you need? At least a day. The money will be ready by tomorrow morning. Carmen feigned deliberation before responding. All right. I shall wait for you for one day. Ada, show our host what you can do to prevent any trickery. Understood. Ada referred to Jiang Liufeng. Without hesitation, Jiang Liufeng delivered a powerful punch to the back hall of the trading post. With a thunderous crash, the entire back hall collapsed in an instant. The man and his cohorts stared in shock, swallowing hard as their petty schemes evaporated. Who would dare engage in treachery now? They only regained composure when Carmen's voice resonated from a distance. He'll be left with you. I'll return for the money tomorrow morning. If you dare to play tricks, this will be your fate. With that, the four vanished around the corner. Though the man was initially terrified, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic, as reliable sources indicated that tomorrow's trading event would be graced by celestial beings. Waldo could potentially fetch an astronomical price. Carmen, flanked by her companions, strolled through the bustling streets of Island No. 1, her joy uncontainable, her heart racing with excitement. The feeling of having made a bold statement was exhilarating. Despite being a bit apprehensive at first, the support of her formidable companions instilled confidence in her. She never imagined she would have a day of dominance. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating. Isn't it? Jiang Liufeng smiled gently. Yes, yes, yes. Carmen, overwhelmed with excitement, could hardly articulate her thoughts, merely nodding enthusiastically. Once the business with the red count concludes, dedicate yourself to learning from him. You too shall have your moment to shine through your strength. I will. Having witnessed the benefits of power, Carmen was resolute in her determination to grow stronger. Pleased by the spirited girl before him, Jiang Liufeng thought, I'm not worried about your capability. My concern lies in your dedication. With determination, a bright path will surely unfold. Now let us part ways. Carmen, you go procure some essentials, and let Lao Sha assist you as a porter. As for the Count, we shall explore the livelier areas. All right. Upon hearing this, Carmen was overjoyed. Shopping was inherent to her nature, and she had longed to explore the vibrant island filled with goods from distant seas that she had yet to encounter. Meanwhile, Lao Sha wore a face of resignation. When did I become the designated porter? Jiang Liufeng patted Lao Sha on the shoulder and said, your abilities are quite convenient. You've worked hard, Lao Sha. This remark provided Lao Sha with a slight sense of relief, prompting him, albeit reluctantly, to follow Carmen. The four then dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Carmen, humming a cheerful tune, led Lao Sha towards the commercial district, while Jiang Liufeng and the Scarlet Count chose a more upscale restaurant bustling with patrons. Both possessed remarkable observation haki, allowing them to absorb the whispers and conversations throughout the establishment. As they leisurely sipped their coffee and listened to intriguing tales, a young man, wielding a long knife and donning a heavy hat yet dressed in a short-sleeved t-shirt, rose from a corner and made his way directly towards their table. Jiang Liufeng chuckled with great interest. Isn't this Trafalgar Row of Beihai? Gentlemen, may I inquire if I could share a table with you? Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and gestured invitingly. Luo, undeterred, promptly took a seat. Surely, this must be the recent sensation, the rising star known as the Flying Thunder God. Jiang Liufeng. Indeed, it is I. What business do you have with me, esteemed Luo? What is this? Are you attempting to steal my lines? To be frank, I have been in these islands for some time, closely observing the movements of the superstars. Oh, and how does that concern me? Clearing his throat, Luo appeared somewhat embarrassed. Why is this person speaking so bluntly? I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Those who arrive here are all distinguished pirates of the new era. I believe that among them, Captain Jiang stands out the most, and I wish to propose an alliance to venture into the new world together. Jiang Liufeng smiled slightly. Your words are quite charming, but I wonder if you seek my assistance in some grand endeavor? However, I too am bound for Rosa. Let us first see what he has to say. But tell me, what advantages would an alliance with you confer upon me? As a captain, our aspirations at sea undoubtedly aim for the pinnacle of the pirate's path. Yet, this journey is fraught with formidable adversaries. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea are no trifling obstacles. Without an alliance, I fear that navigating the new world would prove exceedingly arduous. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and said, that may be true for you, but not necessarily for me. Master Jiang, that is not how the conversation should proceed. Before he could finish his remark, Jiang Liufeng impatiently interrupted him. Luo, I am well aware of your thoughts. As for Doflamingo, I can eliminate him. But you must agree to one condition. Chapter 43. The transaction. Upon hearing this, Luo's pupils constricted, and he immediately rose to his feet. What do you know? Do not be alarmed. What I know is inconsequential. What truly matters is that we can engage in a fair exchange, Jiang Liufeng stated calmly, observing Luo's grip on the hilt of his blade. What sort of exchange? Luo inquired, his demeanor now one of heightened vigilance. It is quite simple. I can take care of Doflamingo, and it will happen swiftly. In return, all I ask is that you assist me with your medical expertise in the future. Does that not seem fair? What assistance do you require? Upon hearing this, Luo grew even more solemn, for the fruits of his surgical endeavors harbored a monumental secret, and he did not believe that the request was merely to save an ordinary patient. Jiang Liufeng observed the beads of sweat forming on his tense forehead, fully aware of the turmoil within him. After all, he possessed an innate ability to foreshadow events. Rest assured, I shall not invoke your hidden capabilities, he remarked with an air of nonchalance. Yet, within Luo, tumultuous waves surged. He truly knows. Who are you? As Luo uttered these words, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his long blade was drawn, exuding an aura of imminent confrontation. The surrounding patrons, frightened, hastily settled their bills and made their swift exits. It is inconsequential who I am. We are merely engaged in a transaction. If you are unwilling, you may leave. Luo fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Liufeng, desperately seeking some revelation within his eyes, only to be met with disappointment. Jiang Lu's eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any semblance of evasion or concealment. This revelation brought a certain steadiness to Luo's heart. How can I trust you? He inquired. It's quite simple. I shall take the initiative, and you may observe from the sidelines. Once the task is accomplished, I will assuredly seek you out. Truly, I assure you. Then what of my capabilities? Rest assured, they are entirely within your reach. Luo, in a tumult of thoughts, pondered for a considerable time before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. May our collaboration be fruitful. Jiang Liufeng extended his hand before Luo, smiling as he spoke. Luo met Jiang Liufeng's gaze, scrutinizing him for a considerable time before finally reaching out to shake hands with him. May the Jiang family achieve swift success. With that, the two concluded their extraordinary transaction. Why was it extraordinary? Despite their casual conversation, the task at hand involved none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. The latter was not only a formidable warlord of the sea, under the protection of the world government, but also had the backing of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. In the present context, he was a figure who could manipulate both the underworld and the lawful realm at will. To dismiss such a monumental task with nonchalance, as expressed by this purple-haired youth, was indeed astonishing. If others were to overhear this, they would likely scoff in disbelief and remark on the folly of underestimating one's capabilities. Yet, for reasons unknown, Luo sensed that this seemingly harmless young man might genuinely possess the means to accomplish such a feat. This individual was shrouded in mystery, knowing even his secrets with uncanny clarity, a rarity indeed. Furthermore, judging by his recent exploits, his prowess was not to be underestimated. Although he had never witnessed the man's skills firsthand, all accounts suggested he was extraordinary, especially considering the substantial bounty placed on him by the Navy. Regardless of the circumstances, this venture posed no detriment to Luo. Why not seize the opportunity? As for Luo's contemplations, Jiang Liufeng had little time to ponder. His intentions were straightforward. First, he needed to make a stop at Rosa, merely on the way. Secondly, the vampire fruit was most likely in Doflamingo's possession, and this journey could very well lead to a confrontation. Eliminating him would be merely a matter of convenience. Thirdly, Jiang Liufeng had always envisioned a potential partner, Shiki the Golden Lion. He held great admiration for Shiki's capabilities. If the Golden Lion could soar in the skies, augmented by Waldo's acceleration and the omniscient recorder, it would be truly formidable. The prospect was tantalizing yet daunting. Taming Shiki would not be a simple endeavor. While overpowering him might be feasible, persuading such a rebellious spirit to join his ranks would require considerable effort. Clearly, offering him a chance at rebirth after a debilitating defeat would serve as an enticing lure. First, he would need to subdue Shiki, then extend an olive branch, employing a blend of benevolence and authority to achieve maximum results. Thus, Jiang Liufeng's mind sparked with the notion of trading with Luo's abilities. Facilitating Shiki's rebirth would be a mere trifle. He possessed strength yet was disinclined to resort to oppressive tactics, viewing the troubles of others as mere trifles. Why not take advantage of this, while also acquiring a commendable reputation? With matters settled, he engaged in further conversation with Luo before rising to take his leave. Accompanied by the Red Earl. Today had proven fruitful. Financial concerns were resolved, and Luo's affairs were an unexpected boon. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. Since acquiring the system, his life had undergone a profound transformation, seemingly heralding the end of his misfortunes, with a radiant path ahead. Captain. The two figures in gray robes have emerged. I'm nearly certain one of them is the infamous Jiang Liufeng. In a shadowy alleyway, a group had been lurking, covertly observing the departing Jiang Liufeng and his companion. Excellent. Follow them closely and seize the opportunity to strike. We shall become wealthy. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, brimming with confidence. But Captain, do you truly believe they are as weak as you claim? That is a pirate with a 500 million bounty. A concerned companion queried. Fear not. My information is reliable. I have connections within the Navy. Do you not know this? Moreover, with these two exquisite firearms in my possession, what do we have to fear? As he spoke, the bearded leader fondled his finely crafted guns, exuding an air of dismissiveness towards Jiang Liufeng and his companion. This group was comprised of bounty hunters on the Sabaody archipelago, known for ambushing young pirates en route to the New World to claim their bounties. Why did he dismiss the threat posed by the 500 million bounty on Jiang Liufeng? That was a grave misunderstanding. His father had been an exceptional marksman in the Navy, who not only passed down his skills, but also gifted him two remarkably sharp sidearms. However, he found naval life too perilous and poorly compensated, opting instead for the more lucrative bounty hunting profession. Bounty hunters typically engaged in organized and premeditated ambushes of pirates, which naturally posed less risk and garnered greater rewards. With his father as former subordinates, now holding positions as Navy vice admirals, he had access to valuable intelligence. He was well aware of which pirates were dangerous and which were not. Just days prior, he had learned from one of those vice admirals that Jiang Liufeng was merely a lowly figure, making his appearance on the Sabaody archipelago a golden opportunity not to be missed. However, he remained oblivious to the vast misunderstanding that lay in wait. Chapter 44. A shipwreck in the gutter at the Navy headquarters. Following the analysis meeting regarding Jiang Liufeng's incident at Impel Down, Admiral Doberman, who had been thoroughly ridiculed, returned home, seething with frustration when he unexpectedly received a call from the bearded man. Admiral, what is the status of that escaped convict, Jiang Liufeng? What is his bounty? I hear he caused quite the uproar in Impel Down. Is he truly formidable? Upon hearing this, Doberman's fury erupted. Formidable? What a joke. To me, he is nothing but a lowly figure. One day, I shall personally capture him. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The bearded man, elated, thought to himself, if you deem him a lowly figure, my marksmanship is exceptional too. This means I have another prey, regardless of the bounty. The following day, Jiang Liufeng's bounty was announced. Upon seeing the figure, 510 million, the bearded man nearly lost his mind with excitement. Is this not a stroke of luck from the heavens? When he first laid eyes on Jiang Liufeng on the Sabaody archipelago, he was struck dumb. He saw this as divine favor, an opportunity for immense wealth. Blinded by greed, he could no longer make a rational assessment of Jiang Liufeng. He perceived him as nothing more than a walking treasure chest. Thus, he resolved to track and ambush the two. Captain, there seems to be a group of individuals lurking with ill intentions, the Red Earl noted, acutely sensitive to the predatory gazes and having already spotted the group in the alley. Jiang Liufeng was reveling in his own delight when he heard the Red Count's remark, prompting him to extend his perception of the situation. Indeed, it seemed that some unwise individuals had set their sights upon them. A grin spread across his face as he dismissed the matter nonchalantly, stating that someone was merely offering a gift. It was nothing of great significance. Upon hearing this, the Red Count also shared a knowing smile. The two of them, in perfect harmony, turned towards a less populated area. Captain, they have headed towards the seaside. Is that so? What a splendid opportunity. Let us hasten our pursuit and strike when the moment is right. Haha, fortune truly is unstoppable. Since that is the case, I shall graciously accept your bounty. Mere minutes passed. Jiang Liufeng and his companion arrived at the periphery of the small island, standing by the seaside, seemingly awaiting someone, or perhaps indulging in the scenery. In any case, their demeanor betrayed numerous inconsistencies. What was their purpose for being here? One of the hunters, sensing something amiss, inquired inexplicably. Meanwhile, the scruffy man, intoxicated by his avarice, exclaimed with fervor, "What does it matter? This place is splendid. You all encircle them slowly. Once you're close enough, I'll fire first, shattering their limbs. And then you shall strike." The others promptly assented, stealthily springing into action. They demonstrated considerable experience, likely having engaged in such endeavors before. Their figures concealed adeptly within the underbrush surrounding the two individuals. When the opportune moment arrived, the scruffy man, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and, in what he fancied to be a suave manner, unleashed 4 shots aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's limbs. The river flowed silently, and Jiang Liufeng stood motionless as 4 bullets pierced his body. Thud, thud, thud. Thud. Success. The remaining hunters, witnessing their captain's apparent success, rushed forward to encircle the two individuals. Yet, in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. The bullet holes on Jiang Liufeng's body did not bleed. Instead, they emanated a radiant white light, intermittently flickering with sparks of electricity accompanied by a crackling sound. What was happening? How was this person unharmed? As Jiang Liufeng surveyed them with a smile, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. He was an ability user. The fastest reacting hunter gasped in horror and urgently warned his companions. Now that you understand, it's too late, Jiang Liufeng remarked softly, already stepping forward. Whooshes. The hunters barely registered a flash before a swift bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust, zipped past them. It spun them around several times, scorching their clothes in the process. When they regained their senses, Jiang Liufeng stood before them, gripping the stubbled man by the neck. Good heavens! The hunter's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a few steps. Looking at Jiang Liufeng, their eyes were filled with dread, as if they had seen a ghost, filled with regret. How could they have recklessly charged at a notorious pirate worth 500 million? Now they feared they might face dire consequences. Thud. Jiang Liufeng tossed the barely conscious, stubbled man to the ground, who gasped for breath, savoring the long-lost fresh air. Speak. What are your intentions in following me? Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the group. The hunters trembled under his gaze, feeling the temperature around them drop several degrees. His eyes finally landed on the stubbled man, who was so terrified he dared not utter a sound. After a long pause, he stammered out the chain of events. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count nearly burst into laughter. Good heavens! This was akin to delivering oneself to the gallows. Nonetheless, it would be remiss not to reciprocate such a gesture. Count, take action. Seeing that their opponent had no intention of letting them go, the stubbled man steeled himself and unleashed a barrage of shots at Jiang Liufeng. However, it was utterly futile. The bullets passed through his body, the smoking holes quickly healing under a surge of electricity. Witnessing this spectacle up close was far more shocking than from a distance. The hunters were astounded as they watched the bullets traverse Jiang Liufeng's form, leaving him unscathed. If not for the bullet holes slowly mending, they would have refused to accept this reality, preferring to believe that their captain had simply misfired. Nature type. A thought surged through their minds. This was truly terrifying. For hunters of their modest strength, the greatest fear was encountering a nature type ability user. Now, gazing at Jiang Liufeng, despair filled their eyes. It was sheer folly. Others had named him the Thunder God, and recalling the crackling electricity surrounding him earlier, it could only be the nature type, the Thunder Fruit. Their captain had truly landed in a perilous situation. They cast resentful glances at the stubbled man, who was now frozen in shock. The stubbled man himself was utterly terrified, wondering why fate had betrayed him when he thought he had the favor of the goddess of destiny. As he noticed the Red Count approaching him with a knife in hand, a wave of deathly dread washed over him, causing him to tremble violently. He fell to his knees, a foul odor wafting from between his legs, clearly indicating he had lost control of himself in fear. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I have a treasure map from a certain island in the New World. I'll give it to you, just spare my life. I beg you. At these words, Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up. He raised a hand to halt the Red Count's advance. Intrigued, he replied, "Oh, show it to me." Chapter 45, the auction begins. The stubbled man's heart soared with hope. Perhaps there was a chance. Without hesitation, he retrieved a scroll from his belongings and respectfully presented it to Jiang Liufeng. Upon opening it, Jiang Liufeng discovered a myriad of mountainous terrains and landscapes, among which was a prominent red cross. However, the exact location remained elusive. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, pondering whether this could possibly be a fabrication. Upon hearing this, the unkempt man grew anxious and hastily replied, "I assure you, it is absolutely true. This information was provided by a naval vice admiral, discovered by a young talent, and is to be submitted to the Navy. There can be no doubt about its authenticity." Jiang Liufeng sensed that the individual before him had lost the audacity to deceive him, and he nodded slightly. With a fleeting glance, he remarked on the quality of the firearm. Hu Zhanan, adept in navigating social nuances, promptly presented his two exquisite sidearms to Jiang Liufeng upon hearing this. "If it pleases you, take them," he offered, though inwardly he felt a pang of regret. Yet, what could he do? Even treasured heirlooms paled in comparison to the value of one's life. Jiang Liufeng, satisfied, sheathed his two pistols and offered a subtle smile. It was a commendable acquisition, one he intended to present to Waldo upon his return as a reward. This fellow, perpetually tossing stones as if engaged in a child's game, had truly lost his dignity. With two respectable firearms, perhaps he could elevate his stature. With a grand gesture, he addressed his trembling subordinates, instructing them to depart. The lackeys, as if granted a reprieve, expressed their gratitude to Jiang Liufeng and vanished in a flurry. The scruffy man was left bewildered. What about me? Sensing his thoughts, Jiang Liufeng's gaze shifted, and with an icy demeanor, he declared, "These possessions may have bought your subordinates' lives, but for anyone who dares to strike against me, only one fate awaits." With that, a glint of cold steel flashed briefly. With the thunderstorm returning to its sheath, Jiang Liufeng and his companion disappeared into the coastline. leaving the scruffy man bisected and wearing an expression of profound resentment. Having stowed away the treasure map and firearms, Jiang Liufeng's spirits remained unaffected as he and the Red Count traversed various islands, perusing an array of goods and absorbing the culture of the Chambered Islands. This leisurely existence continued for another 2 days, and by the dawn of the 3rd day, after witnessing the sunrise with Carmen, the 4 companions regrouped. Anticipating an exhilarating day ahead, the plan was straightforward: collect the payment, rob the celestial dragons, rescue Waldo, repay the debt, seize a ship, and make a hasty exit before the Navy could intervene. With the process confirmed, they approached the back door of the auction house, seeking the person in charge. "How about it? Is my money ready?" Carmen, now more at ease in her role, exuded familiarity. The overseer, though still harboring treacherous thoughts of double-crossing, lacked the audacity to act. He was acutely aware of the strength possessed by Carmen's 3 companions. The unknown was far more terrifying. If those who had already struck were so formidable, one could only imagine the capabilities of those who had yet to reveal themselves. These individuals had successfully captured Waldo, and despite his protection under the 7 warlords, he knew that help from above would likely arrive too late for him. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded submissively at Carmen, instructing, "All right, bring forth the boxes." With a creak, the door, previously smashed to pieces by Jiang Liufeng, swung open. A dozen burly men emerged, laboriously carrying 6 large chests. Their faces contorted with strain and sweat glistening on their foreheads, indicating the weight of their burden. Setting the chest before Carmen, they retreated. As she opened each chest, a blinding golden light dazzled her eyes. So much money. Carmen's gaze widened. She had never encountered such wealth in her life. It was irresistibly enticing. She nearly succumbed to the impulse to leap into Jiang Liufeng's embrace, overwhelmed with excitement. After a moment's composure, she feigned a lofty demeanor, stating, "Well, you've shown some sense. Ada, Aer, Asan, let us take our leave." "Yes." Her companions responded in unison. They stepped forward, effortlessly lifting 2 chests each and departing with ease. The overseer, utterly astonished, thought to himself, "How can they manage this? It takes 3 of my strongest men to lift a single chest." Watching them carry the boxes away with such nonchalance nearly caused his eyes to bulge out of their sockets. If he hadn't personally provided the contents, he might have suspected the chests were empty. Good heavens! Truly monstrous. Jiang Liufeng and his 3 companions returned to their abode, gazing at the piles of gold coins with uncontainable joy, while Carmen was nearly beside herself with excitement. She was on the verge of planting a fervent kiss on Jiang Liufeng's cheek. They urged Laosha and Carmen to hastily transport Bailey and the substantial provisions they had acquired back to Island Number 13, settle their debts, retrieve the ship, and prepare for what lay ahead. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count prepared to rescue Waldo and rob the celestial dragons. After a leisurely lunch, the 4 of them dispersed to execute their plans. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the pair arrived at the bustling auction house, managing to squeeze their way inside. The venue was already overflowing with a throng of attendees, all eager for the event. They found no inclination to seek a prime spot and settled into a corner. Jiang Liufeng retrieved the outline of the auction items distributed at the entrance, casually surveying the offerings. Nothing piqued their interest except for the final item, Waldo. Given the sheer number of attendees, it was likely that most had come specifically to bid on him. The so-called elite and affluent often participated in such unscrupulous auctions, finding no novelty in the goods that would astonish ordinary people. Only rare commodities like Waldo could ignite their fervor. As anticipated, murmurs of conversation erupted from the crowd, predominantly centered around Waldo. "Look, they are indeed selling that notorious pirate. Indeed, fortunate to receive a last-minute notice, otherwise, we would have missed it. What difference does your notice make? Do you possess more wealth than I? That is a misguided assertion. Alas, you too should reconsider. Waldo will be mine." Suddenly, the grand door swung open with a resounding crash. 2 grotesque figures, resembling astronauts, entered, an older man and a younger one, clearly a father and son. A glance from them silenced the crowd, as a palpable tension filled the air. Celestial dragons. Good heavens! This is disastrous. How could the celestial dragons arrive so unexpectedly? It seemed that capturing the notorious pirate was now an unattainable goal. The duo strode arrogantly to the center, taking their designated seats with expressions that suggested everyone owed them a fortune, an utterly revolting display. Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The celestial dragon, with an air of arrogance reminiscent of the most insufferable, was indeed grotesque, living up to its infamous reputation. Just a single glance nearly made him lose his last meal. Chapter 46. Who truly is the ant? Suppressing the tumult of his stomach, Jiang Liufeng swiftly turned his head away. He surmised that if he dared to gaze for another second, he would surely succumb to his queasiness. The arrival of the celestial dragons enveloped the atmosphere in palpable tension. The esteemed elites and wealthy patrons dared not breathe, fearful of offending these 2 dignitaries. It wasn't until the auction commenced and bidding for the items began that the atmosphere gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. The items on offer were merely beautiful men and women, along with renowned weapons, lacking any extraordinary allure. Yet, the so-called affluent figures displayed a keen interest in these human commodities, eagerly bidding and reveling in the competition. Jiang Liufeng was thoroughly discontented. Could wealth truly grant one the audacity to trample upon others? If given the chance, he vowed to decisively deal with these deluded individuals who believed that money and power could obliterate the dignity of others. Finally, as the last item was presented, the notorious Waldo was unveiled, elevating the auction's ambience to a fever pitch. The revelation of the genuine Waldo elicited a collective gasp from the crowd, their expressions reflecting incredulity. This was a pirate worth 500 million. Merely catching a glimpse of him was a rarity, let alone the prospect of acquiring him. Before the auctioneer could utter a word, the crowd erupted into fervent bidding, each participant vying for dominance in a cacophony of voices. The price soared to 1 billion berries, showing no signs of halting. Eventually, one prominent figure bid 12 billion, momentarily silencing the room. Is there any higher bid? 12 billion for Waldo, the world-renowned pirate. Surely, no one else desires to claim him? The auctioneer was brimming with excitement. This was the most expensive item he had ever sold, a chance that might never come again. 12 billion, going once. 12 billion, going twice. 12 billion, going thrice. Sold just as the deal was about to be finalized. The previously silent celestial dragon raised a bidding card, declaring an astounding 20 billion, a display of sheer financial might. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count exchanged a knowing smile, realizing that their efforts had not been in vain, as they had just earned a staggering 2 billion. The reason they refrained from directly abducting the celestial dragons was due to information gleaned from Xiaqi, indicating that the celestial dragons seldom ventured out with money. Furthermore, any attempt to extort them through kidnapping would be futile, as such actions would inevitably provoke a relentless assault from the Navy, who would go to any lengths to retaliate. The prospect of securing a ransom was thus bleak. Consequently, the group reconvened to devise a new strategy, opting for outright robbery instead of extortion. The amount they could seize would depend on how much Waldo could sell. As it stood, the outlook appeared promising. 2 billion would sustain them for quite some time. Once the celestial dragons made their bid, no one dared to counter, and the auctioneer decisively struck his gavel. Jiang Liufeng disdainfully curled his lip. These cowardly individuals, weren't they just boasting moments ago? Now, upon seeing the celestial dragons, they withered away? Truly a disgraceful display. Ultimately, Waldo was successfully auctioned off to the celestial dragons for a staggering price of 2 billion. A celestial dragon produced a snail phone and swiftly ordered the transfer of the funds. The auction ended on a sour note, with numerous affluent individuals shaking their heads as they departed, knowing full well that their trip would not be in vain had they anticipated the presence of the celestial dragons. In the vast auction hall, apart from the celestial dragons and their sycophantic attendants, only Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count remained in a corner. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The arrogant celestial dragons could hardly fathom that someone would dare to obstruct their path. Standing on the auction stage, they gleefully tormented Waldo, who was shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, awaiting the arrival of the guards with the money. Ha ha, wretched pirate, how dare you challenge us? The righteous of this world? How does it feel to be a prisoner? Waldo, trampled beneath their feet, felt an immense sense of humiliation. He remained silent, inwardly vowing that one day he would teach these insolent beings a lesson in respect for their elders and the young. Witnessing the celestial dragon's actions, both Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count could hardly bear it any longer. Yet, with the money still not in hand, they could only clench their fists, suppressing their fury. Fortunately, they had managed to procure 2 weapons for Waldo that seemed quite impressive. Otherwise, they would have truly let him down. As time ticked by, the celestial dragons continued their cruel amusement, while Jiang Liufeng and his companions seethed with indignation. Finally, the escort team arrived with the money. Sir, the funds have. Before the speaker could finish, Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count could no longer contain their rage. Whoosh! 2 sharp sounds sliced through the air. One struck with the force of thunder toward Waldo on the auction stage, while the other, infused with murderous intent, lunged at the escort team. Waldo, you've endured enough. Jiang Liufeng roared as he appeared before Waldo in the blink of an eye. Boss, you've finally come. The suddenness of the situation left the auction house staff and the celestial dragons, who were hardly formidable, utterly stunned. In an instant, the sea-stone handcuffs binding Waldo clattered to the floor. The celestial dragon, turning around, met Jiang Liufeng's bloodshot, menacing gaze. A shiver coursed through him, as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. The older celestial dragon, quicker on the uptake, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. He hastily grabbed the snail phone and dialed. Marine headquarters? I am at the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago, and we are being robbed by pirates. Send a vice admiral immediately. Upon hearing that it was a celestial dragon, the marine on the other end did not dare to delay and rushed to report. Meanwhile, the Red Count swiftly cleared the area and called out, Captain, we've succeeded. Shall we retreat? Yet Jiang Liufeng remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to his words. His gaze locked onto the young celestial dragon tormenting Waldo. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Liufeng, both the Red Count and Waldo understood the significance of that stare. Waldo, alarmed, quickly grasped Jiang Liufeng's impending explosion of wrath. Boss, let it go, I'm fine. We cannot provoke the celestial dragons. At this, The once timid young celestial dragon regained his arrogance. Huh, indeed, how dare you lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Do not feign anger, you insignificant creature. How dare you be so brazen before me? Another celestial dragon, having completed his call, stood with his hands behind his back, equally haughty and dismissive. They truly were oblivious to their impending doom, boldly boasting in the face of danger. Chapter 47. Filthy and despicable creatures. The two celestial dragons were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with rage. You, lowly commoner, possess great audacity. The young celestial dragon shouted furiously. Indeed, how dare you compare yourself to us, the noble? For the esteemed celestial dragons, you lowly creatures are mere slaves and playthings. Do you understand? The older celestial dragon added indignantly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng shook his head, the long-suppressed fury within him gradually dissipating. It became clear that these celestial dragons were not merely pretentious, they were utterly foolish. There was no point in being angry with fools, for only a fool would engage in a quarrel with another fool. As the saying goes, those of different paths do not seek to align. Seeing Jiang Liufeng regain his composure, the expressions of those present improved significantly. The celestial dragons, believing Jiang Liufeng had cowered before them, wore disdainful smiles. Humph. As expected, a lowly race, feeling ashamed before the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, Walder sighed in relief. Phew, thankfully, the boss remains rational. If he had attacked a celestial dragon, that would have brought immense trouble. You insignificant insect, do you understand your mistake? It's too late now. Kneel before me and lick the dirt off my shoes. Perhaps, if I am in a good mood, I might allow you to keep your life. Jiang Liufeng chuckled mockingly, saying, oh, so you wish to slay me? Is that even a question? The consequence of offending me is nothing short of death. What is there to inquire about? The young celestial dragon replied impatiently. Oh, nothing much, merely seeking to confirm, Jiang Liufeng said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. As he gazed upon the celestial dragon once more, it was as if he were staring at a corpse. Yet, the young celestial dragon remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. Ha, pitiful insect, a creature akin to a dog, what can you possibly comprehend? He began. But before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The celestial dragon writhed in agony, his corpulent body contorting as he desperately attempted to pry away the iron grip encircling his neck. The suffocating sensation rendered him inexpressibly tormented, his face turning a grotesque shade of purple, accentuating his already ghastly features. He could never have fathomed that Jiang Liufeng would dare to take action. Even his father could not have anticipated such absurdity. How could anyone be so audacious as to defy the might of the celestial dragons? To openly challenge the very authority of the world? At that moment, disbelief clouded his mind, leaving him in a state of paralysis. Utterly forgetting that his own son was on the verge of being choked to death, Jiang Liufeng had never been so enraged, even in the past. During times of misfortune and bullying, he had never felt such uncontainable fury, such a complete obliteration of humanity, a total loss of conscience. Beings worse than pigs or dogs, what harm would there be in their extermination? Since no one has ever dared to eliminate the celestial dragons, let it be I, Jiang Liufeng, who shatters this precedent. What of the celestial dragons? What of the world government? The navy is even less of a concern. I, Jiang Liufeng, harbor no fear. With clarity in my heart and unwavering resolve in my hands, I stand amidst the astonished expressions of my companions. Jiang Liufeng raised his empty hand, extending his pinky finger gently toward his heart. The 36-volt electric current surged into the opponent's body, wreaking havoc without restraint. The celestial dragon, convulsing from the shock, remained lucid enough to perceive that death was gradually encroaching upon him. Having received a basic education, Jiang Liufeng understood that 36 volts could be lethal, which is precisely why he employed this voltage. His intent was not to inflict torment, but rather to respect the art of confrontation, where one must wield lethal techniques to claim a life. However, when faced with such a despicable creature, one must resort to the most contemptuous methods to harvest its life. This stance encapsulated Jiang Liufeng's sentiment. To him, the celestial dragon was no more than a pile of refuse. As he felt his bodily functions diminishing, the young celestial dragon was gripped by fear. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation since birth. Ironically, this heightened his terror of death, making it tenfold or even 100-fold greater than that of an ordinary person. Driven by the instinct to survive, he mustered all his strength to plead, "Father, save me." The older celestial dragon trembled, finally snapping back to reality. "My son, you scoundrel, release my son. Where are the Admirals? Why haven't they arrived?" His voice, though loud and imposing, merely concealed the terror within. He shouted incessantly, yet lacked the courage to intervene, his tone steeped in despair. Thus, the so-called supreme celestial dragon watched helplessly as his son closed his eyes in Jiang Liufeng's grasp. Moments later, his neck slumped, and he fell silent. Truly worthless. Jiang Liufeng tossed the lifeless body onto the ground, regarding the elder celestial dragon with disdain. To witness his son's demise without even a trace of paternal bravery was a disgrace. How could he still dare to claim superiority? He was nothing short of scum. Even beasts protect their young, for goodness sake. Gazing at the contemptible celestial dragon, Jiang Liufeng found no interest in ending his life. He turned to pat Valdo on the shoulder, declaring, "Anyone who bullies my comrades, not even the Emperor himself, shall go unchallenged." Valdo was deeply moved. His earlier concerns dissipated with those words. What did it matter if they offended the celestial dragons? A woman beautifies herself for those she cherishes, and a warrior sacrifices for his comrades. With such a loyal captain, what was there to fear in embracing madness together? Valdo's eyes sparkled with determination as he proclaimed, "Captain, no more words are needed. I, Valdo, am willing to follow you until the seas run dry and the mountains crumble." Jiang Liufeng twitched the corner of his mouth and quickly interrupted, all right. If you can't speak properly, just be quiet. Stop pretending to be cultured." Ha ha ha. Valdo awkwardly scratched his head and burst into laughter. "All right, let's go. The Navy is almost here. Good. Let's move." With that, the three of them swaggered out of the auction house. The elderly celestial dragon watched all of this unfold, not daring to make a sound, fearing that any action might invite mortal peril. Jiang Liufeng felt disgusted at the sight of such cowardly scoundrels who aspired to be brigands yet trembled at the thought of death, wanting to appear both formidable and pretentious. Upon stepping outside, they beheld a pile of guards taken care of by the Red Count, alongside more than 20 large chests. The mood among them was exuberant. This amounted to a staggering 2 billion berries. Having only accompanied Jiang Liufeng for a few days, they felt as if they had earned a fortune for a lifetime. However, a dilemma arose. How were they to transport such a vast sum of money? Valdo and the Red Count furrowed their brows, clearly at a loss. Yet, to Jiang Liufeng, this was hardly a concern. With a system backpack at his disposal, transporting a mere 20 chests of money was not an issue at all. Chapter 48. Listen carefully. I am referring to all the Navy. The only challenge was that he did not wish for others to witness him conjuring items out of thin air. An astonishing spectacle indeed. After all, it was best to keep his secrets from exposure. He promptly commanded Valdo and the Red Count to disperse the crowd of onlookers nearby. The two, bewildered but unconditionally obedient to Jiang Liufeng's orders, set about scaring and shooing away the spectators. Initially, the audience was indignant. "Is this road yours? Why should we leave?" A pompous middle-aged man, resplendently dressed and portly, declared arrogantly. The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiments, each displaying defiance, thinking, what can you do about it? Valdo found this infuriating, yet he did not wish to engage with the common folk. He was quite troubled. The Red Count, however, was unfazed, with a calm demeanor. He drew his weapon, Thunderstorm, and casually waved it towards the ground. With a sharp slicing noise, the earth before him was instantly cleaved open, revealing a bottomless chasm. Those who had come to the Shambodi Islands were typically novice pirates. The citizens had never encountered a figure as formidable as the Red Count. They gazed at him in sheer astonishment. As the dust settled, the once bustling auction square was deserted, with even the surrounding shops tightly shuttered. Some shopkeepers, overwhelmed with fear, had slammed their doors shut with such force that the glass shattered. Valdo stood momentarily stunned. What the hell? Why does it feel like these people run faster than the boss? He gave a thumbs up to the Red Count, acknowledging his ruthlessness and brevity. Once the matter was settled, the two turned back, only to be left in shock. Where's the money? Valdo rubbed his eyes and looked again at the spot where the 20 chests had once stood, now utterly vacant. He was bewildered. How could it disappear in just a few seconds? Hey, where's my money? This is the hard-earned money I risked my life for. Why does that sound so awkward? Boss, where's the money? As Jiang Liufeng strolled along the riverside, he remarked nonchalantly, let us go. It's all settled. Not a single cent will be lost. So rest assured. Valdo was utterly bewildered. Despite racking his brain, he could not fathom how Jiang Liufeng had managed to make those 20 hefty boxes vanish. The Red Count, evidently far more astute, understood that his captain was shrouded in secrets. Yet, he feigned ignorance about others' mysteries, recognizing that such discretion posed no detriment to their interests. Once the two had distanced themselves, Valdo snapped back to reality and hurried after them. Hey, boss, Count, wait for me. In truth, at the moment the crowd had erupted in chaos, Jiang Liufeng had employed his system backpack to discreetly collect all the boxes filled with money. This secret was one he did not wish to divulge even to his own comrades. If he could conceal it, he would. The trio ambled down the street, seemingly unaffected by the tumult of events that had transpired at the auction house, striding purposefully toward Island 13. However, the naval headquarters was in an uproar. What? A celestial dragon has been killed. Sengoku shouted incredulously into the transponder snail before him. The bulging veins on his neck and forehead betrayed his fury, and it was evident he was on the verge of a blood vessel rupture. Is it Jiang Liufeng again? What does that scoundrel intend to do? The audacity to kill a celestial dragon. Call all naval forces. I mean all of them. Deploy to Sabaody Archipelago at once. We must capture that little rascal. Yes, sir. The sentry at the entrance, utterly petrified, stumbled and fell twice, scrambling to relay the message. Sengoku, collapsing helplessly onto the sofa, rubbed his throbbing temples. This calamity was truly monumental. Who could he have killed? Why a celestial dragon? At this rate, I could lose my rank as admiral. How is the global conscription proceeding? He muttered weakly, eyes closed. Reporting, Admiral, the The global conscription, another sentry at the entrance, began to respond feebly. Suddenly, he was nearly terrified to the point of losing control by a thunderous roar. Didn't I say to send all the Navy? Why are you still here? The sentry stumbled backward in shock, hastily getting to his feet and rushing outside. Yes, my apologies, Admiral. I will go at once. Sengoku's face was lined with frustration as he suppressed his rising ire. No need, come back and continue. The sentry, having barely sprinted a few dozen meters, abruptly halted, anxiously returning to Sengoku's side. Wiping the large beads of sweat from his forehead, he reported, Admiral, regarding the global conscription upon receiving Sengoku's orders. The entire naval headquarters sprang into action. Except for the already deployed Kizaru, the remaining forces boarded their ships. A formidable fleet of warships surged towards the Sabaody archipelago, creating an overwhelming sight reminiscent of a world war, with countless vessels darkening the sea, a sight unseen even during the battle against Roger. Vice Admiral, what on earth has happened? Why such a grand mobilization? A young man with pink hair inquired aboard a dog-headed warship, engaging in conversation with a tall, white-haired elder. It was none other than Garp and Kobe. Is it true that someone dared to kill a celestial dragon? Kobe gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. Garp, with a deep, penetrating gaze, crossed his arms and stared into the distance, his face twisted with a fierce disdain. That arrogant brat, I must capture him myself. Is it that Jiang Liufeng, the one who escaped from Impel down? Kobe asked, his voice trembling. Perhaps due to his overwhelming anger, Garp trembled slightly, not responding to Kobe's question. The answer was evident on his face, prompting Kobe to sigh. I never imagined Jiang Liufeng would be so audacious. It seems the path to becoming powerful is still very long. With the Navy charging forth with fervor across the ocean, Jiang Liufeng's group had already returned to Island 13, appearing poised for departure. Is everything ready? Jiang Liufeng inquired as he boarded the Golden Scale. Everything is prepared. We can depart at any time, came the youthful voice of the Golden Scale. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Liufeng led his companions to the ship's edge, gesturing to Rayleigh and Haki. Thank you for your assistance. May we meet again under fortunate circumstances. The two smiled in response. Safe travels. We will be keenly following your remarkable journey. Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly, turning his gaze to survey the crowd as he proclaimed, Dawn Pirate Crew, set sail. At that pivotal moment, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. Well, what a lively gathering we have here. Chapter 49. I left the soup cooking at home and forgot to turn off the fire. Upon hearing these words, everyone's attention shifted towards the source of the voice. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the resplendent Kizaru. Damn, arrived so swiftly, Walder muttered. Jiang Liufeng merely gazed at Huang Yuan with a calm demeanor, his expression revealing little, as if the arrival of Huang Yuan was wholly anticipated. General Huang, what a pleasant surprise. Have you come to bid farewell? Huang Yuan's countenance darkened as he regarded Jiang Liufeng, remarking that the youth's arrogance was indeed a perilous trait. Oh, does General Huang possess the ability to detain us? Jiang Liufeng responded with a teasing smile. Huang Yuan paused, taken aback by the audacity of the young man. He cast a glance at his companions, feeling somewhat perturbed. It appeared he truly lacked the means to impede their progress. After much internal deliberation, he ultimately resolved that a head-on confrontation was unnecessary. Instead, he could create a disturbance to prevent their departure while awaiting reinforcements. With this decision firmly in mind, his expression softened considerably. But I assure you, I am still capable of halting your departure. Once our main forces arrive, your days of ease will be at an end. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that Admiral Kizaru had dispatched his advance forces due to the nature of his abilities. Having already taken down a celestial dragon, how could the Navy simply allow him to escape? It was almost certain that a large military contingent would be mobilized to suppress him. Kizaru's words were not mere threats. The situation was grave. If encircled by a vast army, even if Jiang Liufeng could move like the wind and was unmatched, his companions would likely suffer dire consequences. As he weighed the pros and cons in his mind, Rayleigh stepped forward. Kizaru, you seem well. Kizaru turned slightly, instantly recognizing Rayleigh on the shore, and was genuinely startled. Oh dear. The Dark King, Rayleigh. This is quite alarming. The Pirate King's first mate appears here. With a confident smile, Rayleigh remarked. I have lived in seclusion on this island for many years. Who would have thought I would encounter an admiral today? How about a friendly spar? This proposition left Kizaru in a quandary. Beneath his brown-tinted glasses, his small eyes darted around, his expression tinged with bitterness. Good grief. Is he trying to play with my life? One flying thunder god and one red count is already troublesome enough. Now, the Dark King has emerged from who knows where. Is this the Navy's top 3 admirals chasing a fugitive, or the 3 pirate overlords confronting an admiral? Internally exasperated, he maintained a facade of composure. For the dignity of an admiral must not be tarnished. I never expected a 2-for-1 deal today. Very well, let us exchange a few blows. The two locked eyes. Seemingly calm, yet beneath the surface, a tempest brewed, their gazes practically igniting sparks. Exhibiting the professional demeanor of masters in combat, neither made a move for several minutes. Much to Carmen's astonishment. Wow, Is this the legendary confrontation between masters? Their aura is so powerful. Is this what they call a clash of inner strength? Jiang Liufeng nearly stumbled at this notion. Clash of masters? Clash of inner strength? These two are clearly just stalling and being lazy. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to intervene, they finally seemed ready to act. However, as Rayleigh raised his hand, Jiang Liufeng swiftly positioned himself in front of him, blocking his path. Rayleigh, we will handle our matters ourselves. Perhaps you should focus on how to escape. Rayleigh was puzzled, not comprehending Jiang Liufeng's implication. Did he look down on him? Did he think he was too old? Old man, I am still in my prime. Jiang Liufeng, you are underestimating me. By the way, didn't you leave the soup on at Shaki's house? Let us go back and turn off the heat. Everyone except the Red Count and Kizaru was bewildered. What was happening? The Pirate King's first mate, known as the Dark King, was he retreating? Even Shaki, being pushed away by Rayleigh, was equally confused. The onlookers observed as the two hurriedly departed, casting puzzled glances at Jiang Liufeng, who appeared somewhat grave, gazing into the distance as if transfixed. As if influenced by his serious demeanor, several followed his line of sight, eager to discover what had captured their usually unperturbed captain's attention. Upon seeing it, they nearly lost control of their bladders. In the distance, a vast fleet of warships was advancing towards them at full speed. The sight was so overwhelming that it seemed to obscure even the sea itself. Oh my goodness, this is utterly outrageous. Valdo exclaimed, his jaw dropped. Even he, once a formidable figure, had never witnessed such a display. Tell me they are merely passing by, and not here specifically to capture us. Carmen's legs weakened, and he slumped onto the deck. What have you all done? Crocodile mused, not without reason. This spectacle could not arise without cause, implying that his companions had stirred up trouble. Suddenly, Old Sand's eyes widened, his mouth agape. You didn't, by chance, attack a celestial dragon, did you? Before Jiang Liufeng could respond, Valdo waved dismissively. No. Why would we engage in such trivial matters? Thank goodness, Old Sand sighed in relief, but then Valdo's words struck him. Just killed someone? Wait, what? You killed a celestial dragon? Even Old Sand, with his broad tolerance, nearly lost composure at this revelation. You all dare to kill a celestial dragon? Are you all some sort of fool summoned by a monkey? Old Sand, visibly agitated, glared at Jiang Liufeng, seemingly demanding a definitive answer and explanation. Jiang Liufeng merely waved it off. Just a fool. What's the big deal if he is dead? Are you serious? Old Sand was at a loss, nearly fainting from disbelief. Well, what is done is done. There is no point in dwelling on it. Once we reach the new world, the skies are high and the birds free. The Navy will have no power over us. Killing a celestial dragon is nothing significant. As Jiang Liufeng observed the imminent arrival of naval reinforcements, he, impatient and reluctant to squander any further time, spoke with irritation. Lao Sha rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, your words sound pleasant, but in such a situation, is it truly possible to escape? Chapter 50. A fated encounter. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance at him, unperturbed, and smiled as he spoke. No one can keep me here, nor can anyone detain my companions. You must immediately activate the cloaking descent. The golden scales will discover the path to Fishman Island. I shall remain to engage with them, providing cover for your escape. Captain. The sight of several individuals unwilling to abandon him filled Jiang Liufeng with gratitude, even prompting Old Sha to speak up. He nodded reassuringly. I understand your concerns. I will be fine. I will catch up with you shortly. Now, let us execute the captain's orders at once. Golden scales move. Understood. Golden scales harbored no complex emotions. He would unconditionally and wholeheartedly carry out Jiang Liufeng's commands. He immediately commenced the actions. Trying to flee? I cannot allow that. With the arrival of his reinforcements, Kizaru felt emboldened and, without hesitation, advanced to obstruct their path. 8-foot mirror. With a resounding clash, golden light enveloped him. As he positioned his hands in front of his chest, and a beam of radiance shot forth, heading straight for the golden scales. Just as he was about to traverse the passage he had opened, Jiang Liufeng has arrived. The signature sound of thunder crackled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Liufeng had flashed to the golden passage created by Kizaru, striking down with his right arm, infused with the power of Haki. The moment Kizaru was about to complete his teleportation, he was abruptly interrupted. Oh, such astonishing speed. Kizaru shook his body, returning to his original position. A note of confusion escaping his lips. He had not anticipated that Jiang Liufeng could match his velocity so closely, leaving him somewhat taken aback. It is no wonder, for in their previous encounters, Jiang Liufeng had yet to harness the power of Enel's devil fruit. Despite his speed, it paled in comparison to the light fruit. Kizaru had previously dismissed this group, considering only Red Count as a threat, while regarding the others with indifference and a relaxed demeanor. However, the situation was markedly different now. Jiang Liufeng had effectively claimed the formidable powers of the Rumble fruit, widely regarded as the most powerful ability in the world of pirates. Thus, in a contest of speed, the outcome was uncertain. Kizaru, now adopting a serious demeanor, no longer underestimated Jiang Liufeng. In the brief exchange between the two, The gilded coating of the golden scale had nearly reached completion, and the naval forces were rapidly approaching. Boom. From a distance, the Navy's cannons roared to life. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the golden scale, not aimed at killing, but rather to sink the vessel. Explosions erupted around the ship, sending waves crashing and causing it to sway violently. Nevertheless, the 3 skilled fighters aboard were not to be trifled with. Any cannonball threatening their ship was swiftly dealt with, ensuring a semblance of safety for the moment. "Captain, hurry up," Red Count barked, his expression grim. "Boss, quickly. It will be too late if you delay," Valdo added anxiously. Carmen clung to the railing, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Liufeng. Whether from fright or concern for his safety was unclear. Her sorrowful visage tugged at Jiang Liufeng's heart. "Captain, please come quickly," she implored, extending her arm in a delicate plea. Jiang Liufeng smiled confidently, assuring Carmen, "Don't worry. I will be fine. Shall we meet later?" Carmen, suppressing her tears and biting her lip, nodded obediently, rendered speechless by her emotions. Golden Scale. Set sail. All right. Off we go. In such a poignant moment, only the Golden Scale could utter such cheerful words. To the eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Liufeng seemed destined for misfortune. It was not merely a question of whether he could contend with the overwhelming navy. The ship was sinking, and how could a single ability user pursue? The Golden Scale gradually descended into the depths. Meanwhile, the Red Count and his companions fought valiantly against the barrage of cannon fire. Unable to spare any attention to avert this unfolding tragedy, they could only watch helplessly as Jiang Liufeng engaged in battle with Kizaru. Jiang Liufeng, with a single punch, forced back the yellow ape. Turning his gaze towards the Golden Scale, which was now nearly secure, he silently breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the Golden Scale was on the verge of sinking, Carmen shouted loudly, "I will wait for your return." Huh. Jiang Liufeng could not clearly hear, only vaguely perceiving half of the mouth's shape. "Are you waiting for me to return and marry you?" "Surely not. Are young women so audacious these days?" He shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. A faint smile graced his lips. Finally, the obstructions had vanished, allowing him to showcase his abilities. If those words were to reach their ears, they would surely be infuriated, spitting out several liters of blood in indignation. How could it be? After all that emotional appeal, it turns out Jiang Liufeng regarded them as burdens? Had he known, he would have abandoned the shadows and joined the navy in a spirited revolt. Yet, it would be unfair to label them as burdens. Jiang Liufeng merely feared that in the chaos of battle, he would neglect the Golden Scale, which had yet to set sail officially. The thought of its sinking would leave him utterly bereft of tears. With the likes of Walder and Old Shah, both capable fighters, and Carmen, who was hardly robust, if the ship were to capsize and 1 or 2 more fell into the water, it would indeed spell trouble. Even with his formidable strength alongside the Red Count, they would be overwhelmed, unable to tend to both ends of the crisis. Now, however, with the troubles dissipated, he could engage in combat at will, retreat if he desired, and revel in the freedom of his choices. Wasn't he that delightful? Admiral Kizaru watched helplessly as the ship departed. His prowess lay in speed, yet now his advantage was practically non-existent. He could not intercept them. This feeling of powerlessness stirred a rare frustration within the usually easygoing admiral. He could only unleash another fateful move. Ice Age. 8 feet, Cheongoyu. Sometimes, this world feels remarkably small, and events unfold with uncanny coincidence. On a warship near the coast, Admiral Akiji observed the successful retreat of the Golden Scale. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full power, executing the stunning Ice Age, sending information swiftly. Yet, at that very moment, Kizaru, engaged in battle with Jiang Liufeng, remained oblivious. The two admirals' formidable moves seemed destined to collide once more. Akiji froze, as did Kizaru. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with theatricality. "You mischievous monkey. You did this on purpose." Akiji's gaze conveyed his indignation. "By heaven's grace, I truly had no idea." Kizaru's eyes spoke of his innocence. Thus, at this critical juncture, the encroaching blocks of ice meant to surround the Golden Scale were shattered by the 8 feet Cheongoyu. Apart from Jiang Liufeng, all members of the Dawn team successfully escaped. Chapter 51. The overbearing Jiang Liufeng. Consequently, the Navy's countenance darkened significantly. Despite mobilizing their forces, their adversary managed to flee. If this news spread, their authority would be utterly undermined. "Everyone, rally your spirits. Those cowardly rodents who fled will inevitably be captured. Today, we shall bring this heinous criminal to justice." A voice of authority resonated. Jiang Liufeng looked up to see, at the forefront of the fleet, a warship where stood a figure clad in a red suit, draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice, his expression solemn, exuding an aura of unyielding power. Wherever he stood, he commanded respect and fear. None other than Admiral Akainu. This is getting interesting. Facing the Navy's formidable forces single-handedly, he noted the simultaneous appearance of the 3 great admirals of the Navy headquarters. As Jiang Liufeng, known for his rare seriousness, faced the formidable representative of the Navy's supreme combat power, he acknowledged that such a confrontation was no trivial matter, despite his overwhelming strength. Although fleeing would be a trivial endeavor for him, he had no intention of resorting to such a course of action. Even in the event of retreat, he aimed to first establish an unparalleled aura of dominance in the eyes of the Navy. With a swift motion, he ascended into the air, arms crossed before him. Though he uttered no words, the oppressive aura he exuded surged towards the Navy, instilling a sense of panic in over 60% of the less capable sailors, rendering their legs weak and their gazes averted from the figure that loomed before them, nearly suffocating them with mere presence. The conqueror's Haki. As Jiang Liufeng unleashed his overwhelming might, the very atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once clear skies were abruptly cloaked in ominous clouds, accompanied by the distant rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning. Thunderous roars echoed through the air. The formidable power of lightning emanating from Jiang Liufeng was palpable, as bolts of electricity danced around him, resonating with the thunderous roars from the heavens. At a glance, it appeared as though the tumultuous storm clouds were summoned by him, conjuring divine warriors from the skies. In this moment, the might of a single individual stood defiantly against the entire naval fleet, creating an atmosphere of intense rivalry. Remarkably, the clash of their auras seemed almost evenly matched, an impressive spectacle indeed. Could this be the legendary flying thunder god? The sheer intensity of his presence was utterly awe-inspiring. What manner of monstrous being is this? Undeniably, he poses a grave threat to our Navy. If left unchecked, he could become a significant menace. Akainu listened to his soldiers, who unwittingly bolstered the enemy's morale while undermining their own. His expression darkened at the thought. The conqueror's Haki was indeed a troublesome ability. Despite their numerical superiority, they were rendered ineffective under such immense pressure. Engaging with an unparalleled master was not a matter of mere numbers. Years of battle experience led him to a swift decision. All naval personnel, heed my command. All soldiers of the rank of major and below, disembark and evacuate the nearby civilians to ensure their safety. Yes. With the Admiral's resolute order, the Navy sprang into action. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance without intervening, dismissing the young warriors with indifference as they departed. Akainu let out a subtle sigh of relief, for his decision bore threefold significance. Firstly, he wished to spare those naval soldiers devoid of combat prowess from needless sacrifice. Secondly, should a conflict erupt, the confrontation between such formidable figures would inevitably jeopardize the safety of innocent civilians. Thus, it was prudent to evacuate them promptly. Thirdly, Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming strength was a source of considerable concern. Any attempt by the Navy to apprehend him would likely result in casualties, and he wished to shield the populace from witnessing such a disheartening spectacle that could erode their faith in the Navy. In light of these considerations, Akainu made a sagacious decision, ordering the retreat of the majority of the weaker naval forces and civilians. Soon, Island number 13 was devoid of life, transformed into a desolate isle. Upon receiving the notification, Akainu could no longer remain passive. He commanded his senior officers to swiftly converge upon Jiang Liufeng, encircling him as the impending battle loomed. In the face of the naval blockade, Jiang Liufeng remained unruffled, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he remarked, Akainu, you may appear astute, yet in truth, you are rather foolish. Taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's mockery, Akainu seethed with anger, you audacious young man. Do enlighten me on how I am foolish. Jiang Liufeng raised his hand and gestured around, calmly stating, you ought to send these feeble creatures away. You are utterly arrogant. Young man, it's as if you have no regard for your own life. How audacious, how shameless. The young man continued, do you not perceive the gravity of your own situation? Before Akainu could respond, those high-ranking officers who had been pointed at by Jiang Liufeng immediately erupted in anger, unleashing a torrent of invectives. With a dismissive smile, Jiang Liufeng remarked, it's not too late to scram now. This is your final opportunity. Such arrogance. Allow me to confront you. An elderly colonel advanced, fully unleashing the power of the Navy's sixth style, pressing directly towards Jiang Liufeng. Return. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the reckless actions of his subordinate. Jiang Liufeng shook his head and remarked, it seems that the upper echelons of your Navy have not revealed the extent of my power to you. Very well, let me unveil the harsh reality today. With that, he launched into action. His arm transformed, and with a single punch, he unleashed the power of Raijin. A thunderous roar echoed as an immense bolt of lightning surged forth. The colonel's figure suddenly froze, his expression turning to one of sheer astonishment as the terrifying column of lightning bore down upon him with astonishing speed. By the time he regained his composure, it was already too late. He intended to evade but found himself unable to do so in time. All he could do was brace himself, activating his conqueror's Haki in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault. Yet, the inadequacy of his Haki was no match for the overwhelming force of Jiang Liufeng's strike. Zzz, the lightning engulfed him entirely, piercing through his defenses. The colonel could only endure for a few seconds before his Haki shattered. Ag! The intense voltage assaulted every cell in his body, inflicting excruciating pain and contorting his features into a grotesque mask. His mind blanked, eyes rolled back, and he crumpled into the sea below. After dispatching one opponent with a single blow, the force of Raijin continued unabated, racing towards the direction of his next target. The ghost spider observed the razor-sharp attack heading his way and inwardly cursed his misfortune. He quickly scattered. With a flurry of movement, the Navy officers, initially dumbfounded, reacted swiftly, their feet taking flight as they hurriedly sought refuge to the sides. No one dared to confront Jiang Liufeng's onslaught. After all, the power of the rumble fruit is renowned for being the strongest of all devil fruits. Very few are unafraid of lightning. Unfortunately, even those who attempted to evade and advance found themselves struck, some lesser-ranked majors being directly hit and left dazed, tumbling headfirst into the ocean. Jiang Liufeng struck with a casual yet decisive blow, effortlessly dispatching several skilled opponents, instantly elevating the attention of the naval officers. Chapter 52. Shall we engage all four together? All those wielding the righteous axe share a common trait. They prefer to report good news while concealing misfortunes. The upper echelons of the Navy have indeed kept the true extent of Jiang Liufeng's power shrouded in secrecy. Consequently, while many officers are aware of this formidable figure, they possess no real understanding of his strength. Initially, some of the more confident officers did not regard Jiang Liufeng with much seriousness, but that perception has now dramatically changed. Let us all attack together. Do not afford him too many opportunities to strike. We are numerous, and even the mightiest of fists cannot contend with the strength of many. Indeed, let us unite and deny him any chance. Charge. Jiang Liufeng curled the corners of his mouth into a smirk. All right, let us go then. With that, he retracted his arms and stood tall, seemingly devoid of any intent to strike. The group of officers advancing towards him became emboldened. Haha, look, that kid is paralyzed with fear. Indeed, he probably doesn't know how to respond. They aim for a swift victory. Razor, Gale Strike. Observing Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, the generals were well aware that there was likely a hidden scheme at play. Qingji furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Do not let your guard down. This fellow is not so simple." As anticipated, just as the officers' attacks were about to land on Jiang Liufeng, his eyes widened in shock, and he bellowed, "Thunder Shield." ZZZZZT. As the currents of electricity surged, the combination of the third generation of Rakich's lightning shield and Inel's discharge manifested a novel barrier in an instant. Hissing, countless serpentine bolts of lightning erupted from his body, the staggering voltage incapacitating the surrounding officers in a heartbeat. This voltage far surpassed that of Inazuma, rendering the officers mute with shock, their lives hanging by a thread. Witnessing his elite subordinates transformed into charred figures, smoke rising from their heads as they plummeted into the sea, the vice admirals finally felt a pang of urgency. Akainu, too, grasped the meaning behind Jiang Liufeng's words. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, there was no distinction between these elite officers and the Navy soldiers who had retreated earlier. Both were equally fragile. Even the ranks of rear admirals and mid-admirals were rendered insignificant. The officers within the inner circle had already faltered, stripped of their combat capabilities, while those on the periphery, relying on their Haki, managed to endure for a while longer, yet their situation was equally dire, on the brink of collapse. The quickest to react was Vice Admiral Garp, whose hands transformed, his massive fists turning as dark as iron. With a thunderous shout, he charged directly at Jiang Liufeng. Sensing Garp's approach, Jiang Liufeng dared not delay, his starry eyes firmly locking onto him. As Garp entered the range of the shield's lightning discharge, he appeared surprisingly untroubled, even more so than Rayleigh, confirming Jiang Liufeng's suspicions. This old man was formidable. In the original narrative, Garp was renowned, yet seldom revealed his true strength, leaving many to wonder just how powerful he truly was. At this moment, through the comparison with Rayleigh, Jiang Liufeng recognized Garp's true might. Garp advanced effortlessly to the forefront of Jiang Liufeng's shield, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming voltage. "Kid, take this punch from the old man." Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows, fully aware that this punch could not be withstood merely by relying on his shield. A strand of black silk coiled around his left arm, and he raised his hand to unleash a powerful strike. The two fists, dark as iron, collided with a resounding force, causing the very heavens to tremble. An invisible shockwave radiated outward, forcing the onlookers to stagger back. Yet, the officers on the periphery, ensnared by the wrath of lightning, seized this moment of upheaval to narrowly escape Jiang Liufeng's formidable reach. Grateful to have salvaged their lives, this group of individuals was immensely relieved, for the terrifying power of the lightning was truly awe-inspiring. Even though they had miraculously evaded its grasp, a lingering fear still haunted them. The contest between Jiang Liufeng and Garp is nearing its climax. The sheer force of their clash pushes both men back 3 steps, resulting in a stalemate. How formidable! Ever since Jiang Liufeng acquired Roger's 3-color Haki, he has faced few rivals in this realm, consistently overpowering all challengers with an overwhelming presence. Even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh pales in comparison. However, encountering Garp, he found an equal adversary, which both surprised him and felt entirely reasonable. After all, Garp is the man who once cornered Roger himself. Truly extraordinary. Finally, someone could withstand his blow. The feeling of striving for invincibility, seeking challenges at the pinnacle. is indeed a lonely pursuit. In stark contrast, the observing navy was nearly fainting in fear. Who does not know a carp's might? With his iron fists, he traverses the seas, instilling dread even among the long-established maritime warriors of the New World. The terror of such a powerful strike is beyond comprehension. Yet the elite navy officers are acutely aware. To withstand Carp's formidable punch without defeat, one must indeed be a terrifying monster. Step by step, these naval officers involuntarily retreated, finally recognizing the truth. The purple-haired youth before them, barely 20, was an entity they could only look up to. How foolish they had been to approach him like a ripe watermelon. Was this not akin to lighting a lantern in the restroom, merely seeking trouble? You all step back. Akina barked, his face darkened. At this moment, everyone's hearts calmed, the initial anger dissipating. Initially, they viewed him as an arrogant brat, causing chaos simply because he possessed some ability, inciting their ire to the point of wishing him dead. But now, the reality was different. He genuinely possessed the power to alter the tides and demanded their utmost respect. No one acted impulsively anymore. They all retreated 100 meters as per the Admiral's command. The three Admirals exchanged glances, silently coordinating as they surrounded Carp, each positioning themselves to the north, south, east, and west. Four of the world's mightiest warriors prepared to join forces to subdue him. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly, contemplating whether to engage all four at once. How intriguing. A surge of formidable battle spirit welled up within him, igniting a fervent passion. Unbeknownst to him, through the rewards bestowed by the system, he had grown to the point where the Navy was compelled to deploy its utmost strength in a joint effort against him. With such extraordinary power, who could remain unexcited? If it is war, then let it be war. What is there to fear? Previously somewhat passive, Jiang Liufeng suddenly took the initiative, adopting an offensive stance as he unleashed a lethal strike towards Kizaru. 3,000 volts. Thunder Beast. With a fierce howl, a wolf-shaped thunder beast darted forth, charging relentlessly at Kizaru. Why target me first? Kizaru exclaimed, irritation evident on his face. Gripping the Ama no Murakumo sword, he swiftly executed 2 slicing strikes, cleaving the thunder wolf into 4 pieces. In that fleeting moment, as Jiang Liufeng made his move, both Akiji and Akainu also sprang into action. Chapter 53. The ever-changing battlefield, Ice Sphere. Canine Tooth, Red Lotus. With eyes to the left and fire to the right, they ruthlessly advanced towards Jiang Liufeng, for being struck by either side was no trivial matter. Jiang Liufeng did not overreach. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot, only to reappear more than 10 meters away. The clash of ice and fire ensued, yet ultimately, he grasped at nothingness. The moment Jiang Liufeng made his appearance, a formidable sense of crisis surged from behind, revealing that Carp had inexplicably followed him. To his astonishment, the observation Haki detected a speed that could rival lightning itself. Jiang Liufeng turned to face the iron fist that loomed so close, his pupils constricting as he exerted all his strength to pivot and deliver a kick. The posture was reminiscent of a graceful acrobat, striking a pose of elegance. Bang! The collision of fists and feet resulted in a stalemate. Carp's eyes widened in disbelief. The speed of this young man was simply astonishing. It was clear that his abilities extended beyond mere brute powers. His mastery of armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki was formidable, and even his observation Haki was remarkable. Frustrated by his failed strike, Carp unleashed a barrage of close-quarters attacks utilizing the Marine 6 styles. Techniques such as finger pistol, shave, gale foot, and iron block flowed seamlessly. The speed of their punches and kicks beyond description. Close combat. How delightful. A glint of determination flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes as he advanced rather than retreating, meeting the onslaught with his own fists and feet. The two engaged in a series of exchanges high in the sky, their movements so rapid that it was impossible to discern who held the upper hand. The visceral impact of their combat left onlookers awestruck, their jaws dropped in silent admiration, too afraid to blink lest they miss a moment of this breathtaking display. It was terrifying to witness someone contend with Vice Admiral Carp in such a manner. How many years had passed since Roger's death, without anyone capable of such feats? Demeichi exclaimed in astonishment towards Ghost Spider. This young man not only possessed incredible abilities, but also exhibited overwhelming Haki. From where had this prodigy emerged? Ghost Spider shook his head in disbelief, though he found it hard to accept. It was evident that this individual indeed possessed power rivaling that of admirals, and even the 4 emperors. Doberman's fist clenched so tightly that blood nearly oozed out. His teeth gritted in frustration, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. Such astonishment and idle chatter could only be voiced by the vice admirals. The elite officers around them had long since begun to tremble in fear, unable to bear the pressure of the spectacle. To stand toe-to-toe against 3 admirals and Carp, such a monstrous figure was unprecedented. Even if someone possessed such strength, who would dare to engage in such reckless confrontation? One had to possess an extraordinary level of self-awareness and confidence to act in such a manner. It was truly a feat that would shock the world. This was not merely a sparring match. The other 3 admirals would undoubtedly not grant the two a chance for one-on-one combat, launching a coordinated assault against Jiang Liufeng with full force. Naturally, leading the charge was Kizaru, who, in a flash of brilliance, wielded the Ama no Murakumo sword and struck with light-speed slashes, exploiting the openings between the two fighters' attacks to catch Jiang Liufeng off guard while ensuring Carp remained unharmed. His swordsmanship was exquisite, and his experience was evident in the precision of his strikes. However, it appeared Jiang Liufeng had not exerted his full strength previously. With each movement, he now seemed even faster. At this moment, he deftly handled the close-quarters combat against two adversaries with apparent ease. This was truly impressive. The spectators had fallen silent, having extricated themselves from the roles of mere onlookers, now transformed into witnesses of an extraordinary battle. The clash of these five warriors had surpassed their comprehension, rendering them incapable of intervening. As they beheld Jiang Liufeng facing two opponents without losing his poise, their hearts raced, and the urge to cheer for him bubbled to the surface, barely contained. Akiji, wielding an ice blade, and Akainu, with his magma-infused fists, joined the fray, bringing the fight to 4 against 1. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki proved crucial. Previously overlooked, his heightened perception allowed him to simultaneously detect and analyze the attack patterns of all 4 adversaries, even foreseeing the various crises that loomed. With his observation Haki employed to its fullest extent, he achieved the legendary feat of fending off assaults from 4 unparalleled masters without succumbing. In a blink, he exchanged blows with the 4, but fatigue began to creep in. Defeating these 4 imposing figures was evidently no easy task. Nevertheless, this battle had granted him a clear understanding of his own position within the hierarchy of power. If these 4 were to discover that he regarded them merely as test subjects while unleashing his full potential, one could only speculate on their reactions. The mightiest spear, a single finger pierced through. Sensing the moment was right, Jiang Liufeng unleashed his ultimate technique, charging directly at the formidable Carp. Keenly perceptive, Carp immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this attack. Although it was merely a finger, the lethal aura emanating from it commanded his utmost attention. Carp crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself against the impending strike aimed at his heart, pushing himself to the limit. The suddenness and speed of the attack were breathtaking. Only a select few in the world could react and block with such alacrity. The 3 admirals sensed the impending danger as well, fearing for their old comrade. If Carp were to fall, they would bear the brunt of the responsibility, a burden none could shoulder. However, before they could act, Jiang Liufeng's lethal strike had already been unleashed. Divine retribution. Just as Jiang Liufeng launched his attack, he had previously set a trap with a bolt of lightning soaring into the sky. Who would have anticipated that the seemingly deflected bolt of lightning was, in fact, a premeditated ambush? As his words echoed, 3 pillars of thunder descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the 3 admirals. Even as the elemental beings, caught off guard and their focus diverted towards Carp, they suffered the full brunt of the assault, appearing rather disheveled. Following that, the ferocious might of the mightiest spear landed squarely upon Carp. The sheer intensity of the Haki, combined with the penetrating and slicing nature of the lightning chakra, was utterly terrifying. Even Carp, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of armament Haki, felt the sting of this blow. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips. With a resounding crash, he was sent hurtling backward, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, as if he vanished in an instant. Had it not been for Carp crashing into the sea, creating towering waves, the onlookers might have believed Jiang Liufeng had merely struck at the air. Carp was propelled into the ocean by this ferocious assault, a gaping wound appearing on his left arm. The legendary Marine's armament Haki had been breached. Although it was merely a minor injury, this strike not only shattered Carp's Haki, but also dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the Navy. This was simply outrageous. What has become of the youth of today, utterly devoid of martial ethics? Just moments ago, the battle had seemed evenly matched. Why had the tides turned so dramatically in the blink of an eye? The battlefield was truly a realm of ever-shifting dynamics. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Thunder Strike. Two-pronged spear. Infernal Hound. Nevertheless, the backbone of the Marines remained resilient. Jiang Liufeng's divine retribution, though unexpectedly striking the 3 admirals, only caused a ripple of impact, not one they could not endure. Just as Jiang Liufeng's strength began to wane, 2 formidable techniques were unleashed simultaneously, their speed equally astonishing. Jiang Liufeng realized it was too late to evade. He could only reveal his fully activated armed color and brace himself, enduring 2 deadly strikes with sheer force. Bang! As he withstood the blows on his back, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows slightly, but before he could react, Kizaru had arrived. A lightning-fast kick. In an instant, the same move employed by the Red Count was unleashed again. A downward strike aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's head was executed with precision. As Jiang Liufeng's expression hardened, he crossed his arms above his head to block the incoming kick. Yet, akin to the Red Count, the inertia propelled by the speed of light was far from trivial. Despite successfully deflecting the blow, he could not withstand the force and was sent hurtling towards the sea. Approaching the surface, a colossal whirlpool suddenly erupted from the depths, signaling the furious return of Carp. With a swing of his iron fist, he aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's spine, intending to incapacitate him with a single strike. However, The lightning energy that Jiang Liufeng had yet to unleash found a moment to breathe. Though elementalization appeared to be a matter of will, only those truly possessing the powers of nature understood that even the swiftest transformations required a modicum of preparation time. The three admirals seized this fleeting opportunity, striving to vanquish Jiang Liufeng in an instant. Yet, they ultimately underestimated the robustness of his Haki and his reaction speed. In a swift motion, Carp's strike missed, and Jiang Liufeng vanished into the sky. The legendary hero of the Navy, Carp, truly lived up to his reputation. Today, I fought with great vigor. Alas, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. Humph. Do you truly believe you can escape? Akina snarled, his rage evident at the missed opportunity. I intend to leave, and you cannot stop me, Jiang Liufeng replied with a dismissive smile. Boy, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you go, Carp declared, equally incensed. Old man, perhaps you should consult a doctor first? Jiang Liufeng scoffed. At his words, the onlookers turned their gaze back to Carp, only to witness blood gushing from his arm, prompting a collective gasp of astonishment. What? Carp has been injured. The realization that Jiang Liufeng had broken through Carp's Haki was met with disbelief. No way. This cannot be true. Someone slapped me to make sure. The spectators, who initially thought Carp had merely been knocked back, were utterly shocked to learn that he had indeed sustained injuries. Although it was a mere flesh wound, its implications were monumental. At the very least, it indicated that Jiang Liufeng's mastery of armament Haki surpassed that of Carp. In an instant, the elite Navy soldiers were left reeling, drenched in sweat, some even losing their footing and tumbling into the sea. The three admirals had never anticipated that this encounter would have such a profound negative impact on the upper echelons of Navy combat power. Their fury boiled over. Teeth clenched in anger. If Jiang Liufeng were not captured today, it could leave an indelible mark on the Navy. You shall die here, no matter what. Akina bellowed, unable to contain his wrath any longer, unleashing a devastating attack upon Jiang Liufeng. Exploding mouth cone. Akiji also launched a lethal strike towards Jiang Liufeng. A massive arm of magma, akin to that of a giant, accompanied by a frost phoenix the size of a warship, hurtled towards him with lethal intent. Fueled by rage, or perhaps spurred by the presence of a formidable opponent, the two admirals' signature moves were magnified in size and power, multiple times more formidable than before. Yet, Jiang Liufeng had long been prepared. Did you think I engaged in conversation merely for idle chatter? A confident smile graced his lips as he spoke, his eyes glinting with unwavering assurance. The sea breeze whipped through the air, causing the onlookers' garments to flutter wildly. Above, the dense clouds began to disperse in the wind. What on earth is that? The Navy personnel, from the admirals down, gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Their comrades stood stupefied. Just as the two powerful attacks were unleashed, their gazes followed the crimson and white beams, each infused with a distinct potency. Some marveled, some were astonished, and others even wore expressions of impending victory. Yet, in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless by the sight that hung in the sky. A thunderous sphere the size of an island had materialized above them. For a brief moment, they felt as if a colossal beast loomed over them, its gaping maw casting a shadow over the earth, instilling a profound sense of dread. A wave of helplessness washed over them, sinking into despair. How could they possibly contend with such a force? The sheer area of the thunderball rendered any escape futile. They were left with no option but to await their fate. As the thunderball descended, appearing slow yet astonishingly swift, it enveloped Jiang Liufeng entirely. The so-called giant magma arm and the warship-sized frost phoenix became mere fleeting illusions, disintegrating upon contact with the lightning sphere. As Jiang Liufeng found himself amidst the immense thunderball, radiance emanated in all directions, sharp and unstoppable, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an air of unparalleled supremacy. Even the inhabitants of the other islands in the archipelago of Xiangbedi caught sight of this colossal spectacle. What is that? Oh my, is this the apocalypse? A thunderball of such magnitude, could it possibly descend upon us? It's over. No, I haven't yet married. I have yet to experience love. I do not wish to perish. Young lady, you are yet to wed? How fortuitous. I, with my dashing demeanor, surpass even the renowned Pan, a flower. Begone. Ah, very well. Jiang Liufeng, you are committing grave sins. Young man, this affair concerns the pirates and the Navy. Your actions will bring harm to thousands of innocent lives. Can you truly bear the weight of your conscience? Cast down your blade and attain enlightenment. What nonsense is this? Carp and the three admirals were in a state of panic. Should it fall, they were confident in their own escape. But the fate of their soldiers and the citizens behind them was uncertain. Chapter 55. A deceptive maneuver. To their surprise, you seem genuinely concerned for the populace. Jiang Liufeng remarked with amusement. My thunderous greeting shall descend in 15 minutes. I trust you gentlemen have a plan, as long as you cease obstructing my departure. If you exert your full efforts, there should be time, no? I am filled with rage. Akainu, upon hearing this, was filled with indignation. It appeared that capturing Jiang Liufeng today was an impossibility. Suddenly, the Navy fell into silence, aware that the only course of action was as Jiang Liufeng suggested, to let him go, focusing all their energies on the thunderball to seek a glimmer of hope. If this man were to be displeased, he might very well unleash the thunderball upon them, sealing their fate. What have you decided? 14 minutes remain, Jiang Liufeng said casually. The three admirals exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's helplessness. They understood that their only option was to allow him to leave. Yet none wished to bear the burden of blame, each hoping the others would take the initiative. As time slipped away, the Navy found themselves in disarray, utterly at a loss. Just as Jiang Liufeng announced that only 10 minutes remained, Carp stepped forward. "Begone," he roared, channeling all his pent-up fury into that single word. What a disgrace. Such a profound humiliation. After his thunderous outburst, Carp turned to the Navy, commanding, "All hands, exert your full strength to intercept that thunderball." Yes, the officers felt as though a great weight had been lifted, relieved that someone had stepped up to take responsibility, and they quickly unleashed their full might against the thunderball. Jiang Liufeng exchanged a meaningful smile before vanishing into thin air with a swift motion, leaving behind only a fleeting remark. Once he had escaped the range of his opponent's observation Haki, he plunged into the sea, darting towards the depths below. Damn it. I've truly had enough. Carp watched Jiang Liufeng retreat, feeling utterly helpless. Once again, they had suffered a significant loss. If this continued, the Navy's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. With a sigh, Carp turned to the three admirals, who looked as miserable as if they had just consumed something foul. Enough of this, let us focus on the thunder. What is happening? Just as Jiang Liufeng dove into the ocean in search of his comrades, the thunderous sphere had been dispelled, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Delighted by having outmaneuvered the Navy, Jiang Liufeng nearly burst into laughter, only to choke on a mouthful of salty seawater. Carp and the others were left dumbfounded. They had no inkling that they had fallen victim to the tricks of that purple-haired youth. Good grief. The steadfast Akainu could hardly bear the psychological blow. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly choking on his own frustration. The once spirited officers now found themselves despondent, feeling utterly defeated both physically and mentally. With mixed emotions swirling in their hearts, everyone stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. The Navy had mobilized its entire force, only to face such a humiliating outcome. The thought of it spreading was unbearable. The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, even causing these masters of observation Haki to overlook a nearby reporting bird circling above the Sabaody archipelago, its face adorned with a cunning grin. With a heavy sigh, Carp furrowed his brow, appearing to have aged a few years. He surveyed his surroundings before shaking his head and lamenting, "Let us regroup and return to face the consequences." At his words, the officers, once proud and indomitable, bowed their heads in defeat, their spirits crushed as they gathered their troops to return to the ship. They departed in a state of shame. Thus, the Dawn crew successfully escaped from the overwhelming forces of the Navy at the Sabaody archipelago. Jiang Liufeng has slain a celestial dragon, triumphed over Rayleigh, and dispatched 8 naval officers while injuring 32 others. He engaged the formidable Admiral Carp and the 3 admirals of the Navy, facing 4 opponents single-handedly and inflicting minor injuries upon them before making a notable escape. The Red Count has executed 50 members of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. The Dawn crew has amassed a staggering 26 billion berries, once again achieving an unforgettable feat. Buck, what is happening? Is the captain going to be all right? Valdo inquired, his expression clouded with concern. Nevertheless, the Red Count, reclining leisurely in a deck chair, was calmly polishing his weapon, seemingly unfazed by Jiang Liufeng's predicament. Old Sand, similarly at ease, rested one hand on the railing, savoring a long-lost cigar while admiring the wondrous underwater scenery. This demeanor only heightened Valdo and Carmen's anxiety. "Count, aren't you worried? I'm on the verge of panic. If something happens to the captain, I don't want to live," Carmen lamented, shaking her arm in despair when the Red Count remained silent. With a faint smile, the Red Count replied, "Carmen, our captain will be fine. Let us await his return. I would like a cup of red tea, please." Carmen, though skeptical, asked, "Really?" "Indeed," the Red Count assured, and reluctantly, Carmen turned to the kitchen, casting glances back at the dazzling sea above. "Count." This Carmen, though inexperienced, felt the weight of the situation, but Valdo, seasoned and aware, understood the significance of the Navy's numerous warships and the 3 admirals. His expression turned grave. "Count, be honest with me. Are you willing to abandon the captain for the sake of the fruit?" His gaze bore into the Red Count's, ready to act at the slightest hint of treachery. The Red Count narrowed his eyes, noting Valdo's readiness for confrontation, yet remained unperturbed. "You must have faith in our captain's strength." But Old Sand approached, exhaling smoke rings. "Valdo, your loyalty is commendable, but intelligence is valuable too. You should utilize it wisely." "What do you mean, Crocodile?" Valdo retorted, harboring a disdain for Old Sand due to his attitude towards Jiang Liufeng. Valdo glared, but Old Sand, unfazed, took a sip of the coffee Carmen had just handed him, nodding appreciatively. "After all this time, have you ever seen the captain suffer a setback?" Valdo pondered briefly before responding, "No." Old Sand nodded, continuing, "Then do you consider the captain a fool?" "Absolutely not." Valdo replied with conviction. "Do you think he will face misfortune?" "Certainly not. Anyone who offends the captain meets a dire fate. He never suffers loss." Old Sand nodded. "So do you understand now?" Valdo's expression shifted to one of realization, his mouth stretching into a wide grin as he erupted into laughter. Carmen, please prepare a steak dinner and a fine bottle of wine. Carmen, bewildered, furrowed her brow. How could Valdo change so drastically in the time it took to prepare 2 drinks? Yet, witnessing the trio's newfound composure eased her own anxiety. Although still concerned, her spirits lifted as she turned to prepare the meal. As she pivoted, a remarkable sight captivated her. Not far ahead, a spectacular current appeared, flowing contrary to the natural direction of the ocean. It was a descending current. Below the archipelago of Sabaody, the waters led directly to Fishman Island, divided into 2 layers, the surface and the depths. To reach Fishman Island and traverse the red line into the new world, one must navigate through this descending current. Wow, what is that waterfall-like phenomenon? Carmen exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. The others turned to see this natural marvel, entranced by its breathtaking beauty. ISN Teenager Wondrous? Sister Carmen, this current is the essential route to Fishman Island. Goldscale, in full control of the ship, cheerfully informed her. Wow, the sea is truly magical. At that moment, Carmen felt immensely grateful for her decision to sail with Jiang Liufeng. Without this opportunity, when might she have witnessed such a grand spectacle? Attention, crew. The gold scale is about to enter the descending current towards the depths of the ocean. Please ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, the crew's anticipation grew. Traversing the current meant they would genuinely step into the new world. Whether they had been there before or not, excitement bubbled within them. As the gold scale gradually maneuvered into the descending current, its trajectory abruptly altered, the ship tilted downwards. Carmen, caught off guard, lost her balance and fell. Ouch, she exclaimed, rising to peer down curiously at what awaited them. However, her excitement quickly turned to horror as she saw nothing but endless darkness beneath the current, as if plummeting into an abyss from which there was no return. Before she could collect herself, Goldscale's cheerful voice rang out. Hold on tight, everyone. The journey may be bumpy. Otherwise, you might find yourself flying off the ship, and Goldscale cannot be held responsible. With that, the ship plunged swiftly downward into the ocean's depths. The sudden change in gravity sent the crew into a state of weightlessness, akin to riding a free-fall amusement ride. Some found the sensation exhilarating, while others felt they were on the brink of meeting their maker. Carmen screamed, clutching the railing tightly, her mind racing with prayers. The remaining 3, seasoned adventurers, took the thrill in stride, smiling into the rushing currents, reveling in the excitement. Prepare yourselves. The gold scale has detected numerous colossal sea creatures lurking in the depths, some of which are several times larger than the others. Carmen felt her heart race with dread. The current had already terrified her. The prospect of encountering monstrous beasts was more than she could bear. Please, gold scale, don't frighten me. What exactly are these creatures? She stammered, her heart pounding. Gold scale smiled. They are already appearing, sister. You can see for yourself. Carmen trembled, her body shaking as the hair on her arms stood on end. In a moment of disquiet, she sensed a pair of dreadfully terrifying eyes scrutinizing her from behind. With great effort, she turned her head, finally facing the monstrous creature before her. The sight was so horrifying that she fainted, her eyes rolling back in fear. The blood-red body and robust tentacles revealed it to be an octopus, a colossal beast over 10 times larger than the golden scale. Was this not the fabled North Sea Leviathan? Carmen's slowly collapsing form was caught by Lao Sha, who used his powers to shield her. Sharing a glance with Valdo, they both returned to their respective tasks. In this vast ocean, they were powerless, and any troubles would have to be left to the Count to resolve. The Red Count, well aware of this, rose slowly, sword in hand, and approached the bow of the ship, gazing at the so-called North Sea Leviathan. He remarked nonchalantly that it was merely a beast, unworthy of disdain. The North Sea Leviathan seemed to comprehend the Count's words, becoming increasingly furious. Its massive tentacles thrashed violently, creating a tempestuous wind, ready to wreak havoc. Just as the golden scale ventured into its attack range, one of the tentacles lashed out with alarming speed. The Leviathan bore a human-like smirk, as if mocking the foolish souls daring to challenge it. This seemingly casual strike was executed with such swiftness and ferocity that it stirred up turbulent waters, threatening to destroy the ship and its crew. However, the Red Count was swifter still. At some point, he had vanished from the bow, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. In a flash, the Red Count had left the golden scale and positioned himself directly in the path of the Leviathan's tentacle. With his sword, Thunderstorm, drawn, he met the tentacle head-on. In the depths of the ocean, a chilling glimmer appeared momentarily, and in an instant, the massive tentacle, once poised to crush, was severed into dozens of pieces by the Red Count's precise strike. With a graceful sweep of his sword, he sent the severed limbs back toward the golden scale. The precision of his attack was remarkable. He managed to deliver the tentacles without inflicting a scratch on the ship or its protective bubble, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship. The Count truly has finesse. Such delectable tentacles must be exquisite. Valdo exclaimed, licking his lips in anticipation. This proclamation only served to infuriate the North Sea Leviathan further, for it could not tolerate such blatant mockery. How dare they speak of consuming its flesh right before its eyes? It let out a furious roar. and all its tentacles launched an assault, curling like fists to rain down upon the golden scale. However, all its grandiose gestures were but a mere facade in the face of absolute power. Chapter 57. A taste test. The Red Count had no intention of engaging in prolonged exchanges. He merely sought a taste of the meat. To deal with such a creature, a mere glance would suffice. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword and returned to the ship, his gaze fixed on the enraged North Sea Leviathan, his pupils narrowing. The conqueror's Haki erupted forth. In an instant, what was once an invisible aura became palpable, visible even in the depths of the ocean. The Haki surged like a shockwave through the water, expanding toward the Leviathan. In a mere moment, the creature's movements froze, its expression contorting into one of sheer rage, its eyes blinking rapidly as it struggled against the oppressive aura. Yet, it was ultimately futile. It succumbed to unconsciousness almost immediately. For masters of their craft, size was not a measure of strength. Mere ants remained ants. Valdo gave a thumbs up, remarking that the Count was as formidable as ever and suggested eliminating the beast to prevent further chaos. The Red Count gestured toward the deck, where the severed tentacles lay, and calmly stated, "No rush. Let us first sample how it tastes. If it's good, we might return for more." Valdo paused, then burst into laughter. "Indeed, your demeanor is as ruthless as ever. You are truly crafty." A bead of sweat, comparable in size to the golden scale itself, trickled down the forehead of the unconscious Leviathan. What kind of lunatics are these? Do they truly intend to raise me like a pig? No one paid heed to the psychological trauma of the North Sea Leviathan as the golden scale continued its voyage. Passing through the descending currents, the ship entered a pitch-black abyss of the ocean, where visibility was non-existent, sending a chill of trepidation through the crew. "Golden scale, turn on the lights," Carmen urged, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Carmen, the golden scale has detected that the current geological conditions are not suitable for illumination." "Why not? I'm so scared." "Please, golden scale," Carmen pleaded, her eyes misty with impending tears. "Very well, then." Before the Red Count could intervene, it was too late. Under Carmen's insistence, the golden scale activated its powerful lights. Instantly, the surrounding darkness was illuminated, causing everyone to squint against the sudden brightness. As they adjusted their eyes, they were once again left in shock. "Good heavens!" Valdo gasped, staring wide-eyed at the colossal creatures drawn in by the light. His mind went blank. The Red Count pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. Without the captain, he was left to manage this bumbling crew. All he could utter was, "This is just too much." Lao Sha, seemingly anticipating this outcome, remained calm, though as a fruit user, he felt a headache brewing. The crux of the matter was the ineffectiveness of his powers. Should a creature strike, he feared he would not survive. Carmen finally understood the golden scale's earlier warning. These deep-sea creatures, long deprived of light, were naturally drawn to the sudden illumination. "Run, golden scale. Quickly," she stammered, her desperation palpable. Understood. The intelligent golden scale recognized the imminent danger and activated its engines, propelling forward. Initially, the massive creatures were merely curious, approaching to investigate. However, once the ship moved, they revealed their fearsome fangs, as if they had discovered a divine feast, and began to pursue the golden scale with fervor. Despite the ship's navigational prowess, akin to a computer's calculations, it deftly evaded numerous attacks. However, as the saying goes, a lone tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The Red Count's conqueror's Haki had repelled several waves of attackers, but more colossal beasts joined the chase, turning the situation increasingly dire. The crisis was escalating, and escape seemed increasingly impossible. The Red Count's mind raced as he pondered how to solve this challenging dilemma. After all, the conqueror's Haki was not a skill that could be employed without limit. Everything has its threshold, and once that limit is reached, all would be lost. Given his strength, he was naturally unafraid of the colossal sea beasts, but these creatures pursued relentlessly, making it exceedingly difficult to find a suitable angle to strike. A single misstep could rupture the air bubble, rendering action far worse than inaction. As 100-foot-long, spotted sea eel surged towards them. Its gaping maw agape after the golden scale swiftly evaded, the ship found itself cornered. This time, escape seemed impossible. Witnessing the merciless jaws approaching, Carmen clutched her head and closed her eyes, screaming for help. "Ah, save me." How she wished for a prince on a white steed to rescue her from peril. The image of a powerful, towering figure materialized in her mind, and she cried out, "Captain, where are you? Carmen needs you." Hearing Carmen's plaintive voice, the Red Count gritted his teeth, disregarding all else as he prepared to act. Just then, from the depths of the pitch-black sea, a brilliant white light flickered. With a crackling sound, Jiang Liufeng had finally arrived. Swift as lightning, he appeared before them in an instant, leaving a trail of electric sparks that toppled the massive creatures surrounding the golden scale. He landed on the deck, shaking his purple hair, a charming smile gracing his lips, exuding the aura of a returning king. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crew as beads of sweat dripped from their foreheads. The heavy weight in their hearts finally lifted. Gazing at the belly-up sea monsters, they shuddered at the thought that had Jiang Liufeng returned even a second later, the Red Count might have resorted to a desperate gambit. Slowly retracting his unsheathed thunderstorm blade, the Red Count felt overwhelmed with emotion. Finally, Their steadfast anchor had returned. What happened? Who dared to bully our dear Carmen? Jiang Liufeng inquired with a gentle smile. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Carmen's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the suddenly appearing Jiang Liufeng, pinching her cheek in astonishment. Ouch! This isn't a dream. Elated, she dashed into his warm embrace, and the tide of her pin-up grievances erupted into tears, making her weep like a rain-soaked flower, as if beset by hundreds of colossal creatures. Chapter 58. So what now? Is it my turn? Woo, Captain, I'm so relieved you're all right. Carmen was nearly scared to death. The ocean is truly terrifying. As Jiang Liufeng listened to Carmen's heartrending lament, a subtle pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Tenderly, he embraced her shoulders, drawing her into his warm embrace, and gently caressed her cascading tresses that had fallen loose. There, the captain has returned. Everything will be all right. You need not fear any longer, understood? Despite her continued sobs, it was evident that a sense of reassurance had begun to settle within Carmen. Jiang Liufeng raised his head, casting a slightly reproachful glance at the three individuals, leaving them in a state of palpable embarrassment. Lao Sha quickly turned his face away, taking a couple of puffs from his cigar, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Waldo scratched his head and remarked, Boss, we are at a loss here. In the vast ocean, both Lao Sha and I find ourselves unable to contribute effectively. It falls solely upon the shoulders of the Count, who must not only protect the ship but also engage in combat, rendering him constrained and unable to perform to his fullest potential. Jiang Liufeng understood well that he had no choice. After all, his ship was filled with a multitude of capable individuals. If the Count also consumed the fruit, matters would become even more troublesome. It seemed imperative to find a companion who could navigate the seas with ease. After comforting Carmen for quite some time, the young girl gradually calmed down, yet she stubbornly refused to leave his embrace, eventually falling asleep in his arms. Jiang Liufeng felt somewhat helpless in this regard. After all, it was his great abilities and undeniable charm that had led to this situation. Sighing, he carried Carmen back to her room and settled her comfortably before stepping out to assess their gains. To avert unnecessary complications, Jiang Liufeng enveloped the area outside the bubble with a layer of electricity, ensuring that the keenly perceptive deep-sea creatures dared not approach the golden scale. Despite encountering numerous challenges, the journey to the Sabaody archipelago yielded a wealth of treasures. Over 2 billion berries cascaded from the ship's vault, creating a dazzling mound of gold that dispelled the earlier negativity among his companions, replacing it with sheer delight. It must be said that money is indeed a splendid thing. Who would not appreciate its allure? After a prolonged period of admiring the riches, they finally secured the vault and turned to Walder to discuss the status of their supplies. This journey had allowed them to procure a vast array of provisions, thanks to the initial funds borrowed from Rayleigh. The golden scale was now well stocked with ingredients, essentials, equipment, and facilities, including the fine red wine favored by the Red Count and the cigars beloved by Old Shah. They had managed this step remarkably well. Had they not borrowed from Rayleigh, there would have been little time to stock up after dealing with the celestial dragons. Old Shah entered the warehouse, retrieving the items Jiang Liufeng had instructed them to prepare. Jiang Liufeng took a look and was quite pleased. Before him lay 5 black robes, fashioned after the beloved Akatsuki's cloud-patterned attire he cherished before his journey into this realm, albeit with the cloud motif replaced by a striking purple lightning design. Each person received one, and they eagerly shed the gray cloaks gifted by Rayleigh. Indeed, the adage that clothes make the man held true. Donning the uniform lightning robes imbued them with a renewed vigor. They finally resembled a cohesive group, exhibiting a sense of unity and discipline. Most striking was the Red Count. Once adorned in his robe, he embodied the essence of a vampire count from a western castle, creating a vivid tableau. When accompanied by the fruit of the phantom beast-type vampire, it was nothing short of perfection. Carmen, ever considerate, not only provided robes, but also procured several new outfits for everyone, particularly for Vardo, whose tattered hat was a source of embarrassment. Carmen replaced it with a new one, along with a set of armor, which left Vardo gleaming with joy, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Jiang Liufeng, Old Shah, and the Red Count were each fitted in new suits crafted from fine fabric. Stylish and resilient, they offered both comfort and freedom of movement. As they changed into their new attire, they flocked to the mirror, each vying for a glimpse of their reflection, the air filled with their vanity. Vardo, unabashed, flexed his muscles before the mirror, only to be playfully kicked away by Jiang Liufeng. Well, this girl certainly has a keen eye, Jiang Liufeng mused. The Count, having been isolated for so long, felt a disconnect from society. After years away, he found the current fashion delightful and couldn't help but admire it silently. Jiang Liufeng nodded in agreement, feeling even more handsome than before, his confidence soaring. Haha, boss, I must say, you should tone down the vanity. With that delicate demeanor, you resemble a young maiden, devoid of any masculine charm. Vardo chuckled, observing Jiang Liufeng monopolizing the mirror. With a thunderous display of Conqueror's Haki, Jiang Liufeng glared fiercely at Vardo, causing him to stumble and fall, swallowing hard as he stammered, I was wrong, boss. Your masculinity is overwhelming. Tone it down, please. Seeing Vardo's flustered demeanor, Jiang Liufeng smirked, retracting his intimidating aura. Well, I was initially inclined to reward you for your hardships as a captive, but I might just reconsider. What to do now? He theatrically slipped his hand into the robe, retrieving 2 exquisitely crafted golden pistols, playing with them thoughtfully. The mere sight of the pistols captivated Vardo. They're stunning. As a powerful yet unrefined sailor, Vardo had spent years tossing stones, but was now enamored with this upgrade. Hey, Captain, could I take a look at your treasure? With your bravado, you should seek it yourself. Jiang Liufeng, unimpressed, remarked, I was wrong. The boss is young and accomplished, with numerous wives and concubines, already blessed with children and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Valdo, eager to impress, recited every idiom he could muster. Jiang Liufeng, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, interrupted, enough. If you can't speak properly, then don't. With a roll of his eyes, he tossed the twin guns towards Valdo. Consider it a reward. Do well in the future. Hey, just you wait and see. Valdo exclaimed, elated as he caught the exquisite twin guns, thoroughly delighted. With the Red Count equipped with a thunderstorm and Valdo armed with twin guns, everything felt fitting, and gradually, everyone's attire began to come together. Yet, he realized he was still lacking a suitable weapon. He wondered if the system would kindly provide him with one. Turning to Lao Sha, he remarked, now that the Count and Valdo are equipped, what about you? At this, a flicker of joy crossed Lao Sha's eyes. What now? Is it my turn? Chapter 59. Indeed, good brother. Surprisingly, Lao Sha agreed and stepped forward. Captain, my words are unnecessary. I don't actually require much for my natural fruit. However, if, before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng nodded and said, as long as you're aware, that is sufficient. I didn't prepare anything for you anyway. Damn it. Lao Sha's expression darkened immediately. After all that, it was merely a game? The faint goodwill he had begun to feel towards Jiang Liufeng dissipated at once. With a huff, he turned away, finding a spot to smoke his frustrations away. What is going on? Jiang Liufeng wondered, perplexed by Lao Sha's sudden mood shift. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. With the matters concerning the men settled, he needed to check on the unconscious girl, lest something unfortunate occur and cause further trouble. As he walked, he pondered the indispensable nature of a ship's doctor. A bout of dizziness, sweating, insomnia, or kidney deficiency could indeed pose significant challenges. Clearly, sailing was not as simple as it appeared in anime. The reality was vastly different. Upon reaching Carmen's room, he found the young girl still in a deep slumber. Her delicate cheeks flushed. He approached and gently touched her forehead to assess her condition. Suddenly, he heard Carmen murmuring in her sleep, occasionally frowning or twitching her nose, which struck him as rather endearing. Curiosity piqued. He leaned in closer to discern her words. To his astonishment, his eyes widened. What sort of dream was this girl experiencing? Feeling awkward, he instinctively tried to withdraw, but Carmen unexpectedly clung tightly to his neck. Ah, help. Captain brother, save me. This sudden assault caught Jiang Liufeng off guard as Carmen's head pressed firmly against him. A wave of softness against his cheek sent his heart racing, and he felt a flush of heat rush to his face. Awakened by the unusual sensation, Carmen slowly opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Jiang Liufeng buried against her chest, her eyes widened in shock. After a moment, she exclaimed, pervert. In an instant, 3 figures appeared at Carmen's door. Miss Carmen, what has happened? Fear not. We shall protect you. Your safety is my responsibility. Goodness. Jiang Liufeng was rendered utterly speechless. The audacity of those who spoke with such righteous fervor was truly astonishing. Just look at that lewd expression. They were merely spectators, reveling in the drama. Away with you. Ah, bang. Waldo responded hastily while closing the door. Outside, a voice echoed with a hint of significance. Boss, remember to shut the door next time. I've told you countless times, it's quite exasperating. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I assure you. Why would I close it for you? Carmen pushed Jiang Liufeng aside, clutching the blanket with a shy demeanor. Captain, why must you always behave this way? Jiang Liufeng's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. As he indignantly remarked, it was clearly you who toyed with me. Women truly are the masters of distorting right from wrong. Coughing lightly to compose himself, Jiang Liufeng helplessly stated, I merely came to check on your well-being. Concerned that you might be startled beyond measure. Carmen rolled her eyes, evidently oblivious to the implications of her recent actions. Then what are you doing leaning over me? Are you listening to my heartbeat? Jiang Liufeng twitched the corner of his mouth, resigning himself to the fact that he had to bear this silent grievance. He touched his nose and said, well, if there's nothing else, you should rest more. I won't disturb you any longer. He promptly turned to leave this place rife with conflict. I don't care. You better take responsibility. Carmen exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation just as Jiang Liufeng was about to depart. At her words, he stumbled slightly, nearly colliding with the doorframe. With a swift motion, he slammed the door shut and vanished without a trace. What a scoundrel, always taking advantage of others and refusing to acknowledge it. Humph, Carmen muttered, lying back down to continue her slumber. The angry expression on her delicate face transformed into one of joy, and she blissfully drifted into the realm of dreams. As Jiang Liufeng emerged from the cabin with a dark expression, the Red Count took a seat beside Jean Lin, continuing to observe the small yellow dot on the recording device. Valdo, ever alert, busied himself with tidying up various miscellaneous items. Meanwhile, Lao Sha lounged by the railing, indulging in a cigar and sipping on a drink, exuding an air of idleness. Seeing Jiang Liufeng approach him with a fixed gaze, Valdo and the Red Count stifled their laughter, engrossed in their tasks while stealing glances at the unfolding scene, eager for what seemed to be a promising spectacle. You seem rather leisurely. Jiang Liufeng's chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, causing Lao Sha to jump, standing up as if he had been stepped on by a cat. Upon glancing at the two, he noticed their barely contained laughter, their eyes brimming with tears, oblivious to the impending misfortune they had invited upon themselves. As he locked eyes with Jiang Liufeng, Lao Sha felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that today might bring him some mischief. Have you mastered your arrogance, then? Jiang Liufeng remarked nonchalantly. Not yet, bang. Before Lao Sha could finish his sentence, Jiang Liufeng delivered a swift kick, declaring, if you have time to smoke, and time to disrupt others' good fortune, Wait a minute. What good fortune is there to disrupt? There's nothing good to begin with. Ugh. If you have time to smoke and drink, then you certainly have no time to practice your arrogance, right? Come this afternoon, I shall be your sparring partner, and we shall train until dinner. Serves you right for trying to appear profound while smoking. Valdo could no longer contain himself, erupting into laughter as Jiang Liufeng pronounced his verdict. Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy. Is it amusing indeed? Come over and join us. He laughed heartily. Truly a good brother. This time, Lao Sha could not help but chuckle. His previously gloomy spirits lifted significantly in an instant, as an unexpected fool appeared to offer himself up. One must admit, it is quite comical. Thus, the two endured an entire afternoon of torment at the hands of Jiang Liufeng. Fortunately, the golden scale was robust enough, otherwise, with their ruckus, it would likely have been shattered to pieces. Beneath the crimson leaves, Jiang Liufeng struck with ferocity, leaving two individuals battered and bruised, their faces swollen beyond recognition. They could hardly perceive this as a mere training session. It felt more akin to a fight for their very lives. In Chapter 60, the Navy headquarters was in a state of upheaval. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, the two combatants unleashed their latent potential, yielding unexpectedly remarkable results. Lao Sha had significantly improved since their initial encounters, adeptly evading approximately 2 out of every 10 strikes aimed at him. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, Lao Sha, a man of pride, bore the humiliation with clenched teeth, his determination to grow stronger solidifying with each blow. Hours passed, and Carmen had long risen, preparing dinner when suddenly, Lao Sha's furious roar echoed through the air. Enough! The sound of metal clashing resonated. At last, Lao Sha had grazed the threshold of mastering the armament Haki. Although it was fleeting, vanishing upon colliding with Jiang Liufeng, the onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. What a feat! Carmen, perceptive as ever, emerged carrying a tray of beverages and 3 towels. You've all worked hard. Wipe yourselves off and take a moment to rest. Drink some refreshments. Dinner will be ready shortly. Congratulations, Lao Sha. With a playful wink as she handed him the drink, she offered her heartfelt congratulations. Lao Sha's face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of bashfulness creeping in. All right, everyone, let's tidy up. Dinner will be served soon. Jiang Liufeng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow and, taking a swig of his drink, savored the lingering taste on his lips before approaching Lao Sha to sit beside him. He patted Lao Sha on the shoulder and remarked, Lao Sha, it is only when one's life is under threat that one can truly unleash greater potential and achieve formidable strength. You cannot possibly hold a grudge against me for giving you a good thrashing, can you? Lao Sha nodded in agreement, realizing that awakening his armament Haki would significantly enhance his abilities. With his spirits lifted, he smiled broadly, any lingering resentment towards Jiang Liufeng having long since dissipated. Not at all. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, excellent. If there is any discontent, feel free to voice it. Do not harbor it within. Let us resolve it together. Dong. What? Feeling 2 gentle taps on his shoulder, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow and turned to inquire. What is the matter? Hey, Xiami, I just wanted to ask, why did you end up in such a state? Upon seeing Walder's face, swollen like a pig's head, as if he had endured 100 trials akin to those of mythic proportions, everyone present could no longer contain their laughter, erupting into raucous mirth. Haha, Walder, you increasingly resemble a wild boar. You could practically be tossed into a pot, Carmen remarked, wiping away tears of laughter, struggling to suppress her amusement. Serves you right for mocking me. You deserve it. Lao Sha proclaimed with unrestrained glee. This tale teaches us a valuable lesson. Do not be too arrogant. In the game of life, one must eventually pay the price, he chuckled. Speak for yourself. If I weren't at a disadvantage, I would have thrown a tantrum right here. Walder lamented, his face a portrait of despair. It turns out you're not a pig, but rather a stubborn donkey. With this, the room erupted into another round of hearty laughter. After dinner, Carmen attended to Walder's injuries, while Lao Sha sought a quiet corner to tirelessly practice the techniques of utilizing armament Haki. Jiang Liufeng and the Count settled beside Jean Lin, engaged in earnest discussion. How long until we reach Dressrosa? Jean Lin inquired. Captain, with Waldo's support, we can arrive in just 2 days without any stops. Excellent. Rest assured, Count. Your wish is about to come true. The Count clenched his fists tightly, his blood surging with excitement, his anxiety and exhilaration unmistakable. Jean Lin propelled the ship forward with all his might, making no stops at any islands. Very well. With that, the ship soared ahead. With a command from Jiang Liufeng, the Golden Scales vessel surged forward at full speed towards Dressrosa. As they passed the enchanting Fishman Island, the young girl Carmen was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery, pouting her little lips and insisting that she must go ashore to take a look. Jiang Liufeng, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce to her request, promising to bring her back to explore Fishman Island once their affairs were settled. After quite some time, he finally managed to placate her. As they traversed Fishman Island and crossed the Red Soil continent, everything went smoothly. The moment the Golden Scale emerged from the depths, a refreshing breeze from the New World greeted them, filling their spirits with exhilaration. At last, they had arrived in the New World. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed upon this simultaneously familiar yet foreign realm. The seas of the New World are characterized by their capricious climate, where one may encounter an array of weather conditions at any given moment. This is both the allure and peril of the New World. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Golden Scales and the navigational recorder, the optimal route is automatically selected, alleviating many potential troubles. However, despite the fine weather, complications are inevitable. Shortly after their arrival in the waters of the New World, a new set of troubles awaited them. Captain, the Golden Scales have detected a naval vessel approaching head-on. Considering the timeline, Ace's incident is about to unfold, and the Navy headquarters should be fervently preparing for this significant event. Why then are they still dispatching warships to roam the New World? Jiang Liufeng, reclining on a beach chair, sat up to join his comrades at the bow of the ship, eager to discern which faction of the Navy was still wandering this treacherous expanse. At that very moment, chaos reigned at the Navy headquarters. How could they have let this slip away? You incompetent fools. This is the collective might of the Navy headquarters deploying simultaneously. What on earth happened? Sengoku was evidently furious, having abandoned his usual composed demeanor, transforming into a common street brawler as he berated the high-ranking Navy officials present. Not a single admiral or vice-admiral dared to utter a word, nor did they have the courage to meet his gaze. This battle was indeed a disgrace, rendering them speechless. Eventually, it was Vice Admiral Garp who took charge, summarizing the events that had transpired. As Sengoku listened to Garp's report and observed the wounds upon his hands, he regained some composure. Hearing that Jiang Liufeng had not only contended with the 3 admirals, but had also managed to injure the fully armed Garp left him utterly astonished. It was as though he were deciphering an ancient script. Had Garp not spoken it aloud, he would have never believed that someone could possess such extraordinary strength. Upon learning that Jiang Liufeng had brandished the Thunder's welcome to threaten the safety of numerous civilians, Sengoku felt a semblance of relief. This encapsulated the Navy's plight. They feared not death in battle, even if it meant being wrapped in a horse's hide. Yet when the safety of the populace was at stake, their stance shifted dramatically. Proclaiming themselves the bearers of justice, they inevitably found themselves hampered by their ties to the common people. After all, they existed to protect these very individuals. If they disregarded civilian safety, what purpose would the military serve? Just as the gathered officials were grappling with the ramifications of Jiang Liufeng's actions, the meeting room was suddenly filled with hurried footsteps. A naval colonel burst through the door and approached Sengoku, exclaiming, "Marshal, we are in grave trouble. Calm yourself. Speak properly." Sengoku snapped at his subordinate. The colonel hesitated, his mouth opening and closing several times before finally handing over a newspaper to Sengoku, stating, "Please, take a look." Sengoku glared at him but accepted the paper. A mere glance was enough to ignite his fury, causing him to explode in rage. That damn Morgans. Infuriating beyond measure. He slammed the newspaper onto the table, shattering it into pieces, startling everyone present. Never had they witnessed Sengoku in such a state of anger. The room fell silent. Everyone frozen in place, too frightened to even breathe. It was Garp, emboldened by his courage, who approached Sengoku, glancing at the newspaper. Upon grasping the reason for Sengoku's fury, Garp's eyes widened, his face paling in anger, leading him to punch through a wall in sheer rage, nearly reducing the landmark building to rubble. Panic ensued as the others rushed to restrain Garp, fearing that another blow would result in calamity for the Navy headquarters. Even Sengoku, momentarily forgetting his own anger, hurried to intervene, well aware of Garp's unwavering loyalty to the Navy. Witnessing such a report was intolerable. If Garp's temper flared, who knew what chaos might ensue? Sengoku felt helpless, thinking, "Here I am, the one incensed, yet I must soothe you." As the gathered officials finally discerned the content of the newspaper, their expressions darkened. The world now knew of their Navy's most disgraceful defeat. The front-page article explicitly detailed the recent battle at Sabaody Archipelago, stating that a formidable figure was on the rise. Having not only slain celestial dragons and plundered billions in berries, but also single-handedly bested the Navy's greatest forces, including numerous warships, before departing unscathed. The piece concluded with an image of Jiang Liufeng wielding Thunder's welcome, standing triumphantly amidst the chaos, alluding to matters involving Impel Down and Eni's lobby. Although the article refrained from disclosing the Navy's losses or the fact that they had mobilized their entire force, the sheer audacity of Jiang Liufeng in slaying celestial dragons, coupled with his ruthless means of threatening civilians and his invincibility against the Navy's strongest, was enough to create a tremendous uproar across the globe. Damn it, what utter nonsense. That accursed bird dares to publish such things. Haki seethed, his teeth clenched. Now, it was clear that the situation could no longer be concealed. Haki, though not outwardly furious, wore an expression of profound gravity. Well, fortunately, these individuals have ventured to the new world. Those monsters will not overlook this. They will undoubtedly take action to eliminate any who dare to challenge them, allowing us to observe from a distance, Kizaru remarked. You coward. What do you mean by that? Akainu retorted, his voice rising. Do you imply that the Navy lacks the strength to subdue them? Akainu's fury was palpable, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kizaru. Kizaru, maintaining his calm demeanor, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. That is not my intention. Right now, the Navy headquarters should focus on that significant matter. Akainu, you must understand that we cannot spare many forces to engage these audacious individuals at this moment. Akainu undoubtedly comprehended his meaning. With a disdainful huff, he turned away. Ceasing further conversation, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted, with everyone appearing dejected and listless, lacking any semblance of motivation. It felt as though several boxes of beer were necessary to revive their spirits. The Navy had truly embarrassed itself before the entire world. Sengoku, with his eyes shut tight and eyelids twitching incessantly, took a considerable amount of time to suppress his mounting fury. Clearing his throat twice, he endeavored to soften his tone. Well then, everyone has done their utmost. Our purpose is to safeguard the populace. We acted out of necessity, and there is no need for excessive self-reproach or despair. We still face formidable battles ahead, and as leaders, you must maintain a balanced mindset. Failure is not to be feared. Everyone encounters setbacks. If you allow negative emotions to infiltrate the ranks, it would indeed be a grave transgression. Do you understand my meaning? Yes. The assembly was comprised of seasoned individuals who knew precisely how to proceed. Yet, the shadow cast by Jiang Liufeng's actions was overwhelmingly daunting. A few comforting words would hardly suffice to alleviate their distress. Ultimately, Sengoku ordered the conference room to be cleaned and rearranged with a new set of tables and chairs, proceeding to devise several targeted strategies against Jiang Liufeng and his crew. Next, plans were laid out for the impending significant events. Before concluding, a brief report and discussion on the global conscription were conducted. Nearly a day was spent deliberating the three crucial matters of the meeting. Among them, a new bounty was set for the members of the Dawn crew led by Captain Jiang Liufeng, with his bounty soaring from 510 million to a staggering 1 billion. Following Morgan's meddling, Jiang Liufeng's prowess could no longer be concealed, especially as they had ventured into the latter half of the Grand Line, warranting an increase. The bounty for Dawn member Vardo rose from 500 million to 750 million. Crocodile's bounty escalated from 80 million to 200 million. The new member, Carmen, was assigned a bounty of 100,000. Sengoku resolved to keep the red count under wraps for the time being. The situation was already precarious, and revealing the red count could lead to genuine complications. With a significant event on the horizon, providing the pirates with excessive encouragement could prove exceedingly troublesome. The meeting adjourned, and the weary Naval High Command departed, their spirits battered and heavy. The once majestic image of the Navy was destined to become a laughingstock in the mouths of many. Chapter 62. Zephyr in the New World. On Cake Island, a corpulent figure occupied the head of the dining table. It was Big Mom. She perused the freshly printed newspaper with great delight, exclaiming to her gathered children, "Marvelous! A new monster is set to emerge in the New World. TSK, TSK. While it is intriguing, nothing rivals the allure of a delicious cake. Ha ha ha. Fear not, Mother, he is merely a buffoon. We shall seize the opportunity to deal with him." One sibling chimed in. "Indeed, there's no need for you to intervene, Mother, my siblings and I can handle it." Another added, "Ha, enough chatter. Let us indulge." In Wano country, within an architecturally Eastern building, a group of muscular men convened. "This fellow seems rather interesting. I am inclined to challenge him," Kaido proclaimed from the forefront. "Does the boss truly require your assistance?" "I, Jack, can handle it myself." "Jack, do not underestimate this. How are your preparations for the trip to Dressrosa coming along?" "Rest assured, boss, all is ready. We shall depart shortly. I hope to encounter that fellow and remind him that Impel Down is a fine establishment. Wandering about recklessly could be fatal." On board the Moby Dick, Marco approached Whitebeard, exclaiming, "Father, take a look. A new powerhouse has emerged in the New World." Whitebeard merely glanced over, his attention elsewhere, weighed down by an inexplicable unease since his conversation with Shanks. "Marco, hasten to attend to the Dressrosa matter. We must avoid any complications." "Understood, Father." In Dressrosa's palace, Doflamingo, clad in a pink feather cloak and flamboyant Hawaiian sunglasses, chuckled as he read the newspaper. "How fascinating. The New World continuously births new talents. Let us hope this does not disrupt my business." "Is that so, Captain? I heard this fellow nearly destroyed your slave shop on Sabaody Archipelago." "Haha, a mere trifle. If it is destroyed, so be it. I shall retrieve those costs from him in due time. Unbeknownst to the exuberant Doflamingo, the adversary he spoke of was already en route to confront him. Report. Captain. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead. It appears to have just crossed from the other side of the red line. At these words, a 70-year-old man with purple hair rose. He exuded an aura of heroism, his weathered face marked by the passage of time. Yet it did not diminish the intimidating presence he commanded. With a mechanical arm that had replaced his own, it was none other than Zephyr. The one delivering the report was his prized disciple, Ein. Upon hearing Ein's words, Zephyr smiled. So it has finally arrived. The vessel was the pirate hunting unit Zephyr had established after acquiring a mechanical arm dedicated to hunting pirates across the seas. Upon receiving word that the Dawn crew was about to traverse the Red Line into the New World, he had swiftly led his subordinates to this maritime region. Fortune favored the diligent. Having calculated a safe route to evade the sea's anomalies, he stationed his crew at this essential passage and, indeed, they encountered their quarry. Full speed ahead. Charge. Return these damned escapees to Impel down. Zephyr bellowed. Charge. Kill. As Jiang Liufeng struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. A deafening cacophony of battle cries erupted suddenly, causing him to furrow his brow. Judging by the intensity of the sounds, the naval force aboard the ship was formidable. Who could they be? Regardless, since confrontation was inevitable, he was disinclined to deploy his observation Haki any further. The truth would reveal itself in due course. Before long, the two vessels had entered their respective firing ranges. Zifa, without hesitation, commanded his crew to open fire. The relentless cannonade resounded around the Golden Scale, while Vardo and his comrades desperately braced themselves. Captain, the Navy has launched an attack. What are our orders? One crew member shouted. Counterattack. Vardo responded with fervor. Aye, Captain. Vardo positioned himself at the bow, gripping the ship's main cannon with exhilaration. Though he was the ship's artilleryman, this was his first experience operating such a powerful weapon. After a brief period of fumbling, he finally found his rhythm. Just watch, Captain. I shall obliterate them, he declared, calibrating the angle, loading the shell, and firing in one fluid motion. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the first cannonball, enhanced by Vardo's 20-fold speed, was unleashed. Swoosh. The observer on Zifa's ship, spotting the terrifying velocity through his telescope, nearly tumbled from the mast. Not good. Not good. The enemy's cannon fire is peculiar. It's too fast. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than the cannonball struck their vessel, sending the crew of Marines reeling in shock. What is happening? Zifa asked, frowning as he approached the bow to exchange glances with Jiang Liufeng. Report. The enemy's cannon fire is exceedingly strange. The speed is unbelievable. Zifa, surveying the damage left by the cannonball on his ship, felt a chill of foreboding. Do not underestimate them. We are about to engage in combat. All hands on deck. Remain vigilant. That is Vardo's mysterious fruit ability. Understood. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, so it is Zifa. No wonder, Jiang Liufeng mused to himself. With that, a long-range artillery duel commenced between the two sides. However, for skilled warriors, such bombardments proved largely ineffective, as both parties effortlessly evaded the attacks. Even facing cannonballs accelerated 20-fold. Zifa's crew remained largely untroubled, given that the Golden Scale possessed only a single cannon, allowing ample time for the opposing side to prepare for each shot. Vardo, give him a powerful shot, Jiang Liufeng said, sporting his signature mischievous smile. Vardo, understanding immediately, responded eagerly, Aye, Captain. In the next round of cannon fire, he infused the shell with armament Haki. Bang! The cannonball, propelled at 20-fold speed and enhanced with Haki, hurtled toward Zifa. Noticing the incoming projectile, Zifa sensed the anomaly and swiftly instructed the responding Marine to take cover, stepping forward himself. Indeed, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Child, you think you can outsmart me? You are still too green. He raised his colossal fist, delivering a powerful strike into the air. Boom. The Haki-infused cannonball was sent flying. Seeing this, Jiang Liufeng nodded. Zifa was indeed formidable. The two sides continued to exchange fire, their ships gradually drawing closer. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Liufeng addressed the Count. Waldo, let us board his ship and confront them there, rather than waiting for their approach. Lao Sha, remain here and safeguard Sister Carmen. Chapter 63. It was an elder as the battle drew near. These companions proved to be remarkably reliable, executing the captain's orders with unwavering resolve. Before departing, Jiang Liufeng approached Carmen, gently stroking her hair. Do not fear, be courageous. We shall support you should the sky fall. Do you understand? Yes. I await your return. Carmen, her tender spirit reassured, steadied herself and nodded firmly, her gaze transforming into one of determination. Jiang Liufeng turned around with a smile, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Let's set off. Whoosh! As Jiang Liufeng seized one moment, in a flash of lightning, he, along with the Red Count, found themselves aboard Zephyr's warship. With a crackle of thunder, the trio stood at the bow of the vessel. The sea breeze gently caressed them, causing the purple thunder robes they wore to flutter gracefully, resonating with an air of mystery and elegance. This sudden turn of events startled the naval personnel. However, How many among those who accompanied Zephyr to the New World to hunt pirates could be considered ordinary? After a brief moment of astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. Drawing swords and preparing for confrontation, glaring fiercely at the three. They were far more formidable than the raucous lot from the Sabaody archipelago. Zephyr, unfazed by their dramatic entrance, mockingly remarked, "So, have you come to the realization that surrendering to me is indeed the wisest course of action?" Jiang Liufeng let out a derisive laugh. "I see you are determined to capture me, are you not? Do you not fear the painful past may resurface once more?" Zephyr's gaze turned cold. "What do you mean by that?" "It means nothing of significance, merely a reminder that it would be wise not to provoke me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Arrogant. A mere pirate dares to speak so boldly before Master Zephyr. "Encountering us marks your doom. At such a tender age, you know nothing of the vastness of the world." The surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's words, could no longer contain themselves and erupted in indignant shouts. How outrageous! Jiang Liufeng was most vexed by the ignorant and fearless younger fellows incessantly chattering away, which ignited his ire. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched into action, unleashing a devastating area attack. His arm crackled with elemental energy as he delivered a punch that transformed into a 5-meter-wide pillar of lightning, sweeping towards the group of minions. The proximity to Jiang Liufeng's technique evoked a heart-stopping sensation. The sheer might of the lightning was truly awe-inspiring. The naval crew, who had long roamed the New World, had only heard rumors about the newly emerged Dawn crew and their abilities. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. When confronted with lightning, humans experience an innate fear, and the suddenness of the event left them at a loss for how to react. Seeing their comrades frozen in confusion, Zephyr, filled with urgency, shouted for them to take cover. He dashed forward, positioning himself in front of the group just in time, brandishing a crusher made of sea prism stone to withstand the ferocious blow. However, as Jiang Liufeng had initiated the attack, Zephyr found himself on the defensive, inevitably at a disadvantage. Despite successfully blocking the strike and buying time for his subordinates to evade, he was forced to stagger backward, colliding with the door to the cabin and being hurled inside. Teacher Zephyr, boss. The Navy personnel, now recovering from their shock, felt a wave of shame wash over them. Had they not been so paralyzed with fear, Zephyr would not have had to endure such a blow on their behalf. They turned their glares towards Jiang Liufeng, seething with a desire to flay him alive. As the battle unfolded, Jiang Liufeng swiftly instructed the two, "Zephyr is mine, and that female Navy officer named Ein belongs to the Count. Do not rush to defeat her. You will appreciate her abilities. As for the rest, Walder will hold off." The Red Count, intrigued by Jiang Liufeng's enigmatic gaze, pondered the meaning behind his words, but chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. With the strategy set, they proceeded to act separately. Zzz. As Jiang Liufeng's figure flickered, he charged into the cabin in pursuit of Zfa. The naval officers, witnessing this, hurriedly moved to obstruct him, only to be halted in their tracks by Valdo, who brandished dual pistols. "Your adversary is me." With years of experience in stone throwing, Valdo's marksmanship proved equally impeccable. And in an instant, the naval personnel found themselves unable to withstand his onslaught, scrambling for cover in disarray. Observing this, Ein felt an urgent need to intervene, but was intercepted by the enigmatic Red Count, cloaked in a robe of violet lightning. "Who are you?" Ein inquired, her brow furrowed as she unleashed a swift kick. The Red Count effortlessly evaded her strike, remaining silent as he engaged in a fierce exchange of martial skills with Ein. Jiang Liufeng's arrangements are usually purposeful, and at this moment, he is particularly intrigued by the special abilities of the girl before him. As Ein launched her attacks, she inquired incessantly, yet her opponent remained reticent, which infuriated her. Observing the precarious situation of her subordinates, who were being thoroughly dominated by Valdo, she felt an urgent need to subdue this troublesome adversary. When the Red Count delivered a fierce punch, Ein's pupils constricted. A perfect opportunity, she thought, seizing the Red Count's formidable blow and commanding, "Recede." With a surge of her abilities, the Red Count was instantly rejuvenated by 12 years. This transformation left him momentarily bewildered. Experiencing the subtle changes in his physique, he was overwhelmed with joy. He had truly regained youth. The invigorating sensation was exhilarating. Though he was still an elderly man in his 70s, the mere fact of being 12 years younger was incomparable. It was akin to a prelude to experiencing a diluted version of the vampire fruit. In that fleeting instant, his yearning to return to his prime intensified. Is this the captain's intent? This gift is truly delightful. However, Ivy displayed a puzzled expression. Why does it seem that this individual remains unchanged? Even more perplexing was the apparent joy radiating from him. A student emerging from Zephyr's tutelage was undeniably an elite, possessing sharp instincts that alerted her to the anomaly. Instinctively, she understood that her abilities were ineffective and, in fact, had benefited her opponent. Without hesitation, she promptly revoked the Red Count's rejuvenation. The Red Count, still basking in the euphoria of his youth, suddenly found his abilities nullified and reverted to his previous state, leaving him with a slight sense of loss. However, this feeling was fleeting. Over 70 years of life's trials had forged within him an unflappable heart. Although the contrast between joy and loss stirred within him, his capacity to adjust his mindset was remarkably swift. "Thank you, young lady, for allowing me a glimpse of youth once more." Upon hearing the Red Countess' words, I finally comprehended the situation. No wonder it had no effect. P.S. Just an old man. Chapter 64. A stalemate. Ein's expression darkened as she felt her abilities had been countered by fate. Wait, did he say in advance? Could it be? Her eyes widened as she keenly sensed the implication. Yet, there was little time for contemplation, as the Red Count had already drawn his blade. With a series of terrifying slashes, he unleashed a ferocious assault that demanded her full attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng dashed into the cabin, directly approaching the recently risen Zephyr. Although his previous strike had sent Zephyr flying, it had caused no significant harm. The fact that the Crusher was composed of sea prism stone provided some suppression against Jiang Liufeng's lightning abilities. Zephyr's formidable armament Haki was more than a match for Jiang Liufeng's powers. In his prime, Zephyr was renowned for possessing the strongest armament Haki, a reputation earned through genuine prowess rather than mere boasts. Coupled with decades of combat experience from countless battles, Zephyr was exceptionally seasoned. As Jiang Liufeng advanced aggressively, Zephyr chose to press forward rather than retreat. Before he could fully stabilize, he countered with a powerful punch. The clash of their fists produced a deafening sound. This time, Zephyr only staggered a few steps before regaining his footing, finally tipping the scales of battle back in his favor. Jiang Liufeng brushed his violet hair away from his forehead and couldn't help but cast a more appreciative glance at his opponent. This legendary Zifa of the Black Arm truly was extraordinary. While onlookers might perceive Zifa's unwillingness to yield as mere stubbornness, Jiang Liufeng, with the profound experience of 3 generations of rakeage, discerned the deeper strategy at play. Zifa's refusal to evade and his counterattack were, in fact, a masterstroke. In the realm of battle, various philosophies abound. For instance, the notion that the early bird catches the worm emphasizes the significance of taking initiative. The side that strikes first seizes the upper hand in the conflict, allowing them to maintain pressure on their adversary, who then struggles to defend and, in the process, reveals more vulnerabilities, ultimately leading to their defeat. Yet, Zifa's seemingly reckless assault had precisely disrupted Jiang Liufeng's rhythm, halting the momentum he had been building. Consequently, the advantage Jiang Liufeng had held in taking the initiative was nullified, bringing both combatants back to an equal footing. "You truly are formidable, young one. Now, I can indulge in this contest with you," he remarked. "Ha, spare me the pleasantries, and come at me with all you've got." Jiang Liufeng curled his finger in a provocative gesture. Zifa's expression darkened as he raised the machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage towards Jiang Liufeng. The deafening roar of bullets filled the air, raining down upon Jiang Liufeng in overwhelming waves. Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. The sea tower's bullets. His smile remained. Yet he did not dare to lag in action. He accelerated, showcasing a graceful agility that allowed him to evade the hail of bullets entirely. "Heh, if you think such tricks can harm me, then I must have overestimated you," Jiang Liufeng remarked lightly. Zifa, observing the wall behind Jiang Liufeng reduced to a sieve, was momentarily stunned. Not a single shot hit. This young man's speed is truly formidable. However, like the Red Count, Zifa had endured decades of battles, and any astonishing feats no longer stirred significant waves in his heart. Without further ado, the Navy's 6 forms were unleashed. Life and death were treated with indifference. If one did not submit, then they must fight. With long-range attacks proving ineffective, they resorted to close combat. The two engaged in a thrilling melee, each blow landing with palpable force. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Despite Jiang Liufeng's youthful appearance, his adversary was unaware that he had inherited the combat experience of 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. His techniques and angles of attack were of the highest caliber. What appeared to be brutish brawling concealed perilous strikes, with myriad cunning and ruthless moves aimed at the opponent, where a moment's inattention could lead to irreversible consequences. As they clashed with increasing fervor, both were taken aback by the intensity of their exchange, particularly Zifa, who could hardly fathom how a youth in his early 20s could possess such refined combat skills. Not only could he see through Zifa's various cunning tactics, but some of Jiang Liufeng's own attacks caught him off guard, nearly ensnaring him on several occasions. The fight raged on, transitioning from the ship's cabin to the deck, yet it still felt insufficiently exhilarating. Ultimately, they ascended into the sky, as if the vast expanse above was the only worthy stage for their martial prowess. The duel between these masters was a spectacle of unparalleled brilliance, leaving the ship's crew utterly astonished and transfixed by the unfolding drama. How could this be? That young man is astonishingly strong. His power seems to rival that of my teacher. What manner of creature is he? It is akin to a divine clash. The allure of combat was fully displayed, and the crew had ceased their tasks, becoming mere spectators. A swift spinning kick landed heavily upon Zifa's crusher, producing a resounding metallic clang. The two momentarily parted, only to re-engage in a relentless cycle of strikes, neither willing to yield. Yet time is unforgiving. Even Zifa, a man of steel who had never once relaxed his training, could not escape its relentless grasp. After a series of intense exchanges, he finally exhibited signs of fatigue, albeit barely perceptible. In the realm of masterful combat, even the slightest hint of weariness could prove fatal. Jiang Liufeng, clearly noticing this, quipped after a forceful exchange, "Heh, General Zifa, are you weary?" Zifa gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Nonsense. I could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without faltering." His assertion was not mere bravado. Against an ordinary opponent, enduring such a duration would be as effortless as eating or drinking. However, he was faced with Jiang Liufeng, whose strength and speed posed an overwhelming burden for Zifa. His stamina was beginning to wane. "Stubborn," Jiang Liufeng remarked softly, deciding against prolonging the struggle. In his eyes, the outcome was already determined. For the weary Zifa, continuing the fight would only lead to a slow demise, devoid of meaning. With a left hook and a right sweeping kick delivered in perfect harmony, Jiang Liufeng's coordination was almost exaggerated. Zifa raised his hands to guard his jaw, lifting his knee to block the horizontal strike, while the vacant crusher seized the opportunity to launch a rapid short-range attack toward Jiang Liufeng. This crusher technique was one Jiang Liufeng had witnessed in a theatrical performance. It was indeed terrifying and regarded as Zifa's most formidable move. First, it would ensnare the target, then unleash a devastating explosion to obliterate them. One could hardly describe it as anything less than ruthless. As the moment Zephyr made his move, Jiang Liufeng had already shifted his technique, twisting his body at an astonishing angle. He retracted his sweeping right leg and instead unleashed a powerful upward kick with his left foot aimed directly at Zephyr's vulnerable area. Such ferocity. Zephyr was taken aback, yet his reflexes were remarkably swift. He had no choice but to abandon his crushing short strike, pressing down the pulverizer to shield himself, guarding against the opening left by his knee lift and sweeping attack. With a sly grin, Jiang Liufeng thought to himself, "Gotcha." Who would have imagined that this cunning strike was merely a ruse? The true lethal blow had long since coalesced in his oft-overlooked right hand, the mightiest spear, for fingers pierced through. In the blink of an eye, this electrifying right arm, entwined with formidable energy, surged towards Zifa's wide-open center, unstoppable in its advance. Zifa's pupils constricted. He sought to save himself, but it was already too late. The assault was too swift, and his body could not keep pace with the onslaught. It was a case of intent to kill but powerless to turn back the tide. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the forceful strike collided with Zifa's iron-like chest. Though he had formidable power to shield himself, he was not pierced. Yet, Jiang Liufeng's strength was indeed terrifying, sending Zifa's internal organs into a tumultuous upheaval. And he spat a mouthful of reversed blood, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. As Zifa was sent flying, the resolve of the Navy aboard the ship crumbled alongside his figure. "Oh my, he has defeated Teacher Zifa. How is this possible? This cannot be happening. We are finished with such a monster among us." The onlookers gazed at Jiang Liufeng with expressions of horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng hovered above them, looking down as if he were a sovereign surveying his realm, quelling any thought of resistance within their hearts, rendering them as insignificant as ants. The shattering of belief is a most terrifying ordeal. To destroy a spirit is often more dreadful than vanquishing the flesh. Observing their despondency, Zifa was alarmed. In warfare, morale is paramount. Once it is shattered, defeat is all but inevitable. Ain, with tears in her eyes, stumbled to Zifa's side, supporting him with deep concern. As she beheld the slowly approaching Jiang Liufeng, she trembled in fear, yet she proved to be a resilient young lady. Despite the terror she felt towards Jiang Liufeng, her enchanting eyes still bore a hint of defiance. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will strike." Zifa sprang to his feet, positioning himself protectively behind Aang, shouting, "Jiang Liufeng, do not be arrogant. I have not yet been defeated." Jiang Liufeng shook his head. This old man was indeed quite stubborn. His gaze then shifted to Ain, who stood behind him. It must be said that Ain was a true beauty, possessing the same violet hair as his own. Her tear-filled eyes captivating and enchanting, her skin flawless and radiant, evoking an irresistible desire to cherish her. "Ah, Captain, save me." Just as Jiang Liufeng was meticulously observing Ain, an unexpected turn of events occurred. From a short distance away, Carmen's panic cries for help suddenly pierced the air. Jiang Liufeng hastily turned around, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, dozens of naval officers had appeared aboard the Golden Scale, encircling Lao Sha and Carmen. Carmen, utterly defenseless, desperately clung to the sword's might, struggling to maintain his stance as capture loomed imminent. Lao Sha found himself ensnared by a multitude of naval personnel, with the leader being none other than Zifa's other esteemed protege, Binzi. Jiang Liufeng suddenly realized why he had not encountered the other person. It turned out they had stealthily infiltrated the Golden Scale. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. In that moment of distraction, Carmen had already been captured. Upon seeing Carmen subdued, Lao Sha's mind became unsettled, and he found himself relentlessly assaulted by Binzi several times. In the chaos, a sea tower stone cuff was swiftly locked around his neck, and he too was taken captive. How careless! Jiang Liufeng's expression was ominously dark. He never anticipated that the Navy would retain such a strategy. Having fallen victim to a successful surprise attack, he, as the captain, bore the weight of this responsibility. Both the Red Count and Valdo were equally astonished and immediately turned to Li Yinlin, inquiring, "Boss, what are we to do about this?" Jiang Liufeng remained silent, his fierce gaze fixated on Binzi, akin to death observing a soul on the brink of demise. The chilling aura emanating from Jiang Liufeng enveloped those around him, plunging them into an icy dread that sent shivers down their spines. "Jiang Liufeng, your subordinate has already been captured by me. If you possess any sense of reason, surrender yourself willingly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." On the golden scales, Binzi grasped Carmen by the throat and shouted towards the warship, "You seek your own destruction." As the tempestuous thunder raged around Jiang Liufeng, he became infused with elemental energy, swiftly darting towards Binzi. Just as he prepared to unleash a punch, intending to deliver a chilling blow to Binzi, the latter unexpectedly seized Carmen, placing her in the trajectory of Jiang's onslaught. And sneered, "Jiang Liufeng, I recognize your strength, yet I am confident that I can use this woman as a shield before you can strike. If you doubt me, feel free to test it." "Humph, you wretch. To think you would use a woman as a human shield? I shall employ any means necessary to capture you." Jiang Liufeng gazed at Carmen, who was so close, his eyes filled with a hint of tenderness and concern. He hesitated momentarily. Carmen, grasped by the nape of her neck, was in great pain. Yet, as she perceived the affection in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, a flicker of joy ignited within her. Struggling to muster a smile, she spoke, "Captain, there is no need to feel troubled. I believe in you. Act swiftly and do not allow such shameless individuals to act with impunity." "Carmen, it is my failure to protect you," Jiang Liufeng replied, his resolve hardening. Carmen shook her head, saying, "It is my own weakness. Eliminate him, and then please teach me properly in the future, will you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's expression turned resolute. He no longer hesitated and nodded firmly, preparing to strike. Binzi, witnessing Jiang Liufeng's readiness for action, wore an incredulous expression. In a moment of panic, he pressed his spear against Carmen's back, exclaiming, "Jiang Liufeng, do you truly dare to act? Are you not afraid of a fatal outcome?" "Humph. The fish may perish, but the net shall remain intact. The moment you laid hands on my person, you sealed your own fate." Jiang Liufeng vanished abruptly from his original position, only to reappear with his finger gun firmly pressed against Binz's heart. The suddenness and swiftness of the event were astonishing. How could the once confident Binz have anticipated that Jiang Liufeng's speed was so terrifying? It was laughable how he resembled a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world above. Just as he was lost in thought, a piercing pain surged through his chest. He could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream, and when he glanced at his left hand, which was grasped by Jiang Liufeng, it hardly resembled a hand anymore. It was nearly crushed into a mass. Jiang Liufeng's expression was stern as he exerted force once more, the sound of bones shattering resonating sharply through the air. In agony, Binzi gasped, rolling his eyes back, and finally relinquished his grip on Carmen's right hand. Chapter 66. A sight too grievous to bear witnessing this, Zfa, who was hastening towards them, was struck with alarm, hastening his pace in a desperate attempt to rescue the nearly lifeless Binzi from Jiang Liufeng's grasp. However, such efforts were ultimately futile. The moment Binzi released Carmen, Jiang Liufeng was enveloped in a surge of lightning energy, unleashing a devastating strike that coalesced in the hand that clutched Binzi. With unrestrained ferocity, he escalated the voltage to an astonishing 200 million volts, delivering a merciless blow to Binzi. The unfortunate Binzi could not even emit a cry of anguish. He was instantaneously engulfed in darkness. The extreme pressure of the lightning energy generated an intense heat, gradually melting away Binzi's form, until he was completely vaporized in Jiang Liufeng's hand, leaving not a trace behind. This visually shocking scene was witnessed in its entirety by the frantically arriving Zfa, who was rendered motionless as if struck by lightning, engulfed in profound sorrow. Though it may seem lengthy, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. It was so swift that even Carmen barely had time to turn her head before it was all over. The moment she turned to embrace Jiang Liufeng, she could no longer contain her emotions, weeping bitterly, her tears flowing like rain from pear blossoms, her heart shattered. Just moments ago, she had truly danced with death. Feeling Binzi's weapon poised against her back, knowing that a mere exertion of force would have separated her from Jiang Liufeng forever, Jiang Liufeng gently stroked her hair and tenderly reassured her, "It's all right, everything is over." Carmen nodded heavily, and in Jiang Liufeng's warm embrace, her frightened heart found a measure of solace. Jiang Liufeng let out a gentle sigh of relief. He had to admit that the moment he sensed the imposing presence of Binzi's spear aimed at Carmen's heart, it indeed instilled a certain pressure upon him. At that instant, the Red Count and Valdo returned to the ship in succession, prompting Jiang Liufeng to issue a direct command. "Leave not a single one of these oblivious naval officers alive." Yes, a glint of cold light flickered in the Red Count's eyes as he unsheathed his thunderstorm, while Valdo raised his twin guns, unleashing a merciless barrage of gunfire. The last group of oblivious naval officers was swept away like leaves in a tempest, unceremoniously thrown overboard by the old sandstorm. Zifa, caught off guard, could hardly fathom the unfolding of this historic scene once more. In his anguish, he roared as he charged toward Jiang Liufeng, consumed by despair. Jiang Liufeng let out a cold snort. Zifa, do you still wish to take action? Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng, Zifa's gaze shifted to the distant warship, causing him to shudder involuntarily. What do you intend to do, Jiang Liufeng? He shouted hoarsely, as if desperately trying to release the pent-up rage within him. Meanwhile, the group of Navy officers aboard the warship, who had witnessed the unfolding events, were already paralyzed with fear. A mere glance from Jiang Liufeng sent them into a state of sheer terror. In an instant, chaos erupted on the ship, with some fainting on the spot, others collapsing in a daze, and a few succumbing to their fright in the most humiliating manner. The entire warship was thrown into disarray, a scene of utter calamity. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. As Jiang Liufeng let out a resounding cry, a surge of thunderous energy enveloped him, and a colossal thunder dragon erupted from his chest, hurtling towards the naval vessel. The air reverberated with a thunderous roar, followed by crackling electricity. Help! Save us! The thunder dragon collided violently with the warship, reducing it to mere splinters, while merciless bolts of lightning ravaged the helpless sailors, drowning out their screams, splashes, and the cacophony of explosions. Zephyr's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his weathered face. He harbored an intense hatred for pirates, yet he cherished his comrades even more. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Jiang Liufeng, Jiang Liufeng, one day, I, Black Arm Zephyr, shall personally bring you to justice. With that, he turned resolutely towards the warship, rescuing the fallen sailors one by one. Enough. The matter here is settled. Jinlin, let us depart swiftly. Understood. With Jinlin's melodious voice, the Jinlin ship surged forward at full speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. As Zephyr's comrades disappeared from view, Jiang Liufeng exhaled a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. At last it is done. This battle was perilous. We nearly faced casualties on board. Jiang Liufeng sat at the bow of the boat, gazing out at the cerulean sea, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The disparity among their group was stark. The strong were exceedingly formidable, while the weak were lamentably feeble. Prolonged continuation of such a state could lead to dire consequences, especially considering the formidable adversaries they were destined to confront. If the Navy dared to leverage Cayman as a threat, what might the pirates resort to? Perhaps even more egregious actions would ensue. He scanned his surroundings, ultimately resting his gaze upon Old Shah. The prowess of Old Shah warranted mention. It was evident today that in the New World, he had yet to master the intricacies of Haki. Suddenly, a sensation of being observed washed over him, causing Old Shah, who was blissfully enjoying his cigar, to shudder. Upon meeting Jiang Liufeng's seemingly familiar gaze, Old Shah's heart skipped a beat. By heavens, the reckoning was at hand. Count, if you have a moment, could you offer me some guidance? Old Shah, fully aware of his own limitations, hastily sought counsel from the Red Count. The Red Count surveyed Old Shah, then glanced at Jiang Liufeng, perplexed by the situation, yet nodded in agreement. Valdo, thoroughly entertained, opened his mouth to grin widely, only to abruptly recall something and promptly shut it, diligently cleaning up the remnants of the battle left on the ship. Jiang Liufeng shook his head with a faint smile, rising to retreat to his room for a brief respite. Zifa, gravely wounded, had rescued hundreds of Navy personnel, sacrificing nearly his own life in the process. Overwhelmed with sorrow and rage, he never anticipated that today's hunt would end in failure, costing him not only his men but also Benzi. Truly, a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Quickly, lend a hand to return to Navy headquarters. We must attend to the injured soldiers. Yes. Thus, a group of them clung to a battered wooden plank, struggling to drift upon the sea. Those unable to move laid on the plank, while the more fortunate paddled around it. For pirates, traversing the Red Line was exceedingly difficult. However, the Navy had an advantage. They could swiftly return to headquarters through the Justice Gate from the New World. Fortunately, this stretch of sea was not far from the Justice Gate. By afternoon, Zifa and his party had arrived at the Justice Gate on the New World side, requesting the gate to be opened. What? Zifa gravely injured in the New World? The warship destroyed? Returning on a plank? Sengoku bellowed into the transponder snail. Recently, he had lost his composure many times over matters concerning the Dawn Gang. Every piece of news regarding them had been dire, never trivial. The guards at the gate reported Zifa's grievous injuries and his request to return to headquarters for treatment, their disheveled appearance evoking deep sympathy. Chapter 67. Arrival address. Rosa sighing, Sengoku sat at his desk, his head bowed in despair when he heard hurried footsteps outside. With a resounding crash, Zifa burst through the door, accompanied by Ein. Commander, I have crucial information to report. Seeing Zifa, battered and weary, Sengoku abandoned all formalities. Speak quickly. What has transpired? It is as follows. We received intelligence that the Dawn Gang was attempting to traverse the Red Line to reach the New World. So I led my men to intercept them. Ultimately, our warship was destroyed, and even Benzi. At this point, he lowered his head. His fists clenched so tightly that blood trickled from his palms. I am aware of this. What next? Ein interjected, eager to share vital information gleaned from the battle. Zifa stepped aside, permitting her to speak. Commander, there is an elderly man among the Dawn Gang. After I utilized my reverse fruit ability to regress his age by 12 years, he expressed gratitude for the chance to experience youth once more, based on deductions and intelligence. It is highly probable that the Dawn Gang's destination is Dressrosa, with their target being the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit. What? Sengoku was taken aback once more. For Zifa and Ein, the implications of this revelation were unclear. They merely thought Ein had discovered the Dawn Gang's route. However, Sengoku understood all too well. He could envision the catastrophic consequences should the Red Count obtain the power of the vampire fruit. A decrepit old man was already troublesome enough. Should he regain his former strength, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Thankfully, Dressrosa had already made preparations, albeit with an added variable. Sengoku rubbed his temples. I understand. You both should attend to your wounds. I will handle the remaining matters. Yes. Zifa and Ein exited, leaving Sengoku gazing blankly, sighing deeply. The Dawn Gang was spiraling further out of control, and he dreaded to think how much worse the situation would become in the future. After a moment of respite, he picked up a special transponder snail from his drawer and dialed a number. Hello, what is the matter? A faint voice came from the other end. According to reliable intelligence, the Dawn Gang is en route to Dressrosa. The mythical Zoan fruit must not fall into their hands. Coordinate with the newly recruited Admiral candidates to ensure they are apprehended. With a click, Sengoku ended the call, weary of dealing with pirates. Frankly, he had no desire to hear another word from them. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa's royal palace, Doflamingo hung up the transponder snail and turned to his subordinates with keen interest. The Dawn Gang grows increasingly intriguing. Have we gathered all the information regarding the factions participating in this arena? Pika, with a sharp voice, responded, based on current intelligence. All the emperors, except for Shanks, will send representatives. Additionally, the Golden Lion seems interested. Other minor factions have not been accounted for. Excellent. Relay the message that this arena competition will take place in the forest, and the entire event will be broadcasted live via transponder snail. Audiences will not be permitted entry. Let us revel in this visual feast. Yes. Doflamingo's mirth vanished as he turned to the shadowy figure in the corner. You have your tasks as well. Is it the Dawn Gang? Indeed. Sengoku has requested we join forces to bring them down. The figure slowly rose from the shadows. With a clink of the sword sheath used as a cane, he stepped towards the window. The setting sun illuminated his face, revealing two ghastly scars that pierced through his eyes. As he approached, the gentle sunlight enveloped him, casting away the darkness, revealing a formidable figure. Who else but Fujitora? He lifted his gaze to meet the sunset and spoke after a long pause. I fear this task may not be as easily accomplished as anticipated. A day passed without incident. The following morning dawned. Jiang Liufeng stretched lazily as he stepped out of the cabin, only to find that apart from Carmen busily tending to the kitchen, the others were gathered around the recorder. Intrigued, he sauntered over. What are you all up to? He inquired. Captain, you finally emerged. Early this morning, the Count summoned us to keep an eye on the little yellow dot, and I am nearly bored to death. One of his companions replied. Oh, surely it can't be that dire. Count, the fruits of your labor will inevitably be yours. There is no need for such urgency. Jiang Liufeng remarked with a hint of amusement. You must understand, Captain, ever since our skirmish with that female naval officer yesterday, her prowess ignited a youthful thrill within me that is simply unbearable. I yearn for another encounter. As Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched, he thought to himself. How astonishingly absurd this old man is when he speaks. It would have been better had he remained silent. His comments about pleasure and wanting more sounded as if he had indulged in something extraordinary. Breakfast is ready, came the melodious voice of Carmen from behind. Turning to look, he saw Carmen gracefully emerging from the kitchen, bearing a sumptuous dinner. The events of the previous day had deepened Carmen's admiration and dependence on Jiang Liufeng. Her gaze towards him had transformed significantly. She had never anticipated encountering such a formidable team and such an impeccable captain. Under Carmen's intense scrutiny, Jiang Liufeng felt a bit uneasy and quickly remarked, I shall serve the dishes. Carmen pouted slightly and softly hummed, I'm sticking with you. No escaping from the initial encounter, nor from the later ones. Jiang Liufeng stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, which elicited a burst of laughter from Carmen. Valdo and the others observed silently, choosing not to comment, but secretly sending their blessings to Jiang Liufeng and his companion in their hearts. Jiang Liufeng, with a furrowed brow, expressed his disdain for the ill-conceived blessings. After a hearty breakfast, he, along with Valdo and Lao Sha, endured yet another round of rigorous training, leaving the two in a state of utter exhaustion. However, following the previous day's battle, everyone had adjusted their mindset, realizing that the new world was unlike any they had encountered before, where strength held paramount importance. Thus, they gritted their teeth and persevered, striving for progress. The day passed in a fulfilling manner. As dusk approached, they were nearing their destination, Dressrosa. Captain, we are almost there, came the jubilant voice of Jinlan. The crew members promptly set aside their tasks, gathering at the bow of the ship, standing shoulder to shoulder. Their gazes fixed upon the horizon where the outline of a modest island began to crystallize. This island held profound significance for them, as it was well known that the Red Earl's acquisition of the vampire fruit signified a substantial enhancement in power. As night fell, the Jinlan slowly docked. Finally reaching the island known as Rosa, Jiang Liufeng, brimming with enthusiasm, led the group ashore. Chapter 68. The Hammer of Thor. The 5 companions arrived at a bustling and vibrant street, seeking a more upscale restaurant to enjoy their dinner before proceeding further. Boss, why does this place seem so peculiar? The toys are actually alive. Jiang Liufeng offered no further words, merely remarking that perhaps this was the unique charm of the place. Valdo nodded in a semblance of understanding. As the group settled in, the surrounding diners were engrossed in discussions about the matter at hand. Have you heard? The upcoming arena competition is rumored to take place in the forest over there. I've heard that too. The rewards are said to be extraordinary, a fruit from a mythical beast. Many prominent figures are vying for it. Indeed, His Majesty must be concerned about the fierce competition, which is why the venue was shifted to the forest. Yes, our king is truly considerate. Haha, let us just wait for the spectacle tomorrow. Although it's merely a projection, witnessing the clash of titans is a rare opportunity. Even being able to observe it is a privilege. From these casual conversations, Jiang Liufeng and his companions gleaned the underlying truth. The vampiric fruit was the ultimate prize of the competition, which meant that they simply needed to incapacitate all the contestants. This would be an effortless task for their group. Not to mention, even if the 4 emperors themselves were to participate, they would not emerge unscathed at the hands of Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. According to the chatter, Count, you need not worry. The fruit won't be snatched away anytime soon. We'll seize it when the time comes. And their grievances are of no concern to us, as long as they don't provoke us. Jiang Liufeng reassured the Red Count, who nodded, unable to contain his excitement. All right, after our meal, let us all enjoy a stroll, eagerly awaiting tomorrow's contest. Hooray! Shopping again, Carmen exclaimed, delighting in the prospect of a day filled with free food and shopping, a truly joyous affair. Immediately after finishing her meal, she enthusiastically dragged old Shah, their dedicated porter, towards the commercial street. It must be noted that Carmen was quite thoughtful. During their last shopping excursion, she had treated old Shah to new clothes and fine cigars, transforming his initial reluctance into compliance, and this time, he followed her without protest. Meanwhile, following the directions of the check-in point, Jiang Liufeng led the remaining 2 companions to the entrance of the arena, intending to register for the competition the next day. Moreover, his check-in point was conveniently located there. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. Standing before the luminous registration platform, that long-awaited voice finally echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Rosa. The system rewards the host with a MJ Ulner. The next check-in point is the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Wow, this weapon is truly extraordinary. Jiang Liufeng was overjoyed. Having long desired a formidable weapon, was the Thunder Goddess hammer not his perfect match? He nearly succumbed to impulse, eager to extract the hammer for a thorough examination. But ultimately, reason quelled his excitement, prompting him to wait until he returned to his abode. He hurriedly registered at the sign-up table, and along with Lao Sha, the 4 of them enrolled, planning to leave Carmen aboard the ship during the impending battle, as it was fraught with peril, and they could not allow the young girl to accompany them. Moreover, Jiang Liufeng intended to eliminate Doflamingo and his crew during this expedition, having made prior arrangements with Law. While registering, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a name that filled him with even greater delight, Golden Lion. How fortuitous. Their journey to Rosa was indeed fruitful. Securing both the fruit and Golden Lion would result in an extraordinary bounty. He had unwavering confidence in capturing Golden Lion, employing triple threats and temptations. He was certain he would not fail. Once registration was complete, he departed with a sense of satisfaction, neglecting any leisurely pursuits, and quickly sought accommodation at a hotel. Leaving the others behind, he retreated to his room and carefully examined the Thunder Goddess hammer. Description: the Thunder Goddess hammer can be reduced in size for convenient storage in one's pocket when not in use. This weapon possesses the capability to penetrate any object. When thrown, it will unerringly strike its target and return to the wielder's hand thereafter. The Thunder Goddess hammer can harness lightning, directing it towards targets and causing a chain lightning effect on those nearby. How cunning. Jiang Liufeng grasped the heavy Mjolnir in his left hand, while his right hand gently caressed the ancient, intricate patterns adorning the hammer's surface, utterly entranced by its allure. Both in form and function, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Thor's legendary hammer from the Marvel Universe. The sole distinction lay in the fact that, after systematic enhancements, Jiang Liufeng was impervious to the curse that typically accompanied it. The rewards bestowed by the system imposed no requirements or negative repercussions upon the host. To ascertain whether Mjolnir was entirely free of its curse, or if it merely had no effect on him, he embarked on a test. Jiang Liufeng eagerly knocked on the door of the Red Count. Captain, is there something you need? Indeed, there is. Come, let us discuss it inside. The 2 closed the door behind them and entered the parlor. Jiang Liufeng placed Thor's hammer directly on the table and addressed the Red Count. My dear Count, why not attempt to lift this weapon? The Red Count examined the hammer with curiosity. Although its exterior appeared unremarkable, he could sense an ancient and formidable power contained within it. It was clearly no ordinary object. Realizing this, he felt compelled to act with caution. He was well aware of Jiang Liufeng's mysterious nature. Given that Jiang had invited him to try, it undoubtedly held greater significance than mere words suggested. With determination, the Red Count extended his arm, enveloping it in a dark, iron-like aura of armed color. He then reached for the handle, intending to exert force to lift Thor's hammer. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. No matter how hard he strained, the hammer remained immovable. He tried repeatedly, using his left hand, right hand, and then both hands. His entire body straining with effort, veins bulging. Yet, despite his exertions, he could not lift the hammer. This was indeed peculiar. In the face of Jiang Liufeng's triumphant gaze, the Red Count withdrew his arm, inspecting the hammer from various angles, utterly perplexed. Upon witnessing the Red Count's inability to lift Thor's hammer, Jiang Liufeng's heart soared with joy. This was delightful. He relished this unexpected turn of events. Amidst the astonished gaze of the Red Count, Jiang Liufeng effortlessly lifted the hammer, brandishing it with vigor, leaving the Red Count utterly astounded. What sorcery is this? Jiang Liufeng, of course, would not delve into an elaborate explanation of this otherworldly phenomenon to the Red Count. After exchanging a casual greeting, he departed leisurely, leaving the Red Count in a state of bewildered astonishment. Chapter 69. The first encounter with Tenghu. As he watched Jiang Liufeng leave with an air of self-satisfaction, the Red Count found himself cursing under his breath. So, after all this time, he had simply come to show off, hadn't he? How infuriating. As Jiang Liufeng just retracted his condensed warhammer and exited the room of the Red Count, he was greeted by the sight of Carmen bounding in, accompanied by Lao Sha, who was laden with numerous bags, resembling a veritable porter. As the saying goes, one feels invigorated in times of joy, and with a charming smile, Jiang Liufeng approached her. With a swift motion, he brushed aside Carmen's lovely tresses and placed a gentle kiss upon her radiant forehead. You're back? Did you have a wonderful time? Jiang Liufeng inquired with a charismatic grin. This unexpected kiss sent a jolt through Carmen, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. What does the captain mean by this? Is he confessing to me? Oh dear, what should I do? Should I accept or decline? Should I return his kiss? Oh my. This is simply too blissful. Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to the profound impact his words had on Carmen's delicate heart. Grasping Carmen's hand, he urged her to accompany him, saying, Come on, it's still early. Let us meander through the jewelry store. Huh. Oh, Carmen replied, her mind wandering elsewhere. Allowing Jiang Liufeng to lead her away with her fair hand. Left behind, old Sha stood like a forgotten garment on a rack, utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. Throughout their journey, each harbored their own thoughts. Jiang Liufeng contemplated that, since Thor's hammer possessed the ability to shrink, it would be rather pedestrian to carry it in his pocket daily. Thus, he resolved to purchase an exquisite bracelet to wear when not in use. It could serve as a charming accessory. Meanwhile, Carmen mistakenly believed that Jiang Liufeng intended to buy her a piece of jewelry, leaving her in a state of excited anticipation. Could it be that the captain is planning to present me with a diamond ring as a declaration of his affection? Oh, how delightful. Should I accept his proposal? If I do, might he perceive me as lacking in modesty? Conversely, if I decline, would that wound his heart? Alas, the dilemma leaves her quite perplexed. In this manner, the handsome man and the beautiful woman strolled hand in hand down the street, the man brimming with confidence, while the woman appeared slightly bashful. They resembled a couple who had just defined their relationship, attracting envious glances from passers-by. Before long, drawing upon Carmen's previous shopping experiences, the pair discovered a lavish jewelry store. Jiang Liufeng paused to observe, feeling quite pleased, and then strode confidently into the store. Carmen eagerly followed suit, but as soon as she entered, her heart sank. She noticed that Jiang Liufeng didn't even glance at the section for female accessories, but headed straight towards the area designated for males. Was he merely intending to purchase something for himself? Instantly, her fair complexion dulled, and with a pout on her lips, she stood at the entrance, visibly upset. As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he noticed that Carmen had fallen behind. He furrowed his brow and glanced back, only to discover the young girl standing at the entrance. Her anger flaring. This time, he became astute. He hurriedly feigned a casual demeanor, surveying the surroundings before exclaiming, Oh, is this the boys' section? How silly of me to wander in the wrong direction. He quickly retraced his steps, guiding Carmen toward the girls' section. Instantly, Carmen's frown transformed into a radiant smile, and she joyfully skipped off to select beautiful accessories. Jiang Liufeng exhaled, realizing that dealing with women could indeed be quite troublesome. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly this time. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently offended Carmen. Who knows if she would have resorted to poisoning his food. Ultimately, he accompanied Carmen in selecting a crystal necklace, a platinum bracelet, and a delicate starry sky hairpin, which finally brought her satisfaction. Observing the trio of trinkets, which collectively amounted to over 1 million belly, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was astonishing how easily women could be persuaded to part with their money. However, for them, such a trivial sum was merely a drop in the ocean, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. What mattered was Carmen's happiness. Having appeased Carmen, Jiang Liufeng made his way to the men's section, where he began to browse through the bracelet display. He had to admit that the store size was impressive, with an array of dazzling jewelry available in countless styles, overwhelming his senses. Yet, Carmen, with her keen eye, quickly identified a particular bracelet, presenting it with delight. Captain, this platinum bracelet is quite beautiful. It seems to match my own as a couple's set. Why don't you consider wearing this one? Gazing at Carmen's innocent expression and listening to her seemingly inquisitive tone, Jiang Liufeng couldn't shake the feeling that there was an unmistakable undertone to her words. As he looked at Carmen and tentatively began to say, I think this bracelet, he noticed her demeanor shift, just as he had suspected. It's quite nice. I truly believe it is perfect. Let us go with this one. Carmen chuckled, feeling a warm glow of happiness at Jiang Liufeng's consideration for her feelings. I was just teasing you. You choose, she said, covering her mouth and giggling as she stepped aside. Jiang Liufeng accepted the bracelet handed over by Carmen, examining it meticulously before glancing at the remaining styles. He then remarked, I too find this one quite exquisite. Let it be this one. No need for a change. Thus, they completed the transaction and departed in high spirits. Upon stepping outside and embarking on their journey home, Carmen noticed a small hammer-shaped ornament that had appeared on the bracelet Jiang Liufeng had just donned. Curiously, she inquired, Oh, Captain, what is this? A complimentary decoration? Jiang Liufeng surveyed his surroundings and, noticing that no one was paying attention, responded in a low voice laced with pride, This is my new weapon. With a mere thought. And under Carmen's puzzled gaze, he swiftly transformed MJ Lnur into its normal size. This display startled Carmen, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she exclaimed, Wow, how marvelous. What a beautiful hammer. May I take a look? Jiang Liufeng shook his head mysteriously and said, This is not feasible. You cannot lift it. What a miser. Who are you trying to fool? Of course, I can lift it. Carmen pouted, clearly unconvinced. With a playful smile, Jiang Liufeng placed Thor's hammer on the ground and said, Go ahead, give it a try. A try is a try. Carmen exerted immense effort, yet the hammer did not budge an inch, leaving her astonished as she turned to Jiang Liufeng, finally convinced of his words. Now do you believe me? Jiang Liufeng affectionately ruffled her hair. Observing Jiang Liufeng effortlessly wielding Thor's hammer, Carmen nodded in admiration, acknowledging her defeat. Just as the two were enjoying their light-hearted banter, an untimely voice interrupted. I too wish to test the might of this legendary weapon. Might I have the honor? At those words, Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and turned towards the source of the voice. Approaching was a robust man, leaning on a cane and walking steadily. Upon recognizing the visitor's face, Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. Fujitora, what is he doing here? As Jiang Liufeng surveyed the scene with an air of dominance, he soon realized that the streets surrounding him had already been cleared. At this moment, the buildings at the street corner were teeming with naval officers, and he and his companion found themselves encircled. Despite the size of the situation, he felt no fear in the face of mere Navy soldiers. You, Fujitora, command the powers of gravity, do you not? Let us see how I might toy with you. With a subtle shift in position, he shielded came in behind him and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked that there was no need for a trial. Rather, he proposed a wager. Sensing the invisible hostility radiating from Jiang Liufeng, Fujitora offered a slight smile and inquired what the stakes would be. However, I must warn you, I never gamble with pirates. Jiang Liufeng let out a derisive laugh. Tenghu, do you truly believe you possess the prowess to subdue me? With a sweeping gesture, he raised an eyebrow and continued. If I were to summon a bolt of lightning, your subordinates would indeed prove inadequate. Care to test that theory? Tenghu hesitated slightly, contemplating Jiang Liufeng's menacing words. It seemed a rather precarious gamble. While he himself harbored no fear, the prospect of his naval comrades facing dire consequences was unsettling. What manner of wager do you propose? Your Excellency? Tenghu inquired solemnly. Quite simple, really. It hinges upon this very hammer. Should you manage to lift it, I shall surrender all members of the Dawn crew to your discretion. However, if you fail, I suggest you and your underlings find somewhere cooler to linger. Far from my presence. Tenghu furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying trickery. Before he could respond, the hidden Navy personnel behind him could no longer contain their amusement. Is Jiang Liufeng truly so foolish as to challenge our candidate for Admiral in a contest of strength? You must cease. You are on the verge of making me laugh to death. He likely remains unaware of our candidate's capabilities. In response, Jiang Liufeng merely shook his head with a smile. Isn't it merely the gravity fruit? What's so astonishing about that? It was peculiar indeed. Jiang Liufeng seemed well informed, not only knowing Tenghu's name, but also his abilities. Despite the accelerated global conscription, the identity of this candidate for Admiral remained obscure to most. This flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng, and his Dawn crew are truly formidable. Their might is exceptional, and their intelligence network remarkably astute. I must proceed with caution, Tenghu mused. What say you, Tenghu? Care to gamble? Jiang Liufeng, growing impatient at Tenghu's prolonged silence, urged him on. Tenghu's brow remained tightly knitted, his mind a tumult of conflict. He was confident in his ability to effortlessly lift any object, yet Jiang Liufeng's tone left him perplexed. What could be the reason behind such unwavering confidence? Jiang Liufeng cast a scornful smile at Fujitora, suggesting that if he dared not to wager, he should refrain from forcing it. I shall wager with you. After much contemplation, Fujitora concluded that there was but one possibility. Jiang Liufeng was deceiving him. Very well, General. Show him the extent of your prowess. Indeed, teach this ignorant lad a lesson in humility. Go, General. Display your might. The once prepared naval soldiers transformed into mere spectators, leaving Jiang Liufeng at a loss for words. He placed the hammer of Thor back on the ground, gesturing with an outstretched hand, as if to invite Fujitora forward. Without hesitation, Fujitora approached the hammer, reaching out to lift it. The moment he grasped it, he realized he had fallen into a trap. As a user of the gravity fruit, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the weight of objects. Upon contact, he immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the hammer. Its immovability was not merely due to its weight. Within the hammer resided an enigmatic energy, a force that rendered it unliftable by others. Fujitora's expression darkened, revealing his distress. What is the general doing? Why the silence? Could it be that he truly cannot lift it? As if to affirm the naval soldier's apprehension, Fujitora abruptly released his grip. His initial attempt had failed. What on earth is that thing? It seems the general genuinely cannot lift it. No way. I distinctly saw Jiang Liufeng wielding it effortlessly. He is but a slight figure. Yet he managed it. How could our robust general not? This was indeed uncertain. After all, the hammer belonged to Jiang Liufeng, whose secrets were unknown. Unwilling to accept defeat, Fujitora harnessed the power of his gravity fruit once more. As he unleashed his ability, the surroundings succumbed to weightlessness, debris swirling in a terrifying display. Look, the general is using his power. Haha, this should ensure success. The general can lift mountains, after all. The surrounding naval soldiers erupted in jubilation, convinced of Fujitora's imminent victory. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Fujitora's inner turmoil was profound. As anticipated, even with his abilities, he was unable to raise the hammer of Thor. Overexertion caused him to lean precariously, fracturing the ground beneath him, his face turning a shade of deep crimson. Only then did the naval soldiers grasp the harsh reality. Could it be that even the general, utilizing his powers, cannot lift it? It appears so. What on earth is that hammer made of? How can it exude such terror? Even more fearsome was the fact that Jiang Liufeng could wield it. With this realization, the remaining soldiers turned their gaze towards Jiang Liufeng, their expressions shifting as they regarded him as if he were a creature of legend. As Jiang Liufeng approached, he noticed that Teng Hu was on the verge of embarrassment. He gently patted Teng Hu's shoulder and said, "Get up, Teng Hu, don't disgrace yourself." Upon hearing this, Teng Hu's face flushed with shame, and he stood up, clearing his throat twice before reluctantly taking 2 steps back. Jiang Liufeng effortlessly lifted the Thunder God's hammer, spinning it with a fierce momentum before him, and did not hesitate to taunt. "What do you say, Fujitora? Are you willing to accept defeat?" Fujitora, struck by the overwhelming Haki of observation, was left in a state of shock, while the surrounding Navy personnel were nearly left agape in disbelief. This was undeniably a stinging slap in the face. One could not help but marvel at the sheer terror of Jiang Liufeng's strength. Fujitora, feeling a burning sensation on his face and furrowing his brows into a deep frown, could only begrudgingly concede, "I admit defeat. You may leave." Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, donning a charming smile as he prepared to take his leave with Carmen. Wait. Just as he turned to depart, he was unexpectedly called back by Fujihua, which caused a flicker of impatience to cross his features. The power of thunder and lightning coursed through him, crackling softly. "What? Are you having second thoughts?" Fujihua, perceptive of Jiang Liufeng's fighting spirit, remained unfazed. "Rest assured, I have no intention of retracting my words. I merely wish to offer you a word of caution. Be prudent and avoid making a spectacle of yourself." Jiang Liufeng turned to Carmen, walking gracefully as he spoke. "My adversaries, to you, are merely foes you wish to confront. How could that possibly be daunting? Wouldn't you agree?" With that, he rounded the corner and departed with an air of elegance. Chapter 71. A reciprocal gesture. Upon hearing these words, Fujitora was momentarily taken aback. But soon his expression softened, revealing a radiant smile. "This Jiang Liufeng possesses quite a depth of character. Captain, who is that blind man? He seems to exude an enigmatic aura," Carmen inquired with curiosity. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly and remarked, "Merely a candidate for a naval admiral, nothing of great significance." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Carmen gasped and clutched her mouth, glancing back at the desolate street, a twinge of fear creeping into her heart as a glistening bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. It appeared that their seemingly casual exchange had concealed a tempest beneath the surface. The world of the adept was inscrutable. Perhaps it was best for me to quietly resume my role as head chef. Returning to my chamber, I took a bath and retired for the night. With nary a word spoken. As dawn broke, the group had breakfast before old Shah accompanied Carmen back to the ship, conveniently transporting the newly acquired items. The 4 reconvened before the arena. Upon reaching the square, it was already a throng of humanity. After all, the allure of the Phantom Beast's vampire fruit was simply irresistible. Knowledgeable individuals understood that it was tantamount to the gift of immortality. Who wouldn't desire such a boon? The formidable sought to compete, while the less capable clung to hope, wishing to test their luck. Consequently, the number of contestants for this event was unprecedentedly vast, encompassing a myriad of people from all walks of life. At the moment Jiang Liufeng and his companions arrived, several pairs of eyes had already locked onto them. These were individuals from powerful factions with well-informed intelligence networks, closely monitoring the evolving dynamics of pirate affairs. After all, the Dawn crew had only debuted a mere 10 days prior, and the four remained understated beneath the cloak of the Purple Thunder. Thus, few could recognize them. Among those gazing their way were Pika of the Don Quixote family, Jack the Drought under Kaido of the Beast Pirates, Marco, the first division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates, among others. Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki adeptly detected these scrutinizing glances, devoid of any intent to conceal, and he reciprocated with his own gaze. When meeting Marco's eyes, he noticed Marco nodding with a smile, his expression brimming with warmth, yet tinged with the anticipation of competition among equals. Adhering to the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, Jiang Liufeng returned the amiable gesture. As for Marco, he seemed quite agreeable. Perhaps this competition could forge a beneficial connection, and once Whitebeard had his fill, he might even consider taking him under his wing. However, the encounter with Jack the Drought was markedly different. That fellow's eyes were filled with hostility, even tinged with murderous intent. Jiang Liufeng, perplexed, wondered why there was a murderous intent upon their first encounter. What could this Jack possibly mean? Jiang Liufeng remained unaware that the Navy had assigned the mission to Don Quixote Doflamingo to capture him and Rosa. Naturally, Doflamingo, in collusion with Kaido, had informed Jack of this development. Jiang Liufeng retracted his smile, a chilling glimmer flickering in his eyes. A formidable aura, akin to a conquering will, surged forth, piercing directly into Jack's consciousness. The sudden intimidation sent shivers down Jack's spine, enveloping him in a frozen dread as he sensed the temperature around him plummet. His eyes wide with astonishment. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Jack discerned that the violet-haired youth before him, scarcely 20, was no ordinary adversary. Without lingering further, Jiang Liufeng turned his gaze to Smuggy. However, their encounter did not ignite much tension, as they merely exchanged a cold glance before diverting their eyes. Finally, Jiang Liufeng fixed his attention upon the Golden Lion. The lion's gaze was laden with myriad meanings, provocation, approval, an invitation for alliance, and a thirst for battle. Overall, the initial impression was rather favorable. There was nothing discomforting to be gleaned from the Golden Lion's eyes. Jiang Liufeng reciprocated with a meaningful glance. Do you wish to recruit me as your subordinate? Am I not considering the same? This would indeed be intriguing. Today, let us witness who can conquer whom. Once their gazes met, Jiang Liufeng, accompanied by 3 companions, sought a discreet corner to patiently await the commencement of the contest. In the midst of the crowd, standing prominently as the host, Pika clenched his fists tightly, glaring at Jiang Liufeng with gritted teeth. He was seething with rage, for just moments ago, Jiang Liufeng had exchanged glances with notable figures, yet completely ignored him. What does this imply? Does he underestimate me, the foremost warrior under the esteemed Don Quixote? Today, I shall ensure that you have no return. Jiang Liufeng, oblivious to Pika's resentment, simply flowed with the tide, following the throng as they marched towards the forest under the guidance of the organizers. As they traversed the familiar suspension bridge, Jiang Liufeng discerned that the so-called forest was, in fact, the very site where Don Quixote and Fujitora had been vanquished. Excellent. Far from the town, engaging in combat here would spare the innocent from harm. Although Jiang Liufeng was not a paragon of virtue, he still possessed a semblance of humanity. He would feel uneasy if too many innocent lives were affected. Now, he could unleash his full potential and engage in a grand battle. Upon arrival, the impeccably dressed team leader of the organizers halted and turned to the crowd to proclaim the rules of the competition. After much rambling, Jiang Liufeng succinctly summarized, essentially, it was a free-for-all slaughter, with the vampire fruit expected to manifest in some form after noon. Those who could endure until that hour would qualify to contest for ownership of the fruit. This was manageable. The principle of survival of the fittest suited the Dawn Brigade perfectly. As they proceeded, Jiang Liufeng astutely observed that near the suspension bridge, the area was teeming with image phone insects, capturing the scene in a full 360-degree panorama. Based on his insights, he deduced that it was likely a rehash of previous events. The fruit would probably be tied to the battling fish in that river. With this understanding, he felt no urgency to act. Glancing at the sky, he noted the bright sunlight, indicating it was around 9 a.m., leaving them with roughly 3 hours to spare. Once the competition commenced, he would first address matters concerning the Golden Lion. After lingering a moment longer, the team leader seemed to receive some urgent news and hurriedly departed. Shortly after his exit, a multitude of fine threads suddenly ascended throughout the forest, stretching towards the heavens. Jiang Liufeng curled the corner of his mouth in a smirk. Ah, is this not a birdcage? Indeed, those delicate threads ascended into the heavens, ultimately intertwining to create the shape of a birdcage. It was none other than one of Doflamingo's proud techniques, the birdcage. The moment the birdcage took form, a jarring sound reverberated through the entire forest, signaling the commencement of the competition. This sound was exceedingly grating. as if it could hardly contain its eagerness to witness the clash of thousands of individuals, utterly disregarding the value of human life. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing the voice, he recognized it as that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. This birdman was indeed no good, and his death would not be unjust. However, the immediate priority was to deal with the fruit and the golden lion first. Chapter 72. You are simply too weak. Count, Waldo, Lao Sha, come here. The competition had commenced, and Jiang Liufeng beckoned the three to him, preparing to relay his instructions. At that moment, a few brazen individuals approached them. Are you a bunch of masked misfits? You must be particularly ugly, huh? My friends here are quite intrigued by you. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to address his companions, he turned to see a group of about 10 individuals slowly advancing toward them. The leader, a rotund figure with a greasy complexion, was utterly repugnant. The others following him were no better. Their bizarre appearances made Jiang Liufeng feel nauseated, leaving him bewildered as to how their mother could have borne them. What a peculiar progeny. Interrupted mid-sentence, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of irritation. However, the revolting looks of the group made it difficult for him to retaliate. He promptly said, Lao Sha, it's time to showcase your true skills. Lao Sha, visibly displeased, glanced at the group, his lips twitching in disgust. Internally he cursed, why must it be me? The peculiar group was momentarily taken aback. What does that mean? Are they planning to fight? They exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Captain, if I'm not mistaken, these unknown imbeciles intend to confront us. Huh, I caught that too. The rotund leader chuckled. They don't even know who they're messing with. I'll find out who you are. Lao Sha bellowed. And before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a sandstorm that swept the group off their feet. This display of power quelled the surrounding ruffians who had contemplated troubling them. Wow, they're formidable. Let us get out of here. In an instant, the number of onlookers dwindled significantly, leaving only a few who had the courage to remain. Yet, for the time being, they dared not make a move against the four. After this brief interlude, Jiang Liufeng beckoned to the three individuals, then continued, wait a moment, I shall go hey. You four. As the river of time flowed, Jiang Liufeng's expression darkened considerably, his patience wearing thin. Who could it possibly be? The continuous interruptions had begun to irk him, compelling him to elementalize and flash before the newcomer. Upon closer inspection, a smirk escaped his lips. What a serendipitous encounter this was. The visitor possessed an extraordinary appearance. Long golden hair danced in the wind, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, exuding a haughty demeanor as he hovered in midair, his lower body replaced by two razor-sharp steel blades. Who else could it be but the Golden Lion? Upon Jiang Liufeng's sudden arrival, the Golden Lion appeared momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently reveal an eager desire for combat, grinning as he remarked, those repugnant fellows were sent by you, weren't they? Jiang Liufeng pondered thoughtfully and remarked, and so what if it is us? The Golden Lion arrogantly retorted, kneel, offer your apologies, and then become my subordinate. Only then shall this matter be considered resolved. Jiang Liufeng let out a derisive laugh, saying, just you wait. The Golden Lion, perplexed, suddenly questioned what he meant by just you wait. Jiang Liufeng disregarded him. Turning back to point at the Golden Lion, addressing the three, he said, Count, you may take them both to enjoy themselves for a while. I have some matters to discuss with this gentleman. Let us meet by the suspension bridge before noon. The three understood and hurried away. Jiang Liufeng turned around and said, all right, now I have the time to play with you, Shiryu. Ha! Do you really think your so-called flying thunder god poses a challenge for me? The Golden Lion laughed heartily. We'll see about that, Jiang Liufeng replied with confidence. The two engaged in casual conversation, oblivious to the astonishment they evoked in the surrounding crowd. Goodness, the Golden Lion? The flying thunder god? It turns out we are in the presence of two prodigies. Both individuals were formidable figures, one a long-established name, the other currently in the spotlight. Without needing to purchase tickets, onlookers were treated to a duel between two contemporary masters. This spectacle was undoubtedly worth witnessing. Why bother scrambling for fruits when they could simply secure a good spot to watch the show? Frankly, with such illustrious characters present, the fruits were of no consequence whatsoever. Many, possessing a sense of self-awareness, quickly vacated the area, seeking a prime vantage point to observe this epic clash, entirely forgetting their original intentions. Kid, do you truly dare to challenge me? The Golden Lion, seeing Jiang Liufeng's unyielding spirit and lack of fear in the face of his reputation, couldn't he help but ask with curiosity. Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Not only do I dare to engage you in battle, but I also intend to recruit you under my banner. Ha! What an audacious young man. Let me witness whether you possess such capability. Prepare yourself. Slash of the waves. With a whoosh, a breathtaking sword energy erupted from the withered wooden blade beneath him, rushing towards Jiang Liufeng with a tempest of blood and fury. The sword energy, seemingly conjured with ease by the Golden Lion, was terrifyingly formidable, stretching over 20 meters in length, capable of splitting stone and shattering earth with a single blow, carving an astonishing chasm into the ground. The initial strike had already instilled considerable fear in the surrounding onlookers. Goodness, is this not too terrifying? Are we filming a movie? They had long heard of the Golden Lion's unparalleled swordsmanship, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed a feast for the eyes. What is that lad doing? Is he stunned in shock? If he doesn't evade now, it will be too late. Observing Jiang Liufeng's utter lack of intention to dodge, the crowd collectively shook their heads in despair, as if anticipating the next moment would reveal Jiang Liufeng being cleaved in two. The swift sword energy surged toward Jiang Liufeng in an instant, yet he remained unperturbed. Only when the sword energy was about to make contact with his body did he unleash a surge of thunderous energy, enveloping himself in a formidable lightning shield. Enhanced lightning barrier. With a whoosh, the sword energy struck the lightning shield and, in an instant, dissipated entirely, as if it had sunk into the ocean. Never to have existed, let alone pose any threat to Jiang Liufeng. Witnessing this, the Golden Lion's smile faltered slightly, and a serious expression emerged on his face. Young man, you possess some merit. However, you are still too weak. If your techniques are limited to this, there is no need for us to continue. Gulp. As Jiang Liufeng spoke these words with an air of nonchalance, the surrounding onlookers could not help but swallow hard. They desperately wanted to voice their thoughts, calling him arrogant, overconfident, and oblivious to his own limitations. Yet, the words lodged in their throats, unable to escape. After all, he indeed had the audacity to back it up. Would you dare to stand still and endure the Golden Lion's strike? The Golden Lion could no longer maintain his composure, enraged by the mockery he faced, especially from a mere youth not yet 20, who had just emerged in this new world. How could he tolerate such disrespect? Fuming, he summoned the black threads entwined with his withered wood and the two famed swords, and with a mighty roar, charged forward. Young man, prepare yourself. The duel had officially commenced. Chapter 73, Submit to Me. Jiang Liufeng, filled with fervor for battle, was in no rush to subdue the Golden Lion. Instead, he yearned for an exhilarating clash first. With a mighty wave of his hand, the hammer of Thor was firmly in his grasp as he charged towards the Golden Lion. The sound of clashing metal resonated through the air, echoing like a symphony of war. Both warriors were unparalleled masters, their speed astonishing, within mere moments. They exchanged nearly 100 strikes. Onlookers were left in sheer awe, their eyes wide with disbelief, some unable to perceive the rapid movements of the two combatants, only catching fleeting shadows shimmering in the sky. Such strength. It was utterly monstrous. The atmosphere was thick with admiration, as every spectator held their breath, unwilling to blink lest they miss a moment of the spectacle that would haunt them for eternity. These two were born for battle, advancing rather than retreating in the face of formidable foes, locked in a stalemate of equal prowess. In this fierce contest of wills, Jiang Liufeng, wielding his hammer, smiled knowingly. If that were the case, he would intensify his efforts. With a crackling sound, the once dark and imposing hammer of Thor greedily absorbed the lightning energy emanating from Jiang Liufeng. Soon, a blinding light enveloped the hammer, as a terrifying surge of electric power coursed through it. With each clash, the lightning energy transferred through the contact of their weapons, surging into the Golden Lion. Initially, he felt nothing, but over time, he began to sense something amiss. Though his own might could withstand the encroaching electricity, each strike allowed a trickle of current to seep into his body. As time wore on, this accumulated power caused a slight tingling sensation, slowing his strikes by a fraction. He could maintain the current situation, but he knew that over time, he would inevitably suffer the consequences. The Golden Lion, quick to react, recognized the danger and understood that he could not engage Jiang Liufeng in close quarters. With a clang, he summoned all his strength, unleashing two swift strikes. Utilizing Jiang Liufeng's powerful hammer swings as a springboard to retreat swiftly, putting distance between them. In their second confrontation, Jiang Liufeng did not falter, ultimately gaining a slight advantage as the Golden Lion was forced to create space. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Was it possible? The Flying Thunder God had managed to outmaneuver the Golden Lion. Indeed, the Flying Thunder God had been astonishing, advancing from the city of Push without tasting defeat in less than 10 days. And it was crucial to note that each of his opponents was formidable in their own right. The newspapers had proclaimed him a man capable of escaping from the clutches of the three great generals. How could he not be impressive? The Golden Lion, upon hearing the murmurs around him, felt a surge of discomfort. Especially the remark about his age struck a nerve, making his heart ache. Once, he had been a figure of great renown, commanding attention wherever he went. He glanced down at his dual swords. Had he not been forced to abandon his legs, he would not be struggling against Jiang Liufeng now. He may have aged, but did he accept it? No, he would not. Even an old steed aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. A valiant spirit, even in twilight years, remains unyielding. The Golden Lion's might would be defended, even unto death. Ah, taste my wrath. Earthquake. The Golden Lion roared, unleashing the full extent of his powers. Instantly, the ground trembled violently, reshaping the very landscape to his will. Centered around Jiang Liufeng, the earth rose dramatically, forming a dozen majestic earth lions that encircled him. In the next heartbeat, these earth lions, seemingly animated by life, charged towards Jiang Liufeng. Upon closer inspection, their mouths were lined with razor-sharp teeth, armored in the color of Haki. A single bite could shatter bones to dust. This attack was swift and expansive. The onlookers, initially thrilled, were caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, staggering in shock. Some were unable to evade the onslaught, becoming entangled within the rising earth lions, meeting their demise with bitterness. As Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted, he realized that this move was far from simple. He dared not be careless and swiftly retreated. However, the earth lions seemed to pursue him relentlessly. Wherever he sought refuge, they followed. Even when they collided, they would soon reappear, exhibiting an unwavering determination as if they were destined to not turn back until they met insurmountable obstacles. The silhouette of Jiang Liufeng flickers in the sky, perilous and elusive, yet even the lion, fierce and relentless, cannot catch up to him, swift as thunder. Jiang Liufeng was provoked. Initially, he intended to abide by the principle of recruiting the golden lion as a subordinate without inflicting harm. However, it was evident that a lesson needed to be taught. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the reason behind the blossom's vibrant hue. As he swiftly evaded, the Thunder God hammer spun incessantly in his grasp. You fancy the game of pursuit? Allow me to demonstrate what true tracking entails and what it means to be utterly unable to escape. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Jiang Liufeng released the Thunder God hammer, hurtling it towards the golden lion. The golden lion, witnessing the unstoppable momentum of the hammer, wore a grave expression and hastily erected numerous earthen walls, attempting to shield himself from Jiang Liufeng's formidable strike. Little did he know that the Thunder God hammer possessed the ability to pierce through anything. Thus, in the face of the golden lion's astonishment, the hammer surged forward like a raging torrent, effortlessly breaching every barrier as if traversing an uninhabited realm. With no choice left, the golden lion abandoned his assault on Jiang Liufeng and hurriedly dodged. Yet, at that moment, something even more astonishing occurred. The Thunder God hammer, seemingly fixated on the golden lion, veered at an incredible angle, continuing its relentless advance. This maneuver caught the golden lion completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was too late. In a frantic attempt, he managed to shift his position slightly, but the hammer struck heavily upon his shoulder. The immense force sent the golden lion spiraling backward, crashing into several trees large enough for 10 men to embrace, before finally halting his tumultuous descent to the ground. Meanwhile, the hammer, as if endowed with consciousness, returned to Jiang Liufeng's hand. The onlookers were left in awe, their mouths agape at the spectacle. A searing pain coursed through the golden lion's entire being. His right arm hung limply, evidently shattered. Clutching his fractured limb, he struggled to rise, drenched in sweat from the excruciating agony, as if he had just emerged from a tumultuous swim, leaning against a broken tree. He couldn't help but reflect with a heavy heart. Once, he basked in glory, yet today he had fallen to the hands of a mere youth. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, and new generations surpassed the old. As he gazed at Jiang Liufeng, who descended slowly, the golden lion closed his eyes and sighed. You have won. Do with me as you will. Jiang Liufeng gazed down upon him, declaring, I shall not kill you. Instead, I demand your submission. Chapter 74. Ascending to the pinnacle, overlooking all mountains, the surrounding onlookers, still trembling from the shocking defeat of the golden lion, were momentarily stunned by Jiang Liufeng's audacious proclamation. They collectively inhaled sharply, plunging into a profound silence, their hearts racing as if they were about to witness an extraordinary event unfold. The golden lion opened his eyes, his fierce gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Liufeng, before bursting into a hearty laugh. Ha ha, ahem. For decades, I, the golden lion, have roamed the seas. While I may not claim to be at the pinnacle, surveying all mountains, I have certainly laughed disdainfully in the world, rarely encountering worthy adversaries. Yet today, a mere child dares to audaciously claim he wishes to have me as his subordinate. How pathetic. Ha ha ha, how utterly pathetic. His expression turned cold, and with a shift in tone, he continued, Listen well, boy. A man may be slain, but he cannot be insulted. To think you could have the free-spirited golden lion serve beneath you, dream on. Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched slightly, as he thought to himself, How dare you claim to be carefree and unrestrained? Have you taken a good look at your own appearance? What gives you the right to consider yourself charming and free-spirited? Is it due to your Mediterranean hairstyle? Jiang Liufeng suppressed the urge to sarcastically retort, speaking softly, They are not my subordinates, but my companions. Follow me, and together we shall embark on the lofty path you mentioned, one that leads to the pinnacle of success. Upon hearing this, the golden lion paused, as if a ripple of emotion stirred within him, yet he still shook his head in refusal, declaring, I, the golden lion, shall not yield to anyone. Jiang Liufeng shrugged helplessly, as he could surmise that taming the golden lion would not be an effortless endeavor. What else could he do? Serve the dishes, of course. Having completed the appetizers, he had prepared 2 main courses and a dessert awaiting the golden lion's arrival. With a glint of mischief in his eye, he proposed, How about this, Shiryu? Although you have been bested by me, I am well aware of your unwillingness to concede. Shall we place a wager? Intrigued by his words, the golden lion inquired, What shall we bet on? As Jiang Liufeng smirked, he playfully swayed the mighty Mjlnir before him and declared, I wager you cannot lift my hammer. Should you succeed, we shall part ways amicably. and I shall not trouble you further. However, if you fail, you will join me as my companion. What say you?" The golden lion furrowed his brow, intrigued by this unexpected proposition. Is this for real? Once spoken, a promise cannot be retracted. Without a moment's hesitation, the boisterous golden lion nodded in agreement, his thoughts not as intricate as those of Tung Hu. Is this a test of strength? Clearly, this is child's play. Ignoring the aches throughout his body, he rose gracefully to confront Magellan, a sly grin adorning his face as he grasped the handle. Come on, lift. Huh, lift. What the? Lift, lift, lift. What in the world is this? He gazed in disbelief at the immovable Magellan, convinced he was ensnared in a dream. I am a man of the float fruit. Under its influence, anything should defy the laws of gravity and soar. This was utterly bewildering. Around him, his companions stood in astonished silence, exclaiming in disbelief. Is there truly anything in this world that the golden lion cannot lift? Unbelievable. The shock that Jiang Liufeng brought upon them was utterly immense, within mere moments. He had inflicted several hundred tons of critical damage upon their fragile spirits. It was not until the golden lion, utterly exhausted, plopped down onto the ground, that Jiang Liufeng, with a hint of amusement, lifted the Mjolnir, tossing it playfully in the air and inquiring, "How about it? Are you convinced?" Crack. The surrounding younger companions were instantly petrified. Without comparison, there is no pain. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng nonchalantly tossing the Mjolnir, they found themselves utterly at a loss for words, unable to muster even a semblance of expression. They stood there, seemingly turned to stone, their minds a blank slate. The golden lion's face flushed with embarrassment as he pouted defiantly, exclaiming, "I refuse to submit. You sly trickster, I will never concede, even if it costs me my life." Jiang Liufeng chuckled silently, fully aware of the mischief inherent in that old rascal. Naturally, he would not yield easily. Fortunately, it was merely a dessert he had offered, while the main course remained untouched. Shaking his head, he strode purposefully towards the golden lion. "What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. Are you planning to coerce me into confession? You may possess my body, but my soul shall forever remain beyond your grasp." The golden lion, observing Jiang Liufeng's silent approach, felt an unexpected flicker of trepidation, feigning bravado. Jiang Liufeng was tempted to slap him twice, questioning who would desire his corporeal form. If one sought physicality, would he not pursue the empress? After rolling his eyes several times, he leaned towards the golden lion and whispered, "I possess a method to heal your legs, enabling you to wield a blade once more." Thunderous. It must be said, this temptation was utterly irresistible for the golden lion. Is what you say true? The golden lion's eyes widened, filled with an insatiable yearning, his voice trembling as he inquired. Jiang Liufeng gently lifted the hood of his purple robe, revealing his striking features framed by cascading purple locks. His piercing eyes, filled with intensity, were fixed unwaveringly on the golden lion, as he proclaimed with utmost sincerity, "I speak without jest." Whether it was due to overwhelming excitement or the contagious authenticity of Jiang Liufeng's words, the golden lion trembled slightly, taking a considerable pause before resolutely declaring, "I, Golden Lion Shiki, swear to the heavens. If you can restore my legs, I shall follow you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's face lit up with a brilliant smile, exclaiming, "Consider it done." He extended his hand towards the golden lion, asserting, to stand atop the peak and gaze upon the myriad mountains. Instinctively, the golden lion grasped his hand, brimming with enthusiasm, and echoed, to stand atop the peak and gaze upon the myriad mountains. Ha ha! Snap! Snap! At the moment their hands clasped, the petrified onlookers regained their senses. Wow, what have we just witnessed? They marveled at the sight of the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, being captivated by the extraordinary, radiant Jiang Liufeng. This was monumental news. Indeed, it was colossal news. Ha ha! As the crowd buzzed with a myriad of thoughts, a figure soared across the sky. It seemed that it would not be long before the news of Golden Lion Shiki joining the Dawn would echo through every corner of the world. This truly was a formidable alliance. It was likely that few could stand in the way of the Dawn crew's ascent to greatness in this new world. Jiang Liufeng assisted Shiryu, who was seated on the ground, gently touching his nose and saying, "Shiryu, your hand." Shiryu, aware of Jiang Liufeng's intention, responded with a bright smile, dismissively saying, "It's nothing. I brought this upon myself, so you need not blame yourself. Besides, if you possess the capability to restore my severed leg, then healing this mere broken arm should be a trivial matter, wouldn't you agree?" In response to the meaningful smile of the golden lion, Jiang Liufeng confidently nodded and declared, "You are absolutely right. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your wishes." Chapter 75, Yet. I have arrived. After exchanging a confirming glance, the golden lion burst into a hearty laugh. Ha ha, excellent. With this matter settled, the only thing left is the contention over the rightful ownership of the fruit. Jiang Liufeng stood tall and proud like a standard bearer, his commanding presence capturing everything within the confines of the cage. Suddenly, he noticed something, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Well then, our affair is concluded. Let us proceed that way." It seems intriguing events are unfolding. The Golden Lion paused, then, sensing the same, nodded with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Absolutely. I do relish a good commotion." With a clear objective, the Golden Lion trailed behind Jiang Liufeng, and together, they departed with an air of nonchalance. Under the fervent gazes of their eager companions, where were these two titans headed? Who could say? Most likely, they were off to seek out other formidable opponents for a clash. Goodness, we must follow closely. We'll miss the prime positions for observation. Indeed, let us trail behind the masters. However, a lingering sense of unease crept into their minds. What exactly are we doing here? I wonder the same. Never mind. As long as we stay in step with the masters, all is well. Thus, a throng of followers trailed Jiang Liufeng and the Golden Lion, marching grandly from the western edge of the forest towards the east. This scene was simultaneously broadcasted by the transponder snail to the grand screen in Rosa, leaving the audience utterly astonished. They had not anticipated such a riveting spectacle in the arena. Barely had the match begun when an epic confrontation was set into motion, culminating in an unforeseen conclusion. In an instant, the entirety of Rosa erupted in excitement, tales of Jiang Liufeng's conquest over the Golden Lion spreading like wildfire through the streets. As the saying goes, talent emerges with the changing tides, each generation surpassing the last. This battle also symbolized the twilight of an era dominated by the old maritime overlords, heralding the rise of a new cadre of exceptionally powerful pirates. As the western battlefield drew to a close, the transponder snail adeptly sifted through the tumultuous conflicts. After skipping over several minor skirmishes, the focus settled on a desolate rocky hill in the east. Shadows began to materialize on the screen, and as the camera zoomed in, the figures became clearer. Atop the rocky outcrop stood a man radiating a blue luminescence. The hill, modest in height at about 10 meters, was surrounded by a thicket of shrubs and trees, now unrecognizable and in disarray, evidence of a recent fierce battle. This man, gazing intently at the throng assailing him, wiped the blood from his lips and boasted, "The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, hardly a challenge." This individual was none other than Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Unbeknownst to him, as Jiang Liufeng and the Golden Lion clashed, Marco was besieged by a coalition comprised of the Yonko and the warlord's subordinates. Just as the skirmish reached a fever pitch, 3 unexpected figures arrived, halting the initial wave of attacks. It was the trio of Red Count, who had been wandering nearby. Sensing their arrival, both sides ceased hostilities, with Jack's faction eyeing the newcomers warily. One Marco was already a formidable challenge. What were the intentions of this new group? Were they friend or foe? A flurry of questions swirled in their minds, necessitating careful deliberation. Jack, the brutish warrior, was irked by the interruption and bellowed, "What do you shadowy figures want here? Begone." In response, Smuggy frowned slightly. The phrase brawn without brains seemed fitting in this context. Given the current situation, such remarks were nothing short of asking for trouble. Indeed, as soon as he spoke, Vardo took offense, having merely come to observe the spectacle, only to be met with hostility upon arrival. After all, the Don's crew were no ordinary individuals. They were prominent figures in their own right, unwilling to indulge Jack's ill temper. "Who owns this road? We shall go where we please. Your permission is unnecessary," Vardo retorted. "You better recognize your place. In the presence of elites like us, you are insignificant. You little brat. When I was imprisoned, you were still in your cradle. What do you have to show off about?" The two engaged in a war of words, exchanging insults freely, inadvertently granting Marco a reprieve. Though his strength exceeded that of his assailants, he was still outnumbered, and the onslaught had taken its toll. Smuggy, unable to tolerate the escalating tension, interjected, "Enough, Jack. If a fight is to occur, let us make it swift before their captain arrives." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "But here I am." With a crackle of electricity, a dashing figure appeared before them. Smuggy's pupils constricted. Their side was now in a precarious position. They were well aware of Jiang Liufeng's prowess, a man capable of confronting 3 admirals head-on. "Are you intending to strike at my people?" Jiang Liufeng said, tossing his hair nonchalantly, his expression devoid of emotion. Before Smuggy could respond, Jack, in a frenzy, unsheathed his short sword and charged at Jiang Liufeng, shouting, "I've long found you irksome. I'll take you down first, then claim Marco's head." Smuggy's brow furrowed. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Yet she understood the principle of self-preservation and reluctantly followed along with her 2 sisters. There is no need to elaborate on Jiang Liufeng. Even from the moment Jack displayed his murderous intent in the square, Jiang Liufeng had already placed him on his blacklist. Since the adversary willingly sought his demise, he bore no reluctance in delivering the final judgment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the hammer of thunder was firmly in his grasp, and he met Jack with a strike of unparalleled might. Clang! The clash of blade and hammer produced a resounding shockwave, sending debris flying in all directions. With a single blow, Jack's complexion shifted dramatically. Was this power not excessive? The force of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strike left even Jack, whose physical prowess was considerable as a Zoan-type ability user, feeling the numbing reverberation in his grip. How immense was his physical strength. Little did he realize that Jiang Liufeng possessed the formidable physique of the third-generation rampage, far surpassing any animal transformation. Meeting Jack's astonished gaze, Jiang Liufeng arched an eyebrow and smiled, offering him no chance to react before delivering another powerful blow. This strike was further infused with the might of electricity. Should Jack falter even slightly, he might find himself facing dire consequences. Chapter 76. They are competing in size, aren't they? As Jiang Liufeng launched a powerful strike, Jack, unwilling to show any hesitation, transformed his arms into those of a colossal elephant, wielding his blade in defense against Jiang's assault. This transformation allowed him just enough strength to deflect the incoming blow. It must be acknowledged that while Jack's brashness was evident, his prowess as one of Kaido's three calamities was undeniable. His ability to harness the powers of his devil fruit was commendable, as his arms morphed into a beastly form while retaining the human shape of his palms, enabling him to wield weapons effectively. After activating his devil fruit powers, Jack managed to hold his ground against Jiang Liufeng. Yet, he could not escape the misfortune of being continually pressured in battle, enduring the struggle while hoping that Smuggy would swiftly conclude her own fight to assist him against Jiang. Unbeknownst to Jack, Smuggy was embroiled in her own fierce confrontation with the Red Count. Initially, they believed that apart from Jiang Liufeng, the only formidable opponent from the Dawn crew was Wald. The likes of Old Sand seemed insignificant in their eyes. To their astonishment, another formidable figure emerged from the Dawn crew, cloaked in a purple thunder robe, obscuring their appearance. Not only did this individual wield the lightning that rightfully belonged to Shiryu, but their swordsmanship was also unparalleled. Within mere minutes of engagement, Smuggy found herself barely able to defend, let alone counterattack. While she marveled at the opponent's formidable strength, she was equally curious about their identity. Despite her taunts, her adversary remained unperturbed, wholly engrossed in the fluidity of their combat style. This person was indeed terrifying. Eventually, Smuggy concluded that their strength might rival that of Jiang Liufeng. With a flurry of sword energy, the Red Count relentlessly pressed the attack, forcing Smuggy into a precarious situation. Her allies were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Wald to contend with a second-rate opponent, Pika. Although Pika was not weak, in the presence of such formidable foes, he barely qualified as a second-rate fighter. Nevertheless, his devil fruit abilities were noteworthy. Wald, armed with dual pistols, found himself unable to effectively counter the burrowing Pika and was compelled to engage in close combat. In this proximity, Pika's weaknesses became apparent. Despite his proficient use of armament Haki, he was no match for the seasoned Wald. Each solid punch from Wald sent Pika grimacing in pain, their levels of armament Haki evidently mismatched. Moreover, with the speed enhancement from Wald's devil fruit, he was able to deliver 3 punches for every one thrown by Pika. Thus, Pika was reduced to a state of retreat, akin to a groundhog, only daring to emerge when he could strike back. Meanwhile, Old Sand, feeling increasingly aggrieved, glared at Smuggy's 2 sisters, 16-year-old Snamon and 15-year-old Strawn, who had joined the fray. He felt an urge to curse under his breath. Why should he face 2 opponents when all others were seasoned warriors? Observing the sisters, he felt the inadequacies of relying solely on his natural devil fruit powers, which had become evident since entering the new world. In this realm dominated by Haki, relying solely on fruit abilities was a daunting challenge. As he struggled against the 2 women, Old Sand determined it was time to showcase the results of his recent training. With a fierce shout, dark threads coiled around his hands, stabilizing after a flicker of light. His armament Haki began to manifest, combined with the agility of his natural powers. He could now contend with the 2 women, finally gaining a fighting chance. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the Dawn crew. Meanwhile, Little Ma, perched on a hillside, found himself in a state of confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be a confrontation with him? Why had he suddenly become a mere observer? Yet, he couldn't help but acknowledge the might of the Dawn crew. Jiang Liufeng's strength was undeniable, as was the hidden prowess of the swordsman. As he pondered the unfolding battle, he felt a sense of calm amidst the chaos. However, Smuggy's expression turned grave, urging everyone to retreat toward the suspension bridge, stating that the terrain was against them. Her juice fruit powers were ineffective in the arid landscape, and extracting juice from such formidable opponents was an insurmountable task. With a determined thought, she resolved to shift the battlefield to the suspension bridge, seeking a water source to bolster her strength. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, Jack and the others retreated while continuing to fight, eventually reaching the bridge's edge. Smuggy clenched her teeth, ready to risk injury as she unleashed a desperate series of strikes against the Red Count, not hoping for much, but merely buying precious time. As her attack landed, she swiftly retreated toward the river beneath the bridge. The Red Count, having only taken a half step back, had already dissipated Smuggy's sword energy, ready to pursue her. In that moment, the 2 sisters, who had been keeping Old Sand at bay, understood what Smuggy's actions signified. The 15-year-old intercepted the Red Count, engaging him to buy Smuggy more time. Anxious and fervent, Smuggy plunged her blade into the water, drawing in the liquid. The sword glimmered with a chilling radiance, mist swirling around the blade as it greedily absorbed the river's water, enhancing her strength visibly. At that moment, just as the 15-year-old could no longer withstand the Red Count's onslaught and was felled by a devastating strike, Smuggy's latent fury surged forth. If not now, then when? With a thunderous roar, Jack and Pika understood immediately, unleashing their own ferocity. With a resounding clash, two titanic forms materialized before all present, a colossal ancient mammoth and a gigantic fortress-like figure, alongside Smuggy, who had absorbed the water and grown to a mountain-like stature. The three titans stood side by side, surveying Jiang Liufeng and his crew with disdainful gazes. This sudden turn of events left Jiang Liufeng's group momentarily taken aback, not in fear, but in disbelief. Having been relentlessly pressured, Jack and his companions felt a surge of vindication as they gazed down upon the Dawn crew, now appearing as insignificant as ants. With a triumphant flourish, Jack swung his powerful elephantine trunk, taunting Jiang Liufeng. "You were quite bold just now. Let us see you maintain that bravado." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng no longer felt anxious. He crossed his arms and approached Valdo, Old Shah, and the tardy Golden Lion, exchanging glances with them. With a meaningful smile, he remarked, "Are they comparing sizes, my friends? Are you ready?" Chapter 77, The Navy Scheme. Meanwhile, within the Marshal's office at Marine Headquarters in Marineford, our Marshal Sengoku was in a state of turmoil. What on earth was happening? Jiang Liufeng had recruited the Golden Lion? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku felt a surge of blood rush to his head, leaving him momentarily dizzy. This was intolerable. Sengoku sensed that if he did not retire soon, he might suffer a stroke. Jiang Liufeng, that fellow, embodies the essence of hope and miracles every single day. This is truly enough to leave Sengoku in a state of despair. Gazing into the mirror, he reflects on how just 10 days prior he was brimming with youthful vigor, exuding the confidence of a man in his prime, with a demeanor reminiscent of a carefree youth. Yet now, he finds himself burdened by sorrow. His once lustrous black hair, now interspersed with gray, falling out in clumps. In a moment of foreboding, he senses that the events surrounding Rosa might soon meet a grim fate. "Go, summon all the commanders with floral insignias to the conference room." He wearily instructed the guard at the door with a wave of his hand. Seated at the head of the conference table, Sengoku tossed aside the document in his hand and spoke in a calm, yet grave tone. "Take a look at this." The bewildered naval commanders began to peruse the papers, and their expressions quickly shifted from confusion to horror. When it was Karp's turn, the old man nearly leapt out of his seat, almost colliding with the ceiling in shock. "Is this for real?" The contents of the document were an earth-shattering blow to the Navy. The Golden Lion had inexplicably joined forces with Jiang Liufeng. What on earth was happening? The Red Count, Warlord Wald, and now the Golden Lion. Was Jiang Liufeng truly intent on recruiting all the legendary pirates? If so, what hope did they have? A mere visit to the Navy headquarters would be enough to fill their cups. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon the naval commanders. They could no longer ignore the fact that this Dawn crew possessed the extraordinary strength to shake the very foundations of the Navy headquarters. Observing the despondent expressions of his comrades, Sengoku's ire flared. "Is it useful to wallow in despair here?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly. "As members of the Navy, it is our duty to uphold maritime order. Shall we falter in the face of adversity?" His succinct words roused many from their gloom. Indeed, avoidance is futile. Facing challenges head-on is the hallmark of a true hero. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Sengoku seized the moment to inquire, "Let us discuss how we might confront this crew. What practical strategies do we have?" He posed the question, for he was at his wit's end, unable to find clarity in his thoughts. The usually astute Sengoku found himself quite at a loss this time. Furthermore, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. With more minds at work, he hoped someone might devise a solution. Silence enveloped the conference room as everyone pondered the issue. After a prolonged pause, Kizaru finally rapped the table, saying, "I do have an idea, though it seems rather perilous." A glance from Akiji conveyed skepticism, recalling Kizaru's previous reckless ventures against Jiang Liufeng that left him unsettled. "You're just a traitor. What can you possibly contribute?" others thought. Yet Kizaru's words sparked a glimmer of hope among them as they eagerly turned to him for guidance. Sengoku, who had been silent, suddenly sat up straighter. "Speak quickly." Kizaru adjusted his cloak and shrugged at Akiji before continuing. "Lure Jiang Liufeng to the Navy headquarters and surround him at Marineford." A heavy silence fell over the room. "Are you serious? How would a pirate willingly come to Marineford to be ambushed?" Sengoku's expression darkened. "Kizaru, surely you jest." "Calm down. Let me elaborate," he urged. "The upcoming significant event presents us with an opportunity. Not only will the entire battle strength of the Navy headquarters be present, but even our recently recruited forces and the warlords will attend." He paused to gauge their reactions, then continued, "Consider this. With the warlords, the new candidates for the Admiralty, and the likes of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Karp, and Teacher Zifa, we will have the combined might of 13 formidable combatants present to address the situation. We will have ample strength to deal with Jiang Liufeng." Sengoku nodded, acknowledging the power at their disposal, but questioned, "What makes you think Jiang Liufeng will come?" "That is simple. We must observe the outcome of the Dressrosa situation. If Doflamingo captures Jiang Liufeng, we need not worry. However, if Jiang Liufeng defeats Doflamingo, we can extend an invitation for him to become a warlord, summoning him to the significant event." Akiji exclaimed, "We feign compliance. Yet we are secretly luring him into a trap. Brilliant." It must be said, this often unreliable colleague finally earned his keep, and Akiji felt a surge of satisfaction. Casting a grateful glance at Kizaru, the Naval High Command beamed with renewed hope. After enduring countless defeats at Jiang Liufeng's hands, they had finally received a glimmer of promising news. Could this strategy tarnish the Navy's reputation? Would it breed distrust among the other warlords? Zifa inquired, frowning. Akainu sprang to his feet, his countenance fierce. Does the Navy have any dignity left? If we can eliminate the pirate threat, who cares about appearances? As for the warlords, the newly recruited admirals openly expressed their desire to abolish the warlord system. The collaboration between the Navy and pirates is inherently disgraceful. Ridding ourselves of this bond would be a welcome change. After considering everyone's input, Sengoku concluded that no better strategy seemed available. He straightened up, addressing the final question. "How can we ensure Jiang Liufeng will accept our invitation and come to Marineford?" Kizaru wore a knowing smile. "We shall see what kind of envoy we select to extend the invitation to this hot-headed, impetuous young man." Everyone exchanged knowing smiles, collectively voicing, "Boa Hancock." Sengoku slammed the table once more, this time with a glimmer of enthusiasm. "Excellent. It's settled. Inform the Empress to report to Marineford at once. Kizaru, you shall undertake this task with utmost urgency." Meeting adjourned. Yes. As the naval officers emerged from the conference room, heads held high and spirits renewed. A wave of confusion swept through them. What is happening? Did someone inject them with steroids? Why the exuberance? The timeline once again returns to the battlefield of Dressrosa. The previously arrogant and overbearing Jack, one of the three calamities, now bears a countenance as grim as if he had consumed something vile. Faced with a group of bizarre beings before him, he finds himself at a loss for words. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to utter a remark about measuring size, Jack sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Indeed, the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. Jiang Liufeng was enveloped in surging lightning energy, fully unleashing his powers, and executed a move known as the 200 million volt Thunder God. His entire being transformed into a magnificent lightning giant, clad in armor and wielding a mighty hammer, glaring fiercely and captivating all who beheld him. His form even elongated, resembling his mammoth state closely. Baldo let out a hearty laugh. Finally presented with the opportunity to demonstrate the second function of his fruit's ability, which allowed him to amplify himself or objects by a factor of 1 to 100. Without hesitation, he expanded himself 20-fold, standing tall amidst the heavens, visibly exuberant. Having boarded the Dawn's pirate ship, Valdo's brilliance had been overshadowed by Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count, leaving him without a worthy opponent until now. The moment had finally arrived, igniting his excitement as he prepared to unleash his full potential. Old Sand, of course, needed no introduction, utilizing his natural fruit abilities in conjunction with the advantageous terrain. He conjured a colossal sandstorm, transforming into a giant. However, compared to the substantial transformations of his comrades, his appearance seemed somewhat fragile. Although the Golden Lion had received a thorough lesson from Jiang Liufeng, he had evidently recuperated during this time and was still capable of considerable power. Once again unleashing a move known as Earthquake, 8 majestic lions sprang forth, encircling Jack's trio of combatants with formidable precision. These Earth Lions appeared almost lifelike, exuding a menacing aura, their claws poised to pounce and rend the five into oblivion. As the saying goes, what cannot kill you can frighten you to death. And indeed, Jack and his companions were ashen-faced, despair rising uncontrollably within them. Were it not for their steadfast resolve, they might have knelt in supplication at any moment. Jack, filled with rage and sorrow, contemplated his animal fruit abilities, which granted him a robust physique and, upon awakening, the ability to transform into colossal beasts. This should have been a unique blessing. Yet, to his dismay, these natural and superhuman wretches exhibited no sense of martial honor. The natural and superhuman abilities, with their agility, versatility, and diverse applications, had already relegated the animal fruit users to a position of insignificance. Jack lamented that what he once considered his greatest advantage now seemed utterly trivial before his adversaries. Looking up, he saw Marco, seemingly reveling in the moment, surrounded by blue ethereal flames, soaring majestically between heaven and earth as a phoenix. Once more, he suffered grievously in silence. It was one thing for others to possess superior powers, but why did his fellow animal fruit users appear so grand and illustrious while he felt like a mere brute? Battered and foolish? Unable to endure any longer, Jack's fury ignited, pushing him to the brink of madness. With a primal roar, he charged fiercely toward Jiang Liufeng, disregarding everything in his path. Transforming into the Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng wore a visage imbued with an aura of valor. With a confident grin, he stepped forward, seizing Jack's massive tusk with both hands, effectively halting his advance. Jack was taken aback, instinctively raising his enormous trunk, reinforced with armed Haki, and swept it toward Jiang Liufeng as if to scatter an army. How astonishingly swift is the movement of Jiang Liufeng amidst the flashes of lightning. In the very instant when the elephant's trunk swept towards him, he vanished in a heartbeat, only to reappear in the same position once the trunk had passed. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Jiang Liufeng had momentarily ceased to exist, yet paradoxically, it felt as if he had never moved at all, an enigma beyond comprehension. Jack, filled with defiance, swung the elephant's trunk wildly, obliterating everything in his vicinity. In that fleeting moment, the flora and fauna were reduced to mere fragments. The air was rendered thick and tumultuous, with dust and debris swirling chaotically, transforming what was once a serene and vibrant green forest into a barren wasteland, devoid of life, stretching out as far as the eye could see in a desolate expanse of yellow earth. The calamity of drought was indeed aptly named. The spectacle was magnificent. The momentum was grand. Yet, from the perspective of their clash, it appeared rather futile. No matter how formidable his destructive force, he ultimately could not lay a finger on a single hair of Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng effortlessly evaded his attacks, returning to his original position with an air of calmness. This was far more despairing than Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua. Jack poured all his strength into his elephant trunk, delivering relentless, frenzied strikes that began to take a toll on his body. His eyes rolled slightly back, froth escaping from his mouth, and his fervent desire for power remained unfulfilled, causing the tension he had been gripping to gradually loosen, leading him to retreat. It was likely that he would not last much longer before succumbing to defeat. The two were engaged in a spirited duel, while other battles were equally thrilling. One could see Smuggy brandishing a massive sword, astonishingly engaging Valdo in long-range combat. Her colossal sword had absorbed enough moisture to stretch to 100 meters in length. The continuous, distant slashes forced Valdo to leap and dodge, causing the ground to tremble violently. The little brothers who had hurried to the battlefield to witness the spectacle barely had time to observe the situation before they were sent reeling by the shockwaves generated by Valdo's evasions. Just moments ago, they had been assaulted by the Golden Lion, and now chaos ensued once more. Everyone retreated, realizing that these formidable foes were far from ordinary. They resembled a battalion of giants in combat. It was terrifying. Was this what masters were like? They seemed capable of anything. Enough talk, let us leave quickly. The tremors are making me feel nauseous. Valdo's relentless assaults were repeatedly thwarted by Smuggy, as she was indeed one of the 3 stellar generals under the Great Madam. Despite her strength, Valdo, frustrated by his fruitless close-quarters attempts, finally leapt back 100 meters, gasping for breath. Smuggy sheathed her blade, replenishing its moisture by plunging it into the water, her face radiating triumph. Valdo, to be frank, your crew relies solely on Jiang Liufeng and that enigmatic swordsman to maintain any semblance of control. Your mere 500 million pirates are insignificant before me. Chapter 79, the moment of action in stark contrast to the temporary ceasefire between Valdo and Smuggy, the Golden Lion was reveling in his amusement. He had unwittingly placed Pika, a lesser foe, directly into his hands, akin to presenting a mouse to a large cat. No, upon closer inspection, it was more like delivering a mole, imposing. Powerful lions were fixated on Pika, relentlessly pouncing upon him. It was as if they were dragging him across the ground. Pika, left with no choice, burrowed underground. Now, the Golden Lion, commanding his 8 lion subordinates, had effectively cornered Pika like a corpse. The legendary pirate's observation Haki was simply beyond what Pika could contend with. In the Golden Lion's perception, Pika had nowhere to hide. Evasion was futile. Each time Pika dared to surface, the gaping maws of the 8 lions lunged at him, swiftly reducing the stone giant he had summoned to mere rubble. Once again, he was forced to retreat underground. There was no alternative. The lion's razor-sharp teeth were imbued with the Golden Lion's armament Haki, and a careless mistake could lead to his utter annihilation. The most leisurely of all was the ostentatious Crocodile. At this moment, he stood atop the summit of a colossal silhouette formed by the sandstorm, side by side with Marco, who had been spectating for the entire morning. Although Crocodile seemed to harbor a considerable bias against the Whitebeard pirates and had not extended any courtesy toward Marco, boredom had set in. Their captain appeared disinclined to engage Marco, prompting Crocodile to temporarily set aside his grievances and engage in a casual conversation. Crocodile, your crew is truly bizarre, Marco remarked, observing the extraordinary clashes around them with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Captain and the others are remarkably strong. Although Crocodile replied in a calm tone, Marco could discern genuine respect for these individuals in his eyes. A smile crept across Marco's face. He had not expected to witness Crocodile's genuine admiration. It seemed that even you, Crocodile, have found a day to sincerely submit. Clearly, your captain possesses a magnetic charisma. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he realized he had unwittingly become part of this team, even referring to Jiang Liufeng as captain in his mind. He stood in stunned silence before Marco's comment jolted him from his reverie, awakening an understanding that Jiang Liufeng had left an indelible mark upon him. At this moment, Crocodile recognized that he had been genuinely captivated by someone, willing to wholeheartedly follow this young man with purple hair, barely 20 years old. Shaken from his brief astonishment, Crocodile unexpectedly wore a rare, sunny smile. Marco could hardly believe his eyes. Seeing such a smile on Crocodile's face was almost unbelievable. You've changed. Perhaps. I find myself increasingly curious about your captain. Do temper that curiosity. Otherwise, we may inadvertently become comrades, Crocodile replied with a knowing smile. Marco chuckled, neither confirming nor denying it. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, an unusual phenomenon erupted on the battlefield. The previously immobile birdcage began to constrict gradually, causing terror among the nearby small fry. They frantically attempted to resist the cage's advance, but for reasons unknown, this seemingly linear construct was remarkably resilient. No matter how they struggled, it remained impervious to their efforts. Hands were raised to block, feet were kicked to repel, and even boulders were moved to obstruct. Yet they were still cut down effortlessly. This truly terrified everyone present. They erupted in curses. Doflamingo, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to slaughter us all? Devil, you are a devil. Yet their outbursts merely served as a fleeting release of their anger, as no one paid them any heed. In Doflamingo's ruthless mind, these small fry were merely tools for his amusement, their lives as insignificant as ants, utterly inconsequential. Just as expected, Doflamingo, you shall pay. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes. Possessing the ability to foresee such a move, he remained unfazed. What incensed him was Doflamingo's intent to annihilate them. He raised his gaze to the sky, where the sun hung high in the center. Noon was approaching. If that is the case, there is no need for further discussion. Let us end this quickly. Jiang Liufeng's expression hardened as he spoke with gravity. Do not rush. Let us enjoy this a little longer. Haha. Just then, an unwelcome voice rang out. The crowd turned to see Doflamingo. Accompanying his voice was a piercing sound that sliced through the air. Swish. A thread as thin as a hair, dark as iron, silently shot towards Jiang Liufeng's back. But how formidable was Jiang Liufeng's observation Haki? Moreover, Jack's pressure on him was negligible. In the instant the fine thread grazed Jiang Liufeng's body, he vanished with a swift whoosh. The smile on Doflamingo's face abruptly faded. Yet, while his smile was restrained, the attack was not. That slender line shot straight into one of Jack's eyes. A chilling roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Jack's eye was obliterated, his breath faltering, and he could not maintain his fruitability. Thus, he reverted to his human form, clutching his left eye in agony as he writhed on the ground. Ah, my eye Doflamingo, I will kill you. I will surely kill you. With one of his generals down before the battle even began, Doflamingo's expression darkened significantly. He never anticipated Jiang Liufeng would react so swiftly. His strike, which he believed to be a sure hit, had been evaded. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's ambush, the enraged Red Count, who had already dispatched Big Mom's 15th and 16th daughters, drew his weapon, the thunderstorm, and prepared to charge at Doflamingo. Old Sand, who had been idly chatting, moved into action as well, seizing his opportunity. However, they were not the fastest. Someone else was quicker. Bang! Marco, surrounded by blue spiritual flames and empowered by his phoenix form, moved with astonishing speed, preempting both the Red Count and Old Sand. With his armament Haki-enhanced kick, he struck Doflamingo's chest, sending him flying. Roar! Marco bellowed with dominance. Finally, he had a moment to shine. Doflamingo, utterly speechless, never expected that his attempt to sneak in and claim ahead would result in a line of adversaries waiting to confront him. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt a surge of dread. Chapter 80. The return of thunder. Having gained a hard-won moment in the spotlight, Marco cherished it dearly. He offered Doflamingo no respite. And after a brief pause, he was fully energized. With a flash, he pursued the flying Doflamingo, retracting his wings to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Doflamingo struggled to defend himself, let alone retaliate. Marco unleashed a relentless barrage of over 100 punches before extending his arms again, revealing his phoenix wings anew. Executing a front flip, he delivered a devastating kick to Doflamingo's abdomen. Doflamingo let out a muffled groan, his body crashing into the ground like cannon fire, creating a tremendous upheaval as rocks flew in all directions. The earth was left with an unfathomable gaping hole, raising concerns about whether Doflamingo would emerge again. Gulp. The onlooking subordinates swallowed hard. How formidable. Truly deserving of the title of captain of Whitebeard's 1st Division. Valdo watched with delight, exclaiming, excellent. So satisfying. Now I must finish my own business swiftly. Smudgy, clearly taken aback by Marco's thunderous display, quickly refocused her mind. Humph. Valdo, you realize you can barely hold on, don't you? Valdo shook his head, retorting, no. What I mean is, I'll swiftly deal with you. Smudgy scoffed, if you have the ability, then come at me. She brandished her sword, its tip pointed skyward, laden with a palpable challenge. Why would I come to you? Valdo chuckled, pulling out 2 glimmering golden pistols. At that moment, the diminutive size of the guns contrasted sharply with Valdo's imposing figure. Buddy, it took me quite a while to grip these. I almost crushed them. His flustered demeanor evoked laughter from Smudgy. Ha ha ha, you're killing me, Valdo. Are you out of your mind? Thinking you can use, before she could finish. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, no way. The 2 pistols in Valdo's hands had transformed from seemingly trivial objects into enormous black holes. A chill coursed through Smudgy as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. No, Valdo, you. Valdo mercilessly interrupted her. Time flies, doesn't it? It's time to say goodbye. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted. No, this wasn't mere gunfire. It was akin to cannon fire. The onlookers were caught off guard. Their heads ringing from the deafening blasts, their eardrums nearly ruptured. Who am I? Where am I? Smudgy's heart raced with terror as she fought back with all her might. But the immense force of the firearms was beyond her capacity to withstand. Valdo was a man capable of obliterating an entire marine fort. You think this is a joke? A single round of cannon fire sent Smudgy hurtling through the air. While it wouldn't kill her, the force catapulted her faster than Jiang Liufeng's lightning strikes. Smudgy's face paled, yet she defiantly shouted, Valdo, I will kill you. Prepare to face the wrath of our entire Big Mom pirate crew. Mother and my second brother will grind you to dust. Valdo exhaled the smoke from his pistol, his figure gradually shrinking. Perhaps, but you won't live to see that day. Oh, by the way, I vaguely recall that 500 million bounty being from 30 years ago. So, Valdo smiled goodbye. Upon hearing his words, a sinister thought crept into Smudgy's mind. What did that mean? In the next instant, as if struck by lightning, Smudgy turned around sharply. But it was already too late. Her pupils constricted. No. Before the words could escape her lips, the fine threads of the birdcage were already brushing against her nose. The armament Haki she had just summoned had not even fully enveloped her. Zing plop. Plop, the sound of heavy objects plunging into the water echoed in the ears of those present. Thus, in the Battle of Rosa, aided by Doflamingo, one of the three commanders of the Yonko Big Mom, the juicer minister, with a bounty of 932 million berries, was sent packing. Smudgy's defeat left an indelible mark on the spectators. Whether engaged in combat or merely watching, everyone was utterly astonished. This was a formidable ally of the Yonko. To be referred to as a quasi-emperor was no exaggeration, and yet, she was so easily dispatched by Valdo. How could one not be amazed? Though Valdo's maneuver had an air of opportunism, capturing Smudgy was no simple feat. However, on the battlefield, victors are honored while the vanquished are scorned. Today's battle would undoubtedly embellish Valdo's record with a remarkable achievement. Jack's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that in this world, someone dared to strike against one of the four emperors. Initially, he thought that even in defeat, he could simply return to his leader for vengeance. However, a gnawing fear took root within him, as he realized that if he did not seek a glimmer of hope soon, he might meet the same grim fate as Smudgy. Suppressing his agony, he summoned the formidable mammoth form once more, prepared to fight to the death. Yet, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Liufeng, who had been right before him, had vanished. A jolt of alarm surged through him. Where had he gone? He began to glance around anxiously. At last, he spotted a group of onlooking younger brothers. Their mouths agape, heads lifted high, eyes brimming with terror, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. A bead of sweat trickled down Jack's forehead. In that moment, he felt shrouded by an ominous aura of death. The innate instincts of animals, honed to detect danger, caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Steeling himself, he laboriously shifted his gaze upward. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the sky, forcing Jack to squint, unable to look directly. Yet, in that fleeting glance, he discerned the scene. Jiang Liufeng stood aloft, one hand raised with a jovial smile, cradling a colossal sphere of lightning in his palm. The return of the thunder. Jack's legs turned to jelly, nearly causing him to lose control. The onlooking younger brothers were equally astonished by this display. Fortunately, Jiang Liufeng and his crew had previously engaged in a game of size comparison, prompting the younger brothers to retreat to a safe distance. Had they remained within the sphere's reach, they would have been paralyzed by fear, left to await their doom in stunned silence. It was utterly breathtaking, far more shocking than anything seen in the newspapers. What on earth was that? It seemed so exaggerated. Was it a spirit bomb? Cough, cough. Wrong context, focus. This was clearly a massive lightning release Rasengan. The younger brother sandwiched in the middle twitched at the corners of his mouth upon hearing the conversation. Damn it. This is a pirate story. The nonsensical references you're throwing around are still to come. Can we stick to the narrative? Chapter 81, A Conspiracy. While the others chatted nonchalantly, Jack's heart raced with unease. Human instinct harbors a primal fear of fire and lightning, let alone the immense sphere of lightning looming above. The flickering arcs of electric serpents and the heat generated by the intense voltage made Jack feel as though he were staring death in the face. Am I going to die? No, I refuse to die. He bared his teeth and howled to the heavens, unleashing 120% of his potential. His already steel-like fur hardened further, his entire back turning as dark as iron, as the armament Haki enveloped an expansive area. Jiang Liufeng, let me, the Drought Jack, receive your strike. I shall shatter your undefeated legend. Jiang Liufeng gently lowered his raised arm, speaking effortlessly, as you wish. As he pressed down, the terrifying lightning bolt surged straight towards Jack. Oh no, the boss is serious. Retreat. Valdo recoiled, fear gripping him even as a comrade. He bolted without a second thought. Following suit were Lao Sha, the Red Count, and Golden Lion, all fleeing in haste. Jack's pupils constricted, terror swelling within him as he beheld the approaching lightning. The immense mammoth trembled uncontrollably, shaking the very ground beneath, its jaw quivering, teeth clattering in a cacophony of dread. Regret consumed him. He lamented his foolishness in provoking such a formidable figure. Why had he chosen to feign bravado and resist? Wasn't it wiser to kneel and plead for mercy, thereby salvaging his life? What worth was there in maintaining face or dignity when his life hung in the balance? With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes, unwilling to witness the impending doom as the lightning descended. Boom! The earth shook with the resounding thunder, reverberating throughout Dressrosa. As the dust settled, the forest bore the scars of a meteor strike. A massive crater formed, surrounded by trees ignited by searing heat, ablaze with ferocious flames. Within the crater lay a figure, unrecognizable and shrouded in darkness. After a moment of stunned silence, someone finally reacted, swallowing hard and stammering, "Jack. Jack has been defeated." Boom. The sound reverberated like thunder, rousing everyone in Dressrosa from their stupor. Wow. My goodness. In just a single morning, the Dawn Brigade has felled the 4 Emperor's Big Mom and 2 of Kaido's generals. Madness. This world has gone insane. The new world is on the brink of transformation. Such power. Who could withstand Jiang Liufeng's lightning strike? I adore you, Jiang Liufeng. I want to bear your children. The crowd erupted with fervent exclamations, voices mingling in a chorus of uncontainable excitement. The strong have an innate ability to stir emotions within others, becoming objects of admiration and the focal point of the world. Jiang Liufeng has accomplished it. Whether it be the competitors immersed in the thrilling contest or the ordinary citizens observing through the lens of a video call, at this moment, a singular name reverberates in their minds. Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng. At this moment, one of the 3 calamities under the 4 Emperors Kaido, the drought disaster Jack, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Incredible. Have you seen this? Truly astonishing. In a corner of the competition venue, a contestant excitedly gestured animatedly to the bearded man beside him. I saw it. Such extraordinary grace, rivaling even the 4 emperors. The bearded man replied, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Huh, why are you touching my backside, brother? Oh, please don't push me, that hurts. I didn't do anything. The bearded man said, bewildered. Both of them, puzzled, turned to look back. Goodness. The birdcage. They noticed that the birdcage was still contracting. And it seemed that these 2 young fellows had just been so mesmerized that they had forgotten all about it. Run. The young man fled in despair. In the sky above, Jiang Liufeng descended slowly, having withdrawn his powers, transforming back into the usual calm, purple-haired youth. Few it seems the matter is nearing its conclusion. Surely no one will dare challenge them again, right? The first to approach was Little Ma, possessing the immortal bird fruit. He felt almost entirely unafraid of the lightning strikes, and thus did not hide, relishing the breathtaking scene up close. You are truly formidable, he said to Jiang Liufeng. You are not lacking either, Jiang Liufeng replied. They exchanged a knowing glance and burst into joyful laughter, though few words were spoken. Each recognized in the other's gaze a mutual desire to ascertain superiority. Just as the 2 appreciated each other's strengths in silence, a slender thread spun nearby, intertwining into a dense human figure, ultimately merging into one. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Just a clone? No wonder he didn't take him away earlier. Jiang Liufeng secretly thought to himself. Haha, what a delightful surprise, Jiang Liufeng. I never anticipated you would attain such formidable strength. The informant's doppelganger, feigning the persona of Minggu, remarked with great interest. As the river flows, Feng raised an eyebrow with a hint of mischief. Now that I have triumphed, isn't it time to claim the fruit? He chuckled. You cannot possibly believe that I would truly hand over the fruit to you, can you? How naive of you. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean? Are you contemplating going back on your word? No, you are mistaken. This contest was initially orchestrated as a scheme directed at Marco. Hence there is no notion of reward. It is merely a splendid performance that you have disrupted, he retorted. Marco, his expression darkening, demanded, what do you mean by that? Don Quixote Doflamingo, do you dare to ensnare me? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates? Ha ha ha, naive Marco, soon your Whitebeard pirates shall cease to exist. What have I to fear? Doflamingo scoffed, shaking his head. What are you saying? Speak clearly. Jiang Liufeng was equally perplexed, his curiosity piqued. He chose to refrain from immediate action, opting instead to listen attentively to the unfolding events. It is of no consequence to share this with you, he began. This directive originates from the Navy headquarters, instructing the 2 other emperors to bait your Whitebeard pirates with the fruits of our labor. Regardless of who responds, they shall walk willingly into our trap. To my astonishment, it is you, Marco, who has arrived. The intention was to eliminate you, thereby crippling Whitebeard. However, fate has intervened, and the Dawn crew has muddled our plans. Marco seethed with indignation, exclaiming, how shameless. The Navy, the 7 warlords, and the pirates are conspiring together to bring ruin upon our Whitebeard pirates. What is your true objective? Must I elucidate further? It is quite simple. Before we strike to annihilate your crew, We aim to weaken your forces as much as possible. Nonsense. You believe you can extinguish the Whitebeard pirates? Marco clearly doubted his words. Doflamingo chuckled dismissively. You will soon come to know the truth. As Marco prepared to retort, Jiang Liufeng interjected. He speaks the truth. You must return promptly and make preparations. Ace has likely sought trouble with Blackbeard and has been captured by the Navy. With a thunderous rumble, Marco felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that Shank's words held merit? Was Blackbeard truly that formidable? Despite his doubts, the sincerity reflected in Jiang Liufeng's eyes convinced him of the gravity of the situation. Anxious and resolute, he shot a fierce glare at Doflamingo before clasping his hands in salute to Jiang Liufeng. This matter is of utmost importance. I must hasten to inform father. Until our paths cross again. Jiang Liufeng nodded and said, take care. Farewell. Suddenly, a sharp cry of a bird echoed, and Marco transformed into an immortal bird, soaring away with the swiftness of a gale, leaving behind a long trail of azure light in the sky, a testament to his full-speed departure. The so-called birdcage was nothing but a jest before Marco, as he effortlessly burst through it, disregarding all barriers. As Marco disappeared from sight, Jiang Liufeng refocused his attention on Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was glaring intensely at him. Upon witnessing Marco's safe escape, the smile on Doflamingo's face vanished, replaced by a dark expression that seemed to hunger for vengeance. The unexpected emergence of Jiang Liufeng, a figure of such magnitude, had completely dismantled their meticulously laid plans. And it appeared that Jiang Liufeng possessed knowledge of many hidden secrets. The more Doflamingo pondered, the angrier he became, with veins bulging on his forehead. Who exactly are you? How do you know so many secrets? Jiang Liufeng gazed at him with a faint expression and said, there is no need for you to know these things. Simply remember my forthcoming words. Minggu, perplexed, inquired, what words? Clean your neck well. Await my arrival to reap your head. Upon hearing this, Minggu was engulfed in fury, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. However, he gradually calmed down, once again donning a calculating smile. I shall wait for you. As the words left his lips, his form began to shatter and disperse, ultimately transforming into slender white threads that danced away with the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For swift gusts of wind heralded the return of the Red Count and his companions, who rejoined Jiang Liufeng's side. As Jiang Liufeng raised his gaze towards the distant horizon, he cast a lingering glance at the palace of Rosa before turning back to his companions with a smile, introducing their new ally, the Golden Lion, and inquiring if everyone was already acquainted. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment Jiang announced the Golden Lion's inclusion, both Valdo and Old Sand were taken aback, their bodies trembling slightly in disbelief. After all, this was the Golden Lion, a pinnacle figure among legendary pirates. Inexplicably becoming their comrade was indeed astonishing. However, upon glancing at Count Red, they felt a sense of relief. If even someone as proud as Count Red could be subdued, it seemed that with their captain's extraordinary prowess, accepting the Golden Lion might not be as formidable a challenge as they had imagined. Noticing the three men in contemplative silence, the Golden Lion broke the tension with a hearty laugh, saying, Ah, you must be Valdo, whom I have heard of long ago, and this gentleman here is undoubtedly Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As for the one standing with his sword, I have an uncanny sense of familiarity, but cannot place him. Perhaps the captain could provide an introduction. When the subject of Count Red arose, the Golden Lion's smile faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. This man is formidable. The Golden Lion prided himself on his mastery of Haki, considering himself among the elite in the current world. The fact that Jiang Liufeng, a once-in-a-century prodigy, could surpass him was already astonishing enough. To discover that such a brazen individual existed in the dawn of this era was unexpected. Just moments ago, the Golden Lion had sensed an aura emanating from the figure shrouded in a cloak of purple lightning, one that felt strangely familiar, prompting him to unleash his observation Haki for further insight. Yet, to his surprise, his observation was thwarted by this individual. This left the Golden Lion momentarily stunned, his curiosity igniting as he eagerly sought to uncover the identity of this enigmatic presence. As Jiang Liufeng heard the words, a playful smile crept across his face. Aren't you going to greet your old friend? He inquired. Upon the conclusion of his statement, the previously motionless Red Count slowly raised his arm, gently lifting the hat that had shrouded his head. The very moment Jiang Liufeng spoke, the Golden Lion felt a suspicion stirring within, though he dared not believe it. Now, as he finally discerned the other's visage, his eyes widened in disbelief. You, Radefield. The Red Count smiled faintly. It has only been a few years. There is no need for such astonishment, is there? How could I not be surprised upon encountering an old adversary? The captain truly possesses remarkable skills to have even managed to gather a lone wolf such as the Red Count under his banner. Perceiving the martial spirit in the Golden Lion's words, Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and replied, All right, I understand that you two share a deep history. But now we are all comrades aboard the same vessel. I do not wish to witness any unpleasantness. Let the past remain in the past. We stand on the brink of a new beginning. A flicker of combativeness sparkled in the golden lion's eyes. While that may be so, I believe that sparring among comrades is indeed quite necessary. The Red Count, not one to back down, concurred. I too share that sentiment. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the two individuals, who were on the verge of a physical altercation, with a profound sense of helplessness. After all, they were long-standing adversaries, and fostering a spirit of amicable reconciliation between them was no simple task. Shaking his head, he suggested, "Very well, should the opportunity arise, you may engage in a duel. And we shall observe, let it be a measured affair. For now, however, we must attend to pressing matters, shall we?" "Agreed. Agreed." The two responded in unison. Suddenly, amidst the resolution, a cacophony of cries for help erupted from behind the five, prompting an immediate sense of alarm. They turned to see a throng of younger followers rushing toward them in a state of panic. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the constricting birdcage was nearly closed, compelling these individuals to flee. "Look, it is the deities of dawn. We are saved. This is our salvation. Deities, please shatter the birdcage. We do not wish to perish." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Liufeng exchanged glances with his companions and nodded affirmatively. He then turned to point towards the palace of Dressrosa, his face alight with determination as he proclaimed, "Our ultimate destination. The palace of Dressrosa. Our goal is to defeat Don Quixote Doflamingo and seize the vampire fruit." Roars of enthusiasm erupted from the four, with the Red Earl leading the charge, drawing his sword with fervor, closely followed by the Golden Lion, who was equally resolute. The two unleashed their dazzling slashes, sweeping through the sky in a breathtaking dance that left onlookers in awe. The seemingly impenetrable birdcage crumbled under their assault, as fragile as parchment, shattered into countless pieces with the force of their strikes. Remarkable. The Dawn Brigade is truly impressive. The divine beings are extraordinary. Charge forth. The exit is within reach. Chapter 83. The final battle commences. The younger members of the group beheld this newfound glimmer of hope, their excitement manifesting in animated gestures and tears of gratitude. The dread instilled by the birdcage had been overwhelming, whether towering trees or colossal mountains. Nothing could escape the fate of being sliced into fragments. How could they, mere mortals, hope to withstand such a force? Even their Haki proved futile against the relentless closing of the birdcage. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, two figures descended like deities, opening the gates from hell back to the realm of the living. Could they remain unmoved? Each member, as if invigorated by a potent elixir, surged forth with unbridled speed, expressing their gratitude in a single breath before swiftly fleeing this wretched place. Jiang Liufeng chose to disregard them and raised his gaze towards the Golden Lion, asking, "Shiryu, are you all right?" "Haha, Captain, you underestimate my resilience. It's merely a severed arm, nothing of consequence." At that moment, everyone noticed that one of the Golden Lion's arms hung limply by his side. The one most astonished was the Red Count, who was acutely aware of the Golden Lion's formidable prowess. The fact that he had sustained such an injury while contending with Jiang Liufeng was nothing short of shocking. The Red Count had always believed his strength to be on par with Jiang Liufeng's, but he now realized that Jiang Liufeng was far more terrifying than he had previously imagined. However, there was no time for him to ponder further. Jiang Liufeng nodded and declared, "Let us depart." Indeed, a group of five swiftly made their way toward the palace of Dressrosa, accompanied by a familiar figure in the skies above. At the Navy headquarters, within the Marshal's office, a voice resonated. "I am Sengoku." "Speak, Marshal. We have received the latest news from Dressrosa." "Oh, pray tell." "The Dawn Brigade has annihilated the Big Mom pirates and all the contestants sent by the Kaido pirates on the Forest Suspension Bridge. Among the fallen are Smoker, one of the three sweet commanders under Big Mom, and Jack, one of the three disasters under Kaido. The only survivor is Pika, a high-ranking officer under the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo, who managed to escape underground." Sengoku frowned slightly upon hearing this news. Although a series of plans had already been devised targeting Jiang Liufeng, such tidings still caused him considerable concern. As Jiang Liufeng forged ahead with unwavering determination, his relentless advance posed a considerable challenge for the Navy. With a deep breath, Sengoku acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku twirled the steel pen in his hand, his mind in turmoil as uncertainty about capturing Jiang Liufeng loomed larger. In the palace of Dressrosa, a piercing voice echoed incessantly. "Doflamingo, they are approaching us. It's terrifying. Can we withstand them? Do not panic. They have proven unable to deal with us thus far. With sugar on our side, we can catch them off guard without issue," Doflamingo asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, Pika felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. "Inform everyone to prepare accordingly." "Understood." Jiang Liufeng and his party of five stood beneath the palace, pausing in their tracks. Before them, a familiar figure obstructed their path. The expression on Jiang Liufeng's face shifted slightly as he confronted Fujitora. "Are you about to go back on your word?" Fujitora chuckled softly and replied, "What brings you to such a conclusion? It is not I who sought trouble with you. Rather, it is you who have sought trouble with me." "How have I troubled you?" Jiang Liufeng inquired. The palace of Rosa is under the protection of the world government. Should you attempt to intrude upon its sanctity, it is indeed you who are provoking me. Jiang Liufeng had no desire to become entangled with him for too long. He promptly instructed Shiryu, "You stay behind to hold him off. The rest of you need not participate. The remaining individuals must devise their own strategies and quickly come to join me. I shall take my leave first." At this point, not only was the Red Count anxious, but Jiang Liufeng himself felt a twinge of urgency. If Doflamingo sensed the tide turning and decided to flee or carelessly allow others to consume the fruits, it would spell disaster. Without hesitation, he transformed into an elemental form, darting upwards like a bolt of lightning. "Tiger of the Vine, I advise you that your utmost priority now is to evacuate the nearby crowd." As Jiang Liufeng's voice faded, he vanished from sight. Taguro's expression turned grave. His adversaries were formidable indeed. He resolutely instructed his aide, "Go. Immediately evacuate the surrounding populace." "Understood." The aide hurriedly departed with a contingent of naval officers to organize the evacuation. "Even so, I cannot permit you to breach the palace with ease. It is my duty. And I hope for your understanding." "Ha ha ha. You must possess the capability to do so." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. The Red Count and his companions wasted no time and swiftly made their escape. "Stay back." Taguro roared in anger, drawing his sword to obstruct their passage, only to be interrupted by a slashing blow from the Golden Lion. "Your opponent is me, whether by design or coincidence." Taguro chose to disregard the departing figures and instead lunged at the Golden Lion with his blade. Both were renowned swordsmen, and their abilities countered one another in an intricate dance of combat. For a time, the clash was chaotic and intense, with neither side gaining the upper hand. The Golden Lion, bolstered by the power of the float fruit, defied gravitational pull, while Taguro's gravity fruit rendered his efforts to weigh down the Golden Lion futile. Ultimately, they abandoned their powers, relying solely on their Haki and swordsmanship for the duel. In theory, the legendary Golden Lion should have had the advantage in swordplay. However, without his blade in hand and having sustained injuries, his combat effectiveness diminished. Thus, they remained evenly matched, exchanging blows in a spectacular display. Yet determining a victor proved to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, with a swift movement, arrived at the main hall of the palace in the blink of an eye. "Doflamingo, surrender the fruit and step forward to meet your demise," he declared, arms crossed, his demeanor calm and composed, as if claiming Doflamingo's life was as effortless as reaching into a pocket. How audacious! "If you wish to see Doflamingo, you must first pass through us." Though Doflamingo did not show himself, 3 of his subordinates emerged. One of them, adorned with a fringed hat, bearing 2 lines etched on his face, and clad in a red cloak, resembled a member of a native tribe, spoke up. "Diamante." Jiang Liufeng immediately recognized this extraordinary individual. The 2 individuals following him were Galadius and Pick. Jiang Liufeng shook his head, letting out a light chuckle. "Do you 3 mere lackeys think you can stop me? Humph. How dare you act so brazenly on our territory? Prepare to receive my first strike." Diamante was the first to make a move, launching a powerful thrust with his lance, charging directly at Jiang Liufeng. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes. He had never shown mercy to those who dared to strike against him. With a swift motion, he retaliated with a formidable attack, unleashing a 30-million-volt thunder beast. The final battle of Rosa was thus set into motion by their confrontation. As the thunder beast made contact with Diamante's bullfighting spear, a powerful current surged through the blade, racing towards him. Chapter 84. The roadblock. Diamante's pupils contracted as an instinctive awareness alerted him to the extraordinary nature of this assault. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his armament Haki to counter the encroaching lightning that had already begun to invade his arm. In an instant, he executed another technique, the army flag, causing the ground around him to distort inexplicably. The army flag was indeed Diamante's signature move, allowing him to transform the surrounding terrain into something as light as paper. Utilizing this unique trait, Diamante deftly maneuvered to evade the overwhelming strike of the Thunder Beast. Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened. For him, although Diamante's strength was not formidable, his skillful application and combat experience were indeed noteworthy. Diamante evaded an attack and did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward with a move known as the Bullfighter's Cloak, advancing menacingly toward Jiang Liufeng. This cloak, seemingly light and airy, possessed a hardness akin to that of steel. Jiang Liufeng, without uttering a word, immediately summoned a lightning shield, isolating his cloak outside and rendering it immovable. Diamante, gritting his teeth, had long heard that Jiang Liufeng's lightning shield was impervious, and witnessing it firsthand today was indeed extraordinary. He promptly rallied the remaining 2 companions to strike, hoping to shatter the barrier. "Gladiolus, Pick, let's attack together." The 2, already poised for action, responded simultaneously. Half-moon burial, explosive projectiles, diaper bomb. The ground trembled as their combined force struck Jiang Liufeng, sending dust swirling into the air, while the shockwaves rippled outward, creating gusts that disordered the items within the grand hall, plunging it into chaos. While the battle raged fiercely above, the situation below was equally tense. The Red Count and his companions met with other officers from the Don Quixote family, who intercepted them one by one. The first to confront them were Baby 5 and Buffalo. The duo, a perfect match of long-range and aerial support, showcased formidable mobility alongside their heavy weaponry. Ultimately, it was decided that Vardo would remain to confront them. As the Red Count and Lao Sha pressed forward, Baby 5 and Buffalo initially attempted to obstruct them, but their attacks barely grazed the Red Count's cloak, and Lao Sha, with his natural fruit abilities, effortlessly evaded their strikes, inciting their frustration. With Vardo adeptly wielding dual pistols, his precise marksmanship frequently thwarted their attempts to pursue. Eventually, they had no choice but to focus on defeating Vardo first. Buffalo, let us deal with this brute. Understood. Buffalo carried Baby 5 aloft, maneuvering through the air, while Baby 5 transformed her legs into 2 handguns, engaging Vardo in a counteroffensive. Their agility clashed against Vardo's observation Haki, resulting in an exquisite exchange of gunfire, dodging, and shooting, where neither side could gain the upper hand. The second obstacle was Mahabayas and Jorah, who decided to leave Lao Sha behind while the Red Count advanced. After all, the fruit was what the Red Count sought, and a swift reunion with Jiang Liufeng would forge a powerful alliance capable of achieving success in the shortest time possible. Ho ho ho. Don't think you can escape easily. You too shall become part of my art. With a flourish of his hands, Jorah released a colorful mist that enveloped a vast area. Yet, in a moment too late, the cunning Red Count, with his formidable observation Haki, found an opening and dashed out. However, Lao Sha was not as skilled, unable to evade the mist's grasp. Ho ho ho. Mahabayas, I'll handle this one. You pursue the fleeing one. Very well. Thus, a confrontation unfolded between Jorah and Lao Sha, while the Red Count and Mahabayas engaged in a chase. Crocodile, by what right do you claim to be a warlord? I doubt you could even defeat me. How dare you stand beside my master? Lao Sha flicked the ash from his cigar, his expression darkening. The sensation of being belittled was intolerable for someone as proud as he. How could he accept being at the bottom of the Dawn crew? Gazing at the grotesque visage conjured by Jorah, he coldly retorted, "Silence, your words are excessive." Jorah, incensed by his dismissal, seethed, "Damn it, you're truly insufferable. I shall turn you into nothing but filth. Embrace the baptism of my life's art, and become a part of it." Within the colorful mist, Jorah whimsically transformed into a fearsome, demonic figure, extending claw-like hands toward Lao Sha. Desert Blade. Lao Sha, uninterested in further banter, extended his arm, morphing it into a colossal sand blade that surged toward Jorah. However, upon contact, an odd phenomenon occurred. The sand blade rebounded, striking Lao Sha unawares, cleaving him in two. At that moment of peril for Lao Sha, the Red Count had already dashed into the castle's corridor, nearing the royal hall. The third wave of obstacles appeared, 3 figures, Pika, Dellinger, and Lao Ji. The Red Count's eyes glimmered with cold intensity, yet his heart was set on the vampire fruit, unwilling to linger. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful blade of energy that forced the trio back, intending to slip past swiftly. Yet, it proved more challenging than anticipated, as Pika melded seamlessly into the wall. In the next instant, the path ahead of the Red Count erupted, thoroughly blocking his escape. With a rapid succession of strikes, the Red Count's speed, honed over decades, was evident. However, the openings he created were quickly sealed, presenting a formidable challenge. The Red Count glared at his pursuers, lightning crackling in his hand as he warned, "Do you seek death? Do you think that hiding your face makes you a master? Without Jiang Liufeng, you are all nothing but trash." Pika's shrill voice pierced the air. "Stop wasting time. Eliminate Jiang Liufeng's subordinates quickly, then we'll surround him. To provoke the Don Quixote family is a death wish." Lao Ji, with hollow eyes akin to a cadaver, proclaimed loudly. The usually taciturn and placid Red Count could no longer contain his fury, his expression chillingly fierce. Lightning surged in his grasp as he shot forward, declaring, "Foolish mortals, do you not cherish life?" In an instant, he closed in on the foremost Lao Ji, his wrath palpable. The older one becomes, the less they desire to meet death, a truth that could not be denied. For someone like the Red Count, teetering on the edge of the grave, the allure of the fruit was overwhelmingly intoxicating, enough to drive him to madness. Those who dared obstruct his pursuit of the fruit would face the inevitable wrath of the Red Count's most frenzied slaughter. Chapter 85. Go to Hell and Repent. The battlefield was divided into 5 segments, with 5 factions engaged in fierce combat. Little did anyone expect that the swiftest conclusion to the battle, granting Dawn a significant advantage, would come from Lao Sha, who had long been biding his time. Despite being cleaved by the rebounding Desert Blade, the Nature Fruit user suffered no substantial harm. Jorah, wearing a sinister grin, taunted, "Ho ho ho. Crocodile, it's futile. In my world of art, no one can harm me." Lao Sha, having elementalized, transformed into a cloud of sand, then reformed into human shape. The rebounding attack intrigued him as he widened his eyes, his gaze icy. Jorah instinctively shuddered, "Accept the baptism of art." Despite her sharp tongue, A single glare from old sand sent a shiver down her spine, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within her. In her realm of abilities, a significant limitation existed. She herself was immobile. To avoid prolonged conflict, she resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Life art. With both hands outstretched, she aimed to seize old sand. Curiously, he made no attempt to evade her grasp, allowing her to capture him. Have you surrendered? Jorah smirked, preparing to integrate old sand into her mural. However, to her astonishment, her grip caused him to explode. Startled, she wondered how her strength could be so immense. Yet, instead of a gruesome scene, old sand elementalized once more, reconstituting his form at a different location. You are unaware of the importance of dominance in the new world, are you? Old sand remarked ominously, his words dripping with a sense of vindication from his military training. What? Jorah was perplexed by his nonsensical statement. Ignoring her confusion, old sand continued. A person devoid of any dominance, relying solely on their abilities, dares to challenge me? You likely do not even know how to write the word death. With a fierce glare, he mocked Jorah. In the next instant, old sand slammed his right hand against the ground. Corrosion cycle. This unique, expansive attack allowed him to drain the moisture from any creature or object in contact with the ground, spreading outward with terrifying force capable of reducing rock to sand, causing surrounding structures to gradually crumble into the earth. Jorah's pupils constricted as she observed the ground and the vast area around her disintegrating into sand at a visible pace. The sight sent chills down her spine. Within mere seconds, her artistic world was devoid of any substance, replaced solely by an endless desert. Without granting her a moment to react, old sand's next move was already in motion. Having transformed the surroundings into his domain, he unleashed a powerful gust, an enhanced version of his previous attack. He conjured a miniature sandstorm in his palm and carelessly hurled it to the ground. The tiny vortex, augmented by the desert terrain, instantly morphed into a colossal whirlwind. Then it erupted, unleashing a flurry of sand blades that danced through the air like countless knives, slicing through everything in their path. Ah, damn it. Jorah was horrified, yet within her artistic realm, she believed she could rebound any attack. Although old sand's display was utterly terrifying, she was confident she could withstand it. Crocodile, don't waste your effort. In my artistic world, everything. But before she could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Old Sand's intention was not to attack her at all. Instead, he utilized the sandstorm to create a hurricane, relentlessly directing the wind-laden sand blades towards the colorful mist she had released. The vibrant fog began to dissipate under the assault of the tempest, rendering Jorah's so-called artistic world futile. As the colorful mist vanished and Jorah reappeared, Old Sand's cold gaze locked onto her. Desert Diamond Blade. He transformed his hands into 4 massive sand blades aimed directly at her. This new technique was even sharper than his previous weaponry, capable of cleaving through even the thickest rock. Jorah was alarmed. Old Sand's attack was ruthlessly fierce, sending her heart racing and cold sweat trickling down her back, dampening her clothes. Faced with imminent peril, her survival instincts kicked in, prompting a swift leap to narrowly evade the razor-sharp blades. Breathing heavily, she felt a momentary relief. You seem to be sweating quite a bit. Let me help you dry off. But before her racing heart could settle, Old Sand's voice echoed ominously once more. Turning to look, she realized Old Sand had appeared beside her, his right hand now elementalized. This vast expanse of desert had become his playground, allowing him to maneuver with astonishing speed. Crescent Sand Dune. Jorah's eyes widened as she saw a crescent-shaped sand blade sweeping towards her. This time, there was no escape. The blade pierced through her. This was Old Sand's signature move, enlarging his arm to transform it into a crescent-shaped sand blade that would merely touch the body without causing immediate harm. However, once struck, it would extract all moisture, leaving the victim drained and lifeless, akin to a desiccated mummy. At the moment of impact, Jorah felt her essence being siphoned away. Her once robust form shriveled into a withered shell, her skin wrinkled, and her legs powerless to support her weight, collapsing to the ground. You. Jorah gazed at Old Sand in terror, unable to fathom how she had been utterly overpowered. Speechless, she could only sob, "Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Old Sand looked down at the woman groveling at his feet, slowly raising his arm. "Now do you understand why I have become a warlord? I understand. You are magnanimous. Please spare me. Let me go." Sensing the impending breath of death from Old Sand's raised hand, Jorah's frail frame trembled. Had she possessed even a drop of moisture, she would have likely lost control. Old Sand regarded her coldly, his domineering demeanor returning. "Go to hell and repent." Chapter 86. The Blade Drawn. Old Sand clenched his fist, then retrieved a cigar, igniting it with a casual flare before turning to depart. Jorah was taken aback. Was he truly letting her go? No, that couldn't be right. What did it all mean? Confused, she soon grasped the reality. The desert surrounding her began to sink, forming a massive quicksand pit. The sands were gradually converging towards her. Desert Sunflower. As she sank deeper into the shifting sands, panic set in. No. I don't want to die. Help. Nothing was more terrifying than the knowledge of impending death coupled with the inability to resist. Struggling in vain against the inexorable pull of despair. Each passing moment felt like an eternity as she descended into the abyss. Her spirit and body tormented in a dual assault of hopelessness. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, Jorah of the Don Quixote family met her demise. In the remaining 4 battlegrounds, apart from the Golden Lion and the Vine Tiger engaged in a slow dance of Tai Chi, the other 3 arenas were on the verge of determining their outcomes. The most imminent was the duel involving the Red Count. Eager for victory, the Red Count struck mercilessly. Although he faced 4 opponents alone, mere exchanges had already left them marked with various injuries. The 4 adversaries distanced themselves, panting heavily. Oh no, we are all close combat fighters. And facing this knife-wielding man feels like being live targets offered up for slaughter. Durlinger lamented, hands clenched in frustration. We have no choice but to sacrifice one of us to confront him head-on while the rest of us strike from advantageous angles. Replied Rao Ji, his expression grave. The brawny Mahabais, lacking in intellect, questioned, so who will face him directly? The other 3 turned to him in unison, a large bead of sweat sliding down Mahabais' forehead. Stop the chatter. It's you. Use your abilities. Pika's sharp voice pierced through, and with a swift kick, he sent Mahabais hurtling toward the Red Count. Terrified, Mahabais realized he had no choice but to unleash his most formidable technique. Hell's 10,000 bays. Boom. Empowered by the ton pressure fruit, Mahabais' weight surged to an astonishing 10,000 tons. He barreled through the air towards the Red Count, resembling a steam locomotive. The friction of his passage generating waves of heat in the surrounding air. The other 3 leaped into action, seeking diverse angles to attack, preparing to strike with lethal precision the moment the Red Count moved. Yet, this seemingly meticulous strategy appeared riddled with flaws in the eyes of the Red Count. The disparity in strength was too formidable, akin to a group of preschoolers attempting to overpower an adult. Regardless of how flawless their design, it was futile against overwhelming power, speed, and ability. All their schemes were but ephemeral illusions. With a firm grip on his blade, the Red Count narrowed his eyes, perceiving his foes not as threats, but as mere jesters performing tricks. As Mahabais closed in, the Red Count locked onto him. Mahabais felt as if he were being targeted by a primordial beast. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust enveloped him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. His heart halting for 2 seconds as he forgot to breathe. The Red Count sheathed his blade, grounding himself, as a tremendous force surged within the weapon. This power, contained by the sheath, accumulated on the blade. Just as Mahabais was about to make contact, Rao Ji and Durlinger struck simultaneously. This was their perfect opportunity. If they waited until Mahabais' assault was neutralized, it would be too late. They aimed to exploit the moment when the Red Count's old strength waned and new strength had yet to arise. Their timing was impeccable, against anyone else. They might have struck true. Unfortunately, they faced the Red Count. Suddenly, the Red Count's eyes widened in anticipation. Knee pain style, ice type, horn collision. As Mahabais neared, Durlinger and Rao Ji attacked from either side. At that moment, the Red Count finally moved. With a swift draw and retraction of his blade, he executed his strike. The draw cut, a fundamental skill nearly all swordsmen learn, varied in potency, depending on the wielder. Yet, the Red Count's execution surpassed even the mightiest of techniques. Though he appeared stationary, his slash encompassed all directions. The 3 attackers could hardly comprehend what transpired. They felt a dizzying whirl before darkness enveloped them. And then there was nothing. The strike cleaved them in 2, continuing with unrelenting force, piercing through the wall beyond. Boom. Outside the palace, a circular burst of light erupted from the building, followed by the deafening sound of collapse. The massive structure had been severed in half by the Red Count strike. Pika, who had yet to engage, was paralyzed with fear, devoid of any fighting spirit. His legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed, losing all semblance of a formidable opponent. As the Red Count concluded his strike, he moved with astonishing speed, evading the inertia of the 3 now cleaved into 6 pieces. Pika, too quick to comprehend, could not fathom how the Red Count had emerged unscathed. The Red Count approached Pika, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoing behind him. Each step he took resonated like a countdown to Pika's demise, instilling dread with every footfall. Please, don't kill me. I beg you don't. Pika, once robust, now wept uncontrollably, his piercing cries grating on the ears. Chapter 87. A casual 2 strikes. The Red Count walked past Pika, his blade, the thunderstorm, spotless as it glimmered in the light, showing no signs of the lives it had just claimed. Slowly sheathing his weapon, the Red Count did not even cast a glance at Pika as he headed toward the gaping exit. With a sigh of relief, Pika inhaled the fresh air, overwhelmed by the sensation of having escaped death. In a daze, he envisioned a life filled with fortune after such a narrow escape. I shall turn over a new leaf. I will strive to do good deeds in the future, he declared joyfully. Yet, as the Red Count rounded the corner, his voice echoed back, don't delude yourself. If you wish to be a good person, perhaps you should make an effort in your next life. With that, the Red Count vanished from sight, leaving Pika in stunned silence. Boom. The Red Count's words struck him like thunder, dousing him with cold water. A searing pain enveloped his body. And as he lowered his gaze, he was met with the glaring wound at his waist, blood gushing forth. The dampness beneath him was not from the ground, but from the blood he had spilled, pooling all around him. Is it true that I, too, have been severed? With a soft thud, as the final words were uttered, the flickering light of Pika extinguished, his last vestiges of strength dissipating as he fell, cleaved in twain upon the ground. The Red Count, with a single stroke, claimed 4 lives, the demise of souls and the collapse of structures. Such horror. Yet, there is little cause for astonishment. For this legendary figure, such actions are merely routine. Thus concludes the Battle of Dressrosa, where 4 high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, Pika, Law, Doflamingo, and Mahabais, have met their end. The battle on Jiang Liufeng's side was nearly concluded simultaneously with that of the Red Count. The 3 subordinates he faced exhibited significantly greater intelligence and demonstrated a remarkable synergy in their collaboration. Their recent joint assault, while seemingly powerful, failed to breach Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. The seemingly devastating attack merely fizzled against him, akin to a child's play, effortlessly deflected. Following this failed attempt, the trio recalibrated their strategy, opting not to engage Jiang Liufeng in a futile confrontation. Instead, they devised a clever tactic of attrition, ensuring their own survival while awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. Little did they know, their allies had already suffered considerable losses. Their plan involved a coordinated effort between Diamante and Gladiolus, with Peak providing support from the sidelines. Gladiolus initiated the strategy by placing explosives underground, setting traps at locations previously touched. The moment an opponent made contact, the explosives would swell and, upon reaching maximum capacity, detonate, inflicting catastrophic damage. Subsequently, Peak, who was maneuvering underground, would trigger these traps. Finally, Diamante would use his abilities to propel the prepared explosive points directly towards Jiang Liufeng, thus forming a seamless chain of attacks. In the midst of a relentless barrage, Jiang Liufeng's lightning shield showed signs of strain, reminiscent of a blind punch striking a teacher. Effective. His shield was evidently on the verge of collapse. Diamante exclaimed with excitement. Is a little sunshine all it takes to illuminate you? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly, shaking his head. He was not inclined to squander any more time. Vanquishing a few insignificant foes was trivial, and to spend excessive time on them would invite ridicule. With a shift in demeanor, he grasped the hammer of the Thunder God, infusing it with lightning energy, and hurled it with intent to eliminate this individual first. As the hammer of the Thunder God soared toward its target, the inflated Diamante shouted, "Don't panic. Continue your efforts. I'll help you evade it. Don't let him disrupt your rhythm. He is on the brink of breaking." At this, Jiang Liufeng could not help but laugh silently. On the brink of breaking? How underestimated I am. Before the hammer could strike, he pointed a finger skyward, unleashing a bolt of thunder. Divine retribution. The bolt of lightning surged forth, transforming into a colossal thunder column that descended directly upon the unsuspecting Pick, who was busy triggering mechanisms. The others were unfamiliar with Jiang Liufeng's technique and paid little heed to his upward lightning, focusing instead on the hammer of the Thunder God. "Here it comes," Gladiolus exclaimed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Diamante swiftly altered the terrain to assist Gladiolus in evading the impending impact. "Ha! Jiang Liufeng, you are merely boom." A piercing scream erupted from Pick's lips as the divine retribution struck him squarely. The thunderous bolt, akin to a manifestation of divine wrath, exploded upon impact, enveloping Pick in smoke and rendering him a ragged heap on the ground, gasping for breath. The sight sent shockwaves through Diamante and Gladiolus, leaving them aghast. In that moment of distraction, the hammer of the Thunder God, having missed its target, circled back at high speed, crashing directly into Gladiolus's spine, who was momentarily entranced by the havoc befalling Pick. Crack! Ah! The sound of shattering bones accompanied Gladiolus's mournful wail. While Pick lost consciousness in an instant, Gladiolus bore the excruciating agony of his shattered spine, his cries resonating with palpable dread. Diamante was utterly unprepared for such a sudden turn of events. The previously favorable situation had dramatically shifted in the blink of an eye due to Jiang Liufeng's seemingly effortless maneuvers. "How can this be? Impossible. How are you so strong?" Diamante screamed, his voice hoarse. With both his companions incapacitated, he stood alone, acutely aware of the dire straits he found himself in. Gladiolus, enduring immense pain, struggled to rise from the ground. "Diamante, flee. Protect our master. I will perish with him." At these words, Diamante trembled, casting a reluctant glance at his fallen comrades. "I cannot abandon you. Hurry," Gladiolus urged. "Even if you stay, it won't change anything." With a bitter smile, Diamante lowered his head, acknowledging the futility of his presence. Moments ago, he had boasted that Jiang Liufeng was on the verge of collapse, only to discover he was merely a spectator to Jiang's prowess. Without further hesitation, he patted Gladiolus on the shoulder and said, "Take care," before resolutely turning to flee into the rear hall. Chapter 88. The vast powers. As Diamante departed, Gladiolus, gritting his teeth against the pain, positioned himself at the threshold. To his astonishment, he felt his body begin to swell. Jiang Liufeng, possessing foresight, recognized that this fool was preparing for self-detonation. He could not help but chuckle inwardly at such desperate folly. With the strongest spear formed at his fingertips, as Gladiolus's body expanded, Jiang Liufeng surged forward. The elemental abilities granted by the Thunder Fruit enhanced both the damage and speed of his strongest spear, surpassing even the prowess of the third-generation Thunder Shadow. His form transitioned into a dazzling display of lightning, leaving only an arm as the spearhead. The speed at which he propelled himself was astonishing, the slender thread of lightning trailing behind him, resembling a fabled thunder spear hurtling through the air. Gladiolus's pupils contracted in terror. Jiang Liufeng's swiftness was overwhelmingly superior. Realizing he had not gathered enough power, he was left with no choice but to detonate, praying for whatever damage he might inflict. Boom! As Gladiolus initiated his self-destruction, Jiang Liufeng's spear pierced through him without pause, continuing its trajectory toward the rear hall. Gladiolus felt a sharp pain in his chest, his vision blurring. Will I never catch up? The thunderous explosion erupted, with Gladiolus's self-detonation unleashing a devastating force that ravaged the Grand Hall, tragically taking pick with him. Coincidentally, Gladiolus's explosion coincided with Red Count's strike, causing the castle to tremble perilously as they occurred almost simultaneously. Having penetrated Gladiolus, Jiang Liufeng did not relent, pursuing the fleeing Diamante. Exiting the Grand Hall, he was greeted by a vast sea of sunflowers, beyond which lay the abode of Don Quixote Doflamingo, as it was the residence of the Rosa royal family. Jiang Liufeng's keen observation Haki sensed Doflamingo's presence. As Jiang Liufeng honed in on him, Doflamingo, who had been basking in the sun by the pool with a refreshing drink, abruptly lost his smile. He sat upright, his eyes narrowing with predatory intent as they fixated on Violet. Didn't you claim everything was under control? Violet replied with poise. Indeed, I observed the Dawn crew being hindered by your arrangements. Each member was engaged in different battles. Before she could finish, Doflamingo seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. Then explain to me why Jiang Liufeng is here? Upon hearing these words, Violetta's pained visage transformed into a smile of relief. It appears you have become aware, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Your demise is nigh. After years of usurping the royal family of Dressrosa, your reckoning has finally arrived. Doflamingo, enraged by her proclamation, seethed with fury. That wretched woman. I shall make you pay dearly. With that, he hurled Violetta against the wall and rushed out in a frenzy, for he sensed that Diamante was about to encounter a crisis. The seasoned veteran, Lao Sha, had already joined forces with the Red Count, and together they hastened towards Jiang Liufeng, soon converging at the Sunflower Garden. Captain! Captain! The three encircled the fleeing Diamante, exchanging knowing smiles. Jiang Liufeng smiled and inquired whether everything had been resolved. Xiao La has been dealt with by me, Old Sha announced triumphantly, evidently pleased to have eliminated a key figure rather than merely dealing with trifling opponents. Pai Ka, Deling Jia, Rao Ji, and Maha Bai Si have also been thoroughly cleared, remarked the Red Count with a casual air. Upon hearing this, Old Shah's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated that the Red Count had already eliminated 4 while he himself had only managed 1, causing his expression to darken instantly. At that moment, Diamante felt more distressed than if he had consumed something repugnant. The light-hearted exchanges among the three struck his ears like a series of heavy explosions, brutally impacting his already fragile psyche, which had been thoroughly intimidated by Jiang Liufeng. From their accounts, it was evident that the ranks of their Don Quixote family had been severely diminished. The names mentioned, Xiao La, Deling Jia, Rao Ji, Maha Bai Si, Pai Ka, along with the slain Pai Ku and Gu La Di Wu Si, amounted to a total of 7 members who had perished. The only ones remaining were the first tier of the ambush, Ba Fa Luo and Baby 5, along with Toribol and Sugar guarding the underground factory, and Virgo and Monet who were executing secret missions outside. Lastly, there was Don Quixote Doflamingo, Violet, and himself. In such a brief span, nearly half of the cadre of the illustrious Don Quixote family under the 7 warlords of the New World had been slaughtered. How could this not instill fear and trepidation in Diamante? Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Liufeng's voice resonated once more. Indeed, you two have arrived just in time. I leave this captive in your capable hands, Count. I shall go to meet Doflamingo. Understood, Captain, the Red Count replied, hesitating momentarily. His eagerness was palpable. Though he understood the necessity of following the captain's orders, he could not quell the fervor within him. Jiang Liufeng was not one to be easily bewildered. He smiled and pointed at Diamante, saying, I have spared one alive, solely for the sake of the fruits. This individual is a senior officer and must possess certain knowledge. Count, your hidden abilities could be tested on this man. Ah, what an impressive fellow. This statement startled the Red Count. Their captain was indeed remarkably astute, seemingly privy to every secret. He had no reason to doubt that Jiang Liufeng was attempting to deceive him. There was no need for such folly, as everyone was laboring fervently to assist him in obtaining the fruits. The Red Count, undeterred, nodded in agreement, affirming Jiang Liufeng as the captain. With that, Jiang Liufeng inclined his head and turned his gaze toward the swiftly approaching figure in the distance. Thunder crackled as he surged forward. Chapter 89. This fellow. So comfortable in his pretense, the exchange between the two piqued Old Shah's curiosity. The Red Count was already immensely powerful, yet he concealed further strength. Old Shah was eager to witness the full extent of the Red Countess' prowess. Meanwhile, Diamante finally noticed Doflamingo advancing for assistance, and he felt a renewed sense of encouragement. The initial thoughts of helplessness faded away, replaced by a fervent resolve to fight to the bitter end. Seizing the initiative, he prepared to strike first, his hopes ignited by Jiang Liufeng's departure. Snake sword. With a swift thrust, he aimed directly at the Red Count. The Red Count drew his blade to parry, deftly deflecting Diamante's sword tip. Yet, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The blade, which should have been unyielding, suddenly transformed into something light and agile, slithering like a serpent. After being deflected by the Red Count's blade, it curved around the storm, lunging once more towards him. The Red Count sharpened his focus, intrigued. He began to wield his sword with exquisite flourishes, successfully fending off several of Diamante's relentless attacks. Seizing an opening, he unleashed a wave of sword energy aimed at Diamante. As the fierce strike hurtled toward him, Diamante was taken aback and hurriedly dodged. In their first clash, he stood dumbfounded, grappling with disbelief. Who exactly are you? He asked gravely. The brief encounter had revealed the Red Count's extraordinary swordsmanship. In this world, only renowned swordsmen possessed such unparalleled skill. Thus, Diamante understood that the enigmatic figure before him was far from an ordinary opponent. Yet, the Red Count responded only with his overwhelming onslaught. With a series of sharp strikes aimed at Diamante, the latter found himself increasingly disoriented, continuously manipulating his abilities to alter the terrain in a desperate attempt to evade. Death Star shards. Diamante, utterly frustrated, felt like a rat scurrying for safety and could no longer endure it. He unleashed a wide-area attack, hoping to inflict substantial harm on the Red Count and his companion. He produced several firecrackers that shot forth a myriad of paper fragments into the sky, which transformed into sharp, thorny iron spheres that rained down like an impenetrable iron storm. Returning to the front lines, Old Shah initially thought he might be sidelined, but to his surprise, an opportunity to showcase his skills emerged. Raising his right arm skyward, he transformed it into a colossal sand umbrella, intercepting all of Diamante's assault. Diamante seethed with frustration, yet he found himself utterly helpless. The Red Count seized the moment, closing the distance to Diamante and delivering a rapid succession of 8 slashes. To his astonishment, Diamante evaded each one. He had rendered his body as light as paper, allowing him to dodge the Red Count's formidable strikes, which were accompanied by a fierce wind that arrived before the blade itself. However, this evasion was not a testament to his skill, but rather a mere consequence of his ability. As Diamante reveled in his perceived triumph, he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck, followed by a powerful grip seizing him. We are but two, yet you seem to revel in your success? A cold voice, tinged with the scent of tobacco, pierced through the air. Panic surged through Diamante as he realized the Red Count's relentless attacks had forced him to concentrate all his attention on defense, neglecting the watching Old Shah. Just as he attempted to break free, it was too late. He was firmly held in Old Shah's grasp. Desert prison. Old Shah roared, unleashing his signature move. Diamante's body rapidly shriveled before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a mere husk, resembling a desiccated corpse. The severe dehydration rendered his voice hoarse, making it painful to utter a single word, as though his throat were being sliced. He glared at Old Shah, utterly devoid of any strength to resist. Old Shah, exhilarated by the prospect of claiming a victory over the Red Count, triumphantly tossed Diamante at his feet, declaring, "Count, the next move is yours. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Old Shah's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the Red Count's response. The Red Count, showing no pretense, strode swiftly to Diamante, causing the latter to stumble back in fear. What do you intend to do?" Diamante stammered. Panic etched on his face. The fear of the unknown had never been so palpable, as his expression encapsulated the essence of that sentiment. "Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters," the Red Count replied calmly. "I will divulge nothing. You shall not pry." Diamante's defiance was cut short as the Red Count's hand descended upon his head. Instantly, Diamante's gaze grew vacant, his body convulsing sporadically as consciousness slipped away. This was the Red Count's hidden ability, the power to extract memories. It was well known that the mastery of observation Haki could unveil many formidable abilities, sensing danger, glimpsing fleeting futures. Yet the Red Count's exceptional talent allowed him to pierce through hearts and read memories with remarkable ease. Through this capability, he effortlessly uncovered the whereabouts of the vampire fruit, which lay in the hands of Sand Sugar within the underground factory, along with the precise location of the factory's passage. Releasing Diamante, the Red Count's keen insight finally bore fruit. "Let us go. Leave this to the captain. We shall seize the fruits." With his sword sheathed, he turned and departed, leaving old Shah in a state of bewilderment. Is that it? What just transpired? He observed with keen interest as the Red Count merely placed his hand on Diamante's head for a brief moment, without any apparent action. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the Red Count had already concluded his business. What on earth was that supposed to be? Where was the promised grand move? Lao Sha felt extremely vexed and could only follow the Red Count as they departed. Before leaving, however, he couldn't resist giving Diamante a cheeky desert sunflower. The sunflower garden, adorned with desert sunflowers, was indeed quite fitting. His curiosity piqued along the way. He couldn't help but inquire about what the Count had just done. The Red Count, with a playful smile, replied, "Would you like me to place my hand on your head to find out?" Lao Sha was taken aback and promptly waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. He would rather not risk it. He wasn't foolish. The Red Count was quite enigmatic, and one could never predict what terrifying events might unfold. Chapter 90. Valdo's romantic encounter. The two men navigated a winding path, eventually arriving at an old, dimly lit elevator. Lao Sha marveled, "Count, how did you come to know of this passage?" He glanced at the Red Count, who appeared even more sinister in the darkness of the corridor, sending a shiver down Lao Sha's spine. "Well," the Count replied, "Diamante just informed me." A thunderbolt of realization struck Lao Sha. Could it be that just moments ago? The two men exchanged no further words and stepped into the elevator, descending into the depths below. Meanwhile, Valdo's skirmishes were far more intriguing than those of the others. He found himself bewildered, gazing at the beautiful woman clinging to his arm and incessantly calling him hubby. How did he end up fighting only to gain a wife? The circumstances unfolded thus. Under the synchronized teamwork of Buffalo and Valdo, they found themselves evenly matched in a gunfight, neither side able to gain the upper hand. As the battle dragged on, both sides began to alter their strategies. Baby 5 transformed into a sharp blade, gripped by Buffalo, who spun her at high speed toward Valdo with lethal intent. Naturally, Valdo was unafraid of close combat. He extended his arms, which turned as black as iron, and met the assault with his own armored fists. This initiated yet another fierce melee confrontation. However, with Buffalo's assistance, Baby 5's weapon attacks exhibited a remarkable increase in both speed and power. The exchange of blows was fierce, and even with Valdo enhanced by a 20-fold increase in speed, he could only marginally gain the upper hand. The two opponents were quite cunning. Upon sensing danger, they would swiftly retreat into the air, leaving Valdo frustrated and unable to capture them, as he could not ascend into the skies. This stalemate was untenable. Valdo's mind raced with a plan. He resolved to eliminate the troublesome Buffalo first, leaving the weapon-wielding woman as the easier target. However, it seemed the two had caught on to his intentions, and thus, they refrained from engaging in close combat. Baby 5 morphed into a missile, while Buffalo utilized the inertia from his spinning to launch her toward Valdo. The missile was not to be underestimated, compelling Valdo to dodge several times. A feeling of impotent frustration surged within him, causing Valdo to stomp his feet in anger. "You two, can you not come down? Hiding up there is not a skill." What began as a mere venting of his inner frustration unexpectedly yielded results. Baby 5, hovering above, suddenly blushed and halted her poised attack, murmuring to herself, "Am I being needed? All right, since you need me, I shall come." She abruptly detached from Buffalo's grasp and leaped toward Valdo below. This startled Buffalo. "Come back. He is deceiving you," he shouted as he hurried after the descending Baby 5. Valdo was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Did she really come down just because he asked? Splash. By the time Baby 5 stood before him, he was still processing the situation. "Do you need me?" Baby 5 shyly inquired. Valdo's expression faltered. What was this woman up to? He felt puzzled, yet did not dwell on it. Seeing Buffalo rush down in a panic provided him with a perfect opportunity. He thought to himself, regardless of the scenario, he would first deal with this irritating fellow. With a swift motion, he redirected his focus toward Buffalo, launching a relentless barrage of strikes. After all, Buffalo was not a formidable opponent. He relied on his abilities to withstand Valdo for a time, and now, caught off guard in close quarters, he had little chance to defend himself. After being struck by the first punch, his fate was sealed. In less than a minute, Valdo had ruthlessly pummeled Buffalo over 100 times. The scene was utterly gruesome, rendering Buffalo unrecognizable even to his own mother. Baby 5, who initially embodied a demure demeanor, was jolted awake by Valdo's brutal onslaught. "Are you deceiving me?" She glared at Valdo, incredulous. Valdo, bewildered by her reaction, dismissed his confusion. He waved Baby 5 aside, tossing the nearly defeated Buffalo away. "Haha, the nuisance is finally dealt with. Little girl, it's your turn now. Come here." Upon hearing this, Baby 5 hesitated. "Are you in need of me?" Valdo frowned, perplexed. Was she truly this dim-witted? Why was her response so out of sync? He replied impatiently, yes, whatever you say. Just come over and let us finish this up. Don't waste my time." Upon realizing she was needed, Baby 5's spirits lifted, and with a cheerful demeanor, she approached Valdo. Observing her earnest approach, Valdo was momentarily stunned. What was this? Did she concede defeat? Or was there some ulterior motive? He remained on guard until Baby 5 stood resolutely before him, prompting him to relax his stance. Is there anything else you require of me? Valdo inquired. Since she was cooperating, he decided to save time. Do you know where the vampire fruit is located? Baby 5 nodded affirmatively, indicating she did. Then can you lead me there? Certainly. The constant sense of being needed had elevated Baby 5's mood, enveloping her in a state of blissful oblivion. Previously, her teammates would remind her whenever she was being used. But now, free of such reminders, she was unable to extricate herself from the enchantment. With a joyous stride, she began to lead Valdo onward. To Valdo, however, this seemingly cheerful demeanor took on a different meaning. Why was she moving so quickly? Was she attempting to flee? Wait, he bellowed, calling her to halt. Baby 5 turned back. Puzzled, what is it? Valdo pointed to his side. Come stand with me. At his words, Baby 5's cheeks flushed crimson. Her lips parted in surprise as she instinctively covered her mouth, her heart racing uncontrollably. She excitedly inquired, do you need me to be with you? Valdo, puzzled, responded. Of course. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Do you have ulterior motives? Valdo's expression turned cold. Could it be that this woman had a hidden agenda? Good heavens. Was this a confession? How annoying. To be so needed made it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Unbeknownst to Valdo, a storm of emotions had already surged within Baby 5. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, each harboring their own thoughts, and thus this beautiful misunderstanding unfolded. In the next moment, thud, Valdo felt a soft weight rush towards him, and before he could react, Baby 5 had already thrown herself into his arms. Chapter 91. A turn of misfortune to be needed by someone is indeed a profound happiness. I am willing to be with you. Baby 5, nestled in Valdo's embrace, blushed and sweetly murmured. This sudden turn of events caught Valdo off guard. The typically brash and straightforward Valdo found himself at a loss on how to respond to such matters. Suddenly enveloped by the embrace of a strikingly attractive girl, he was momentarily flustered. Should he not push her away, it would be awkward, yet to push her away felt regretful. For what man could remain indifferent to such an alluring offer? In his flurry, he hastily diverted the topic, saying, the fruits. Let us find the fruits first, shall we? Thus, the two walked side by side, with Baby 5 linking her arm through Valdo's, calling him hubby with every step. Baby 5 led Valdo to the underground factory. Meanwhile, the Red Count and Lao Sha, having arrived ahead of them, emerged from the elevator into a spacious area that resembled a dock, where numerous toy-like figures were diligently laboring, transporting boxes filled with unknown items. The Red Count, recalling Diamante's memories, pointed towards a building, saying, over there. Without paying attention to the peculiar toy figures, they made their way directly to the room where Sugar was located. Soon, they entered a hall-like structure. Gazing at Sugar seated on the throne, accompanied by Toripole, the Red Count's pupils constricted, and his breathing quickened. He pointed at the exquisite box in Sugar's hands, exclaiming, it's in that box. Without hesitation, they approached Sugar, their focus solely on Toripole, ready to spring into action should he make any move. However, it was perplexing that neither Sugar nor Toripole seemed inclined to retaliate, leaving the Red Count and Lao Sha in a state of confusion. Count, be cautious. There may be a trap. The Red Count, bold but wary, advised. When we get closer, we will strike simultaneously to seize the fruit. Even if there is a trap, they cannot stop both of us in time. Agreed. The two whispered, hastily formulating a plan, and promptly stepped before Sugar, reaching out to snatch the box. Just as their hands brushed the box, Sugar placed her hands upon theirs. Sensing the surge of power emanating from Sugar, the two, initially dismissive, were suddenly struck with terror as a sense of impending doom washed over them. Before they could react, it was too late. They had underestimated her. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless little girl was a formidable ability user? She was, after all, one of Doflamingo's most powerful allies, his greatest trump card. In the next moment, poof, a cloud of smoke erupted, transforming the two into a bat and a tanuki-like toy. It was over. They had met their downfall. They silently lamented their fate. To have their illustrious names tarnished by a mere little girl was utterly unfathomable. If this were to get out, their reputations would be in ruins, especially the Red Count's. If Sugar realized she had captured the Red Count, she would likely boast about it for a lifetime. They exchanged glances, eager to retaliate before anyone noticed their embarrassing predicament. But the moment they transformed into toys, they struggled to navigate their unfamiliar bodies, nearly tripping over themselves. With a cold smirk, Sugar commanded them, and they found their bodies no longer heeding their will, instead obeying her orders to haul bricks. What in the world was happening? This was truly a case of not judging a book by its cover. Would they all fall victim to this little girl? The two could only stew in frustration and curse silently as they began their involuntary labor. Observing this, Toripole chuckled. As expected, Sugar is remarkable. No matter how strong the opponent, they are but puppets in your hands. Sugar, unfazed, replied coolly, quickly bring me my grapes. Call me when the next group arrives. Understood. Toripole responded with a hearty laugh and turned to fetch grapes for Sugar. Before long, Valdo, guided by Baby 5, arrived at the scene. Toripole and Sugar exchanged knowing glances, aware that Baby 5's peculiar behavior had resurfaced. Yet, being clever, They did not expose her, instead waiting for Valdo to walk straight into their trap. The meticulous Red Count and Lao Sha had fallen for it. How could the oblivious Valdo possibly notice? He strode confidently towards them, noticing their lack of hostility, and grinned. Thanks. With that, he prepared to snatch the box. The outcome, needless to say, was as expected. He too fell victim to Sugar's grasp. Even the formidable Dawn crew could not have anticipated stumbling before a little girl. With 3 out of 6 captured, half of them under control, it was nothing short of a complete rout. But they could not be blamed. They were neither wicked nor malevolent. Who would strike against an unarmed little girl without reason? Amidst the bustling workers, Valdo and the Red Count crossed paths, exchanging bewildered glances, each helplessly understanding their shared plight. They could only chuckle wryly, placing their hopes on their invincible captain. As they sweated profusely, anxiety gnawed at them. If even the captain were ensnared, then meanwhile, in the Sunflower Garden, Jiang Liufeng, engaged in battle with Doflamingo, felt an intense sense of foreboding. Just moments ago, his heart had fluttered 3 times. Possessing an innate ability to glimpse the future, he was acutely aware of the powers held by that little girl from the Don Quixote family. Thus, after the Red Count departed, he remained vigilant. To his surprise, his caution proved fruitful. He had completely forgotten who his teammates were, their appearances, and their names. All of it was a blur. Yet, he remained alert. For each time a teammate fell, he experienced a fleeting moment of memory loss. While he could not recall their identities, he distinctly remembered the number of times this sensation occurred. 3 times. 3 of his comrades had been captured, and his expression suddenly turned grim. He reflected for a moment. In his recollection, only a one-handed golden lion remained, engaged in a struggle with the vine tiger, and a frail Carmen awaited their return aboard the ship. As for the others, their identities eluded him. This meant he was devoid of allies and would have to rely solely on himself. With a decisive gesture, he grasped the Thunder God's hammer, intent on swiftly resolving the conflict. Otherwise, he feared he might soon forget even the purpose of his presence here. Chapter 92. The fruit is in hand. Thunder Beast. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Liufeng summoned a ferocious thunderwolf that charged directly at Don Quixote Doflamingo. He then unleashed a bolt of lightning, invoking divine retribution. Finally, he swung the Thunder God's hammer to the right. In a flash, he executed a leftward assault. It must be said, Jiang Liufeng was poised to deliver a devastating strike to Doflamingo. In a mere second, he unleashed 4 lethal attacks, each one a potential death blow. Doflamingo, beads of sweat forming on his brow, wore a grave expression, as if he were on the verge of drowning in anxiety. First, he countered with a web of silk, fortified by his Haki to block the Thunder Wolf. Then, with a deft maneuver, he evaded the divine retribution that nearly grazed his hair. Immediately after, he activated his Haki to withstand the rapid strike of the Thunder God's hammer. Despite his preparations, the ferocious blow caused him to spit blood, his internal organs churning violently. This was a grave miscalculation. He had never anticipated the sheer power of the Thunder God's hammer. It was not merely Jiang Liufeng's strength, but the weapon's intrinsic might. In a clash of masters, particularly one where the weak faced the strong, a single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. A splendid opportunity had presented itself. This arrogant individual, foolishly attempting to withstand a strike from Thor's hammer, was truly lost in a daydream. At that moment, as Doflamingo was momentarily stunned from the pain, it was ample time for Jiang Liufeng to unleash his mightiest spear and deliver a fatal blow. The mightiest spear pierced through with 4 fingers. With a resounding thrust, it effortlessly penetrated Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo's gaze gradually faded, unable to focus any longer, as blood gushed from his mouth. He wished to utter something, yet found his lips sealed. Thus, he fell, filled with resentment. Jiang Liufeng withdrew his arm, exhaling a sigh of relief. With the formidable adversary vanquished, the remaining tasks became significantly more manageable. Only a handful of officials remained, scarcely more than could be counted on one hand. The most likely candidates were either in the hands of Shadang or Tolbal, and according to the nature of the revelations, they should indeed be within this underground factory. Jiang Liufeng contemplated with keen insight, swiftly devising a plan. Without uttering a word, he followed the path to the underground factory etched in his memory. Just as Jiang Liufeng's figure vanished completely, the pierced finger of Don Quixote Doflamingo twitched slightly, a barely perceptible fine thread clinging to the wound. Remarkably, it began to stitch the injury together, and the heartbeat that had nearly ceased gradually regained strength. Enduring excruciating pain, he meticulously sutured his wounded lung, and after a series of deft maneuvers, he finally pulled himself back from the brink of death. With a sigh of relief, Doflamingo slowly sat upright, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted dream empire could have been nearly obliterated by this purple-haired youth, nor that he had come so close to perishing at Jiang Liufeng's hands. Rage surged within him, intensifying his murderous intent. I shall make you experience the despair of awakened power. After thoroughly inspecting and meticulously repairing his injuries, Doflamingo sprang to his feet, fury propelling him forward. Jiang Liufeng, I will kill you. His thunderous roar reverberated as he exerted force beneath him, causing the entire sunflower field to tremble. With a swift motion, he shot off in pursuit of the direction Jiang Liufeng had taken. Oh my! Look! What on earth is happening at the palace? Panic spread as people observed the looming collapse of the palace. Heavens! Our esteemed King Doflamingo must not be harmed. Who dares wreak havoc in our Dressrosa palace? Naval forces, what are you doing? If you're not going to assist, at least don't obstruct us. Can't you see our royal family is under attack? This day in Dressrosa was destined to be anything but tranquil. The citizens, still reeling from the astonishing battles in the arena, were forcibly expelled from the city center. As if that were not enough, now the very palace they revered, the Don Quixote family, led by their beloved King Doflamingo, was in imminent peril. How could this not incite madness among the populace? Fueled by righteous indignation, they brandished weapons, ready to breach the naval barricades and storm the palace in a desperate bid to save their king. News of the palace's turmoil and the citizens' uprising swiftly reached the ears of the fleet admiral at naval headquarters. I am Sengoku. What is the situation? Report, Admiral. The Dawn Brigade has breached the palace of Dressrosa. Vice Admiral Fujitora is entangled with the Golden Lion Shiki and cannot respond. According to reliable intelligence, several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family have been eliminated, and the entire palace is on the verge of collapse. A significant number of naval forces are attempting to prevent the citizens from approaching, but they are fiercely resisting, striving to break through the blockade to rescue King Doflamingo. The situation is exceedingly grim. Sengoku inhaled deeply, responding, I understand. With a decisive click, he hung up the phone, his heart trembling with unease. Jiang Liufeng was indeed a formidable disruptor. Thankfully, preparations had been made, yet managing the citizens would prove challenging. Furrowed in concern, he realized they could only proceed step by step. Inform Hancock to coordinate with Fujitora and prepare for action. Understood. Dressrosa, underground factory. Jiang Liufeng remained blissfully unaware of the tumult his companions had inadvertently caused, which had stirred an uproar. Even if he were informed, he would remain equally unperturbed. Possessing an innate foresight, he understood that the citizens were merely blinded by the facade of the Don Quixote family. Clarity would soon emerge once the matter with Sugar was resolved. Standing before the Grand Hall, he locked eyes with the two individuals, who were equally scrutinizing him. Sugar, this is the final confrontation. Once resolved, we can conclude this endeavor, he thought. I comprehend the complexities. It is quite bothersome. Sugar glanced at Jiang Liufeng, pursing her lips. By the way, this adversary is rather striking. Suppressing her inner musings, Sugar exclaimed, the fruit you desire is right here. Come and take it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng shrugged nonchalantly, slipping his hands into his pockets, and strolled forward with an air of effortless calm. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of the two before him. Sugar and her companion's calculations had ultimately proven futile. Jiang Liufeng approached Shadang, locking eyes with her, yet hesitated to extend his hand for an extended moment. This left Shadang feeling a chill run down her spine. It seemed she was angered by his gaze. As she averted her eyes and exclaimed, what are you staring at? Do you want it or not? Just as she began to speak, she felt a sudden lightness in her hands, as if something was missing. Looking down, she was startled to see the box containing the vampire fruit prominently in Jiang Liufeng's grasp. Chapter 93. Little rascal, can I not handle you? You. Both Jiang Liufeng and Shadang gasped in astonishment, their simultaneous exclamations revealing their shock at the swiftness of his actions. In a moment of panic, they were utterly unprepared. Toribol, quickly retrieve the box. There was no need for Shadang to explain further. Toribol had already sprung into action without delay. Sticky chains. Toribol unleashed a thick, viscous brown liquid from his body, projecting it at a distance to form a beaded, sticky chain aimed at ensnaring Jiang Liufeng. Meanwhile, Baby 5, who had previously accompanied Waldo, emerged from the flank. Having lost all memory of Waldo, she had returned to her normal state and naturally joined the assault against Jiang Liufeng. Weapons! Handguns! She shouted, transforming her upper body into a firearm and unleashing a barrage of shots at Jiang Liufeng. The fury of her assault bore no resemblance to the delicate demeanor she once held. Bang! 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 A relentless stream of bullets erupted, yet they halted just 3 feet from Jiang Liufeng, unable to breach his defenses. She gasped in shock, exclaiming, how is this possible? What is happening? It turned out that Jiang Liufeng had swiftly retreated and summoned an electric shield, a defense so formidable that it rendered the feeble attacks of these adversaries utterly ineffective. Seeing his assault yield no results, Toribol's sticky substance evaporated before it could even touch Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. Enraged, he bellowed, impossible. How can you be this powerful? I refuse to believe it. Sticky cannon. He unleashed a barrage of block-like goo, aiming to ensnare his enemy with a single hit, but against the electric shield. It was all in vain. Baby 5 fared no better. She transformed into a sharp blade, attempting to close in and slice through the electric shield. However, as she approached within 5 meters, a wave of heat assaulted her. Her body could not withstand the intensity, compelling her to retreat hastily, yet she still suffered multiple burns. Even the composed Jiang Liufeng felt a flicker of surprise. As he sensed Baby Five's intense gaze upon him, she blushed and furiously declared, "Perverted scoundrel. If you keep staring at me, I'll gouge your eyes out." Jiang Liufeng let out a light chuckle. "You little rascal, do you think I cannot handle you?" He promptly addressed Baby Five. "I require your assistance in locating the Golden Lion." Upon hearing this, the latter was momentarily taken aback. "Am I being summoned?" "Yes, certainly." Jiang Liufeng, weary of engaging in futile conversation, abruptly interrupted her. In an unexpected shift, the other party donned a radiant smile and scurried away with exuberance. Torble, in a state of alarm, called out to Baby Five, "Do you still have the time to concern yourself with others?" Yet, before he could finish his words, Jiang Liufeng's haunting voice reached his ears, sending a shiver down Torble's spine. "Oh no, Thunderbolt!" With a thunderous roar, a colossal bolt of lightning surged towards him with unparalleled speed and an overwhelming range, rendering escape impossible. "No!" The crackling sound echoed as the lightning swept across, leaving Torble in a pitiful, charred state that was almost unbearable to behold. However, the 30 million volts of the thunderbolt did not claim his life. In his urgency, Jiang Liufeng had unleashed a punch infused with the power of thunder, potent enough to incapacitate the loathsome creature, but not lethal. It was not an act of mercy. Rather, Torble was as repulsive as mucus, and Jiang Liufeng had no desire to draw near him. In excruciating pain, Torble found that the lingering heat made it impossible for his body to regenerate. He staggered towards Sugar, dragging his battered form closer step by agonizing step. The sight was as unappetizing as watching a lump of excrement struggle to move. "Sugar, you must flee. I will do my utmost to hold him back. You cannot come to harm." Yet, Sugar stood paralyzed with fear, utterly aghast at the devastation inflicted upon Torble. The sheer might of the lightning was truly breathtaking. Under Jiang Liufeng's penetrating gaze, she trembled uncontrollably, tears brimming in her eyes as she sniffled incessantly. As Jiang Liufeng approached her step by step, Sugar was frightened, retreating repeatedly while shaking her head and exclaiming, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Although she appeared as a petite girl, Jiang Liufeng harbored no compassion in his heart. It was precisely because of her abilities that many families in Dressrosa had been torn apart, and lovers were doomed to never meet again in their lifetimes. Do not be deceived by her youthful visage. Her cunning was on par with that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Thus, Jiang Liufeng had no intention of sparing her life, for he harbored a grander ambition, to overthrow the Don Quixote family, liberate Dressrosa, and establish it as his stronghold in the New World. In this light, Sugar had to perish. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Liufeng fixed his cold, emotionless gaze upon her. With a decisive wave of his hand, he unleashed a thunder dragon, elevating the voltage to a staggering 100 million volts. Should it strike, a being like Sugar, who relied on her abilities for survival, would stand no chance of withstanding such power. At this critical moment, Tr Bull exerted all his strength, lunging forward to shield Sugar, absorbing the full brunt of the attack before the thunder dragon could reach her. The anguish cries echoed through the air as his severely wounded body, even bolstered by the application of armament Haki, seemed unable to withstand the overwhelming might of Jiang Liufeng's lightning. Ultimately, the disparity in power was insurmountable. He struggled desperately, nearly dissolving into a puddle, with only his head maintaining its form. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, a surge of murderous intent rose. "Since you desire death so much, I shall grant your wish." In his hand, the Thunder God's hammer emanated a fierce wind, now imbued with armament Haki, determined to strike with lethal precision. Whoosh! The Thunder God's hammer flew from his grasp, aimed directly at Torpal's head. "Ah, no. How dare you!" 3 exclamations erupted suddenly. Splat! Yet nothing could prevent the impending carnage. Torpal's body, drenched in liquid, transformed from transparent to white, then scorched black by the lightning, ultimately stained a crimson red by the gushing blood. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, Toripol, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, met his demise. "Ah, you bastard! I will surely kill you." The tardy Don Quixote Doflamingo arrived too late to avert the tragedy that unfolded before him, his heart consumed by despair. As he traversed the scene, the sight of his fallen subordinates scattered across the ground deepened his anguish, a pain that others could scarcely fathom. Chapter 94. The power of awakening fruits. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's arrival, Jiang Liufeng felt a moment of astonishment. This was his first lethal strike, and it had faltered. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed the barely perceptible fine line across Doflamingo's chest, and he felt a sense of relief. "I almost forgot you possessed this trick. But you shall not have such fortune again." Doflamingo, teetering on the brink of madness, had completely lost his sanity, consumed by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. "I will see you dead." As his anguished roar reverberated, the surroundings began to transform. The buildings, the cargo, and even the ground gradually morphed, ultimately resembling mere lines. Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened. Was this the power of awakened fruits? Within the subterranean factory, several individuals, transformed into mere playthings, had long ceased their movements and stood in silent observation. At the moment Jiang Liufeng triumphed over Toripol, the long-buried embers of hope within them reignited. They fervently wished that this enigmatic youth with violet hair could vanquish the very foes who had robbed them of their freedom. However, upon witnessing Doflamingo's display of might, The flicker of hope within their hearts was extinguished once more. The shadow that Doflamingo cast over them was insurmountably vast, rendering any notion of victory utterly elusive. As they beheld the desolate expanse, a manifestation of Doflamingo's awakened powers, despair enveloped them. The fear induced in Sugar had destabilized her emotions, granting these toy-like beings their voices once more. Many urged Jiang Liufeng to flee. Doflamingo, this utterly ruthless fiend, was indeed formidable, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Yes, young man, you must escape. It is inconceivable to triumph over such a monster. Oh, how I yearn for my child. Young man, your family must be worried for you as well. Flee now, or you may find no chance left. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng smiled, declaring that he would resolve the matter promptly, assuring them of their imminent freedom. Resolve me? Nonsense. You shall accompany my brethren to the grave. The white wave of threads. In the blink of an eye, Don Quixote Doflamingo arranged thousands of translucent white threads in a horizontal formation, unleashing a tumultuous wave-like assault that surged upward from beneath Jiang Liufeng. The massive, twisted white waves sought to ensnare Jiang Liufeng within their grasp and crush him. Yet, before Jiang Liufeng, such speed proved utterly insufficient. The white wave of threads failed to even catch a glimpse of Jiang Liufeng's form. With a few swift movements, Jiang Liufeng found himself before Doflamingo. Delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch, his arms adorned with a dual-colored energy, striking forth like a cannonball aimed at Doflamingo. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his teeth clenched in frustration. The disparity in their speeds was glaringly apparent. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed another white thread shield, summoning formidable lines from the ground to defend against Jiang Liufeng's onslaught. Nonetheless, even this could not withstand the overwhelming force of Jiang Liufeng's punch. The white thread shield shattered under the relentless assault, and it seemed inevitable that Jiang Liufeng would land a blow upon Doflamingo's face. However, despite the destruction of the shield, a brief respite was gained. The spiderweb wall. With a swift motion, Doflamingo raised his hand, conjuring a wall of web-like threads, fortified by his Haki. The resounding clash of metal echoed as the force of Jiang Liufeng's punch was diminished, allowing Doflamingo's dark, iron-like web to intercept the attack. A prime opportunity. The spider's nest. Seizing the moment as Jiang Liufeng closed in, Doflamingo executed another technique. The spider's nest bore resemblance to the spider web wall, but was of a higher caliber, capable of bending and enveloping the enemy, akin to a hunting net. It seemed poised to ensnare Jiang Liufeng. Thunder God, could Jiang Liufeng truly achieve his desires? In an instant, he transformed his entire being into an elemental form, resembling the god of thunder, and increased his speed threefold, deftly slipping through the narrowing gap. Damn it! Doflamingo spat in frustration. He had been so close to capturing Jiang Liufeng, and with the overlapping nets, the openings had diminished. He was confident that with the enhancement of his Haki, even Jiang Liufeng's elemental form would be unable to escape. Yet it was all in vain. Further inciting Doflamingo's ire, the area of his awakened ability gradually expanded, engulfing half of the underground factory in its grasp. Heavens, how formidable! This purple-haired youth is truly powerful. It seems he might actually stand a chance, exclaimed a toy with wide-eyed enthusiasm. Yes, indeed. The others around him echoed in agreement. But don't just revel in joy. Look over there. Doflamingo has lost his sanity, recklessly expanding his range and intensifying his assault, causing the entire building to tilt perilously. A sharp-eyed toy pointed towards the crumbling wall of the battlefield. Oh no, if it collapses, not only will the palace be destroyed, but countless innocent lives may be lost. Great One, please resolve this quickly. The tower is about to topple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng realized the gravity of the situation. Since he had summoned his most powerful form, he decided not to linger any longer. With a sweeping motion, he wielded the hammer of the god of thunder, shooting forth at an imperceptible speed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's heart raced. Already strained, he found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Jiang Liufeng in his god of thunder state. His fury had rendered him almost irrational, and he no longer cared for caution. He simply unleashed a flurry of attacks. Giant Wave White Line. This technique could be considered an enhanced version of the Wild Wave White Line, conjuring countless massive white lines that cascaded like waves, bombarding in all directions. Suddenly, a flicker of lightning appeared at one location. Amidst his chaotic assault, he finally pinpointed Jiang Liufeng's position. There. Doflamingo's eyes lit up as he swiftly unleashed a powerful strike. 16 sacred death bullets. Divine execution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 16 massive white lines, entwined with dense Haki, surged from the ground, piercing towards Jiang Liufeng at breakneck speed. This was Doflamingo's ultimate move born from his awakening. Jiang Liufeng's actions were abruptly halted by this student, who exuded an overwhelming presence. Employing elemental transformation, Jiang Liufeng found himself unable to evade the impending strike. Reluctantly, he ceased his movements, revealing his form and wielding the Thunder God's hammer to counter the lethal blow. The clash of formidable forces ignited waves of purple-black energy in the air, a display of sheer terror. The residual shockwaves swiftly shattered the surrounding walls, dismantling the already precarious foundation of the Dressrosa Palace, which could no longer withstand the strain and began to collapse at an angle. A multitude of toy companions were thrown into a state of panic. It was over. The palace had fallen. The horror was overwhelming. What manner of monsters were these two? The destructive power unleashed in their confrontation was colossal. Oh no, my wife and children, please do not be crushed. Chapter 95, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Downfall. In the blink of an eye, 16 fierce attacks were completely thwarted by Jiang Liufeng, who then vanished with a flash, launching another thunderous assault. Doflamingo was struck with profound terror. Was this even human? How could his most potent technique be neutralized without a scratch? There was no time for further contemplation as the specter of death loomed ominously over him. Spiderweb wall. Desperately, he unleashed a barrage of highly resilient armed color spiderwebs, encasing himself. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. How could he survive? Alas, from the instant Jiang Liufeng summoned the Thunder God's hammer, he had already lost his chance. What seemed to be an impenetrable web was but a mere joke against the hammer's unparalleled ability to pierce through all. With a swift flick of his hand, Jiang Liufeng unleashed the mighty Mjolnir, clearing a path ahead. He extended his left arm, diving down like a celestial being descending from the heavens. The strongest spear, piercing through with a single finger. In his Thunder God form, this spear represented Jiang Liufeng's ultimate technique. An existence that could obliterate the very fabric of the universe with astonishing speed and destructive power, far surpassing that of the spear in his mortal form. Furthermore, after acquiring the ability of the Thunder Fruit, Jiang Liufeng maneuvered effortlessly through the air, rendering any attempts at evasion futile, as he pursued like a shadow, inescapable and relentless. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng began to spin rapidly, the spear's tip emanating a sudden darkness, while the rest of his form transformed into a radiant column of lightning. To the untrained eye, he resembled an unparalleled divine weapon descending from the skies, instilling fear with his overwhelming presence. The Mjolnir surged forward with unstoppable force, shattering the webs woven by Doflamingo, who could only watch in disbelief as he was struck and sent flying. Yet, Doflamingo had no time to register the pain or count the bones broken by the impact. Behind him, a wave of immense danger washed over him, sending chills down his spine, his hair standing on end like a startled cat. If even the smallest of creatures clung to life, how could he give up? He turned, pouring every ounce of strength into his ultimate move, the divine execution. Oh, he roared, twisting together 16 white waves, exponentially amplifying the power of his attack. Die, he yelled. But it was he who was destined for death. The strongest spear clashed with the divine execution, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that spread like wildfire, hurling distant spectators away and causing some to vomit blood, their insides damaged by the sheer force. The residual energy shattered the walls of the underground factory, sending tremors through Dressrosa as if a cataclysmic earthquake were underway, threatening to sink the island itself. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? What on earth is going on? Is this the end of the world? The chaos extended beyond the underground. The citizens outside were equally terrified, with buildings collapsing around them. The air was filled with sounds of explosions, cries, and pleas for help, plunging all of Dressrosa into pandemonium. Having sensed the impending disaster, Fujitora, who had been engaged in a prolonged standoff with the Golden Lion, swiftly repelled his opponent and abandoned the struggle, utilizing his full capabilities. He lifted several towering buildings and the entire Dressrosa Palace into the air, averting the tragedy of citizens being buried alive. At that very instant, a melodious voice echoed. You must be the Golden Lion? Jiang Liufeng has sent me to guide you to him. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion turned to see Baby 5, who had been lured out by Jiang Liufeng. With no interest in further conflict, the Golden Lion nodded in agreement. Lead the way, young lady. Am I truly needed again? What a delightful day. Baby 5's peculiar disposition shone through, her family having been wiped out, yet remaining cheerful. Thus, the Golden Lion followed Baby 5 to the entrance of the underground factory, only to find that the passage had been obliterated due to the intense battle between the two formidable foes. But for the Golden Lion, this was merely a trivial matter. He soared into the sky, wielding his twin swords to cleave a circle in the expansive ground. Then, unleashing his full power, he lifted the entire section of earth, as if peeling back a lid from the ground, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At the very moment the lid was lifted, Jiang Liufeng and Doflamingo were locked in their final confrontation. The Golden Lion's attention was captivated as he watched the titanic clash of their ultimate strikes. Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear collided with Doflamingo's divine execution, and the moment they met, the disparity was undeniable. The divine execution was shattered effortlessly. Not even a trace of struggle present as Jiang Liufeng surged forward, piercing through Doflamingo and leaving a massive wound. The high-pressure lightning, already at a scorching temperature, intensified with Jiang Liufeng's rapid rotation, generating immense friction. Doflamingo's Haki defense melted away, proving utterly ineffective against the onslaught. Even the organs within him were seared beyond recognition. Doflamingo, filled with resentment, fell backward, his life flashing before his eyes. He could hardly fathom that, despite his connections to the world and being a celestial dragon, he would meet such a fate. Regret washed over him. He should never have provoked such a monstrous individual. Given the chance to choose again, he would have willingly surrendered the vampire fruit for a chance to live. But alas, there were no second chances. His thoughts grew muddled, his gaze unfocused. He turned his head with great effort to look at Baby 5, the last surviving member of the Don Quixote family in this battle. A faint smile graced his lips as he strained to lift his arm, reaching toward the charming young girl, longing to touch her once more. Unfortunately, he was beyond exhausted. With the last remnants of his strength, he uttered to Baby 5, "Cough, cough, you can still, cough, live." But before he could finish, Baby 5 suddenly cried out, "You scoundrel, you're finally going to die. You killed so many of my fiancées. Justice has come." With that, Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to his fate. Thus, the Battle of Dressrosa concluded, marking the end of Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, the current king of Dressrosa, and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 96. A joyous resolution. The war in Dressrosa has come to a complete end. In this remarkable battle, the Dawn Brigade vanquished Smuggy, one of the 3 generals serving under the infamous Big Mom pirates, along with the 15th and 16th daughters. They also defeated Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, and took down Don Quixote Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family, along with several of his subordinates. Totaling 12 individuals, they captured the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, and acquired the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit. The Dawn Brigade dismantled the underground trading network of the Don Quixote family and overthrew their dark reign over Dressrosa, liberating the long-oppressed toy people. This monumental achievement laid a solid foundation for the Dawn Brigade to establish their presence in Dressrosa and face the new world ahead. This groundbreaking victory will soon resonate throughout the world, thanks to Morgans, who has been closely watching the Dawn Brigade from above. As Sugar's powers were nullified, the toy people gradually returned to their true forms, and a flood of lost memories surged into their minds. In an instant, the citizens of Dressrosa were overwhelmed with joy. Showering scorn upon the Don Quixote family, they expressed their heartfelt gratitude and blessings to the young man with violet hair, who descended like a deity to rescue their nation from despair. Although the central district lay in ruins from the fierce battle, and the palace had been utterly devastated, the citizens of Dressrosa did not dwell on their sorrow. Instead, laughter and joy filled the air. The feeling of family reunion was unparalleled. Orphans welcomed back their fathers, and elderly parents rejoiced at the return of their children. The entire Dressrosa felt as festive as a celebration. "I remember now. Oh my husband, you have been by my side all these years, enduring so much for our child," a woman cried out. "You finally remembered me? That's wonderful," came the response. "Son, my son, what a blessing it is that before my time comes, I can recall my child. Come, let me see you. Father, your son has returned to honor you. Mother, wife, son, my child." The bewildered Navy officers stared in astonishment as the toy people transformed back into living beings, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. As they gathered information, they learned of the suffering inflicted upon the citizens of Dressrosa by the Don Quixote family over the years, who had occupied the palace and engaged in nefarious deeds. The Navy officers were incensed, realizing they had been protecting such scoundrels, akin to aiding a villain in their malevolence. In that moment, they applauded the Dawn Brigade for toppling the Don Quixote family and liberating Dressrosa, abandoning any thoughts of capturing them. "Let us head to the palace and express our gratitude to the benefactors who have rid us of our tyrannical rulers." Suddenly, someone shouted, and the throngs of people in the streets responded, temporarily setting aside their family reunions to surge toward the central district. The Navy had no justification to obstruct them, especially since Fujitora had already neutralized the danger in the area. They could only allow the crowd to pass freely. And thus, the scene unfolded on the battlefield. As Jiang Liufeng emerged from the abyss, his memories fully restored, he cast his gaze towards the 3 figures huddled in the corner. With a bemused smile, he remarked, "Come on up, what are you waiting for?" The Crimson Count and his companions, having regained their forms, hesitantly climbed to the surface, their expressions far from pleasant. It was truly a matter of shame. They were all exceptional individuals, yet it was precisely the 3 of them who had been ensnared. To be frank, while they rationally wished for Jiang Liufeng to unravel the predicament, a small part of them secretly hoped to witness his own downfall. This would bring a sense of equilibrium to their hearts. However, Jiang Liufeng, with his cunning intellect, provided them with no opportunity to exploit. In stark contrast, their folly became glaringly apparent. "Boss," Valdo said, gazing at Jiang Liufeng, offering an awkward smile, uncertain of what to say. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and remarked, "We are all seasoned veterans. Henceforth, one must remain vigilant, for one must guard against the intentions of others, regardless of whether they are women or children." The 3 individuals, chastened, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, while the insufferable Golden Lion observed the scene with a mischievous grin, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Fortunately, Baby 5 intervened to alleviate the tension. After regaining her memory, the young girl, upon seeing Valdo, exclaimed, "Husband. I remember now. You are my husband, aren't you? This is problematic." The term husband instantly shattered the awkward ambience, prompting the group to cast knowing glances at Valdo. His complexion darkened as he felt a wave of heat wash over him, and in a flurry of panic, he stammered, "You don't call me that so casually. Can't you see the captain is here?" Baby 5, unfazed, retorted, "I don't care about your captain or anyone else. You are my husband, and I will follow you." Valdo furtively glanced at Jiang Liufeng, momentarily at a loss for words. To be candid, for someone as rough around the edges as Valdo, having such a striking girl profess her desire to be with him was utterly irresistible. However, given that she had once been an adversary, he could not ascertain her true intentions, and even if he were to agree, it was uncertain whether his captain and comrades would approve. How could Jiang Liufeng possibly overlook Valdo's intentions? Moreover, Baby 5 possesses a personality that exudes an inherent propensity for foreshadowing. It is undoubtedly some unintentional remark from Valdo that has fostered the genesis of this connection. Immediately, he nodded at Valdo and expressed his fondness, signaling for her to join him. Having uttered these words, he turned to beckon Count Red to depart. Old Sand and Golden Lion, displaying their keen perception, also discreetly withdrew to a more temperate area, thus granting the couple their privacy. Valdo was utterly exhilarated, never anticipating such an exhilarating encounter, with the approval of his leader. What more could he fear? With a sweeping gesture, he drew Baby 5 into his embrace. As he savored the softness and delicacy of her form, he immediately raised the flag in salute. Valdo was enraptured, while Count Red was fervently enthusiastic. At the moment Jiang Liufeng greeted him, the Red Count realized that his long-awaited spring was finally approaching. Even when Jiang Liufeng extended a delicately crafted box into his hands, the Red Count struggled to believe that the day of his resurgence to greatness was indeed at hand. After years of tranquil monotony, his heart had been as still as water. Today, however, the Red Count found it impossible to maintain his composure. Cradling the vampiric fruit of the mythical beast in his hands, tears welled up in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. Without uttering a word, he voraciously devoured the fruit. What decorum! What refinement! All were cast aside. The Red Count could only lament that he lacked 2 additional mouths to consume the fruit in one go. Chapter 97. Guardian Deity. The Red Count ravenously swallowed the fruit, but halfway through, his expression shifted dramatically. Cheeks puffed out. He nearly sprayed Jiang Liufeng with the contents of his mouth. Was this truly so repugnant to taste? Jiang Liufeng hurriedly exclaimed, "Hold it in. Whatever you do, don't spit it out. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Just pretend you're consuming something unpleasant. Damn it. Are you genuinely trying to comfort me? Or are you deliberately provoking me? Eating something distasteful? Why not indulge in a grand watermelon instead?" Jiang Liufeng gazed at the disdainful expression of the Red Count, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The Red Count struggled to swallow the devil fruit, which tasted far worse than excrement, with a pallid face, as if he had endured centuries of seasons passing before finally managing to consume the fruit entirely. Once the Red Count had swallowed it completely, several curious companions gathered around him. "Count, how do you feel?" Jiang Liufeng inquired with intrigue. "I don't feel anything particularly special. I'll need to adapt and develop my skills to truly understand," he replied. "Very well, ponder it at your leisure," Jiang Liufeng said. As they celebrated the Red Count's newfound abilities, a group of individuals approached slowly from a distance. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair, none other than King Liku, imprisoned for many years. Following him were Violet, Rebecca, Cyrus, and a host of loyal soldiers who had also been confined alongside the king. From the moment Sugar's powers were nullified, Violet and Rebecca had successfully restored King Liku's memories and had synchronously arrived at this location to reunite. Surprisingly, King Liku and his companions had not perished but had instead miraculously escaped to meet the three once more, a truly joyous reunion. Under Violet's narration, the group learned of Jiang Liufeng and his allies' efforts to overthrow the Don Quixote family, restoring clarity and peace to Dressrosa. Thus, they had come to express their gratitude to the Don crew. "I presume this is the famed Flying Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng?" King Liku, though aged from years of captivity, retained the regal presence of his former self, addressing these extraordinary warriors with poise. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng smiled and nodded, affirming, "That is indeed me. I am King Liku, and I am profoundly grateful to all of you for rescuing Dressrosa from its dire straits." King Liku expressed earnestly, "Your gratitude is unwarranted. It was merely a matter of course," Jiang Liufeng replied. Jiang Liufeng, with a calm demeanor, spoke softly, "What a casual act, to annihilate an entire clan, and the palace is thrown into chaos, and yet you call it casual? You, my friend, must be quite deranged." The followers of King Liku were left speechless, unable to express their thoughts, forced to swallow their frustrations. Just as they were at a loss for words, a throng of citizens arrived, marching with fervor. "Look, the great benefactor of Dressrosa is over there. Lord Raijin, we bow before you. Lord Raijin is our savior," they exclaimed. "Indeed, for so many years, we have acknowledged Doflamingo as our master, despite him tearing our families apart. What a tragedy it has been. Thankfully, he has been defeated by Lord Raijin." As the crowd drew closer, and their faces became clear. Shock swept through them. Oh my, could that possibly be King Liko? They gasped. It truly is King Liko. On their way, many had learned the truth of a tragedy that had occurred years prior, thanks to the toy people who had returned to their human forms. The slaughter by King Liko and his army appeared to be a mere facade, a scheme orchestrated by Doflamingo. Word spread quickly, and soon. Nearly all the citizens of Dressrosa were aware of the truth. Upon seeing King Liko again, excitement mingled with guilt in their hearts. During his reign, King Liko had been beloved by his people, guiding the nation through harmonious times. Reflecting back, it was hard to believe he and his army could have committed such atrocities. With the knowledge of Doflamingo's actions, the crowd had already formed their opinions. For years, they had condemned King Liko and bullied Princess Rebecca, and now, many were moved to tears, filled with remorse as they began to confess. Your Majesty King Liko, Princess Violet, Princess Rebecca, we have been misguided by treacherous individuals, and we spoke disrespectfully to you. Please forgive us. Yes, King Liko, we were blinded. We implore you to forgive us and reclaim your throne. Dressrosa needs a ruler like you. As these words were spoken, the crowd brightened, echoing in unison. Please, Your Majesty King Liko, reclaim your throne. Please, Your Majesty King Liko, reclaim your throne. The chorus of pleas filled the air. With misunderstandings finally cleared, King Liko and those beside him were deeply moved, especially the two women, who had long awaited this moment of clarity and were now overwhelmed with tears of joy, their burdens lifted. Everyone, please be quiet. After a moment of excitement, King Liko spoke. His voice, though soft, resonated with authority, silencing the crowd, who gazed at him with eager anticipation. I am grateful for your support, but I fear I am unfit for the throne. As you have witnessed, my strength is lacking, and I could not prevent the tragedy from occurring years ago. I do not wish to witness such horrors again, so I believe it is best for you to choose a capable leader. His words plunged the crowd into silence, echoing the pain of the past. Under King Liko's peaceful governance, Dressrosa had thrived, yet it proved vulnerable to formidable external forces. Although the citizens ardently wished for King Liko to return, they found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, a small boy tugged at his father's hand, bewildered. Daddy, don't we have a guardian deity in Dressrosa? The child's voice, though soft, pierced through the silence, and many heard it. A flicker of hope ignited in the crowd, but quickly faded. We have suffered enough under the rule of pirates. We are grateful to Jiang Liufeng. But to crown him as king? Who knows if he could turn out to be another Doflamingo? Seeing the moment was ripe, Jiang Liufeng, who had been silently observing from the back, finally stepped forward. He stood beside King Liko, his eyes sparkling with confidence, his handsome visage radiating a serene yet commanding presence. Impossible to overlook. Every movement he made captured the focus of the crowd, for this violet-haired youth was undeniably powerful, both in strength and aura. Chapter 98. I consent. As Jiang Liufeng approached, the crowd's hearts raced, filled with speculation regarding his intentions. Could it be that he truly intended to assume the throne? What would happen then? Although he had saved their nation, he was still a pirate. Would history repeat itself? Yet, his strength was undeniable, and if he truly desired to be king, who could stand against him? However, Jiang Liufeng's subsequent remarks calmed the restless hearts of the citizens of Dressrosa, and they erupted into cheers. In this grand assembly, Jiang Liufeng felt a twinge of excitement. He tossed his flowing hair back, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat to appear dignified, and then spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the best choice for the throne of Dressrosa remains King Liko. Dressrosa can serve as my strategic territory, and any invading forces shall be repelled by my crew, while we will not interfere in Dressrosa's development. How does that sound? Wonderful. This way, Lord Raijin will truly be our guardian deity. The crowd responded. Indeed. We will no longer have to worry about external threats. Lord Raijin, our guardian deity. Lord Raijin, our guardian deity. With this mutually beneficial resolution, the citizens of Dressrosa erupted in celebration. However, the joy was short-lived as a voice broke the atmosphere. No, the kingdom is protected by the world government and our navy. It cannot become the territory of a pirate. A young naval officer exclaimed angrily. Others, caught in the crowd, echoed his sentiments, asserting that the kingdom could not ally with pirates. This ignited public outrage. The navy? What good are they? When Doflamingo cruelly seized control of Dressrosa, where were you? Another citizen retorted. When Lord Raijin arrived, your admiral was still standing guard at the door. Do you even dare say you protect us? Without our guardian deity, who knows how long we would have remained separated from our families? When King Liko was imprisoned, why didn't you come to uphold justice? Now that the dust has settled, you dare to show up and criticize us? Do you not feel ashamed? The naval officers, chastised and blushing with shame, lowered their heads, overwhelmed by a profound sense of embarrassment. However, this brief episode could not alter the fact that Dressrosa had become the territory of the Dawn Pirates. Following the reprimand, the entire Dressrosa was once again engulfed in joyous celebration. Although the current state of Dressrosa was marred by wounds and in dire need of restoration, the citizens remained steadfast in their belief that under the leadership of King Riku and the protection of Jiang Liufeng, Dressrosa would undoubtedly rise again, flourishing as a prosperous kingdom. As the dust settled, the crowd gradually dispersed at King Riku's command, their faces radiant with excitement and determination, ready to reunite with their families and embrace a promising tomorrow. After enduring a great battle, Rosa was steadily regaining its footing, thriving with renewed vigor. The arrival of Jiang Liufeng and his companions was akin to their very names, dawn. Darkness recedes, and the eternal night shall break. After bidding farewell to the people, Dawn and King Liku turned their gazes towards the palace floating above in the sky. King Liku could not help but exclaim, "Alas, the palace has been uprooted. The task of rebuilding it is indeed a formidable challenge." Jiang Liufeng smiled and said, "What difficulty is there in this?" Lao Sha's lips twitched involuntarily, and he muttered to himself, "Great. It seems I am destined for another round of hard labor." Jiang Liufeng rested his shoulder against Lao Sha's as he spoke. "Let us find a doctor shortly to tend to the golden lion's hand. You two should lend a hand in tidying up the palace, for this will soon be our domain." Lao Sha could only nod in resignation, unable to voice any objections. Once all matters were settled, the Liuwang family sought a temporary refuge to revel in the joy of their reunion. Meanwhile, the Dawn crew approached the previously overlooked Tenghu, who had been lingering quietly on the sidelines. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the silent Fujitora and softly remarked, "Fujitora, this territory now belongs to me. You and your navy may depart." After a moment of silence, Fujitora raised his head and replied, "I beg your pardon, my lord. But Rosa remains under the dominion of the world government." As Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, he questioned, "Do you truly believe that you stand a chance in a confrontation?" "You misunderstand," the other replied. "At the moment you exposed and defeated the crimes of Confronting Doflamingo, our headquarters had already resolved that you would assume the position of the warlord of the sea." The Dawn crew was momentarily taken aback. The warlord of the sea? The envoy to announce the appointment would arrive shortly. Fujitora added with a hint of impatience, seemingly disapproving of the warlord title. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng felt a flicker of surprise, since when had matters been handled with such alacrity? Was the envoy already nearing? A sense of conspiracy wafted through the air. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Fujitora, on what grounds do you believe I would accept this?" "That is beyond my jurisdiction," Fujitora replied. "I am merely conveying the message. The rest you may discuss directly with the envoy. Moreover, since this is your territory, I kindly ask you to take charge of these matters." Fujitora gestured toward the floating palace and buildings above. What difficulty is there in that?" The golden lion scoffed, leaping into the sky to take command of the structures above. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the departing Tengu with a light chuckle, saying, "Return to Sengoku and inform him not to entertain any notions of outsmarting me. Your schemes and machinations hold no sway over who I am, Jiang Liufeng." Before he could finish his words, a crisp, melodious yet commanding female voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned in unison, captivated by the sound. A collective gasp escaped their lips. The sight was simply breathtaking. Even the Red Count found himself momentarily entranced by her stunning beauty. After a brief pause, the group finally regained their composure and exclaimed in unison, "Empress, Henkoku." Jiang Liufeng was equally astonished. The Navy headquarters truly exhibited remarkable ingenuity in their efforts to win him over by dispatching the Empress herself. He stepped forward with a smile and declared, "I am he." Upon hearing this, Hancock scrutinized Jiang Liufeng. Although she had heard of the rising Dawn crew, her focus had been solely on safeguarding the Amazon kingdom, leaving her largely indifferent to other matters. Thus, she was not well acquainted with this group, which had only emerged a mere 10 days prior. Seeing Jiang Liufeng for the first time stirred her heart slightly. As the saying goes, handsome men attract beautiful women, and vice versa. It was impossible for her to remain unaffected by Jiang Liufeng's striking visage. She bit her lip and addressed him, stating, "I am here as an envoy of the Navy headquarters, inviting you to become the new Shichibukai." "I accept," Jiang Liufeng replied with unwavering decisiveness. The response left not only the Empress stunned, but also the other members of the Dawn crew in disbelief. What the hell? Wasn't it agreed that he wouldn't accept? Where's his pride? Has he discarded it upon encountering beauty? The Red Earl shook his head with a chuckle, proclaiming, "Indeed. It is a hero's downfall at the hands of a fair maiden." The Empress, momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Very well. This saves me the trouble of further persuasion. There is another matter at hand. The Shichibukai will soon journey to Mariehua to participate in a significant event, so be prepared." Jiang Liufeng lowered his head in contemplation, estimating the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, the event was about to commence. Behind him, several voices interrupted his thoughts. "Boss, don't go. Isn't venturing to Marin Fanduo tantamount to walking into a trap?" Valtu exclaimed anxiously. Old Sha nodded in agreement, stating, "Valtu is right. This could very well be a conspiracy." Jiang Liufeng raised his hand to interrupt their persuasion, asserting that he was well aware of the situation. He then turned to the Empress and said, "No problem, but I wish to accompany you on your vessel." Upon hearing this, the Empress felt a twinge of displeasure. Did he intend to harbor ulterior motives? It was said that the Dawn's crew possessed the magnificent Golden Scale ship, renowned for its exceptional nautical prowess. Why then, must he choose to embark upon my ship? Jiang Liufeng remarked with a playful smile, "It is not merely your ship that I board, but rather, I share this journey with you." Otherwise, I would refuse to accept your invitation. I trust that should I decline, it would pose complications for you back at your headquarters. Wouldn't it? The Empress bit her lip in frustration, her heart seething with anger. Just as Jiang Liufeng had stated, she had never desired to undertake this mission. However, the Navy's stance was exceedingly rigid, even resorting to threats that left her with no choice but to comply. She realized that the Navy sought to exploit her allure, hoping to lead Jiang Liufeng to prioritize desire over gain, thereby coercing him into submission. As it stood, this indeed seemed to be the case, leaving her feeling as though she were a mere socialite, a sentiment that weighed heavily on her heart. Very well. Ultimately, the Empress could only huff coldly in response, agreeing to the terms. Upon hearing the Empress's affirmative response, Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming sense of elation. He turned to the crowd, whispering a few instructions before departing alongside the Empress. Although the Empress possessed an unparalleled beauty that could captivate any soul, Jiang Liufeng remained composed, not succumbing to irrational infatuation. His motivations were clear. He sought to visit the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a realm in this pirate-infested world that strictly forbids the presence of men. To force his way in would undoubtedly provoke a fierce confrontation. Thus, seizing this fortuitous opportunity was imperative. Along their journey, Jiang Liufeng stole glances at the Empress, and he could not help but acknowledge her remarkable prowess and allure. Before Jiang Liufeng arrived in the world of pirates, he had long harbored admiration for the Empress. Now that fate has brought them together beyond the chaos of the world, he wishes to seize the opportunity. However, he is acutely aware of the Empress's tragic past. Being overly aggressive would be unwise. Thus, he resolves to let destiny take its course. If fate aligns, he will grasp it firmly. If not, he shall not force it. Moreover, his primary intention is merely to enjoy the experience. He is indifferent to the notion of a nation exclusively for women. Indeed, he cares not at all. Shortly after, the two departed aboard the Empress's ship, while the Dawn crew, following Jiang Liufeng's instructions, busied themselves with their respective tasks. The matters concerning Rosa had finally reached a conclusion. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku convened an urgent meeting upon receiving the latest news from Rosa. He gestured for his aide to announce the achievements of Jiang Liufeng and his crew concerning the Rosa incident. During the battle in Rosa, the Dawn crew had vanquished Smoker, Jack, and 3 other subordinates of the 4 emperors in the arena. In the royal palace, they eliminated 12 members of the Don Quixote family, including Don Quixote Doflamingo and his aides, and secured the mythical Zoan vampire fruit, which, according to reliable sources, had been consumed by the Red Count. Additionally, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion and former Don Quixote family member Baby 5 had joined Jiang Liufeng's ranks. Ultimately, Jiang Liufeng was hailed as the guardian deity by the citizens of Rosa, which had become the territory of the Dawn crew, with the former king, Riku, who had been imprisoned by Doflamingo years ago, reinstated as ruler. Once the aide concluded the reading, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the meeting room. This battle was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Marines. The Dawn crew proved to be exceptionally formidable. Not only did they suffer no casualties, but they also gained 2 powerful allies, one of whom was the fearsome Golden Lion. The most unacceptable aspect was that the Red Count had indeed acquired the powers of the vampire fruit, marking a significant enhancement for both him and the Dawn crew. For the Marines, this was akin to a catastrophic blow. Just days after the previous celebratory meeting, the atmosphere had turned somber once again. Sengoku's head throbbed with concern. After the 4 emperors, was another uncontrollable 5th emperor about to emerge? Akiji lightly tapped the table, asserting that the immediate priority was to continue executing their plans. Establishing a foothold in the New World would not be an easy feat for the Dawn crew, as the primary distinction between pirates and the Marines lies in their lack of unity and discipline. The other formidable figures would not allow anyone to challenge them without consequence. Their mutual checks and balances would undoubtedly benefit the Marines greatly. Indeed, as the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. If we can apprehend Jiang Liufeng, the Dawn crew will pose no threat. We can capture the Red Count, the Golden Lion, and Waldo once, and we can do so again. Akina stated coldly. However, if Jiang Liufeng brings the Dawn crew to disrupt significant events, the strength of Whitebeard's forces will increase, Zifa interjected. Upon hearing this, Sengoku finally smiled faintly. That will not happen. As everyone surmised, according to the latest intelligence, Jiang Liufeng is utterly enchanted by the Empress, having left the Dawn crew behind in Rosa to single-handedly visit her. What? The senior naval officers nearly jumped out of their seats. The national goddess was thus treated? Ahem. Sengoku coughed and corrected himself. I meant to say he boarded the Empress's ship to answer her summons. A wave of relief washed over many high-ranking officials, who wiped the sweat from their brows, as if Hancock were their own spouse. Excellent, Garp exclaimed, slapping his hand down and growling. In that case, let's arrange for personnel. Kizaru rubbed his hands together, clearly eager for the impending confrontation to redeem himself. Seeing this, Akiji quickly restrained him. The traditional 3 admirals must remain on the front lines. As for Jiang Liufeng, let the remaining forces encircle him. It would be foolish to allow your unfortunate past to repeat itself. Chapter 100. Various perspectives. Sengoku nodded in agreement. After careful consideration, he decided that mid-ranking officers would not fare well against Jiang Liufeng and thus would not be assigned to that task. Instead, they would all engage in the frontline battle. Garp, and the 3 admirals must be present. After all, this is the face of the Marines. The remaining personnel, Tama, Chape, Green Bull, and Fujitora, under Zifa's command, will encircle Jiang Liufeng. What do you all think? After some contemplation, they responded, "That sounds excellent." The mid-ranking officers exhaled in relief, grateful to avoid facing the terrifying killing god, Jiang Liufeng. Seeing no objections, Sengoku declared, "Then it is settled. Zifa, you and the 4 of you will secretly monitor Jiang Liufeng's every move. Once you find an opportunity to strike, act without needing to report back. The rest will fully engage in battle with the Whitebeard pirates. If Jiang Liufeng remains unresolved after the conflict, we will return for support immediately." Understood. The meeting adjourned, yet again focusing on Jiang Liufeng. The Marine headquarters busied itself in preparation for the impending events and the arrival of Jiang Liufeng, brimming with a sense of impending crisis. A day after the events in Dressrosa, reports circulated worldwide. Truly, they were figures deserving of the personal attention of the newspaper mogul. The news spread rapidly. The king of Dressrosa has changed? The warlord Doflamingo and his subordinates were ruthlessly slain? A shocking conspiracy and dark dealings that have shaken the world? A mere 10 days from Impel down to becoming a warlord? The Empress and the new warlord Jiang Liufeng traveling together? A series of explosive headlines inundated the pirate world. Sweeping through every street and alley, Jiang Liufeng, Dawn, the enigmatic swordsman, and other such keywords, along with the remarkable deeds of Dawn, have undoubtedly captivated the attention of the world, becoming the subject of lively discussions over tea and meals. Those who have not heard of the legends surrounding Jiang Liufeng and his companions would likely face disdain from their friends and family. From the 3-year-old child to the 80-year-old grandmother crossing the street, it can be said that no one is unaware of their fame. In a quaint bar on the Shambadi archipelago, a group of recently arrived pirates animatedly discussed the latest news. "Have you heard? Dawn is incredibly powerful. In just 10 days since his debut, he has already reached Dressrosa." One exclaimed. "It seems their captain is quite formidable. But the likes of Waldo and Crocodile don't seem that impressive, do they?" Another chimed in. "What are you talking about? You're out of touch. Every member under Thunder God is a top-tier powerhouse. Please, enlighten us, good sir," one of them requested. "Well, although the newspapers didn't elaborate, I happen to know a senior who participated in the arena in Dressrosa. It is said that Waldo single-handedly defeated Smoker, who was valued at 932 million berries. Is that truly so? He defeated Smoker in a one-on-one duel? Indeed. Crocodile is equally monstrous. Apparently, he can extract moisture from any object, even turning buildings into sand." Listening to these rather unremarkable pirates exaggerate their tales, a red-haired pirate at a neighboring table displayed a look of disdain. "Humph, I could do that too. What is so impressive about it?" A man beside him, dressed as if performing magic, interjected, "Kid, don't underestimate them. Their strength is indeed formidable." "What's this? Hawkins, are you afraid?" Kid mocked. Hawkins was not fearful. Rather, he believed that in order to bring down such fiery figures, one must proceed with caution and not charge in recklessly like some. Becky, puffing on a cigar, added derisively, "Becky, do you want to fight? Enough of this noise. If we wish to challenge Dawn, we must unite. This is an excellent opportunity to make a name for ourselves." Drake interjected, attempting to restore order. Upon hearing this, the group calmed down. As fellow supernovas, the 7 present were initially reluctant to cooperate, each brimming with youthful vigor. However, they understood that to topple Dawn, it was clear that collaboration was essential. Looking ahead to the new world, where the 4 emperors held deep-rooted power, it was evident that Dawn represented the best opportunity to carve out their own reputation. Thus, a storm aimed at Jiang Liufeng began to brew within the confines of that small tavern. Meanwhile, seated at the bar, a striking purple-haired beauty was indulging in delectable food with little regard for decorum. "Bonnie, what brings such a sentiment?" the bar owner inquired, exhaling smoke. Engrossed in her meal, Bonnie dismissed her with a casual remark, "Nothing worth discussing. Just wait for the news." "Ah, you youngsters are truly amusing." The owner chuckled lightly before retreating to the back room. "Really, the new world is becoming increasingly interesting," one remarked. "Indeed, it's making me consider returning to the fray." Another replied, "You jest. With your old bones, you wouldn't even warm up Dawn." They shared a laugh, exchanging knowing glances. On Cake Island in Wano country, similar events unfolded. A furious figure wreaked havoc, demolishing everything in sight. "Jiang Liufeng, you must die. For killing my beloved daughter, you shall pay." The enraged Big Mom bellowed, her fury reaching a boiling point, akin to a nun's photo being shattered. "Mother, please calm down." Her children pleaded. "Death cannot be undone. Do not be too sorrowful. Your health is paramount, mother," they urged, terrified by the prospect of her losing control again after the devastating news of Smoker and the deaths of their sisters. "Katakuri, assemble the troops immediately and set sail for Dressrosa to avenge your sister," Big Mom ordered. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression grew grave. Mother, our immediate priority is to keep a close watch on Whitebeard's territory. Revenge will come in due time, but if we lose ground now, Red-haired and Kaido may seize it. Damn it, that wretched Jiang Liufeng. After this incident, he will pay dearly. On Kaido's side, the situation was not much different. He too sought immediate revenge on Jiang Liufeng, but was held back by his subordinates. Boss, we are at a critical juncture in seizing Whitebeard's territory. Big Mom has yet to make a move, and we cannot act hastily, or we risk losing our claim. Alas, not only has Jack fallen, but Smoker as well. Queen seems rather fond of Smoker, one remarked angrily. Territory? We just take it. We cannot afford to let our enemies go unpunished, Kaido argued. Their dispute escalating until he finally settled the matter. Let us focus on securing our territory for now. Don't worry, that Jiang Liufeng won't last long. Once Kaido spoke, the storm brewing against Jiang Liufeng began to subside. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Liufeng and his companions had already attracted the attention of numerous factions, each with varying strengths and motives. Yet, their intentions were remarkably consistent, to bring Dawn to its knees. Aside from renowned pirates, several lesser-known pirate crews, particularly those with ties to Don Quixote Doflamingo, were also fixated on Jiang Liufeng. The recent downfall of their suppliers meant that this reckoning would inevitably fall upon Jiang Liufeng. However, as the instigator, Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to the brewing troubles. If they sought trouble, he would simply send them on their way. At present, Jiang Liufeng was reclining languidly on a beach chair aboard the Empress's ship, basking in a moment of serene leisure. Lord Thunder God, your lunch is ready. Hearing the melodious voice, Jiang Liufeng flashed a charming smile, replying, thank you. As he opened his eyes, the maid was left spellbound. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly retreated with the tray. An island of women? How intriguing. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the enchanting figure departing before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The Amazon Lily Kingdom harbors a profound hostility toward men, resulting in many of its citizens having never encountered a male. Only those sailors who frequently accompany the Empress on her voyages have had the opportunity to glimpse one. However, none have ever laid eyes on a man as handsome as Jiang Liufeng. Instinctively, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to him throughout the day. Warriors, typically proud and valiant, queued to serve as Jiang Liufeng's attendants, eager to behold his striking presence up close. After all, the Empress had decreed that, aside from those delivering meals, no one was permitted to approach him. Yet, curiosity is an insatiable force, and coupled with Jiang Liufeng's youthful charm and affable demeanor, he appeared far less intimidating than the legend suggested. Simultaneously, the Empress remained within her chamber, cautiously parting the curtains to observe Jiang Liufeng for an extended period. Her two younger sisters, with playful smirks, teased, Sister, have you taken a liking to this man? The Empress, her cheeks flushing with indignation, retorted, Nonsense. I am merely keeping an eye on him to prevent any ulterior motives. Mary Gollett, affectionately known as Mary, jested, Sister, your vigilance is commendable. You have watched him for an entire day, truly a paragon for our generation. Sonia, another sister, nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, if we weren't so close, one might think you were smitten. The Empress, flustered and incensed, playfully lunged at her sisters, exclaiming, How dare you mock me? You shall pay for this. Laughter ensued as they tumbled about in a joyous scuffle. Outside, Jiang Liufeng, who had been enjoying his meal, couldn't help but smile broadly. He touched his handsome face, murmuring to himself, Indeed, being handsome has its advantages. It seems the Empress harbors a hint of curiosity about me. Jiang Liufeng possesses the observation Haki of the legendary Roger. How could the circumstances of the three escape his keen perception? The moment the Empress fixed her gaze upon him for an entire evening, Jiang Liufeng had already sensed her presence. However, considering the emotional turmoil stemming from the Empress's recent injuries and the unique traditions of the Amazon Kingdom, he refrained from approaching her directly. Otherwise, he would have long since engaged her in conversation. Who could resist the allure of Hancock's beauty? Thus, a ship filled with individuals, each harboring their own thoughts, silently traversed the 2 days of their journey, finally nearing the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Empress has returned. The moment the Nine-Snake ship approached, the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom had already received the news. They hurriedly gathered, displaying an almost ceremonial grandeur to welcome Hancock back. Everyone understood that the stability of the Amazon Lily Kingdom and its immunity from external threats were solely due to Hancock's strength. As the sounds of celebration filled the air, Jiang Liufeng opened his eyes, gradually rising to the bow of the ship to observe the scene. What a sight! Before him lay a vast sea of people, all young women. Such a magnificent spectacle was truly overwhelming, enough to stir the heart of any man. Fortunately, Jiang Liufeng maintained his composure, remaining unfazed. As the Empress and her companions emerged from the cabin, they happened upon Jiang Liufeng, who stood serenely amidst the throng of beautiful women. The Empress couldn't help but regard him with newfound admiration. He indeed seemed somewhat extraordinary. However, before she could ponder further, a military vessel gradually approached, blocking the path of the Nine-Snake ship. The newcomer was none other than the Vice Admiral, Weasel, who had come to escort the Empress to Marineford. He looked down from his ship and addressed the Empress. "Hancock, you must proceed to Marineford immediately." Before Hancock could respond, Jiang Liufeng interjected, knowing that his arrival had altered many events. Who knew if the Empress would comply? He hadn't even played his cards yet, so leaving at once was out of the question. With a stern expression, he retorted, "Summoned? Do you treat the illustrious Empress as a mere servant?" Weasel appeared bewildered. "What have I done to provoke you?" However, sensing the shift in Jiang Liufeng's demeanor, he quickly clarified, "That was not my intention. It is merely that the higher-ups are pressing for urgency. I kindly request both warlords to set off promptly." "Wait," Jiang Liufeng replied impatiently. Weasel's expression darkened, but he dared not offend this formidable individual. Jiang Liufeng turned to Hanku and said, "Do not concern yourself with him. I shall handle whatever comes our way. Let us proceed." Hanku shot him an irritated glance and retorted, "Just you wait. The Amazonian kingdom forbids the entry of men." At that moment, Jiang Liufeng was left utterly bewildered. The Empress paid him no heed and turned to disembark from the ship, but she glanced back with a radiant smile, clearly reveling in Jiang Liufeng's predicament, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. Jiang Liufeng found himself at a loss for words. The check-in point was tantalizingly close, yet utterly inaccessible. Can you imagine the frustration? However, to thwart his desire to check in was an impossibility. Once the inhabitants of the Amazon kingdom dispersed, Jiang Liufeng addressed the squirrel on the adjacent warship, saying, "Could you perhaps find a cooler place to linger? Why are you all swaying about beside me?" Numerous soldiers aboard the ship had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's earlier encounter with the Empress, and upon seeing his disgruntled demeanor, they could scarcely suppress their amusement, though they refrained from laughing outright. Ultimately, the squirrel, wary of Jiang Liufeng unleashing his ire upon them, decided it prudent to issue a command for the warship to depart in search of a more temperate location. Yet, despite this sentiment, one must ponder the fact that the Amazon kingdom, situated within the doldrums, offered little respite from the heat. Indeed, there were many sea kings lurking in the depths. Chapter 102. The art of doubling. As the warship maneuvered, several colossal beings emerged from the ocean with a swish. Their predatory gazes fixated on the personnel aboard the warship, as if they had stumbled upon a delectable feast. As Jiang Liufeng ruminated over the absence of a suitable outlet for his frustrations, the Sea Kings, rather fortuitously, presented themselves before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he deftly maneuvered into their midst, poised on 1 foot above the water's surface, and bellowed with authority. "Discharge!" A cacophony of crackling electricity erupted, resonating like a barrage of firecrackers across the vast expanse of the ocean. The colossal creatures, caught off guard, succumbed instantly to the electric onslaught, while those lurking beneath the surface, too, were forced to reveal themselves, floating lifelessly to the surface. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of dissatisfaction dissipate. His countenance once again adorned with a charming smile as he departed with a sense of fulfillment. The sailors left aboard the vessel stood in a state of utter disbelief, trembling uncontrollably. Whether they had previously witnessed Jiang Liufeng's prowess or not, they appeared as if they had encountered a specter. Was this truly a mere mortal? The sheer terror was palpable. Such a swift annihilation. This was the very essence of extermination. My heavens, those were dozens of sea kings. This was an act of sheer devastation. Major General, perhaps we should maintain a greater distance? If this fellow descends into further madness, we might very well be the next to meet our doom. After Jiang Liufeng effortlessly passed through, he chose to disregard them, seizing the opportunity of their astonishment to swiftly enter the kingdom of Amazon. Walking along the rustic paths, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. After all, it was a realm exclusively inhabited by women. Even without delving into specifics, merely imagining it conjured an exquisite beauty, as if closing his eyes would allow him to inhale the fragrance of untouched maidens wafting through the air. Unbeknownst to him, guided by the system's direction, he gradually approached the village where the denizens of the Amazon kingdom resided. In truth, despite being termed a kingdom, it was scarcely populated, comprising little more than a single village. The village exuded a rustic charm, devoid of ostentatious embellishments. Even the residence of the Empress was rather unassuming. Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but marvel, recognizing the remarkable effort it took for a single woman to manage such a household. Not wishing to invite unnecessary misunderstandings, he resolved against making a grand entrance. After a brief assessment, it appeared the checkpoint resided within the Empress's building. Thus, he transformed himself into pure elemental form, launching a long arc of energy skyward, executing a sharp 90-degree turn upon arrival, and then gently descending. Upon entering the building and traversing the corridor, he felt an inexplicable chill in the vast, empty space of the structure. Jiang Liufeng wandered for half a day, encountering not a single soul. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him the effort of evasion. He remained oblivious to the places he had traversed, ultimately finding himself standing before 2 grand doors. Jiang Liufeng felt an inexplicable thrill surge within, his lips curving into an uncontainable smile of joy. Each time the moment to check-in arrived, despite being aware of the unforeseen benefits that awaited, he found it difficult to quell the fluttering of his heart. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liufeng pushed open the door, and what greeted his eyes was a room shrouded in swirling smoke. The dimly lit chamber was obscured by the mist, rendering it impossible to discern the circumstances within at that moment. Jiang Lu's heart suddenly raced. Could it be mere coincidence? No wonder this grand building is devoid of any inhabitants. Could it be that the Empress is bathing? What a revelation! As Jiang Liufeng experienced a sudden bout of dryness in his throat, he inexplicably closed the door behind him and stepped further inside. His reason could not impede his advance. The closer he drew to the pool, the more his heart raced, shattering his usual demeanor of calm detachment. Just as he traversed the final veil of mist and beheld the entire pool, a wave of disappointment washed over his excited heart. Alas, not a single hair in sight. He shook his head and managed an awkward smile, realizing that fortune had not favored him after all. Gazing at the illuminated checkpoint across the pool, Jiang Liufeng swiftly adjusted his mindset. Well, even if he could not witness the Empress bathing, checking in would suffice. Thus, he strode confidently towards the checkpoint. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Amazon Lily Kingdom. You have been awarded the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. The next checkpoint is Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Wow, this is incredible. I must say, the rewards offered by the system are devoid of restrictions and side effects, which is crucial. Otherwise, Jiang Liufeng would have to contemplate whether this skill, which could lead to weight gain, was worth integrating. However, there was no room for hesitation now. System, initiate fusion. Ding. The host is currently fusing with the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. As the system's notification faded, a surge of overwhelming power and the mastery of the multiplication technique surged into Jiang Liufeng's being. Jiang Liufeng was ecstatic, extending his arms as a thought crossed his mind, causing his fists to swell to colossal proportions, as if he were grasping the fists of two giants. Fortunately, the bathhouse was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caused its collapse. He meticulously attuned himself to the nuances of the doubling technique, discovering that, under his will, it could expand or contract at will, exhibiting a mastery that seemed even more refined than that of the Akid clan. He could even direct the enlarged areas to flow across his body like water, showcasing an exquisite level of control. Jiang Liufeng was instantly captivated by the wondrous application of this multiplication technique, becoming utterly absorbed in his incessant experimentation. He first gently magnified one of his fingers to the size of an eggplant, subsequently guiding this newfound force throughout his body. The multiplying energy surged within him, akin to a mouse burrowing inside, creating a noticeable bulge that playfully darted around his form. Ultimately, driven by primal instinct, Jiang Liufeng inadvertently directed this force towards his groin. Perhaps due to overwhelming anticipation or an intense focus, he remained oblivious to the heavy door of the bathhouse swinging open. As he fixated on the impressive manifestation before him, a wave of indescribable excitement coursed through him. Suddenly, the sound of delicate feet splashing into the water jolted him back to reality. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he pondered who had intruded upon the delightful reverie unfolding in his mind. A figure, breathtakingly captivating, emerged from the swirling mist ahead, drawing his breath away. Jiang Liufeng seemed to have an epiphany, his heart racing uncontrollably, nearly leaping into his throat. The sound of splashing water echoed alongside the thunderous beats of his heart, transforming into a magnificent symphony that resonated in harmonious interplay. At last, amidst the swirling mist, the long-awaited figure emerged. It was none other than the Empress. In a moment that felt surreal, he beheld the Empress approaching, utterly unadorned. Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened in astonishment, for in that fleeting moment, it appeared to him as the most exquisite instant of his existence. The Empress, seemingly lost in her own reverie, was oblivious to his presence as she gracefully advanced towards the center of the pool, her thoughts shrouded in mystery. Observing her enchanting silhouette, Jiang Liufeng could not help but privately marvel, deeming it a masterstroke of the heavens. Jiang Liufeng was abruptly doused with a cold reality, awakening him to the piercing gaze of the Empress, leaving him in a state of profound embarrassment. Caught in a dilemma, he found himself torn between maintaining and relinquishing the technique of duplication. Who would have imagined that two sovereigns, each possessing the formidable three-color Haki, could so absurdly overlook one another? Upon clearly discerning Jiang Liufeng's visage, the Empress did not exhibit the bashfulness of a young girl, turning away or fleeing in a scream. Instead, her delicate hands hung naturally at her sides, shielding her enigmatic domain, while her eyes brimmed with an overwhelming intent to kill. Her countenance was chillingly frigid, exuding an aura of sovereign authority that bore down on Jiang Liufeng with an oppressive force. Her initial flicker of fondness for him, stemming from deep-seated prejudices against men, evaporated in an instant. In that moment, her sole desire was to eliminate Jiang Liufeng. The Empress coldly declared, "Indeed, all crows in this world are as black as the other. I never suspected that your previous demeanor was merely a facade. You too are a lecherous fiend." Jiang Liufeng forced a bitter smile, realizing that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. However, as a staunch advocate of masculinity, He had no intention of yielding to the Empress. With a powerful tremor, he resisted her oppressive aura and promptly defended himself, stating, "I entered first, all right? How can I be labeled a lecher?" The Empress paused, reflecting on the matter, and indeed found merit in his words. Caught off guard, she was momentarily speechless, only to be consumed by a mix of embarrassment and fury. After all, it was she who had been exposed. How could he possibly have a point? Without further ado, she assumed a combat stance and launched an assault towards Jiang Liufeng, her fragrant feet poised for action. Jiang Liufeng understood that the critical moment had arrived. At this juncture, the only way to prove his pure heart to the Empress was to demonstrate his sincerity, leaving room for redemption. He was diligently adjusting his mindset, preparing to welcome the Empress's sweet breeze, when unexpectedly, she launched an attack on him, catching Jiang Liufeng off guard. What the hell? This script was all wrong. Though the scenario had deviated from his expectations, Jiang Liufeng was never one to shy away from a confrontation. Even though he could not utilize his thunderous powers for fear of harming the Empress, employing his armed color Haki would suffice. Since she desired a fight, he was ready to respond. However, as he braced for the encounter, the Empress's fragrant foot unexpectedly revealed a mysterious area, stunning him. He nearly lost his footing and fell into the water. His mind buzzed, teetering on the brink of a short circuit. This was truly a delightful surprise. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, the Empress was solely focused on eliminating Jiang Liufeng. In her haste, she had not considered the implications of her actions and suddenly realized that her most exquisite assets were fully exposed. Panic set in as she hastily attempted to cover herself, but retracting her moves proved more challenging than anticipated. In the blink of an eye, a delightful misunderstanding unfolded once more, and the Empress found herself curled up and vulnerably flying into Jiang Liufeng's embrace. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Jiang Liufeng readily accepted this unexpected embrace. With arms outstretched, he caught the Empress in a perfectly timed princess carry. In that moment, both were left in a state of shock, feeling the softness in his grasp. Inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that captivated the senses, Jiang Liufeng was utterly unsettled. He had repeatedly admonished himself to be a man of integrity and to never take advantage of others' misfortunes. Yet, in this moment, with a beautiful woman in his embrace, it was impossible for any man to remain composed. Moreover, the Empress, nestled in his arms, resembled a frightened little kitten, her lovely face flushed and her demeanor flustered. Utterly at a loss, it was simply unbearable. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Jiang Liufeng decided to abandon his restraint just as a sudden commotion erupted in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the sound of someone calling out. Then, with a resounding crash, the roof of the bathhouse was violently shattered, debris hurtling directly towards them. Jiang Liufeng, familiar with the unfolding scenario, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He did not pay much attention to the figure plummeting, but instead focused intently on the treacherous-looking individual circling above. This was bad. Jiang Liufeng let out a soft exclamation. Given today's misunderstanding, he had already firmly regarded the Empress as his own. How could he allow that scoundrel Morgan to capture and disseminate a photograph of the Empress in such a state of undress? Would he truly expose the intimate image of his beloved for the world to behold? The answer, without a doubt, was a resounding no. Jiang Liufeng, quick-witted and agile, immediately lifted the purple lightning robe to shield the Empress as much as possible. With a powerful push of his legs, he leapt into action, sending the falling Luffy hurtling towards Morgan's with a swift kick. Go, Pikachu! No, wait, go. The man who aspires to be the Pirate King, Morgan's, frantically pressing the camera shutter, was abruptly startled by a dark figure rushing towards him, prompting him to dodge hastily. However, Jiang Liufeng's formidable kick was overwhelming. Luffy shouted, and in the blink of an eye, he was already before Morgan's. Damn it! Morgan spat vehemently, capturing the last moment of Jiang Liufeng embracing the Empress as they descended. Just before being struck by Luffy, the two collided, and together they plummeted into the depths. This entire sequence of events transpired with such swiftness that the Empress could scarcely react, her delicate arms instinctively wrapping around Jiang Liufeng's neck. Thus, she allowed him to carry her as they bounced about for a while, until they both splashed back into the water with a resounding thud. The resulting spray cascaded across the Empress's stunningly beautiful face, finally snapping her back to reality. Chapter 104, Luffy's Entanglement Startled. The Empress quickly struggled to free herself from Jiang Liufeng's embrace, her fair complexion darkening as she redirected her ire towards him. Meanwhile, having endured the commotion, Jiang Liufeng had already regained his composure and tranquility. He promptly discarded the purple lightning robe, tossing it before her, exclaiming, "This is truly a misunderstanding. Please don the robe." The Empress, undeterred, promptly donned the purple lightning robe, though her anger remained unabated, skeptical of Jiang Liufeng's words. Sweet, sweet wind. Clearly, the Empress was not a woman of indecision. Without a moment's hesitation, she formed a heart shape with her hands before her chest and directed her wrath towards Jiang Liufeng. Here it comes. Now this is more like it. Jiang Liufeng let out a sigh of relief. He understood that as long as his mind remained resolute and his thoughts pure, he had nothing to fear from the Empress's attack. With unwavering determination, He fixed his starry gaze upon her, his eyes radiating an extraordinary clarity devoid of any chaotic emotions. He stood there, unyielding, allowing the Empress's technique to pass through him. To his surprise, he did not turn to stone. The Empress was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Jiang Liufeng would harbor not a trace of desire towards her. This revelation brought her a measure of inner tranquility. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to let Jiang Liufeng off so easily. With a swift motion, she removed the purple thunder robe that adorned her, this time even parting the 2 locks of hair that shielded her chest. Jiang Liufeng never anticipated that the Empress would resort to such measures. This is dire. Jiang Liufeng was struck with great alarm, swiftly adjusting his breath as he mentally recited the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita over 100 times. It was only when the Empress unleashed her sweet, gentle wind for the second time that he managed to steady his mind. With a long sigh, he expelled the breath he had held. The sweet, gentle wind coursed through him, and ultimately, he emerged from the ordeal unscathed, having barely passed the test. Now, it was the Empress who was left in a state of perplexity. Could it truly have been a misunderstanding? Does Jiang Liufeng truly possess an unwavering integrity, devoid of any sinister intentions? Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place immediately. He quickly shifted the topic, saying, in truth, I merely sought a location to bathe. You must be aware that I have been engaged in ceaseless battles these past few days, without a moment to properly cleanse myself. Upon discovering the warmth here, I could not resist entering, only to find you also here to wash. It is indeed a misunderstanding. Since you intend to bathe, I shall take my leave. Oh, and do remember to repair the roof before you wash. With that, Jiang Liufeng spoke with indifference and strode out confidently. Upon exiting, he noticed that the Empress did not impede his departure. In a flash, he vanished from sight. What a close call. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. This was indeed his most embarrassing moment. Since his debut, he had always surged forward, never encountering such a predicament. He had almost lost a millennium of cultivation in a single day. Left alone, the Empress stood dazed in the pool, caressing the purple thunder robe in her hands, inhaling Jiang Liufeng's lingering essence. Astonishingly, she felt an inexplicable shyness akin to that of a young girl. The suddenness of the event had taken her completely by surprise. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, the indignation of being exposed, the joy of discovering a truly unique man, and the concern that he might disdain her upon learning of her past. At that moment, the Empress's thoughts were a chaotic tangle, leaving her bewildered about her feelings. After hastily rinsing herself, she returned to her chambers, collapsing onto her bed. The exhaustion of overthinking proved more draining than physical fatigue, and she quickly fell into slumber. In her dreams, the figure of Jiang Liufeng occupied her thoughts, solidifying his presence in her heart. Thus, their enchanting encounter drew to a close. Jiang Liufeng, in a state of panic, hastily fled without a clear path, eventually finding refuge in a desolate thicket where he finally came to a halt. The events of the day had been exceedingly exhilarating. It was uncertain whether they were fortuitous or otherwise. Nonetheless, those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. What does it matter? Ultimately, as the saying goes, the boat will right itself when it reaches the bridge. His resolve to win the heart of the Empress had already crystallized. Now, all that remained was to seek an opportunity to unlock the door to her affections. Gradually, he calmed the tumult within his heart. Jiang Liufeng had just returned to his true self, embodying a demeanor of serene tranquility. Bored and aimless, he began to wander around. However, it wasn't long before he detected a familiar figure. It was none other than Luffy. His companion had likely been propelled here by Kuma, which meant that only a few days remained until the summit. As Jiang Liufeng caught sight of Luffy, the latter was also rushing towards him. Morgans had vanished without a trace, and one could only hope he had not captured anything incriminating. Otherwise, Jiang Liufeng would have no qualms about roasting him. Shortly thereafter, Luffy emerged from the bushes, cursing and rubbing his backside. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Jiang Liufeng and, after a moment of contemplation, finally recognized him. Aren't you that flying thunder god? What brings you here? Jiang Liufeng curled his lips and remarked, What business is it of yours? Luffy, eager to depart, had no intention of lingering with Jiang Liufeng. He immediately responded, It's fortunate that you're here. Could I borrow your ship to leave? I need to reunite with my companions. Jiang Liufeng, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement with Luffy, remarked, If the path is not meant to be, seek another. With that, he lifted his leg, preparing to depart. However, Luffy was unwilling to relent. Having found himself in this inexplicable place, pursued relentlessly by a throng of women across numerous mountains, he could not simply abandon this opportunity upon encountering a familiar face. Without further ado, he intercepted Jiang Liufeng, declaring, Let us duel. If you lose, you shall escort me away. Jiang Liufeng seemed to hear a great jest, breaking into a grin as he remarked, You are truly lacking. Perhaps you should return and practice for another 2 years. Feeling the disdain from his opponent, Luffy's expression shifted from bright to stormy, and with a thunderous shout, he launched his attack. So it is settled. If I lose, you shall take me away. Jet pistol. Jiang Liufeng shook his head, realizing that mere words were insufficient. He truly needed military training. Thus, he remained and engaged in battle with Luffy. However, Luffy, who had yet to master Haki, could hardly pose a challenge to Jiang Liufeng. Despite Luffy's myriad tactics, he could not land a single hit on Jiang Liufeng. In a matter of moments, Jiang Liufeng closed the distance, his Haki entwining around him. And with a single punch, he sent Luffy flying over 100 meters, crashing through countless trees before finally halting his momentum. Impressive. Luffy, clutching his abdomen and gritting his teeth, managed to rise to his feet. That single blow had nearly knocked him unconscious. Yet, he was not one to shy away from adversity. He thrived on challenges and grew stronger in the face of formidable opponents. Second gear. Jet pistol. Gatling. Luffy unleashed a barrage of attacks, his firepower fully ignited as he continued to assault Jiang Liufeng in a relentless stream. One could not deny that Luffy's speed had significantly increased after entering second gear. However, under Jiang Liufeng's formidable observation Haki, it was merely a fleeting spectacle. A familiar scene unfolded once more as Jiang Liufeng evaded Luffy's onslaught with ease. Eventually, he soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the same spot as his previous punch. This time, the force was amplified, and without demonstrating Luffy the strength he possessed, it would be challenging to dissuade him from his pursuit. Chapter 105. Whose side to take remains uncertain. Luffy was sent sprawling several hundred meters by the crushing force of that kick. His insides churned violently, nearly causing him to expel his last meal. Enraged, he disregarded the limits of his body and unleashed his most potent technique. Third gear. Balloon. Giant right arm. Elephant gun. A colossal arm barreled toward Jiang Liufeng. The latter smirked, pleased to find an opportunity to practice his moves, unexpectedly presented to him. Partial multiplication technique. Giant right arm. Elephant gun. The two fists collided. Equal in size yet vastly different in power. Luffy's arm, inflated, lacked the substance of Jiang Liufeng's genuine strength. The impact was catastrophic. Luffy's fist was sent hurtling away, along with his entire form, akin to a deflated balloon. He spun in the air several times before finally crashing down. Upon landing, Luffy resembled a bewildered child. Seated on the ground, his expression one of confusion. What had just transpired? How could the opponent wield the same techniques as him, yet with such superior prowess? Why had his limbs turned black? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. In that moment, Luffy was truly stunned by Jiang Liufeng's might. The two were not engaged in a death match. Luffy watched as Jiang Liufeng turned to leave. This could not stand, for someone like him, who reveled in battle. The pursuit of strength was paramount. He quickly abandoned the thought of reuniting with his companions and hastened after Jiang Liufeng, eager to inquire about the confusion that plagued him. Jiang Liufeng, feeling rather idle at that moment, engaged Luffy with casual guidance. Seeing Jiang Liufeng willing to enlighten him invigorated Luffy, who tenaciously clung to Jiang Liufeng. Determined to learn from him, Jiang Liufeng pondered for a moment, aware that the Empress was still in the dark about the situation. And it was not yet time for the summit. Since he had nothing pressing to attend to, it would be rather enjoyable to toy with this young lad. Thus, he agreed and adopted Rayleigh's method, mentoring Luffy in the ways of Haki. The notion of being half a master to Luffy was rather appealing, wasn't it? Before he knew it, 3 days had slipped by. During this time, the Empress found her mind consumed by thoughts of Jiang Liufeng. She felt unwell, yearning to see him. Whether to sever their ties or to unite, she simply desired closure with Jiang Liufeng. Otherwise, her heart was perpetually restless, plagued by an indescribable discomfort. However, despite her fervent wish to seek him, she dared not make her feelings known. After 3 fruitless days, she had not even caught a glimpse of Jiang Liufeng. Ultimately, she fell into bed, her heart akin to being besieged by swarms of ants. The sensation was unbearable. What is happening to me? The Empress mused, supporting her weary visage. Nearby, Granny Za expressed a knowing smile and remarked, "Snake Princess, are you perhaps longing for a man?" Upon hearing this, the Empress was taken aback as if struck by lightning, her cheeks flushing crimson. "What nonsense is this, old woman? How could that be?" she retorted. Granny Za, looking at the Empress with disdain, replied, "I speak from experience. Your current demeanor unmistakably reveals that you are under the spell of a man. Snake Princess, as the ruler of Amazon Lily, you must prioritize the greater good and not lead yourself astray," she cautioned. The Empress, visibly displeased, shot back, "You old crone. I am aware of this. If there's nothing important to discuss, please leave at once." Shaking her head, Granny Za tossed a newspaper onto the Empress's lap. "The truth behind the major incident has finally been revealed. I suggest you participate. The Navy genuinely intends to confront Whitebeard, and this is no jest. Should you act recklessly, you may well plunge Amazon Lily into an abyss from which there is no return." On hearing this, the Empress's expression grew grave as she seized the newspaper and began to read. Upon discerning the content, she was genuinely taken aback. What? The Navy has captured Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and plans to publicly execute him in Marineford? No wonder they've summoned so many powerful allies. Mary, Sonia, quickly send someone to find Jiang Liufeng. Her 2 younger sisters, seeing their elder sister's grave demeanor, did not hesitate and promptly rallied their forces to scour the mountains and fields for Jiang Liufeng. After several attempts, they finally located him deep in the jungle. Joyfully wielding Thor's hammer as he constructed a building atop Luffy's head, Mary rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Lord Thunder God, our Empress seeks you. You must come at once." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened as he calmly inquired, "Are you in a hurry?" "Indeed, I am exceedingly anxious." Jiang Liufeng's heart swelled with joy at the response, and he promptly delivered a swift kick, sending Luffy towards the den of ferocious beasts. "Off you go." With just those 2 words, he vanished in an instant. This sudden act left 7 or 8 Amazon warriors utterly astonished. Goodness, that was astonishingly swift. Lord Flying Thunder God is incredibly impressive. One of them remarked, "This thunderous strike accompanied by lightning is simply outrageous." The others quickly followed suit, while the unfortunate Luffy found himself relentlessly pursued and battered by several beasts. "Wait for me. Damn it." As the swift winds carried Jiang Liufeng to the chamber of the Empress, he entered to find her disheveled, nestled upon her bed. She appeared somewhat haggard, as though she had not rested well for several days. The sight of her, reminiscent of a delicate flower wilting in the shade, stirred a profound sense of compassion within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her tenderly and whisper, "My dear, what troubles you?" Yet alas, such sentiments would never manifest in the character of the staunchly masculine Jiang Liufeng. Instead, he strode forward with purpose and inquired coolly, "What brings you to me?" Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng once more, the Empress found herself blushing slightly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Deliberately averting her gaze, she handed him a newspaper, saying, "Take a look." "Ah, the infamous Morgan's scandalous photographs have surfaced so swiftly, it seems." Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow as he took the newspaper, only to discover that the situation was not as he had imagined. It was, in fact, the matter concerning Ace that had finally been made public. Alas, how unnecessary his worries had been. Jiang Liufeng concealed his secret intentions and earnestly declared, "I intend to participate." The Empress, taken aback, responded, "Do you truly wish to assist in tyranny?" "Ah, the nature of man is indeed a poison. One moment it incites love, and the next, it breeds disdain." Should Jiang Liufeng truly choose to aid in such malevolence, the Empress would find herself profoundly disappointed. Meeting the Empress's complex gaze, Jiang Liufeng smiled slightly, affirming, "Assisting in tyranny is certainly within my plans. However, whom I choose to assist remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, the Empress's eyes gradually brightened, and as their gazes locked, a shared smile blossomed between them. Chapter 106. Shall we stir up trouble in the city once more? The two exchanged a knowing glance. After which the Empress, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Do you intend to confront the Navy?" As Jiang Liufeng pondered, he merely aimed to check in. Yet, to stir the heart of the Empress, he resolutely declared, "It is not as if I have never called out before. I have even slain celestial dragons. So what is there to fear?" Upon hearing the term celestial dragons, the Empress's delicate form quivered, and she fell into a momentary daze, as if recalling some unspeakable past. The reason her fondness for Jiang Liufeng blossomed so swiftly was that, in her heart, those who dared to slay celestial dragons were true heroes, deserving of admiration. Jiang Liufeng, indeed, embodied that very essence. Finally, summoning her courage, she lifted her gaze to him and said, "Jiang Liufeng, in truth, I am." Jiang Liufeng extended his index finger, gently placing it against her small mouth, smiling as he shook his head, presenting an air of indifference. However, in the eyes of the Empress, this gesture was misinterpreted. Each time the matter was mentioned, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Consequently, the insecure Empress believed that Jiang Liufeng was reluctant to hear about her past. Did he truly find her distasteful? Suddenly, her eyes dulled, devoid of luster, as tears began to swirl uncontrollably in her gaze. With a sense of resignation, she lay down, declaring that they should depart tomorrow, for she was weary and he could take his leave. What was happening? Jiang Liufeng was taken aback by the Empress's abrupt dismissal. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't she be moved to tears instead? What was going on? Jiang Liufeng was inexplicably invited out by Mary and Sonia. It was only after stepping out of the village that he realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no, surely, she must have misunderstood. Having learned a valuable lesson, Jiang Liufeng felt utterly helpless. He could only hope for a chance to rectify the misunderstanding. He understood that this was a perpetual source of pain for the Empress, and if she truly had misconstrued the situation, it would undoubtedly be akin to rubbing salt into her wounds. As Jiang Liufeng pondered the situation, he sensed something amiss. The Empress was currently in distress, and he could not return to explain himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the newspaper in his hand was suddenly snatched away. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was his little brother Luffy, who had chased after him. Luffy, upon seeing the newspaper in Jiang Liufeng's grasp, astutely recognized the image of Ace. Realizing that his own brother had been captured by the Navy, he was immediately struck with horror, questioning the veracity of the news presented before him. Jiang Liufeng could only nod in acknowledgement, confirming the grim reality that his elder brother was to be publicly executed by the Navy in Marineford. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, crushing the newspaper in his grasp, and pulled out Ace's from his straw hat. A sharp breath escaped his lips as he beheld the paper, which symbolized Ace's life, gradually engulfed in flames, having already burned away a significant portion unbeknownst to him. In a state of shock, he seized Jiang Liufeng's sleeve and implored, "Lend me your ship. I must go and save Ace." Jiang Liufeng remarked softly, "You are too inexperienced. Going would only lead to your demise." Luffy tightened his grip on Jiang Liufeng's sleeve. His eyes filled with determination as he declared, "I must rescue Ace." Jiang Liufeng smiled slightly, for he was well aware of Luffy's temperament. Such a remark was merely an attempt to probe. Luffy, however, was not in as cheerful a mood. He then asked gravely, "Do you know where Ace is?" Jiang Liufeng slightly nodded and said, "The place I escaped from before is Impel Down, a nightmarish prison for pirates. I implore you, take me there. I must rescue Ace." Jiang Liufeng remained silent, contemplating inwardly. In truth, he harbored a desire to venture into Impel Down, for there awaited an ideal companion, Jinbei. During his previous escape, Jinbei had not yet arrived, rendering the endeavor impossible. However, now that Jinbei was present, their crew had steadily grown in numbers. Yet, a significant dilemma loomed. Nearly everyone aboard was a superhuman. Aside from himself and Carmen, he had even promised to assist Carmen in finding a suitable devil fruit. This meant that whenever Jiang Liufeng was absent or preoccupied, should any crew member fall overboard, they would be in dire straits. Hence, Jinbei undeniably stood out as a partner of exceptional merit. Presently, as Luffy contemplated a trip to Impel Down, perhaps Jiang Liufeng could seize the opportunity to create a diversion there once more. After all, he regarded the title of Warlord of the Sea with indifference. And being privy to forthcoming events, he understood that this designation would soon be abolished. In light of maximizing benefits, why not indulge in this venture? With a swift turn of thought, he addressed Luffy, stating that he would accompany him, but on the condition of two promises. Luffy eagerly nodded, assuring him without hesitation, "No problem. Just tell me, and I will comply." Jiang Liufeng nodded and said, "Firstly, if the opportunity arises, we would love for the skeleton aboard your ship to perform a piece for our count, as he greatly enjoys his music. That is certainly no issue. Secondly, if your Robin could translate historical texts, I would appreciate it if you could provide me with a copy of any you collect, as I am rather disinclined to search for them myself. That too poses no problem." Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction, seemingly having exhausted all avenues for further exploitation. He promptly agreed, stating that he would take you to Marineford the following day. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, Jiang Liufeng awoke, stretched lazily as he stepped out of the Nine-Snake ship. Having had no place to sleep the previous night, he had stealthily brought Luffy aboard to spend the night. Upon hearing the lively sounds from Nine-Snake Island, he realized that the Empress was approaching. He made his way outside and soon beheld the Empress, her graceful figure swaying as she approached. Truly, she was a stunning sight to behold. Had it not been for the misunderstanding the day before, he might have been able to embrace the Empress's slender waist, strolling side by side. Alas, fate can be quite capricious. As the Empress boarded the Nine-Snake ship, her demeanor towards Jiang Liufeng returned to the earlier indifferent state, prompting him to shake his head inwardly. It seemed he would have to start anew. Nevertheless, he believed that sincere feelings could break through even the hardest of barriers, and that destiny would ultimately bring them together in due time. There was no need to rush. With his mindset adjusted, he summoned the Mink tribe to his side. Since pirate ships were not permitted to enter Marineford, they would have to travel by warship. As the Mink approached, Jiang Liufeng spoke first. "We are willing to assist you in raiding Marineford, but there is one condition." The Mink frowned and inquired, "What condition?" The Empress, equally perplexed, remained silent, though her intelligence prevented her from voicing her confusion. Jiang Liufeng continued, "We must pay a visit to Advance City. Kindly seek permission. If granted, we shall proceed. If not, you may leave." The Flying Squirrel, perplexed yet pressed for time, hastily dialed back to headquarters for instructions. "Buzz, Buzz. Hello. This is Warring States. Speak quickly." Warring States was overwhelmed and irritable, his patience thin upon hearing the phone ring. "Commander, this is the Flying Squirrel. The Empress and the Thunder God have consented to engage in a raid on Marine Vondo, but they request a stop at Advance City. Should permission be denied, they will withdraw from the grand event." Chapter 107. Entering Advance City once again, it was Jiang Liufeng. What was his intention? The mere mention of his name sent Warring States into a fury, wishing he could instantly fly to the Amazon Lily Kingdom and deliver a couple of slaps. His subordinate remained oblivious to the turmoil. Warring States seethed through gritted teeth, yet with Marine Vondo ensnared in Jiang Liufeng's intricate web, his absence would render their efforts futile. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, "Let him go, but keep a close watch. Ensure he does not cause any disturbances." The subordinate, the Flying Squirrel, wore a troubled expression. If Jiang Liufeng chose to act recklessly, who could withstand the repercussions? With a heavy sigh, Warring States conceded, "Just keep an eye on him. Report any developments promptly." "Understood, Commander," replied the subordinate. After hanging up, the Flying Squirrel turned to Jiang Liufeng. "The Thunder God, headquarters has approved our request. Shall we set off immediately?" Upon hearing this, a smirk danced on Jiang Liufeng's lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with the Empress, and together they leaped aboard the warship, confidently striding into the prearranged chamber. "Set sail." The Flying Squirrel called out to the Navy, directing them towards Advance City. Phew! He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. This was indeed a daunting task. Meanwhile, warring states felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at him. Jiang Liufeng always stirred up significant turmoil, and he was genuinely apprehensive. Without delay, he picked up the phone once more and dialed another number. Bring Ace to the naval headquarters immediately. Yes, right away. Ace, a critical character, must not be jeopardized. It was best to bring him over ahead of time for peace of mind. As fate would have it, Jiang Liufeng and the Empress entered the chamber. Without uttering a word, Jiang Liufeng swiftly locked the door and drew the curtains, causing the Empress's heart to race uncontrollably. What was he up to? Could it be that he harbored ill intentions towards her? Just as the Empress's thoughts began to wander, Jiang Liufeng had already approached her with determined strides. What was his intention? Surely, he wasn't about to confess his feelings to me, was he? Jiang Liufeng spoke earnestly. Henku, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. With a thud, the Empress's heart raced violently. Oh no, is he truly about to confess? But just yesterday, he was so distant. What should I do? Should I reject him, or should I accept his feelings? Jiang Liufeng observed her silence for an extended period and mistakenly believed she was upset. However, he decided to set aside his concerns, as it was imperative to discuss Luffy's situation with her to avoid any potential misunderstandings later. The truth is, I, your humble servant, have consented. In her moment of anxiety, the Empress impulsively felt inclined to accept Jiang Liufeng's declaration of affection. Jiang Liufeng was utterly perplexed. Could it be that she was aware? What agreement? He rubbed his nose, questioning in confusion. The Empress realized her own impatience and was instantly flushed with embarrassment. I have been stammering for ages, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Jiang Liufeng appeared utterly bewildered, pondering the peculiar situation at hand. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward between the two, an unexpected sound resembling a drumbeat emanated from behind him. In an instant, a figure tumbled to the ground with a resounding thud, lying there in a state of near exhaustion. The individual lamented, I can't bear it any longer, I am famished. The sudden emergence of this person caused the Empress to widen her eyes in astonishment, as she pointed at Luffy and exclaimed, what on earth is happening? Jiang Liufeng hastily replied, I was just about to tell you. The situation is as follows. Ace is this lad's brother. He implored me to take him to Impel down to rescue Ace, and coincidentally, I also had some matters to attend to there, so I decided to bring him along. The Empress, initially bewildered, took some time to comprehend the words. She blurted out, so it wasn't a confession after all. What confession? Jiang Liufeng stammered, oh, it's nothing. It's your affair, you may do as you please. Just do not trouble me, humph. Now that the Empress had grasped the situation, she snorted coldly and turned away to sit in a corner, refusing to give Jiang Liufeng a favorable glance. Jiang Liufeng could not help but smile wryly, pondering the complexities of women, questioning his own predicament. With a resigned shake of his head, he found a random spot to settle down. I'm starving, he lamented, while Luffy was left to stifle his hunger. Thus, the spacious room was permeated by three peculiar atmospheres, one brimming with resentment, another shrouded in confusion, and the last, a palpable hunger nearing desperation. The warship swiftly approached the gates of Impel Down, during which Jiang Liufeng ensured that Luffy was treated to a sumptuous meal, for he feared his comrade might soon be devoid of even the strength to hide. Upon returning to this familiar threshold, Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but reflect. The last time he had entered, he was a frail young man. Who could have foreseen that merely half a month later, he would return as a formidable figure? It is indeed a testament to the miracles that life can offer. The one to greet him was the enchanting chief warden, Domino. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng again, a shiver ran down her spine, as memories of his extraordinary prowess flooded back, leaving her feeling distinctly anxious. Jiang Liufeng, however, had been so focused on his escape that he had failed to notice that this warden was a striking beauty, worthy of admiration. As he gazed intently at Domino, the Empress nearly lost her composure. Clearing her throat softly, she issued a subtle warning. Jiang Liufeng finally realized the situation and hastily averted his gaze. The Empress was indeed feeling envious. How amusing. This woman was so contradictory, clearly concerned yet attempting to feign indifference. Who was she trying to impress with that cold demeanor? It was quite evident that she cared. Feeling a sense of satisfaction at the Empress's concern for him, Jiang Liufeng strode forward with confidence. Domino, trembling slightly, turned and led the two into a search room. Esteemed warlords, she began, to proceed into the prison, we must conduct a body search and apply Tower Stone handcuffs. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Jiang Liufeng, indifferent to her presence, turned to the Empress and said, you need not enter. I have matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. The Empress merely acknowledged with a soft HM, saying little more. In the next instant, whoosh, Jiang Liufeng unleashed a lengthy arc of electricity, vanishing without a trace. Wherever he passed, he moved with the swiftness of thunder, so much so that even the surveillance devices could not capture his presence. He carelessly found an unoccupied corner and set Luffy down. May you fend for yourself. Jiang Liufeng did not escort Luffy directly to the 6th level, as he believed Luffy was destined for his own adventures. Without pausing, he swiftly made his way to the 6th level once more. This time, Jiang Liufeng was familiar with the route, navigating effortlessly without being hindered by the guards. Domino, taken aback, quickly called Magellan to inform him of the situation. Magellan, in turn, promptly alerted Sengoku. Sengoku sensed that something unusual was afoot with Jiang Liufeng and immediately commanded Magellan to ascertain Jiang Liufeng's true intentions, insisting on further investigation and reporting back. With no other option, Magellan focused on the various surveillance snail images to track Jiang Liufeng's whereabouts. When they encountered Jiang Liufeng again, he stood in the very prison that once held Ace, locking eyes with someone. Magellan hastily contacted Sengoku again. Commodore, Jiang Liufeng has reached the 6th level, the place where Ace was imprisoned. Ha ha ha, the lad is indeed clever. He thinks he can rescue Ace? Not a chance. Chapter 108, I won't run away. Sengoku, feeling quite pleased with himself, was soon doused with cold water by Magellan's revelation. Commodore, that's not it. Jiang Liufeng's target appears to be Jinbei. What? Jinbei? After a brief moment of shock, Sengoku began to curse. That little rascal is exceedingly cunning. How does he know where the strong ones are hiding? Commodore, what should we do? He has already freed Jinbei. Magellan was anxious. If another disaster were to unfold, the reputation of Impel Down would be utterly ruined. Sengoku maintained his composure, saying, let us observe his actions. If he simply releases Jinbei, do not confront him directly. Offer him a favor when he arrives at Marine Ford. We shall deal with him accordingly. If he causes more trouble, I will send someone to suppress him. Understood. Magellan fixed his gaze on the screen, relieved to see that Jiang Liufeng had merely released Jinbei, and he immediately ordered the guards not to obstruct their ascent. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng's figure flickered as he arrived at the 6th level. Without uttering a word, he strode directly towards Jinbei, startling the inmates around him, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Goodness, how did he come back again? Is this a joke? How can he move so freely within Impel Down? Unbelievable. You little brat. You dare return? I'll tear you apart. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance at the belligerent Dai Pong and, with a playful smile, remarked, I've already graced this place twice, yet you still linger here, pretending to be formidable. Is it that last time Bai Mo didn't have her fill of vomiting? And you wish to try again? Dai Peng's face flushed a deep shade of crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless. Jiang Liufeng mockingly remarked to her, if you lack ability, do not pretend to be impressive. Arrogance invites divine retribution. Suddenly, amidst the banter, a resounding bolt of lightning descended upon her with ferocious intensity. Divine judgment. It struck her, causing her true form and skeletal frame to flicker erratically. After the ordeal, Dai Peng collapsed onto the ground, convulsing, with labored breaths that seemed to dwindle. Despite her formidable strength, the sea tower stone bound her, leaving her helpless. Gulp. The sight of this spectacle caused the surrounding prisoners to involuntarily swallow hard. The harsh words that had teetered on the edge of their lips were swallowed back, leaving them mute with fear. This fellow appeared even more formidable than during his last visit. Indeed, it was wise to avoid provoking him. Just look at Dai Peng's pitiful state. One could scarcely wish to test fate. Best to resume one's business and evade his gaze, for the consequences could be dire. Jiang Liufeng executed a chicken to warn the monkeys, causing the self-proclaimed formidable criminals to lower their proud heads, too intimidated to meet Jiang Liufeng's gaze. Jiang Liufeng surveyed the surroundings, and at last, found himself unbothered by any incessant chatter. Satisfied, he let out a soft hum before striding towards Jinbei. Coming to a halt before Jinbei's cell door, Jiang Liufeng scrutinized the formidable man before him. Jinbei, in turn, raised his gaze to meet Jiang Liufeng's, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve as he stared back with unyielding fortitude. Jiang Liufeng silently marveled, truly a remarkable individual. He promptly bent the bars of the cell and stepped inside, unlocking them for Shinping while declaring, Shinping, follow me and become my companion. Shinping, bewildered, maintained his usual composure, not displaying much astonishment. Instead, he inquired with a calm demeanor, what gives you the right? Jiang Liufeng, rather than being angered, smiled and remarked, your question is indeed intriguing. I have numerous reasons. Senpai, with a grave demeanor, urged, do elaborate. I possess the ability to rescue you. I am stronger than you. And I can assist you in saving your friend Ace. Jiang Liufeng was eager to proclaim that he could resolve the crisis of the Sun Pirates. However, he suddenly realized that such a situation had yet to transpire, prompting him to hastily refrain from speaking. Jinbei scoffed, questioning whether he could truly save Ace. Jiang Liufeng nodded affirmatively, proclaiming his commitment to action. I, Jiang Liufeng, am a man of my word. I do as I say. Jinbei, slightly moved, harbored a certain understanding of Jiang Liufeng's character. The ability to win over formidable individuals like Waldo and the Red Count clearly demonstrated his immense personal charm. And since his debut, he had consistently exhibited a bold and accountable demeanor. However, Jinbei was encumbered by numerous unresolved matters within his heart. After much contemplation, he finally responded, I cannot give you an answer at this moment. I have my own mission and unfinished business. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Not a problem. I shall await your return. Jiang Liufeng replied with a smile. possessing an innate talent for foresight. He was well aware of the many ties and concerns that weighed on Jinbei. He was confident that a visit to Fishman Island would ultimately lead to Jinbei joining him without issue. Jinbei's gaze gradually grew resolute as he declared, in that case, I can promise that once I have resolved my affairs, I will certainly board your ship. I, too, wish to witness the formidable presence of those legendary pirates. With a grand gesture, Jiang Liufeng declared, it is settled. Jinbei extended his hand to grasp Jiang Liufeng's, affirming, it is indeed settled. This scene left Magellan feeling a chill run down his spine. Had he truly managed to ensnare him again? Was Jiang Liufeng not a tad too extraordinary? Aside from the female cook aboard, the remaining crew members were formidable, each a member of the 7 warlords. Such prowess was utterly astonishing. Must the youth not adhere to the principles of martial ethics? Releasing Jinbei from his shackles, the two strode side by side towards the grand entrance. The prisoners gazed in disbelief. When had advancing into Impel Down become as simple as a stroll through a marketplace, where one could enter and exit at will? Witnessing Jiang Liufeng escorting Jinbei, the scene resembled a marketplace after a bout of haggling, selecting goods, and departing. The prisoners' worldviews were on the brink of collapse. Why was it that others moved so carefree through Impel Down while they were subjected to such indignity? Was there no sense of justice left? No law to uphold? They were all rare martial arts prodigies. What warranted such preferential treatment for Jiang Liufeng? Was the protagonist truly so remarkable? With a nonchalant departure, Jiang Liufeng paid no heed to the thoughts of those around him. In his heart, he reveled in the resolution of a long-held concern. With Jinbei aboard, his worries diminished significantly. Should a fierce battle erupt at sea, he felt emboldened to act without reservation. The thought of basking in glory while his comrades struggled behind weighed heavily on him. Throughout their ascent, they encountered not a single guard, boldly making their way past layers of prisoners, who were left utterly perplexed. Why, this fellow seemed to be out for a leisurely stroll once more. They recalled the last time he left, and how they had suffered under Carp's wrath. Yes, guards, please continue to detain me. I will not flee, I swear. Chapter 109. Onward to Marineford. Given the Navy's unexpected courtesy, Jiang Liufeng adhered to decorum, causing no disturbances as he escorted Jinbei back to the entrance. Along the way, they did not encounter Luffy, leaving them to wonder where that young rascal had wandered off to. Upon their return, Jiang Liufeng smiled at Magellan and inquired, I am taking this individual with me. You have no objections, I trust? Magellan's lips twitched in resignation as he replied, none whatsoever. Snap. Jiang Liufeng snapped his fingers and said, let us set off. Is that Jinbei? The Empress exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that the Empress? Jinbei, upon seeing the Empress, was equally astonished, wondering how this woman had come to be here. Jiang Liufeng discerned the bewilderment in Jinbei's eyes and, with a hint of amusement, contemplated that he might soon have to address her as sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, the Empress blushed crimson and retorted with irritation, who is your sister-in-law? Jiang Liufeng chuckled. You are certainly not my sister-in-law. You are my pa. Don't listen to him. Shiping was utterly perplexed. What is going on? What sister-in-law? Thus, Shiping followed the noisy duo onto the warship, departing from Impel Down and heading towards Marineford. Meanwhile, Magellan and his companions were left in stunned silence, struggling to regain their composure. Their recent dialogue had contained an overwhelming amount of information. Magellan trembled, hastily seizing the Den Mushi to make a call. Marshal, I have crucial intelligence to report. What is it? Speak quickly. Has a conflict erupted? No, it's like this. Just now, Jiang Liufeng mentioned that Shunping should refer to the Empress as sister-in-law. The Empress retorted, who is your sister-in-law? Jiang Liufeng insisted that she is his sister-in-law, and Shunping inquired who that sister-in-law might be. Zhang Guo was momentarily baffled. Magellan, have you had too much to drink? Are you twisting your words into a tongue twister? Who, for heaven's sake, is whose sister-in-law? Magellan, alarmed, promptly slapped himself twice to regain clarity, then replied, my apologies, Marshal. I was too anxious. The truth is, based on their conversation, Jiang Liufeng has likely managed to win over the Empress. What? I understand now. As Zhang Guo absorbed this revelation, he felt both astonished and regretful about his decision to send the Empress to engage with Jiang Liufeng. Had that strategy been misguided? Nevertheless, as he calmed himself, a knowing smile crept across his lips. Jiang Liufeng, oh Jiang Liufeng, it is often said that heroes find it difficult to traverse the beauty's barrier. I wonder if you, the esteemed Jiang, can indeed overcome such an obstacle. The warring states are well aware of the Empress's true nature, given the ambiguous relationship between Jiang Liufeng and her. She undoubtedly serves as a pawn for the Navy against him. When the time is ripe, this piece on the chessboard could prove to be pivotal. Haha. Seated comfortably, the warring states erupted into hearty laughter, leaving no one privy to his contemplations. Jiang Liufeng remained unaware that both he and the Empress had drawn the attention of the Navy. At that moment, he stood at the prow of a speeding warship, gazing into the distance. His face radiated an expression that belied his youth, with eyes that seemed to harbor the wisdom of experiences far beyond his years. Witnessing this epic war firsthand stirred a flutter of excitement within him. In the past, as an outsider, he had watched this conflict unfold and, like many others, had felt a sense of regret. Who could have imagined that he would one day find himself at the center of it all? With this thought, he held his head high, a brilliant smile illuminating his features, exuding an indescribable allure that captivated the Empress, who was discreetly observing him. It is often said that a man who is earnest in his endeavors or lost in contemplation is most enchanting. In the Empress's eyes, Jiang Liufeng appeared irresistibly attractive, as if she longed to delve into the depths of his soul. At that moment, his heart surged with ambition and fervor. This war, it is destined to be rewritten because of me, Jiang Liufeng. Those regrets, they shall be rectified by none other than me, Jiang Liufeng. Marineford, the battle at the summit. I, Jiang Liufeng, have arrived. Dressrosa, the Sky Garden. Wow, is this going to be our base in the future? It's truly magnificent. Old Shah has quite the talent. Carmen exclaimed, admiring the newly constructed palace erected by Old Shah and the Golden Lion, nestled in the sunflower fields, a proud symbol of their crew. Old Shah crossed his arms confidently and replied, of course. When it comes to artistry, I possess a certain flair. Wald and Baby 5 exchanged amused glances. You're just a bricklayer. You follow the designer's lead without question. Where's the artistry in that? Old Shah shot a dark look at the couple, feeling quite displeased at having his true nature revealed. He quickly retreated to the side, taking several deep puffs of his cigar to calm his irritation. Carmen, unfazed by the men's jests, pulled Baby 5 into the newly completed headquarters for a tour. As the two women chattered away, the remaining men gathered together. The Red Earl spoke up, it's about time. We've completed the captain's orders. Now, on to the next steps. Wald voiced his discontent. Why should only you and the Golden Lion go? Old Shah is fine. But can't I show off my skills too? Old Shah, overhearing, responded, are you looking for a challenge? Come on. I've heard about your infamous chrysanthemum pit that took the Earl's head. I've been eager to see it for myself. That is called Sunflower. The Red Earl interjected hastily. Enough bickering. The captain commanded this, and are you two really going to defy orders? Wouldn't he dream of it? Wald and Old Shah replied, though their frustration was palpable. It's settled then. You two must safeguard Dressrosa. If you lose the first territory we've taken, you'll have to answer to the captain, the Red Earl declared sternly. Understood. Seeing their acquiescence, the Red Earl nodded, especially addressing Wald. The captain specifically instructed you to keep an eye on your woman. Don't let any mishaps occur. I understand. Wald replied, his head throbbing with the weight of responsibility. Initially, he enjoyed being able to do as he pleased, but he soon realized that Baby 5's peculiar nature posed a significant risk. If he let his guard down for even a moment, she could easily be led astray. Thus, in recent days, the crew remained inseparable, except for when Wald retired to sleep. They arranged for someone to stay by Baby 5's side at all times, fearing she might be misled. The Red Earl exchanged glances with the Golden Lion, then bid farewell to the others. With the Golden Lion's blessing, the Golden Scale took command of the Golden Scale ship, soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Destination, Marineford. All right, chimed the youthful voice of the Golden Scale, as the ship shot forward towards Marineford. Chapter 110, Jiang Liufeng's precise guesses. Marineford. Naval Headquarters Port. The Weasel's warship slowly approached the harbor. Finally, they had arrived. As Jiang Liufeng first set foot in the naval headquarters, he was filled with curiosity, surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Within the harbor's expansive square, the Navy was engaged in strategic formations, the atmosphere palpably tense, embodying a state of readiness. On the opposite side of the square, several familiar faces emerged, accompanied by a few members of the 7 warlords, all having gathered. They also noticed the arrival of Jiang Liufeng, the Empress, and Jinbei, their gazes converging in mutual recognition. The two factions exchanged glances that sparked with intensity, revealing no intention of genuine cooperation whatsoever. Jiang Liufeng sensed the animosity emanating from the other party. With a non-committal smile, he chose not to engage with them excessively. Before his arrival, Jiang Liufeng had already surmised that the Navy could never genuinely seek reconciliation with him. After all, he was the one who had slain a celestial dragon, and the world government would certainly not allow him to escape unscathed. This exchange of glances confirmed his suspicions. His presence here was undoubtedly part of a sinister plot. It seemed they intended to capitalize on their military strength to eliminate Whitebeard while simultaneously apprehending him. If the Navy's high-ranking officials were to discover Jiang Liufeng's thoughts, they would likely be taken aback, realizing that the intricate scheme they had devised had been so easily discerned upon his entrance. Jiang Liufeng, a person of remarkable talent and audacity, remained undaunted by the machinations of the naval forces, resolutely believing that he could confront any challenge that arose. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the flying squirrel, making his way towards the grandstand step by step, all the while engaging in hushed whispers with the Empress. Henku, should the Navy choose to strike against me, you must not intervene. Your safety is paramount. Suddenly, a remark from Jiang Liufeng left the Empress momentarily stunned. How could this be? The Navy has conferred upon you the title of the 7 warlords. Surely they would not act against you again, would they? The Empress gazed at Jiang Liufeng, her expression tinged with concern. Jiang Liufeng smiled ambiguously. Hank, you must understand that I am a criminal who has slain celestial dragons. Do you truly believe that the Navy and the world government would overlook such transgressions? A thunderclap resonated in the Empress's mind. Indeed, Jiang Liufeng had murdered celestial dragons. How could they possibly let him go unpunished? A sense of dread gripped the Empress's heart as she spoke, her tone tinged with alarm. Could this be a conspiracy? Jiang Liufeng nodded and remarked that it was highly probable they intended to lure him in and simultaneously capture him. Did you foresee this long ago? Jiang Liufeng gazed into the caring eyes of the Empress, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Indeed, he had suspected as much during their time in Dressrosa. Then why did you so foolishly agree? The Empress remarked, casting him an exasperated glance. As Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a subtle smile, he instinctively extended his arm, yearning to caress the Empress's flowing hair. Yet, halfway through the gesture, he restrained himself. At this moment, he could not afford to display any intimacy with the Empress. Otherwise, the Navy might take notice and potentially act against her. Jiang Liufeng averted his gaze, fixating intently on the direction indicated by the system's guidance towards the check-in point. With a charming smile, he remarked, "There's no way I could refuse your invitation." Upon hearing this, the Empress trembled, her heart nearly melting. Although she felt immense joy from Jiang Liufeng's words, she was also engulfed by guilt, for it is often said that beauty brings disaster. It seemed this adage held true. Were it not for herself, such a formidable warrior like Jiang Liufeng might never have been captured by the Navy in his lifetime. Nervously, the Empress gazed at Jiang Liufeng and began to speak. Jiang Liufeng, I. But before she could finish, Jiang Liufeng gently tapped her alluring lips with his finger, smiling as he shook his head. This time, however, he was more astute. He quickly added, "Rest assured, I don't mind." This statement seemed not only to respond to the Empress, but also to clarify the misunderstanding from their previous encounter. The Empress's pupils contracted as she grasped the significance of his words. Was this indeed the implication? Did it mean that, during their last meeting, he intended to convey that he was unperturbed by her past? One must admit, Jiang Liufeng possessed an impeccable sense for seizing the right moment to flirt. As the Empress felt a sudden release from her emotional turmoil, she felt as if a weight had been lifted, as refreshing as a spring breeze. And she yearned to leap into Jiang Liufeng's embrace. Yet, reality offered them no time for tender moments. In the blink of an eye, the trio, following the squirrel, was nearing the viewing platform. Jiang Liufeng seized the final moments, reiterating to Hanku to heed his words and refrain from coming to his aid. Once the matter concluded, he would return to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, promising to seek him out thereafter. Do you remember? The Empress, her eyes like silk, now regarded Jiang Liufeng with an entirely different demeanor, as docile as a little lamb, obediently nodding in agreement. Jiang Liufeng's exuberant smile radiated an ethereal charm, as if he were floating on air. At long last, he had captured the heart of the Empress, endowed with an innate ability to foresee outcomes. He was acutely aware that once the Empress fell in love with someone, that individual would be utterly devoted, akin to a paragon of domesticity. Who would have thought that such a fortuitous circumstance would befall him? One word suffices to express his elation: delightful. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a voice laden with disdain interrupted his reverie. Jiang Liufeng, we meet again. I trust you have been well? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows upon seeing the red dog. The disdain from others did not warrant his courtesy. Oh, it is Admiral Akainu, is it? How have you been since our last encounter? When I administered that little electric therapy, you. Akainu's expression darkened considerably. During their previous confrontation, he had been surrounded by yet still suffered defeat, allowing Jiang Liufeng to escape. It was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Jiang Liufeng's mention of past events evidently struck a nerve with Akainu. However, reason urged Akainu to maintain his composure. With a disdainful snort, he turned away, choosing to disregard Jiang Liufeng. Meanwhile, Sengoku, alerted by Magellan, had been closely observing the interactions between Jiang Liufeng and the Empress. As expected, the two exchanged glances throughout their journey, and in stark contrast to the Empress's usual demeanor of keeping others at bay, her cheeks now bore a rosy hue, reminiscent of a young girl in love. Adjusting his glasses, Sengoku allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He approached Jiang Liufeng, standing before him with poise, and graciously remarked, "You must be the renowned flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng. I have long heard of your illustrious name. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Indeed, true heroes emerge in their youth. Jiang Liufeng curled his lips in disdain. This old man spoke more sweetly than he sang. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. In the presence of this cordial welcome, Jiang Liufeng found himself at a loss for words, resorting to a few perfunctory pleasantries. Merely going through the motions. After an insincere exchange of small talk, he could no longer tolerate the pretense of bureaucratic niceties. With no common ground to be found, he took his leave and made his way to the back of the enclosure, where he settled into his designated seat among the 7 warlords. They were on the brink of confrontation, yet here he was, forced to engage in trivialities. Returning to the side of the 7 warlords, Jiang Liufeng felt an immediate sense of relief. This was more like it. Chapter 111. Prelude to battle on the side of the seven warlords. Everyone openly expressed their true sentiments, and the atmosphere of mutual antagonism made him feel more at ease. Aside from himself and the Empress, the remaining members, Hawkeye, Kuma, and Moonlight Moria, had all gathered. Old Sand had long been dismissed, and Don Quixote Doflamingo had taken his meal box. Jinbei had also been removed not long ago due to the incident concerning Ace. The only one left was Blackbeard, likely busy recruiting in Impel down. Thus, all 5 of the 7 warlords were present. Jiang Liufeng scrutinized the 3 individuals, who in turn examined him with equal intensity. Silence enveloped the atmosphere, each person exuding an air of arrogance, as if they were above others. Xiong maintained his usual stoic demeanor, while Ling Yin, brimming with self-importance, conducted himself with a sense of superiority, dismissing everyone around him. Molia wore a menacing grin, his nostrils flared in a manner that was quite infuriating. As for the Empress, her mere presence commanded attention. She reclined gracefully, her alluring legs crossed, exuding an undeniable regal charm. As Jiang Liufeng sat with the imposing presence of a great general, it seemed as though the entire world lay beneath his feet, radiating an aura of indomitable strength. Numerous female naval officers found themselves irresistibly drawn to him. It must be said that the combination of striking handsomeness and commanding dominance rendered Jiang Liufeng exceptionally captivating to the younger women. With every gesture, he sent hearts racing and pulses quickening. The Empress, observing this scene, felt a surge of jealousy, wishing to rise in indignation and petrify the throng of female officers who gazed upon Jiang Liufeng. The battle had yet to commence, and Jiang Liufeng was thus constrained in his actions, for the system's guidance indicated that the checkpoint was located within the naval headquarters. This presented a conundrum. He could hardly claim to be there for a mere tour, could he? Although he longed to swiftly check in and claim his rewards. The most prudent course of action was to bide his time, awaiting the onset of the conflict while seeking an opportunity to infiltrate the premises. In a state of ennui, Jiang Liufeng glanced around and then noticed Jinbei awkwardly standing behind him, almost forgetting his presence. A smirk crept upon Jiang Liufeng's lips as he called out to the Naval High Command, demanding a chair be brought over, as if to say, "Do you not see my comrade standing here?" Upon hearing this, Akainu and his companions were instantly incensed. Their expressions darkened. Jiang Liufeng's audacity was nothing short of outrageous. Not only had he brazenly brought forth a prisoner they had confined, but he also had the gall to request a chair from them. Was such a seat available for anyone? Although Jinbei had once held the title of a warlord of the sea, that designation had since been rescinded. To grant him a position now would be tantamount to a slap in the face for the Navy. Akainu could no longer tolerate this insolence, bellowing, "Jiang Liufeng, are you deliberately seeking conflict?" The other 2 admirals exchanged furious glances, equally incensed. Jiang Liufeng, unfazed, smiled gently and remarked that Senpai's combat prowess was extraordinary. In the face of such a formidable adversary, was it not absurd for the Navy to refrain from integrating him into their ranks while contemplating his exclusion? Akainu seethed with immense fury, his frustration reaching its zenith. The notion that the Navy would rely on the assistance of pirates during a confrontation was utterly repugnant. The other 2 admirals felt equally vexed, yet they could find no fault in Jiang Liufeng's assertions. Though the trio yearned to retaliate, they found themselves at a loss. Rendered impotent by their circumstances, a sensation that was profoundly humiliating. Sengoku, having observed the unfolding situation, shook his head with a wry smile. "Let me handle this," he finally declared, recognizing that the ignominious words must come from him. It was not advantageous for the 3 admirals to remain in a state of heightened tension. Humph, humph, humph. The 3 admirals simultaneously issued cold huffs, adjusting their capes. They longed to exchange places with Zifa and personally administer a lesson to Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng chose to disregard them, beckoning Sanji to sit beside him, evoking a surge of gratitude within the latter. After a brief period of friction, the atmosphere settled into a tranquil silence, with no one daring to instigate further conflict, merely awaiting the commencement of the impending battle. There remained 3 hours until the execution. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a series of metallic clangs, resonating incessantly. Alongside this sound, all those idly waiting beneath the city walls began to stir. Jiang Liufeng, along with the others, rose to ascend the elevated platform. A glance revealed that the navy present in the square had multiplied several times since their arrival. Numerous contingents had successively gathered, transforming the entire square into a dense throng, a veritable sea of humanity, with the naval forces numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Jiang Liufeng scrutinized the formidable naval vessels lined up in a commanding display. Upon the towering city walls stood the giants of the giant tribe, overlooking the vast assembly of the navy in the square below. The last bastion of defense was the very wall they occupied, flanked by the 7 warlords of the sea, with the 3 admirals of the navy seated centrally. The 6 warlords ascended the high platform, drawing considerable attention. The arrival of the 3 admirals incited a fervent cheer from the navy in the square, elevating their morale. The cacophony of the square failed to obscure the jarring sound of metal clashing, for all were aware that Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Portgas Ace, was being escorted to the execution platform. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures appeared upon the stage of fate. Sengoku stood beside Ace, holding a den mushi, projecting his voice with authority. Silence. As Sengoku's command echoed, the square fell swiftly into silence, all eyes turning to the execution platform, including Jiang Liufeng and his companions. Every den mushi activated, broadcasting the execution live to the world. The camera swept across Marineford, showcasing the Navy's formidable fighting force. After capturing the 7 warlords and the 3 admirals, the lenses focused on Ace and Sengoku upon the platform. Noticing the gathered crowd's quiet, Sengoku paused before declaring, "Before the public execution, I have an important announcement regarding Ace's lineage." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Garp trembled, fists clenched, eyes closed. Journalists from around the world sensed the gravity of the moment, hastily preparing to document this pivotal revelation. With a stern expression, Sengoku directed his question at Ace. "Tell us. Ace, who is your father?" Ace trembled, then closed his eyes, declaring, "My father is Whitebeard." "No, my father is indeed Whitebeard." Sengoku shot Ace a scornful glare, then turned back to the camera, stating, "With only scant clues from the CP department, we search for the offspring of that man, ultimately returning empty-handed. It's no wonder. Your mother concealed it so well." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the crowd held its breath, anticipating a momentous secret. At that instant, the world fell into a chilling silence. Sengoku's subsequent words confirmed the suspicions lingering in the hearts of all, sending shockwaves throughout the globe. Ace's father was none other than Joel D. Roger. Gasps of disbelief filled the air, and after a fleeting moment of shock, the world erupted into chaos. Portgas D. Ace was the son of the Pirate King. This was monumental news. Immediate reports to headquarters were imperative. The bloodline of the Pirate King was still alive. As this revelation spread, save for Jiang Liufeng and the high-ranking officials of the Navy who were already privy to the truth, the remainder of those present were left utterly dumbfounded. Jinbei finally understood why such a grand spectacle was orchestrated for Ace's public execution. He was not merely the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, but also the son of the Pirate King. Amidst the collective shock, a panicked voice suddenly pierced through the murmurs. "Admiral, we have a grave situation. The gates of justice have inexplicably opened." "What?" Sengoku bellowed. "All personnel, prepare for battle. It is highly likely that Whitebeard has arrived." The mere mention of Whitebeard snapped everyone back to reality. That name carried immense weight, instilling fear in many of the Navy present. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Liufeng shook his head slightly, pondering the timidity of these naval comrades. Was it not overly cowardly to be so intimidated merely by the mention of Whitebeard's name? Before long, a report from the naval lookout tower confirmed the enemy's approach. "Attention everyone, the enemy is here. A formidable fleet of 43 notorious pirate ships from the New World. The commanders under Whitebeard had yet to be sighted." Sengoku's expression turned grave as he declared, "Impossible. Whitebeard must have already arrived. Everyone, remain alert." At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly permeated the air. However, those lacking sufficient observation Haki were completely oblivious to it. Only the true masters present, such as Jiang Liufeng, the 3 admirals, Carp, Sengoku, and Crane, could sense its presence. As Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened, he sensed an impending arrival. Who was coming? Both the Empress and Jinbei instinctively inquired. Even these formidable experts failed to detect the presence of Whitebeard, indicating that the Moby Dick had submerged quite deeply. The surface of the sea appeared tranquil, with only the 43 pirate ships steadily approaching, creating an illusion of calm in the harbor. However, to the keen-eyed, this was merely the deceptive stillness before a storm. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise sporadically from beneath the harbor's surface, growing larger and more numerous. It soon became apparent that something was amiss. "What is that? There seems to be something lurking beneath the waves." As these words echoed, shadows began to emerge from the depths, and the entire inner bay swelled with tumultuous waves, crashing against the walls of the naval headquarters. Then, 3 colossal warships surged forth from the ocean. It was the Moby Dick. A startled cry broke the silence, and the imposing vessels appeared before the onlookers. Whether it was the sheer grandeur of the ships or the overwhelming aura of the beings aboard, their presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. As the 3 warships emerged, many junior naval officers, terrified, fled in panic, their courage shattered. "Oh my heavens, that is the legendary Whitebeard pirates. There's Marco, Jozu. Goodness, all 14 commanders are here. How did they manage to come so close?" Sengoku, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had not anticipated such a sudden and audacious assault from Whitebeard. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of heavy impacts resonated from the Moby Dick. A towering figure began to stride toward the ship's bow, wielding the formidable blade known as Tsongyunxia, draped in a pristine white cloak. The numerous deep scars visible on his body, coupled with his iconic long white beard, unmistakably identified him as Edward Newgate. Revered as Whitebeard, the most formidable force in the pirate world, second only to Jiang Liufeng. The entrance of such a legendary powerhouse radiated an extraordinary aura, intimidating many naval officers who dared not meet his gaze. Whitebeard's arrival unleashed a cataclysmic tsunami, leaving the Navy in stunned silence, until Akiji's Ice Age intervened, halting the towering waves just in time. A palpable sense of survival washed over the crowd, and thus, the battle commenced. Both sides unleashed their formidable skills, an array of techniques filling the air. Although the pirates numbered only in the thousands, each was a master of their craft, matching the might of the Navy's hundreds of thousands. With the entrance of little oars and the subsequent actions of several warlords and the three admirals, the tension escalated as they engaged with Whitebeard's formidable crew. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng could not suppress his smile. The opportunity for action had finally arrived. As the battlefield descended into chaos, Jiang Liufeng took the opportunity to retreat to a less conspicuous location. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from the fray. The 5 members of ZFA, who had been covertly observing Jiang Liufeng, were struck with astonishment. Where had he gone? It seemed he had entered the headquarters. Quickly, pursue him. His speed was astonishing. Soon, even their observation Haki would struggle to keep pace. Jiang Liufeng accelerated to full speed, weaving through the vast halls of the Navy headquarters. He needed to act swiftly, otherwise, he might be too late to rescue Whitebeard. The headquarters was immense, filled with numerous rooms, but fortunately, Jiang Liufeng had the guidance of the system. Otherwise, he would have lost countless hours searching aimlessly. Ultimately, he found himself standing before a door, bemused, contemplating the system's peculiar sense of humor. Had he truly arrived at the marshal's office for a mere check-in? He pushed the door open, and to his astonishment, the check-in point appeared right at Sengoku's seat. Jiang Liufeng approached the desk of the Warring States with a sense of intrigue. Well then, shall I humbly assume the role of a marshal for once? Jiang Liufeng's soliloquy was fortuitously overheard by 5 formidable generals arriving from outside. They exchanged glances, utterly bewildered. Is it possible that Jiang Liufeng is some sort of oddity? While others are engaged in fierce battles outside, he has the audacity to amuse himself here, playing the role of a marshal, and to think he would deign to submit? You, a mere pirate and an escapee from Impel down, choosing to submit? Submit, you say? What a ridiculous notion. Jiang Liufeng was already aware of the presence of a tail following him, yet he remained unconcerned, his sole focus being the rewards for his check-in. As he took his seat in the Warring States period, he settled down with an imposing demeanor. The enchanting voice of the system resonated in response. Chapter 113, The 3-Tomo Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, rewarding the host with the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The next check-in point is Golden City. What a cunning twist this is. Jiang Liufeng could not help but exclaim. This was something he had long desired. He quickly opened his backpack and discovered a new icon resembling a drop of blood. Eagerly, he began to investigate. The 3-Tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan possesses formidable abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. Its bearer is endowed with extraordinary insight, capable of perceiving the flow of energy, dispelling and employing illusions, as well as replicating body techniques and non-bloodline limit moves. The 3-Tomo Sharingan significantly enhances the speed and agility of its possessor. Its initial skills include Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Powerful, handsome. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng's emotions were beyond expression, leaving him only able to utter 2 words in excitement. He swallowed hard and addressed the system, initiate fusion immediately. Ding. The host is currently merging the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Please hold on. Ding. Congratulations, host, on a successful fusion. In the instant the system communicated, Jiang Liufeng had already begun his research on the Sharingan. He approached the mirror in the marshal's office. Gazing at his own reflection with those striking crimson pupils, each adorned with 3 distinct tomo, an image that was almost too incredible to fathom. The camera slowly panned. As the classic background music played, reminiscent of the moment when Stephen Chow discovered his resemblance to the Monkey King in the mirror. Jiang Liufeng felt that his combat prowess was simply off the charts, exuding an utterly captivating charm. In the marshal's office, Jiang Liufeng was enjoying himself, while outside, the 5 members of Zephyr were in a state of anxious distress. What should we do if that rascal doesn't come out? General Zephyr asked, his brow furrowed. Indeed. We cannot possibly engage him in combat within, Chachuan replied with a sense of helplessness. If I were to make a move, I fear the marshal's office would be reduced to ruins, Fujitora said, shaking his head with a troubled expression. Zephyr too found himself in a quandary. To be honest, he found the situation quite tricky. Logically, he would have the advantage in a confined space against Jiang Liufeng. After all, the faster Jiang Liufeng was, the more challenging it would become in a larger area. Unfortunately, they were situated in the marshal's office, and a confrontation here would undoubtedly result in destruction. The group hesitated and deliberated, inadvertently granting Jiang Liufeng ample time to indulge in his own self-satisfaction. A smirk graced his lips. As he had a few practice opponents at hand, it was time to ascertain the true prowess of his Sharingan. Amaterasu. Boom, boom, boom. Without uttering a word, Jiang Liufeng unleashed a powerful attack known as Amaterasu directly at the entrance. In an instant, the grand door was reduced to ashes, leaving behind lingering black flames upon the walls, reminiscent of the infernal fires of hell, devouring everything in their vicinity with terrifying might. The 5 individuals outside, caught in a moment of hesitation, were startled and leaped several meters away. What is this? The flames are black? Isn't Jiang Liufeng a user of the thunder fruit? How can he wield fire? Everyone, be cautious. We must not be scorched by these black flames. They are exceedingly strange, and I sense a perilous aura, Zifa remarked gravely. Indeed, the remaining few, wary and vigilant, approached the remnants of the black fire with utmost caution, yet they still surrounded the entrance, fearful that Jiang Liufeng might escape. A trail of blood and tears streamed down from Jiang Liufeng's right eye. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly, realizing that he could not afford to use it too liberally at this moment. He needed to upgrade his vision to the eternal kaleidoscope in order to eliminate the side effects. He wiped away the blood tears and instinctively covered his eyes, feeling a hint of fatigue in his right eye. It was his first use, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Being handsome was all that mattered. As he stepped out of the room, Jiang Liufeng cast a light-hearted glance at the 5 individuals, raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Isn't that General Zephyr? What brings you here after tailing me for so long?" Upon meeting Jiang Liufeng's gaze, Zephyr and Fujitora, who had previously encountered him, felt their pupils constrict. They had noticed the peculiarity in Jiang Liufeng's eyes. "Your eyes?" Zephyr instinctively asked. As Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a smile, he exuded an undeniable power. What? Both Zephyr and Fujitora exclaimed in unison. Zephyr glanced at Jiang Liufeng, then turned his gaze to the black flames dancing upon the wall. With a grave tone, he inquired, "Is this black flame a manifestation of the peculiar ability bestowed by your strange eyes?" "Indeed. Moreover, it also encompasses Tsukuyami." Jiang Liufeng seized the opportunity to employ Zifa's unique skill, invoking the technique of moon reading, which transported Zifa back to the harrowing scene of his crew's massacre. Zifa, with his keen observation and mastery of the color of observation Haki, instinctively sensed something amiss. However, Jiang Liufeng's initial strike left him no time to react. And by the moment he attempted to defend himself, he was already ensnared. The despairing tableau of his past resurfaced before him, plunging Zifa into an inescapable illusion, tormenting his mind and etching a look of anguish upon his face, which elicited palpable concern from the nearby candidates for admiralcy. "Jiang Liufeng, what have you done to Admiral Zifa?" Fujitora interjected, stepping forward protectively. The remaining 3 candidates regarded Jiang Liufeng with wary eyes, astonished by the fact that he had not even made a move, yet Zifa had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Was this truly as absurd as it seemed? The Navy headquarters, having engaged in multiple encounters with Jiang Liufeng, along with intelligence gathered from other battles, had conducted a thorough analysis of his capabilities. A user of the thunderclap fruit, complemented by formidable 3-color Haki. With these 5 exceptionally powerful representatives of naval combat strength, they believed they had a significant advantage in subduing Jiang Liufeng. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of such a bizarre and grotesque ocular technique? This unforeseen development rendered their preliminary intelligence preparations virtually ineffective. Jiang Liufeng remarked with a playful smile, "Oh, it's nothing much, merely prompting Admiral Zephyr to reminisce about the good old days." He then inquired, "Ah, so you must be Green Bull, correct?" "That's me." Green Bull replied, suddenly singled out, instinctively stepping forward to meet Jiang Liufeng's gaze, only to be caught off guard. With just a brief exchange, Green Bull transformed into a state akin to that of Zephyr, leaving the remaining 3 in a state of shock. They hastily drew their weapons, as if facing a formidable adversary. It was utterly bizarre, terrifying, despite the fact that nothing tangible had occurred during their mere glance. The Navy had already suffered the loss of 2 members. It was only natural for them to be engulfed by fear. Fujitora drew his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, exclaiming, "Do not look into his eyes." Just now, I sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from them. The issue undoubtedly lies within his eyes. Upon hearing this, Peach Rabbit and the others experienced a moment of clarity and promptly shut their eyes. However, at their level of prowess, whether their eyes were open or closed bore little consequence in battle. After all, they were elite masters of observation Haki, and their skills alone were more than sufficient. Jiang Liufeng shrugged, acknowledging that, indeed, as a representative of naval combat prowess, he had quickly discerned the essential points, leaving no room for play. However, the capabilities of the Sharingan extend far beyond this. Chapter 114, A Critical Moment. Command of the battlefield was temporarily entrusted to Fujitora, who decisively commanded, "Engage. Quickly defeat him." Jiang Liufeng, similarly, had no intention of continuing the fight, for he, like Fujitora, sensed that the external battle had escalated to a fever pitch. With an innate ability to foresee events, Jiang Liufeng calculated that the pirates were likely nearing the plaza. He aimed to reach the battlefield before Akaina could inflict severe damage on Whitebeard. Simultaneously, both sides launched their attacks. Jiang Liufeng engaged in a fierce confrontation against 3 vice admirals, facing them 1 against 3. The skirmish was exhilarating, while the main battlefield was even more spectacular. Mihawk unleashed a formidable slash, which was intercepted by Diamond. The colossal figure of Oars was brought down by a concentrated shockwave from Kuma, Kizaru's ultimate move. The Yasakani no Magatama was effortlessly countered by Marco. The Empress indiscriminately petrified both pirates and marines alike. Joza hurled ice blocks with his tremendous strength. Akainu's volcanic eruption resolved the crisis. A series of brilliant duels among the era's greatest warriors unfolded, truly remarkable. Luffy had arrived. Whitebeard was stabbed. The last hidden ship made its appearance. Oars launched a full-scale assist. The pirates had finally set foot on the Grand Plaza of Marineford. The ultimate showdown commenced in earnest. Whitebeard was the first to leap from the warship, delivering a devastating shockwave with his blade that cleared the densely packed marines before him, even shattering the structures behind them. He raised his arm and shouted, "Let us make this a grand affair, lads." Roar. Behind him, a throng of pirates, invigorated, echoed his roar. Akiji and Kazara stepped forward to challenge Whitebeard, yet both were overpowered. Akiji was even injured by a charge from Jozu. Ultimately, only Akainu remained to confront Whitebeard. Hearing the escalating commotion outside, Jiang Liufeng understood the moment was drawing near. After a series of exchanges, Jiang Liufeng remained at ease. While Fujitora and the others appeared somewhat beleaguered, it was evident that Jiang Liufeng held the upper hand. With his advanced observation Haki and the perceptive abilities of the Sharingan, he moved with unmatched agility during the skirmish. The trio struggled for a considerable time without gaining the upper hand. Peach Rabbit and Tontada began to question their very existence. How could such a monstrous figure exist in the world? 5 powerful admirals working in unison should be more than enough to handle an emperor, yet astonishingly, Jiang Liufeng alone could stand against them. It was truly beyond belief. Although Jiang Liufeng holds the advantage here, the opponents are indeed formidable. Not to mention Tao Tu and Cha Tun, both of whom possess exceptional strength. Even just Fujitora's gravity fruit compels Jiang Liufeng to approach the situation with utmost caution. With a deft flick of his wrist, Jiang Liufeng unleashed a powerful strike, compelling 3 adversaries to retreat. His pupils dilated as he summoned Amaterasu once more. This time, the force he wielded was incomparable to his previous modest display. Fujitora, with remarkable agility, sensed the anomaly and reacted instantaneously. The gravitational force intensified geometrically in the corridor before the trio, pinning the ominous black flames to the ground. As the black flames met the earth, they erupted into a conflagration that engulfed the entire hallway. The ferocity of the blaze forced Fujitora and his companions to withdraw without hesitation. Although Jiang Liufeng's initial strike had not succeeded, he seized the opportunity presented by their retreat and swiftly darted in the opposite direction. He had no time to wipe away the blood and tears, for he could feel Red Dog's overwhelming presence growing stronger, alarmingly close to Whitebeard. Jiang Liufeng understood that in order to save Whitebeard, he must evade Akainu's lethal first strike. "Whitebeard, you must confront your opponent head-on," Akainu roared, transforming his arm into scorching magma, relentlessly bombarding Whitebeard. Whitebeard effortlessly fended off Akainu's successive attacks. However, at that moment, the aftermath of being stabbed by his treacherous son manifested. Whitebeard's body convulsed, rendering him immobile. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Akainu unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Whitebeard's chest. "Die, Whitebeard." Everyone around held their breath, their scalps tingling as they witnessed the scene unfold. Marco was taken aback, desperate to intervene, yet he had just been carelessly shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. Meanwhile, Jozu, distracted by his concern for Whitebeard, found himself encased in ice by Akiji. The other captains were likewise entangled in various predicaments, unable to extricate themselves. All could do was watch in despair as Akainu's fist drew ever closer to Whitebeard. Whitebeard's pupils constricted as he stared helplessly at Akainu's approaching fist. His body refusing to respond, a large bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized that his time had come. Should he endure this punch, he might not survive the day. Akainu's fist drew nearer, and he could almost taste victory, a smile creeping across his face. Everyone understood that Whitebeard was the pillar of their spirit. Once he fell, the remaining pirates would be rendered insignificant. Yet, just as Akainu's searing fist was about to strike Whitebeard's chest, at the critical moment, Jiang Liufeng arrived. Bang! Thunder roared. Whoosh! Jiang Liufeng stood beside the white-bearded man, gazing at the furious Akainu, who appeared on the verge of an explosion. He let out a slight sigh of relief. At last, he had made it in time. Jiang Liufeng delivered a powerful kick, sending Akainu's molten lava sprawling aside, resembling a meteorite plummeting through the sky. It careened sideways, wreaking havoc as it collided with numerous structures of the Navy headquarters before finally coming to a halt. The adjacent residential area was instantly engulfed in flames, mirroring the inferno raging within Akainu's heart. Jiang Liufeng, Akainu seethed, enunciating each syllable of Jiang Liufeng's name with clenched teeth. Jiang Liufeng tossed his flamboyant purple hair and, with a light-hearted smile, remarked to Admiral Akainu, "What a coincidence. It seems we meet again." As Jiang Liufeng made his entrance, he exuded an irresistible charm and an overwhelming presence, leaving the majority of onlookers utterly mesmerized. Upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's appearance, the Empress instantly transformed into an enamored admirer, cradling her flushed cheeks with her hands and murmuring to herself, "Truly, he is the man I have set my sights on. He is simply stunning." The old man with a white beard breathed a sigh of relief and directed his gaze towards Jiang Liufeng, inquiring, "Are you the flying thunder god?" Jiang Liufeng returned his gaze with an imposing look and replied, "Indeed, it is I. Are you not one of the 7 warlords? Why do you offer me your assistance?" Jiang Liufeng chuckled, declaring himself a pirate. Gulalala, how amusing. It appeared that Whitebeard was quite pleased with Jiang Liufeng's response. Observing the light-hearted exchange between the two, Akainu felt a surge of anger, feeling utterly disregarded. His murderous intent intensified. "Jiang Liufeng, you seek your own demise. Prepare to face me. In an instant." A crimson glow enveloped the surroundings as Akainu unleashed his molten lava, furious at Jiang Liufeng for thwarting his plans. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon both Jiang Liufeng and Whitebeard, as if his skills were boundless. Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy as he activated his Sharingan. He swiftly reached out to seize the white-bearded figure, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. Upon reappearing, the white-bearded figure had already disappeared. Chapter 115. Do you believe you are capable? The fleeting appearance of Jiang Liufeng transpired in the blink of an eye. To the onlookers, it seemed as though a mere illusion had danced before them, only for Jiang Liufeng's form to solidify once more, as if he had never departed at all. Yet, the presence of the white-bearded figure at the bow made it evident that, in that instantaneous moment when everyone was caught off guard, he had indeed left and returned. Such swiftness was astonishing, almost beyond belief. It was utterly incredible. Many formidable masters, endowed with the observation Haki, who managed to discern Jiang Liufeng's movements, were left utterly astounded. Even the likes of Kazuru, a paragon of speed, found himself overwhelmed with disbelief. How terrifying this was. It felt as though he had grown even stronger than before. Truly a prodigy beyond comprehension. After merging with the Chiba Sharingan, Jiang Liufeng's speed has ascended to an unprecedented level. In the vast realm of pirates, it is likely that none can match his swiftness. Even the recent rescue of Whitebeard was made possible thanks to the enhancement of the Chiba Sharingan. Otherwise, given his original speed, he would have undoubtedly failed to reach him in time. As the formidable assault from Akainu approached, Jiang Liufeng remained unfazed, fully confident that an augmented lightning shield would suffice to deflect such an onslaught. Lightning shield. Without hesitation, Jiang Liufeng activated his powers. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious assaults of Akainu relentlessly battered against Jiang Liufeng's electric shield. The earth-shattering spectacle sent everyone retreating in fear. Many were so terrified that they collapsed onto the ground, their legs trembling as if they were riding a tractor. A monster. Akainu was indeed a monster. It was over. Jiang Liufeng was surely doomed. With the scorching magma capable of boiling a man alive. Alas, who would have thought that he would fall so swiftly after making his grand entrance? Fortunately, he had rescued his father, which could be regarded as a significant contribution. Numerous pirates shook their heads in lament, expressing profound sorrow over Jiang Liufeng's sacrifice. There was no alternative. Akainu's ferocity was simply too overwhelming and terrifying. At that moment, a hellish landscape surrounded Jiang Liufeng, with molten rock piled high like a pyramid, and lava flowing ominously. They could hardly believe that anyone could emerge alive from such a cataclysm. Even Whitebeard would have to think twice about standing in that inferno. The Empress had her heart in her throat, her form trembling slightly, clearly filled with anxiety. After a long pause, Akainu finally ceased his relentless onslaught, throwing his head back in a triumphant howl. Ha ha ha. Jiang Liufeng, this is the consequence of your arrogance towards the Navy and the world's justice. First, he had subdued Whitebeard, and now he had brought down Jiang Liufeng. It was evident that Akainu was swelling with pride. The morale of the Navy surged dramatically at this sight. A resounding roar erupted. The tide of battle, once dominated by the rampant pirates, had shifted dramatically. With a sweeping gesture, Akainu proclaimed, "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." All the Navy personnel gathered their strength, brandishing their weapons, ready to charge. Just then, the molten rock, which had formed a small mountain, began to slide away, and a radiant white light emerged from within. Huh? What is this? Do you think you've succeeded? The voice of Jiang Liufeng seeped through the lava like a ghostly whisper. The group of Navy soldiers poised to charge felt a jolt of apprehension. Could it be? Is he still alive? Instantly, the entire scene came to a halt. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the mound of lava. Upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's voice once more, the previously arrogant Akainu's expression shifted dramatically, turning as ghastly as if he had just consumed something foul. Meanwhile, the Empress, her heart finally settling, patted her proud chest and murmured, "I thought I was doomed." Whitebeard, Marco, and others could not help but break into smiles. This ally was truly formidable. As the lava receded entirely, Jiang Liufeng's figure emerged, fully visible to all. Upon discerning his condition, even the mighty Whitebeard couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. The entire Marine Ford was enveloped in a collective gasp, each person inhaling sharply as if in a competition. Jiang Liufeng stood, enveloped in a shield of lightning, hands tucked into his pockets, a smile gracing his face. Not only was he unscathed, but even the edges of his clothing remained untouched by the heat. It was as if the lava had been repelled, halted at a 2-meter radius around him, unable to advance an inch. How could this be? How could this happen? Akainu felt his worldview shattering, staring at Jiang Liufeng in utter disbelief. Jiang Liufeng looked at him with a playful glint in his eyes and remarked, "I must say, Admiral Akainu, it seems your reading skills leave much to be desired. The temperature of lightning surpasses that of magma. Are you truly unaware of this?" Upon hearing this, Akainu rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from sheer frustration. How utterly infuriating. Without further ado, he enveloped himself in a cloak of armament Haki and launched into a series of movements reminiscent of a schoolchildren's calisthenics routine. What a farce. He immediately transitioned into the Marine's 6 styles, compensating for his lack of innate ability with sheer willpower. Seeing this, Akiji and Kazara dared not be negligent. Jiang Liufeng was far too formidable. If they did not subdue him today, the chaos that would ensue could engulf the entire world. Thus unfolded an utterly unexpected scene. The 3 admirals, renowned masters of the natural type abilities, found themselves engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Jiang Liufeng. The 4 figures, shrouded in darkness, battled from earth to sky and back again, their strikes producing shockwaves that reverberated in the air, each blow landing with palpable force. The entire Marine Fort, with its hundreds of thousands of combatants, stood awestruck, involuntarily halting their skirmishes to witness this textbook display of close-quarter combat. Speaking of martial prowess, our Iron Fist, Carp, surely could not resist the urge to join in. After all, he was currently vexed by his 2 grandchildren and saw in Jiang Liufeng an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Thus, he joined the fray with a distinctive grace. It must be noted that the moment Carp entered the fray, Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Carp was an anomaly. Jiang Liufeng sensed that the combined might of the 3 admirals was insufficient to match Carp's ferocity. However, with the newfound powers granted by the Sharingan, Jiang Liufeng found himself unfazed. Without any special abilities, Jiang Liufeng's speed and the effects of the Sharingan were perfectly exhibited. He stood his ground against 4 adversaries, exchanging blows with Carp and the others, though an immediate victor could not be discerned. The very fact that he could hold his own against 4 opponents without succumbing spoke volumes of his prowess. The Empress, with her captivating gaze, fixed her eyes upon Jiang Liufeng, marveling at the man she had chosen. He was simply extraordinary. "Father, this is the Flying Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng, truly remarkable." Marco, dragging his wounded form, approached Whitebeard. At that moment, he lacked the strength to retrieve the keys to his sea-stone handcuffs. Yet even his lethargic eyelids opened, fixating intently on the fierce battle. Whitebeard's gaze burned with intensity, his thoughts veiled in mystery. Chapter 116. Your men are all inferior. Aside from a handful of formidable individuals, the rest were rendered speechless, as if petrified by the Empress's overwhelming presence, all gazing skyward, transfixed by the clash above. Sengoku stood beside Ace, his teeth clenched in frustration, had it not been for his duty to safeguard Ace. He would have eagerly joined the fray to test Jiang Liufeng's abilities. Damn it, how can he be this powerful? Wait. Jiang Liufeng's arrival means that Zephyr and the others. Sengoku suddenly recalled something and hastily retrieved a Den Mushi, dialing urgently. Possessing formidable Kenbunchika Haki, Zephyr and Green Bull managed to break free from the effects of the moon reading. However, they still suffered from excruciating headaches and lingering fears. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rang, and Zephyr struggled to answer. "Zephyr, what is going on? Why has Jiang Liufeng appeared unscathed on the front lines?" "Commander, it's complicated. Just be cautious of Jiang Liufeng's eyes. We're on our way. Hurry. Jiang Liufeng is causing chaos outside." "Understood." After hanging up, Zephyr rushed to lead his team toward the front line. Sengoku immediately notified the 4 individuals in the sky to remain vigilant against Jiang Liufeng's eyes. Though he was still uncertain of the situation, he recognized that Zephyr's warning was undoubtedly significant. Meanwhile, as Carp and the others engaged in combat with Jiang Liufeng, their astonishment grew. Jiang Liufeng's strength had noticeably increased since their last encounter. Yet, the most alarming aspect was that he seemed to be continually evolving in the heat of battle. Little did they know that Jiang Liufeng was utilizing the Sharingan to replicate their Marine 6 styles through their ongoing confrontation. It must be said that the capabilities of the Sharingan were indeed formidable. Not only was Carp's mastery of the Marine 6 styles textbook level, but it was also honed through countless years of rigorous training and numerous battles. Jiang Liufeng performed exceptionally well. In such a brief skirmish, he comprehensively mastered their 6 style techniques. Although he possessed the extensive experience of the 3rd generation Raikage, the Navy's 6 styles also held their unique merits. By assimilating these techniques and combining them, it seemed that apart from speed, Jiang Liufeng would find no equal in martial arts. Not to mention, he wielded the formidable powers of the natural type Rumble fruit. It is difficult to even classify him as merely abnormal. Just as Carp and his companions felt overwhelmed, Zephyr and his 5 allies finally arrived. Many Navy soldiers and pirates alike noticed the approach of the 5. "Oh, it's Admiral Zephyr along with the candidates for Admiral. Reinforcements have arrived. Victory for the Navy is assured." A group of junior Navy officers nearly wept, feeling utterly defeated as their top 4 forces were evenly matched against a single opponent. If no one came to assist, they would soon be on the brink of despair. My goodness, is that Zephyr? And who are those others? They seem to be the new Admiral candidates from the World Conscription. Yes, I've heard about them before. The Navy is utterly shameless. How could 9 of them gang up on a single individual? Let us give it our all. We must fight back. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing this injustice, were equally infuriated, yet each was entangled with a vice admiral, a warlord, or a pacifist, making it difficult to assist Jiang Liufeng. Old man, this is outrageous. 9 admirals against 1. Marco expressed his indignation. However, Whitebeard perceived something different. At that moment, he gazed at the 10 fighters in the sky, his mouth slightly agape. An expression of shock that hadn't crossed his face in decades. Just as Marco finished speaking, he noticed Whitebeard's reaction and felt a pang of concern. What's wrong? Could it be that father is unwell? He quickly approached Whitebeard to inquire. Whitebeard swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Did you not see? Jiang Liufeng is battling 9 alone and still holding his ground. He is merely at a slight disadvantage." Marco's skin prickled with realization. Indeed. I was so preoccupied with condemning the Navy's shamelessness that I overlooked this crucial detail. Jiang Liufeng's martial prowess is indeed extraordinary. Whitebeard's expression intensified, and his injury seemed to subside as he bellowed, "All members of the Whitebeard pirates, focus your efforts. Assist Jiang Liufeng against the Flying Thunder God." Upon hearing this, Sengoku devised a strategy. "I hereby declare, execution of Ace shall commence immediately." The words of the leaders sent shockwaves across the world. Not only the combatants on the battlefield but also the people watching the live broadcast globally erupted in uproar. The situation had reached a critical juncture. It could be said that the entire world was poised to witness this moment. Whitebeard, how utterly despicable of the Navy to execute early. Whitebeard seethed, glaring at Sengoku. "There is no shame in dealing with such ruthless criminals," Sengoku retorted. At that crucial moment, Jiang Liufeng, still embroiled in battle above, spoke out, "Whitebeard, do not concern yourself with me. Focus all your efforts on rescuing Ace. Do not allow anyone to interfere with my fight." The crowd was taken aback, astonished that Jiang Liufeng, while facing 9 adversaries, could still utter such words. The Flying Thunder God is far too arrogant to confront 9 adversaries and still make such declarations. He clearly underestimates our admirals. Indeed, he seems to be at a disadvantage yet speaks with such audacity. "Admirals, take him down." The Navy was incensed by his words. And even the pirates felt Jiang Liufeng was overstepping his bounds. The Flying Thunder God was undeniably powerful, yet even the Empress was struggling to contain herself. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Liufeng's battle. Several times, he narrowly avoided being struck. Facing 9 opponents was undoubtedly challenging. She was eager to rush in and fight alongside him, but Jiang Liufeng had sternly instructed her not to intervene. The frustration was palpable as she clenched and unclenched her fists. Noticing Whitebeard's hesitation, Jiang Liufeng rolled his eyes and shouted once more, "Whitebeard, quickly give the order. Do not let your men come up. I must say, they are merely a hindrance." The members of the Whitebeard pirates nearly choked on their disbelief at his audacity. The captains preparing to break through the encirclement, upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's words, abandoned their intentions to assist him. "Father, since he refuses to acknowledge the situation, let us focus on rescuing Ace," Rosa shouted, with several captains echoing his sentiment. Except for Whitebeard and Marco, the others were deeply displeased with Jiang Liufeng's arrogance. Marco, having previously forged a bond with Jiang Liufeng, found himself torn, sharing similar thoughts with the others. However, only Whitebeard, the 9 fighters above, and Sengoku understood the true meaning behind Jiang Liufeng's words. A spark ignited in Whitebeard's eyes as he raised his weapon, pointing it toward the execution platform, and bellowed, "All of you, charge. Our objective is to rescue Ace." Roar. In stark contrast, Sengoku was filled with alarm, urgently shouting, "Execute immediately." At that critical moment, Jiang Liufeng's brilliance overshadowed everything, drawing the attention of the overlooked figure, Luffy, who had reached the execution platform. With no admirals blocking his path and protected by Jinbei, Ivankov, and other skilled fighters, Luffy surged forward unimpeded. "Oh no!" Sengoku gasped, but it was too late. Luffy swiftly dispatched 2 executioners and stood before Ace. "Ace. Luffy." The 2 brothers reunited in a moment of life and death, joy radiating from their faces. What followed was a familiar sequence of events. Sengoku unleashed his full power, his Buddha form striking with a mighty blow, which Luffy countered with his rubber balloon, causing the execution platform to collapse as Ace and Luffy fell. However, Mr. 3 was absent, leaving Ace's handcuffs momentarily unremovable. Yet Sengoku had lost interest in Ace, for suddenly, 2 immensely terrifying figures appeared in the sky. "Captain! Captain!" Upon hearing the call, Jiang Liufeng grinned, laughing. "Haha. Akainu, you thought you could bully me without backup?" Akainu and his comrades immediately turned their attention to the source of the voice. The sight that met their eyes was almost enough to make them lose composure. Not far away, 2 figures soared through the air, one with wings and the other wielding dual blades, neither other than the Red Count and the Golden Lion. "Damn it. This is trouble." 10 distinct voices resonated from the mouths of 9 formidable generals of the Warring States period. Although their expressions varied, they all conveyed a singular, harrowing truth. What is this truth? It is that today, the entirety of the Navy's forces, from this moment forth, do not face merely a Whitebeard and Marineford, but rather the 4 emperors. While the title may be inaccurate, in terms of power, Jiang Liufeng, the Red Count, the Golden Lion, and Whitebeard undoubtedly embody the caliber of the 4 emperors. Suddenly, Sengoku felt a chill run down his spine. It was at this moment that he grasped the stark reality. How had the Dawn crew grown to such formidable heights? 3 of the 4 emperors aboard a single ship? No, that cannot be right. Jiang Liufeng's prowess transcends even that of the 4 emperors. In the past, they viewed the Dawn crew merely as pirates and escapees, often paying more heed to figures like the Crimson Count and Waldo than to Jiang Liufeng himself. At this moment, he realizes their grave error, a monumental misjudgment. How could Jiang Liufeng, capable of bringing such a prodigy under his command, possibly be an ordinary individual? Just as turmoil surged within the heart of the battlefield, the situation above in the skies had already undergone a dramatic reversal. With the addition of the Red Count and the Golden Lion, that fellow, Jiang Liufeng, was suddenly liberated. Both the Red Count and the Golden Lion were each able to contend with 2 or 3 formidable generals while remaining undefeated. As Jiang Liufeng lightened his burden, disregarding everyone around him, he relentlessly pursued Akainu. How dare you act so arrogantly? How dare you flaunt your prowess? How dare you become so inflated with pride? Akainu was at his wit's end, as all of Jiang Liufeng's attacks were directed at him, leaving him gasping for breath. Were it not for Fujitora and Garp applying constant pressure on the side, Akainu feared he would have been utterly crushed. Gulala, my old friends. I hope you're all well, Whitebeard exclaimed, sensing 2 familiar auras that filled him with excitement. In the sky above, the Red Count and the Golden Lion exchanged knowing glances with Whitebeard, acknowledging each other. Gulala, I never expected that after so many years of seclusion, I would encounter 2 old acquaintances upon my return. Truly exhilarating. Marco, filled with curiosity, inquired, Father, who are those 2 cloaked figures? It wasn't just Marco, everyone present, aside from a select few, was intensely curious. They all yearned to know who these exceptionally powerful subordinates of Jiang Liufeng were, capable of battling several admirals simultaneously. It was noteworthy that just moments ago, 9 had confronted Jiang Liufeng alone, and out of fear of injuring their allies, they refrained from unleashing their most devastating abilities. Now, however, the battlefield had been divided into 3, providing ample space for the admirals to unleash their terrifying powers. Despite this, Jiang Liufeng and his companions managed to withstand the onslaught, showing no signs of faltering. While everyone had come to understand Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary capabilities, the arrival of the 2 new individuals stirred a tempest of astonishment in their hearts. 3 monsters on a single ship. Facing the Navy's supreme combat force in a 3-on-9 scenario, what concept does that evoke? Was it not comparable to the might of the 4 Emperors' pirate crews? Whitebeard's face radiated with vitality, as if he had regained years of youth. It would soon be apparent that these 2 were individuals capable of shaking the world. Sengoku seethed with frustration, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. With the 9 top-tier combatants at a standstill above, Ace was on the verge of being rescued below. This was all being broadcasted live to the entire world, and the Navy's reputation was hanging by a thread. Sengoku instinctively turned his gaze toward the Empress, who keenly sensed his thoughts. She finally understood the implications of Jiang Liufeng's words. Having refrained from intervening, Sengoku had attempted to draw her into the fray. Had she not held back, the consequences could have been dire, potentially allowing the Navy to capture her as leverage against Jiang Liufeng. To become the Empress, Hancock was not merely a figure of empty renown, her intellect was astute. She immediately moved toward the edge of the battlefield, seeking a secluded corner, and allowed her pet to facilitate her water escape. Racing across the ocean, the Empress glanced back at Jiang Liufeng and murmured, Jiang Liufeng, give it your all. I shall await you in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. With that, she vanished into the vastness of the sea, not looking back. Above in the sky, Jiang Liufeng had been closely monitoring the Empress's movements. Seeing her intelligence brought a smile to his lips. Haha, what a thoughtful and capable partner. With no more reservations, Jiang Liufeng unleashed his full power, engaging in an exuberant display of strength. His fists and feet, combined with his skills, were executed to perfection, leaving Akainu in a state of utter despair. Even the junior Navy officers below bore the brunt of the chaos. The skills of Jiang Liufeng, even the residual waves of his descent, are sufficient for around 40% of the rabble to quench their thirst. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard commanded a swift retreat. In Chapter 118, The Art of Doubling Its Might, although it appeared that the pirates were gaining the upper hand, in truth, only Jiang Liufeng and 2 others were managing to hold the fort, staving off the Navy's most formidable forces. Among the naval ranks, the vice admirals and pacifists posed a significant threat to the pirates, not to mention, with Ace having been rescued, Sengoku could no longer remain passive and took to the chase himself. Even the great strategist, Granite Tsuru, could not resist intervening. The situation for the pirates remained grim, considering the overwhelming disparity in numbers. Thus, Whitebeard, as the supreme commander, wisely chose to withdraw while the going was still good. Amidst the chaos, Luffy and his companions successfully located Mr. 3, while Ace and Marco were liberated in succession. Meanwhile, Jozo had also managed to break free from Akiji's icy grip. This development brought forth several reinforcements for Whitebeard's crew, as they carved a bloody path toward the docks. On the battlefield, the ranks of the Whitebeard pirates dwindled, while Jiang Liufeng grew increasingly audacious. He bellowed for Count Shiki to join him, instructing the 2 to hold off the 8 adversaries. What are his intentions? We must not allow them to regroup. Carp and Zephyr exclaimed simultaneously, unwilling to permit Jiang Liufeng and his companions to achieve their objectives so easily. However, these three were unparalleled masters, weaving through the battlefield, making it exceedingly difficult to impede their progress. The Red Count and the Golden Lion swiftly retreated to Jiang Liufeng's side. Their speed remarkable, and with both being swordsmanship experts, their strikes were fierce and relentless. The Admirals dared not confront them head-on, ultimately allowing Jiang Liufeng and his companions to successfully unite. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, a surge of murderous intent welled up as he commanded. Unleash all your powers and stop those 8 individuals. Understood. Yes. The Red Count and Golden Lion responded, launching their lethal techniques mercilessly towards the 8. With the formidable strength of 2 emperors, they unleashed their devastating moves without hesitation, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to breach their defenses. In an instant, the battlefield was once again divided. The 8 generals were separated from the Red Dog by the Red Count and Golden Lion, unable to support one another. Captain, you must hurry. We cannot hold out much longer. Jiang Liufeng refrained from uttering another word and charged towards Red Dog. In that moment, Akainu was paralyzed with fear. Drenched in a cold sweat, Jiang Liufeng is resolutely intent on his demise. However, Akainu is no fool, having witnessed the brutality of battle before. The shadow of death does not intimidate him. He understands that the Red Count and his allies, in their reckless frenzy, cannot sustain their assault for long. All he must do is endure until his comrades arrive to provide assistance. With a fierce countenance, he declares, Jiang Liufeng, do you wish to take my life? Such delusions are utterly absurd. Prepare to meet your end. Inferno Blast. Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a sly smile, seemingly eager to unveil something intriguing. Partial amplification technique. Giant's arm. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air as Jiang Liufeng's arm swelled to a size rivaling that of Little Oz's fists, sending the spectators into a frenzy. What in the world is Jiang Liufeng? Is he even human? How can his fists be larger than those of the giants? Whitebeard was left utterly bewildered. Having traversed the seas for decades, he had never witnessed such an anomaly. He could not fathom why Jiang Liufeng, an evident user of the Thunder Fruit, possessed additional powers. Akainu stood frozen, watching as Jiang Liufeng raised his fists, now comparable to his own blazing inferno. Panic gripped him. For someone who had always despised pirates and had never shown fear, Akainu now found himself genuinely intimidated. Yet, Jiang Liufeng did not afford him much time for existential reflection. Gray Bear Cannon. His colossal fist turned as dark as iron, transforming into a giant version of a rocket launcher. Akainu's eyes widened in horror as those seemingly cumbersome arms moved with lightning speed, creating an inescapable area of devastation. Boom. The conflagration of Akainu's flames clashed with the Gray Bear Cannon, dissipating in an instant. Akainu, paralyzed with fear, forgot to even attempt to evade the impending blow. Simply watching as those bewildering hands struck him with tremendous force. The impact was so immense that it almost shattered his bones, leaving him a crumpled mass. Directly smashed into a bottomless pit in the ground, dragging dozens of stunned Navy personnel down with him. This was the very reason Jiang Liufeng had refrained from employing the amplification technique until now. The destructive capability was far too great. Fists and feet possessed no eyes. Who could predict how many allies would be caught in the crossfire? Now that the pirates were retreating, he felt no further hesitation and unleashed the amplification technique. Admiral Akainu. Sakazuki. With one devastating blow, Akainu was defeated, sending many Navy personnel into a state of despair. This spectacle was too harrowing to comprehend. The Admiral was a deity in the eyes of countless sailors, a pillar of strength. With this divine figure now fallen, many Navy soldiers dropped their weapons, clutching their heads in anguish, closing their eyes in torment as morale plummeted to its nadir. Above, several admirals seethed with indignation, their veins bulging as they cast aside their fear of the rampaging Red Count and Golden Lion. Even at the risk of injury, they were determined to break through and engage the Red Count in a desperate struggle. The admirals, fueled by a fierce determination, quickly gained the upper hand against the Red Count, who began to falter under their relentless assault. As the autumn leaves fell to the ground, Jiang Liufeng stood amidst the chaos, his presence sending the surrounding Navy personnel fleeing in terror, as if they had encountered a ghost. Sengoku and Granny Crane were preoccupied with pursuing the Whitebeard pirates, leaving no time to concern themselves with the situation at hand. In this moment, Jiang Liufeng had established himself as the dominant force. From the depths of the pit, he seized Akainu by the neck, lifting him out, causing onlookers to collectively gasp in astonishment. What did they witness? The once formidable Akainu, known for his ruthless power, now dangled helplessly in Jiang Liufeng's grasp. His body limp and broken, resembling a lifeless dog. Struggling to stay conscious, Akainu's wide eyes reflected a mixture of defiance and disbelief. How could he, a man who had never imagined himself in such a vulnerable position, be reduced to this? The arrogant Akainu, emboldened by the powers of the Logia fruit, had forgotten the adage that one must eventually pay for their transgressions. Now, his fate rested in the hands of another, and he gazed at Jiang Liufeng with a sense of impending doom, as if facing a harbinger of death. Jiang Liufeng, devoid of any sympathy, regarded Akainu's plight with cold indifference. To those who sought his life, he would show no mercy. Count, your wish is about to be fulfilled. Upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's voice, Count Red trembled with excitement, swiftly exchanging positions with Jiang Liufeng. Akaina now found himself in the grasp of Count Red. The intensity of Count Red's gaze sent shivers through everyone present. Although they were uncertain of his intentions, an ominous sense of foreboding swept over them. Naturally, the most terrified was Akainu himself, who felt a chill as he met Count Red's gaze, which bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a man enchanted by an unparalleled beauty. Count Red had long awaited this moment. After acquiring the fruit and dress Rosa, he had yearned for the opportunity to utilize its powers, and now he was on the brink of experiencing the invigorating sensation of youth once more. With a slow, deliberate motion, Count Red lifted the hood of his purple robe, revealing his visage to the world. In that instant, the entire world beheld his true identity. Count Red. My goodness, that is Count Red. Who is Count Red? Are you really that ignorant? You don't know who Radefield is? The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the realm, as whispers spread rapidly, engulfing the world in astonishment. The arrival of the enigmatic swordsman, Radefield, under Jiang Liufeng's command, was monumental. As Count Red unveiled his identity, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving the golden lion visibly displeased. He removed his own hat, declaring loudly, "Isn't that just Radefield? What's all the fuss about?" The world fell into a stunned silence. If the revelation of Radefield under Jiang Liufeng's banner had elicited shock, the appearance of the golden lion rendered them speechless. They could scarcely comprehend the immense strength and influence Jiang Liufeng must possess to command such legendary figures. The world held its breath, eyes fixated on Count Red, eager to discern his next move. With a devilish grin, he revealed his sharp fangs and exclaimed, "Akainu, I shall claim your blood." With that, he sank his teeth into Akainu's neck, drawing forth his lifeblood. As Akainu felt his vitality ebbing away, he was overwhelmed with panic, utterly lost as to how to react. Thus, Count Red and Akainu began to undergo a visible transformation. Count Red grew increasingly youthful, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out, his pallid skin regaining a vibrant hue. He was rejuvenating. The onlookers were left in shock, witnessing the true power of the vampire fruit. However, Akainu's fate was dire. He withered under Count Red's influence, his skin losing its luster and becoming wrinkled, quickly resembling an elderly man. The stark contrast between the two was striking. With a final release of his grip, Count Red allowed Akainu to collapse to the ground, now a feeble, gasping old man. Though Akainu had once relied on his formidable physical prowess, the severe injuries inflicted by Jiang Liufeng had rendered him vulnerable, and now, with his lifeblood drained, his body succumbed to rapid decay. Count Red, eyes closed, ascended into the air, his palms raised in triumph, and suddenly clenched into fists. A surge of power radiated from him, his strength more than doubled from before. In that moment, he appeared as a youthful man in his 20s, revitalized and invigorated. The sensation of youth was exhilarating. He rejoined the fray, and immediately, his speed and strength were strikingly superior, overwhelming the remaining 8 admirals. The pressure on them escalated, as they sensed Count Red's power approaching that of Jiang Liufeng. Witnessing Akainu's dire condition, Sengoku and Granny Crane were alarmed, but were unable to divert their attention from their fierce battle with Whitebeard. Akainu was on the brink of death, while Count Red thrived anew, forcing the 8 admirals to retreat under the relentless pressure from Jiang Liufeng and his allies. At that moment, a new group of uninvited guests arrived on the battlefield, Blackbeard and his crew. Haha, how unfortunate. If only old man Whitebeard were to fall, how splendid that would be. But alas, we must settle for second best. The magma fruit is quite impressive as well, Captain. Yes, while they are preoccupied, let us act swiftly. Protect me. Yes. With a flourish, a dark cloth enveloped Blackbeard and his crew, wrapping around Akainu as well, leaving no one aware of their intentions within. Damn Blackbeard. What are they plotting? Sengoku fumed, his face turning a shade of green as he realized Akainu, having sacrificed himself for the nation, could not be allowed to be desecrated by others. Teach. Whitebeard roared in fury, recognizing Blackbeard as the instigator of this war. In a simultaneous outburst, both Sengoku and Whitebeard launched their attacks toward Blackbeard's group. Their shockwaves collided, sending the already beleaguered Blackbeard crew reeling in chaos. A series of anguished wails echoed through the air, as Blackbeard and his crew were utterly unprepared for the unexpected alliance between Sengoku and Whitebeard, who, upon witnessing his arrival, united in a common cause against them. At that moment, another extraordinary phenomenon occurred. From the Navy headquarters, several formidable presences emerged, rapidly approaching the battlefield. As Jiang Liufeng cast a cold glance behind him, a calculation formed in his mind. It was either an empty void or the presence of the 5 elders. Without hesitation, he commanded Whitebeard, "Withdraw at once." Whitebeard, sensing the gravity of the situation and noticing that most of his men had already retreated, unleashed an unprecedented shockwave that compelled Sengoku and Granny Kareha into a defensive stance. He then leaped onto the large ship and ordered, "Set sail at full speed." Wushal the pirate ships simultaneously turned their prows towards the horizon, making their escape. As Jiang Liufeng and his companions unleashed their formidable skills, they repelled the admirals and ascended towards the skies aboard the Golden Scales. Halt. Leave them. Damn it. The Navy could not simply allow their departure, yet pursuing them proved an insurmountable challenge. Lightning strike. Those who dared to chase after them were forcefully sent back by Jiang Liufeng's lightning strike, compelled to defend against its descent. Should such a blow have landed on Marineford, the entire Navy headquarters would have faced utter devastation. The pursuit of Whitebeard was even more implausible. His powers, capable of apocalyptic destruction, unleashed several ultimate tremors that, if left unchecked, would shatter Marineford into pieces. In the end, the Navy's elite were left with no choice but to desperately withstand the reckless onslaught from the two, striving to protect Marineford while helplessly watching all the pirates escape. How infuriating! How utterly lamentable! Sengoku howled to the heavens, his hair turning white in an instant, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. The criminals had been whisked away. An admiral lay dead, the headquarters lay in ruins, and not a single pirate was left on the death list. The Navy had suffered a complete defeat. Humiliated in front of the entire world, a pall of despair enveloped Marineford. Simultaneously, countless citizens across the globe mirrored the Navy's dismay. They were filled with panic and concern. The pirates were too powerful, and the Navy had been thoroughly vanquished. From that moment on, the populace lived in constant unease, their days fraught with anxiety. In stark contrast, the various pirates observing the battle were engulfed in jubilation, as if they had returned to the day when Roger proclaimed the existence of great treasure. All the pirates cheered, their spirits soaring. This battle undoubtedly propelled the era of great pirates to new heights. By the time the ultimate warriors of the Navy arrived, everything had settled. The dead had perished, the fleeing had escaped, and it was far too late. Thus, the decisive battle at Marineford came to a close. Ultimately, the Navy managed to capture Blackbeard's crew and bring them back to Impel Down, regaining a modicum of face. Tragically, those few unfortunate souls who had just emerged from Impel Down found themselves returning before they could even catch their breath. Meanwhile, the red-haired Shanks, upon entering the gates of justice, unexpectedly encountered the fleeing Whitebeard crew and, inexplicably, slipped away with them. Regrettably, his influence was insufficient, and he was left with no significant role in the unfolding drama. Most vexing was the submarine that had barely surfaced in the bay, only to be relentlessly pursued and battered by a furious Navy. Had it not been for its swift escape, it would surely have been captured. Law had come to repay a favor to Jiang Liufeng. Upon seeing the newspaper and learning of Doflamingo's demise, he was filled with excitement. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's exploits at Marineford, he hurriedly made his way to express his gratitude. Little did he anticipate the swift conclusion of events, forcing him to turn his ship around and flee with all haste, leaving the rest for another day. The astute Jinbe, having recognized the stabilizing situation and the Empress's retreat, seized an opportunity to employ a water technique, returning to Fishman Island. In the ocean, Jinbe's combat prowess was unmatched. No one could hope to capture him. After witnessing the might of the Dawn members, his restless heart could not find peace. The usually composed Jinbe, having endured the relentless pressures of reality, found his edges smoothed and softened. He never imagined that he too could feel a resurgence of fervor. In that moment, all he desired was to swiftly resolve the issues at hand and fight alongside Jiang Liufeng and his companions. Above in the skies, Jiang Liufeng and his companions have returned aboard the Golden Scale, embarking on their journey back to dress Rosa. All three are warriors at heart. Having engaged in a fierce battle that left them exhilarated and yearning for more, they animatedly reminisce about the thrilling highlights of their recent conflict. The Golden Lion has grown increasingly impressed by Jiang Liufeng. Like the Red Count, he possesses a discerning eye and can perceive the myriad secrets that envelop Jiang. The closer one gets to this enigmatic young man, still under 20, with his striking purple